What happens when the life you're supposed to live begins to feel like a cage? And what happens when the one person you least expected offers you a way out? Welcome to Sunflower Ride, a transformative Twilight fanfiction where Bella Swan chooses the open road over the future laid out for her. This is a fan-created work, purely for entertainment, inspired by Twilight. All original characters and settings belong to their rightful owners. From Forks to the Cascades, from hidden mountain views to starlit nights in Leavenworth. This is a story of freedom, awakening, and the dangerous, undeniable pull of Jasper Whitlock. Some rides change your life. This one changes everything. Sit back and let the journey begin. Sunflower Ride. Prologue, the breaking point. Jasper's point of view. The papers had been spread across Edward's desk for 3 days now. Real estate listings, university enrollment forms, wedding venue brochures. I'd watched him organize and reorganize them with the obsessive precision that marked all his decisions about Bella's life. Never once had I seen him pick up the phone to call her or ask for her input. It was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I adjusted the position of my Road King in the garage, angling it so it would be clearly visible from the back deck. The afternoon light hit the chrome just right, sending flashes across the driveway. I'd been maintaining the bike more frequently lately, timing my work for when Bella visited. Not that she'd noticed yet, but I was a patient man. Immortality had taught me the value of perfect timing. Alice's vision had shown me fragments, Edward's plans, Bella's shock, her flight to the deck. But the future shifted like water around free will, and I intended to be the rock that changed the current's direction. I pulled the leather jacket from the garage cabinet, running my fingers over the supple material. I'd bought it weeks ago, sized perfectly for her frame. The helmet, too, though I'd been careful to make it look well used, as if it were simply a spare I kept around. Edward's voice drifted through the house, that particular tone he used when he believed he was being reasonable. The tone that made my jaw clench. How he could be with Bella for months and still not understand the first thing about what she actually wanted was beyond my comprehension. But then again, his blindness was my opportunity. The sound of papers rustling reached my enhanced hearing, followed by the distinctive click of Edward's laptop opening. He was pulling up the photos then, preparing his grand reveal. I smiled grimly and reached for the duffel bag I'd already packed. Clean clothes, road maps, and cash. Everything needed for an impromptu journey. All I had to do now was wait for Bella to run. Bella's point of view. I'd expected to find Edward reading, maybe working on a new composition. The Sunday afternoon had stretched lazily and warmly, perfect for curling up together with a book or taking a walk through the forest. What I found instead made my blood freeze in my veins. The dining room table was covered in papers arranged with military precision. Glossy photographs of a brick colonial house with ivy creeping up its walls. Floor plans marked with Edward's neat handwriting. University enrollment forms with my name already filled in. Edward looked up as I entered, his face lighting with that crooked smile that used to make my heart skip. Now it just made my stomach clench. Perfect timing, he said, rising from his chair with fluid grace. I wanted to show you what I've arranged. Arranged? The word came out sharper than I intended. He gestured to the photographs with obvious pride. The house is only 4 blocks from Yale's campus. Carlisle spoke with the admissions office yesterday. They're holding a spot for you in the fall semester. We can move in by early September, which gives us time to settle before classes start. I stared at the photos, trying to process what I was seeing. You bought a house. Without telling me. I put in an offer, he corrected, as if that made it better. I wanted to surprise you. Look at this room. It would make a perfect study for you. And there's a garden in the back where you could read. My hands clenched into fists. Edward, you can't just decide where we're going to live without even asking me. His brow furrowed, genuine confusion flickering across his features. But this is what we discussed. College, a future together. This house is perfect for that. When did we discuss Connecticut specifically? When did we talk about Yale? My voice was rising, but I couldn't seem to control it. When did we talk about any of this? Bella, you know you can't stay in Forks forever. This is the logical next step. His tone took on that patient quality that made me want to scream. And if we set the wedding date for Christmas, Charlie can get time off to fly out. Alice is already bursting with ideas for a winter ceremony. The world tilted sideways. Wedding date? Alice is planning our wedding now, too. Just preliminary ideas, Edward said quickly, clearly noting my expression. Nothing set in stone. But Christmas would be perfect. Snow, lights, everything you love about the season. Everything I love. As if he had any idea what I actually loved. I felt like I was suffocating, drowning in plans and decisions and assumptions about what I wanted. Stop, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Just stop. Edward froze, his hand still hovering over one of the house photos. You don't like it? It's not about liking it. The words exploded out of me. It's about the fact that you made all these decisions without me. A house, a college, a wedding. You planned my entire life and didn't even ask what I wanted. His jaw tightened, that stubborn set I'd seen too many times before. Bella, this is what's best for you. For us. I've thought this through carefully. What's best for me? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Or what's easiest for you? What fits into your perfect little vision of how things should be? I'm trying to give you a future, he said, his voice taking on an edge. A normal life. College, marriage, everything you should have. Should have according to who? I was shaking now, months of swallowed frustration finally boiling over. Did it ever occur to you to ask me what kind of future I wanted? The silence that followed was deafening. Edward stared at me as if I'd started speaking in a foreign language, his golden eyes wide with what looked like genuine bewilderment. I couldn't breathe. The walls of the house felt like they were closing in, all that perfect Cullen elegance suddenly suffocating. I turned on my heel and walked straight out the back door, desperate for air. Jasper's POV. The screen door slammed behind her, the sound echoing across the deck like a gunshot. Perfect. I didn't look up from where I was securing the last strap on my saddlebag, but I could feel her presence like electricity in the air. Shock, anger, frustration, and underneath it all, a desperate need for escape. Exactly what I'd been hoping for. I let the silence stretch for a moment, giving her time to notice me, to see the bike, to let the possibility take root in her mind. Her emotions were shifting already, the anger giving way to something else. Longing, maybe. A hunger for freedom she probably didn't even recognize yet. When I finally straightened and turned toward her, I made sure my expression was casual, concerned, but not intrusive. Rough afternoon? She was standing at the deck railing, her hands gripping the wood so tight her knuckles were white. Her hair caught the late afternoon sunlight, turning it the color of rich chocolate, and for a moment, I let myself simply appreciate the sight of her. Soon, I promised myself. Very soon. He bought a house, she said, her voice hollow. In Connecticut. Without even asking me. I raised an eyebrow, letting just the right amount of disapproval creep into my expression. That's quite a decision to make unilaterally. Apparently, it's what's best for me, she said, bitterness coloring her tone. According to Edward, anyway. I nodded slowly, my eyes drifting back to the Road King. You know, I was just about to take her for a ride. Clear my head a bit. I glanced back at Bella, letting a small smile curve my lips. Fancy joining me? The word left her lips before she could think twice about it. Yes. Perfect. Bella's POV. I should have hesitated. Should have asked where we were going, how long we'd be gone, and whether this was a good idea. Instead, the word yes fell from my lips like I'd been waiting my whole life to say it. Jasper's smile widened, and something warm unfurled in my chest. When was the last time someone had asked me what I wanted and simply accepted my answer without question? He disappeared into the garage for a moment, returning with a black leather jacket and a helmet. Both looked well-used but well-maintained, and when he held out the jacket, I noticed it was exactly my size. Put this on, he said, his voice carrying an authority that should have annoyed me but somehow didn't. We'll need to stop by your place so you can pack a few things. Pack? I blinked, sliding my arms into the jacket. It fit perfectly, the leather soft and warm from being stored inside. How long are we talking about? Long enough, he said cryptically, settling the helmet over my head. His fingers brushed my chin as he fastened the strap, and I felt that warm sensation spread through my chest again. Don't overthink it, darlin'. Sometimes the best adventures are the ones you don't plan. The endearment rolled off his tongue like honey, his slight southern accent more pronounced than usual. I found myself nodding before I'd fully processed what he was saying. The Harley roared to life beneath us, the sound vibrating through my entire body. I wrapped my arms around Jasper's waist as we pulled out of the driveway, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. Jasper's POV. She fit against my back like she'd been made for this, her arms secure around my waist, her body relaxing into the rhythm of the ride. I could feel her emotions shifting as we rode toward her house, the anger and frustration giving way to something lighter. Relief, maybe. Or hope. I'd chosen the route carefully, taking the long way through town so she'd have time to settle into the sensation of escape. By the time we pulled into her driveway, her grip had loosened from desperate to comfortable, and I could sense her curiosity beginning to override her emotional turmoil. Charlie's cruiser was in the driveway, which was perfect. I'd been counting on that. I followed her into the house, noting the way she moved with more purpose than I'd seen from her in weeks. The prospect of leaving, of doing something entirely for herself, was already working its magic. "Dad," she called out as we entered. Charlie emerged from the kitchen, his eyebrows rising as he took in our leather-clad appearance. "Going somewhere?" "We're taking a ride," Bella said, and I heard the first hint of excitement creeping into her voice. "I need to pack a few things." Charlie's gaze shifted to me, and I saw the moment he recognized what this was really about. The man was more perceptive than people gave him credit for. "How long a ride are we talking about?" "A couple of weeks," I said easily. "Thought we'd head out to Sturgis, take our time getting there. See some country, enjoy the summer weather." "Sturgis?" Bella turned to stare at me. "South Dakota?" "That's the one." I kept my tone casual, but I was watching her carefully. "Raleigh starts August 1st, so we'll have perfect timing if we take our time getting there. Should be interesting." I could feel her emotions spike, surprise, a flutter of nervousness, and underneath it all, a growing thrill. She was already imagining it, already seeing herself somewhere far from Forks and Edward's suffocating plans. Charlie was studying my face with the intensity of a man used to reading people. "I'm not wild about motorcycles," he said finally, "but I know you'll take good care of her." "Yes, sir," I replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "She'll be safe with me." There was a weight to those words that went beyond simple road safety, and Charlie seemed to understand that. He nodded slowly, then looked at his daughter. "Go pack," he said. "And call me when you get where you're going." Bella's POV. I threw clothes into my duffel bag with more energy than I'd felt in months. Jeans, t-shirts, and a warm sweatshirt for cool evenings. I was moving on pure instinct, not allowing myself to think too hard about what I was doing. Jasper appeared in my doorway, leaning against the frame with easy confidence. "Pack light," he advised. "What doesn't fit in the saddlebags, we can buy on the road or do without." "Are you sure about this?" I asked, though I was already zipping the bag closed. "Just taking off like this?" "Sometimes the best decisions are the spontaneous ones," he said, and there was something in his golden eyes that made my pulse quicken. "Trust me?" I should have questioned it more. Should have wondered why he had a spare helmet that fit me perfectly, why he seemed so prepared for this impromptu journey. Instead, I found myself nodding. "I trust you." The smile that spread across his face was dazzling, and I felt that warm sensation in my chest intensify. When was the last time someone had looked at me like that? Like I was something precious, something worth protecting, not because I was fragile, but because I was valuable? We walked back downstairs together, and I kissed Charlie goodbye, promising to call and check in regularly. He hugged me tighter than usual, and when he pulled back, there was something like relief in his eyes. "Have fun, kiddo," he said. "You deserve it." Jasper's POV. The afternoon sun was beginning to slant toward evening as we secured Bella's bag in the second saddlebag. She moved with quick, efficient motions, as if she was afraid she might change her mind if she slowed down. I could feel her emotions settling into something like determination, tinged with an excitement she was trying not to acknowledge. Perfect. I swung onto the bike first, then held it steady as she climbed on behind me. Her arms came around my waist again, and this time there was no hesitation in the gesture. "Ready?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Ready," she said, and her voice was stronger than it had been all afternoon. I kicked the Road King to life, the engine's rumble echoing off the trees. As we pulled away from her house, I caught a glimpse of Charlie in the window, watching us go with an expression of quiet approval. The road stretched out ahead of us, ribboning through the green forests of the Olympic Peninsula. I could feel Bella's grip tighten slightly as we picked up speed, but it wasn't fear I sensed from her. It was anticipation. I'd been planning this moment for months, waiting for exactly the right circumstances. Edward's controlling nature had made it inevitable. All I'd had to do was be patient and be ready when the moment came. And now, with Bella's arms around me and the open road ahead, phase 1 of my plan was complete. She had no idea what she'd just agreed to, no concept of how far I was willing to go to claim what was mine. But she would learn, mile by mile, as I showed her what it felt like to be truly wanted rather than simply protected. The Harley roared through the forest, carrying us both toward a future that Edward could never have imagined. Behind us, Forks grew smaller in the mirrors until it disappeared entirely, taking with it every assumption about what Bella Swan's life was supposed to look like. Chapter 1: Coastline Escape. Freedom's First Taste. Bella's Point of View. The digital clock on Charlie's microwave had read 12:07 when we pulled out of the driveway, and now, 20 minutes later, I was beginning to understand what freedom actually felt like. The Harley hummed beneath us as we rolled west on US 101, the familiar weight of Forks falling away with each mile. Trees gave way to glimpses of gray-blue water through the green, and then suddenly we crested a hill and the Pacific Ocean spread out before us like a promise. I sucked in a breath and Jasper's voice came through the helmet speakers, warm and amused. "Beautiful, isn't it?" "I had no idea," I said, tightening my arms around his waist as we leaned into a gentle curve. "I mean, I knew the ocean was close, but I've never actually seen it from this angle." "Most people never bother to look past their own backyard," he replied, and there was something in his tone that made me think he wasn't just talking about geography. The road hugged the coastline now, and with each mile, something that had been wound tight in my chest began to loosen. The salt air filled my lungs, sharp and clean, washing away the suffocating weight of Edward's plans and assumptions. I'd been holding my breath for months without realizing it. Jasper's point of view. Her emotions were shifting like weather patterns, the sharp edges of anger and frustration gradually softening into something lighter. I was barely touching her feelings, just smoothing away the harshest spikes of anxiety and letting her natural resilience do the rest. She didn't need my manipulation to recognize freedom when she felt it. She just needed the space to breathe. The way she held onto me was changing, too. At first, her grip had been tight with desperation, clinging to an escape. Now her arms rested more naturally around my waist, her body moving with the bike instead of fighting it. When I leaned us through the coastal curves, she leaned with me, trusting my control completely. It was intoxicating. "You doing okay back there?" I asked through the helmet comm, though I could feel exactly how okay she was. "Better than okay," she said, and I heard the smile in her voice. "I can't remember the last time I felt this." "I don't know." Light. Yes, that was exactly what was happening. All those heavy expectations and predetermined futures were lifting away from her like morning fog, leaving something bright and essential underneath. "Good," I said, meaning it more than she could possibly know. "We're just getting started." Bella's point of view. The bike purred along the coastal highway, and I found myself relaxing completely for the first time in months. Maybe years. The steady rumble of the engine, the salt-tinged air, the warmth of Jasper's back against my chest, it all combined into something that felt like meditation. I caught myself studying the way his shoulders moved as he guided us through the curves, the confident set of his hands on the handlebars. He was completely in control, but not in the suffocating way Edward controlled things. This was competence, not dominance. Partnership, not possession. When had I stopped noticing how attractive Jasper was? He'd always been beautiful in that otherworldly Cullen way, but I'd trained myself not to look too closely. Now, with my arms around him and nowhere else to focus, I was acutely aware of the solid strength of his frame, the way his muscles shifted as he worked the bike through the winding road. "There's a detour I'd like to show you," Jasper's voice came through the helmet, interrupting my inappropriate thoughts about my boyfriend's brother. "If you're up for it." "Where to?" I asked, surprised by how quickly the word yes wanted to leap from my lips. Hurricane Ridge. It's about a 40-minute climb up into the Olympic Mountains. The views are. He paused, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Well, you'll see. I didn't hesitate. Let's do it. Jasper's point of view. Her immediate agreement sent a pulse of satisfaction through me. No questioning, no worrying about time or practicality. Just pure impulse and trust. Edward would have given her a detailed explanation of why Hurricane Ridge was or wasn't the optimal choice, complete with weather reports and elevation statistics. I'd simply offered, and she'd accepted. Perfect. I guided us off the main highway and onto Hurricane Ridge Road, and the ride immediately changed character. The gentle coastal curves gave way to switchbacks that climbed steadily into the mountains. The bike worked harder here, engine note deepening as we gained elevation, and Bella's grip tightened instinctively. Hold on, I said through the calm, though she was already pressed closer against my back. These turns get interesting. The first real switchback arrived, a tight hairpin that required us to lean significantly to the right. Bella's arms tightened around my waist, her body molding against mine as we carved through the curve. I could feel her heartbeat against my back, quick but steady. Not fear, excitement. Oh my God, she breathed as we came out of the turn and the view opened up behind us. Look how high we are already. I glanced in the mirror and saw the coastline spread out below us, then focused back on the road. But I was acutely aware of every point where her body touched mine, the way she instinctively moved with the bike now, trusting me completely to keep us safe. Just wait, I said. This is nothing compared to what's coming. Bella's point of view. The road climbed and climbed, each switchback revealing new vistas that took my breath away. Forest gave way to alpine meadows, and the air grew thin and sharp with altitude. I found myself laughing out loud at one particularly spectacular turn, the sound surprising me. When's the last time you did that? Jasper asked, and there was something warm in his voice that made my chest flutter. Did what? Laughed like that. Just because something was beautiful. I thought about it, trying to remember, and came up empty. I don't know, I admitted. It's been a while. That's a damn shame, he said, and the quiet intensity in his voice made me shiver despite the warm afternoon air. We climbed higher, the bike working steadily through curve after curve, and I lost myself in the rhythm of it. Lean left, straighten, lean right, always following Jasper's lead, always perfectly balanced. My body had learned to anticipate his movements, to flow with them rather than fight them. It felt like dancing. Finally, after what seemed like both forever and no time at all, we crested a final rise and Jasper was downshifting, pulling us into a parking area carved from the mountainside. Welcome to Hurricane Ridge, he said, and I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. I climbed off the bike on unsteady legs, my body still vibrating with the memory of the engine, and turned to see what we'd climbed so high to find. The world spread out below us, in every direction. Snow-capped peaks marched to the horizon, their faces painted gold by the afternoon sun. Far below, the Pacific Ocean stretched blue and endless, while green valleys rolled away like a rumpled blanket. It was so beautiful it actually hurt to look at. Jasper, I whispered, pulling off my helmet. This is incredible. Jasper's point of view. She stood there with her hair tousled from the helmet, her cheeks flushed from the wind and altitude, staring out at the view with something like reverence. The late afternoon light caught the red highlights in her brown hair and turned her skin golden. She was absolutely radiant. And completely mine, though she didn't know it yet. I moved to stand beside her at the overlook railing, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. See that peak there? I pointed to a distant summit, letting my arm curve naturally around her shoulders to guide her gaze. That's Mount Baker. And over there, that's the Strait of Juan de Fuca. She leaned into my touch without seeming to realize it, her body warm against my side. I can't believe I've lived in Washington my whole life and never seen this. Most people stick to their small corner of the world, I said, letting my hand rest on her shoulder, thumb brushing the soft skin at the base of her neck. They never realize how much is out there waiting for them. She turned to look at me then, and I saw the exact moment she became aware of our proximity. Her lips parted slightly, her pulse jumping visibly at her throat. But she didn't pull away. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for bringing me here. For all of this." "We're just getting started, darlin'," I said, letting the endearment roll off my tongue like honey. "This is barely a taste of what's out there." Her eyes darkened at my words, and I felt her emotions shift again. The last of her walls were crumbling, replaced by something bright and hungry and entirely focused on me. Perfect. Bella's point of view. Standing there in Jasper's loose embrace, the world spread out below us like a promise of infinite possibilities, I felt something fundamental shift inside my chest. For months, I'd been suffocating under the weight of other people's plans for my life. Edward's house in Connecticut, Alice's wedding visions, Carlisle's university arrangements, all of it designed around what other people thought I should want. But this moment, this view, this feeling of absolute freedom, this was what I actually wanted. Adventure. Choice. The open road and someone who asked what I thought instead of telling me what was best. Someone who looked at me like Jasper was looking at me right now. I can't remember the last time someone asked me what I wanted to do, I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. Really asked, and then actually listened to the answer. Jasper's arm tightened slightly around my shoulders, and when I looked up at him, his golden eyes were intense and focused entirely on me. "What do you want to do, Bella?" The question hung in the air between us, loaded with more meaning than just the immediate moment. What did I want? Not what Edward thought I should want, not what Charlie hoped I'd choose, not what Alice envisioned for me. What did I want? "Keep riding," I said without hesitation. "See what's over the next hill." His smile was slow and devastating. "Then that's exactly what we'll do." And standing there in the mountain air with his arm around me, I realized I wasn't just escaping Edward's suffocating plans anymore. I was running toward something else entirely, something that made my pulse quicken, my skin warm, and my entire body hum with anticipation. I was running toward Jasper Hale, and for the first time in my life, that felt like exactly the right direction. Port Townsend Connection. Jasper's point of view. Port Townsend spread out before us like a Victorian postcard, all gingerbread trim and weathered shingles cascading down to the marina. I'd chosen this route deliberately. The town had exactly the right atmosphere for what I had in mind. Romantic without being obvious, intimate without being overwhelming. A place where a man could take his time with a beautiful woman and let anticipation build properly. I guided the Harley down the main street, scanning the options with a practiced eye. Not the tourist trap with the crowds of families, not the dive bar that would smell of stale beer. Something with atmosphere, good food, and enough privacy for conversation. "There," I said through the helmet comm, pulling into a spot across from a restored Victorian building with bay windows overlooking the water. "The Silverwater Cafe. They do excellent seafood, and we can watch the boats while we eat." Bella climbed off the bike behind me, pulling off her helmet and shaking out her hair. The wind and altitude had left her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright, and I had to resist the urge to thread my fingers through those mahogany strands right there on the sidewalk. "You've been here before?" she asked, looking up at the elegant facade. "Once or twice," I said, which was true enough. I'd made a point of scouting worthwhile stops between Forks and our eventual destination. A man should know the territory when he's claiming what's his. Bella's point of view. The restaurant was exactly what I would have chosen if I'd had any idea places like this existed. Warm wood floors, exposed brick walls, and windows that framed the harbor like paintings. Jasper spoke quietly to the hostess, and somehow we ended up at a corner table with a perfect view of the water and enough privacy for real conversation. "This is beautiful," I said, settling into my chair. "How did you know about it?" "I like to explore," he said simply, but there was something in his golden eyes that suggested more planning than simple wandering. "A man should know where to take a beautiful woman for a proper meal." The casual compliment sent warmth spiraling through my chest. Edward complimented me too, but always with that protective undertone, as if my beauty was something fragile that needed guarding. Jasper's words carried appreciation and intent that made my pulse quicken. The server appeared, a college-aged girl with bright eyes who took our drink orders with professional efficiency. When she left, Jasper leaned back in his chair, studying me with that focused attention that was becoming familiar. How are you feeling? He asked. About the ride, about all this. I considered the question seriously, surprised that someone was actually asking. Free, I said finally. Like I can breathe for the first time in months. I didn't realize how suffocated I felt until we got on the road. His expression darkened slightly. Edward's plans for Connecticut? All of it. I picked up my water glass, needing something to do with my hands. The house, the college, the Christmas wedding that Alice is apparently already planning. None of it was discussed with me, it was just decided. For my own good, of course. Of course, Jasper said, and there was an edge to his voice that made me look up sharply. Can't have you making your own choices about your own life. Jasper's point of view. The bitterness in her voice when she talked about Edward's plans confirmed everything I'd suspected. She'd been slowly drowning under the weight of other people's expectations, and my dear brother had been too blind to see it. His loss was very much my gain. What would you choose? I asked, leaning forward slightly. If it was entirely up to you, no outside pressure, what would you want your life to look like? She blinked, clearly startled by the question. No one's ever asked me that before. I'm asking now. The server returned with our drinks and took our food orders. I chose for both of us after a quick glance at Bella, the salmon for her, the steak for me, and watched her reaction. She didn't protest or insist that she could order for herself. Instead, she looked intrigued by the decisiveness. Good. She was already responding to confident male leadership when it came without the suffocating control. I don't know what I want, she said once we were alone again. That's the problem. I've spent so long being told what I should want that I'm not sure I know the difference anymore. Then maybe this trip is about figuring that out, I suggested. No pressure, no predetermined destination. Just seeing what feels right. Her smile was radiant. I'd like that, Jasper Hale. I paused with my glass halfway to my lips. Actually, it's Whitlock now. Bella's point of view. Whitlock. I repeated, confused. But I thought. Hale is Rosalie's surname, he explained simply. We used it when we posed as twins in the family. But now I'm going by my original name. Jasper Whitlock. The information settled over me with surprising relief. I'd known about Alice's announcement, of course. The whole family had heard her declare that Jasper wasn't her true mate, though she'd maintained with absolute certainty that Edward was mine. But hearing Jasper claim his independence so definitively felt significant in ways I couldn't quite name. Jasper Whitlock, I said, testing how it sounded. I like it. It suits you better. Does it? His smile was slow and devastating. And why's that? It sounds less. I searched for the right word. Less domesticated. More dangerous. His laugh was rich and warm. Darlin', you have no idea how dangerous I can be. The way he said it, with that slight southern drawl wrapping around the endearment, made heat pool low in my belly. This was flirting, real flirting, the kind that carried promise and intent. When had I ever flirted with Edward? When had he ever looked at me like he wanted to devour me right there at the dinner table? Jasper's point of view. Perfect. She was responding beautifully to every signal I was sending, her body language opening up, her eyes darkening with awareness. The attraction that had been simmering under the surface was starting to come to a boil. Our food arrived, and I watched her take the first bite of salmon, noting the way her eyes closed in appreciation. Good choice, she said, and the unconscious sensuality in her voice made my own appetite shift toward something that had nothing to do with food. I have excellent taste, I said, letting my gaze linger on her face. In many things. She caught the implication, color rising in her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Instead, she met my eyes directly, and I saw the exact moment she decided to stop pretending this was just an innocent lunch between friends. Tell me about the road ahead, she said, cutting another piece of fish. Where are we going after this? Across the Hood Canal, up through the Cascades, I said, keeping my voice conversational while my eyes promised much more interesting destinations. Beautiful country, lots of scenic overlooks. Perfect for taking our time. Taking our time, she repeated, and there was definitely awareness in her voice now. I like the sound of that. We were interrupted by movement in my peripheral vision. A young man, college-aged with the confident swagger of someone who'd never been told no, was approaching our table with obvious intent. Bella's point of view. "Excuse me," the guy said, stopping beside our table with a smile that was probably meant to be charming. "I couldn't help but notice you from across the room. I'm Brad, and I was wondering if you'd like to grab drinks with me tonight. Maybe show you some of the local nightlife." I felt my face flush with embarrassment. "Oh, I'm actually." "We're together," Jasper said quietly, his voice carrying an undertone that made the temperature at our table drop several degrees. "And we're having a private conversation." Brad glanced at Jasper, taking in the leather jacket, the confident posture, the golden eyes that had gone absolutely cold. Smart money would have backed away immediately. Brad was apparently not smart money. "Come on, man, let the lady speak for herself," he said, turning back to me with renewed determination. "What do you say? I know this great place right on the water. Could be a lot of fun." The suggestion in his voice was unmistakable, and I felt my own temper flare. But before I could respond, Jasper was moving. Jasper's point of view. I stood slowly, letting my full height and presence fill the space between this boy and Bella. I didn't touch him, didn't raise my voice, didn't make any overtly threatening gestures. I simply existed in his space with the concentrated force of a predator who had just identified a threat to what was mine. "The lady is with me," I said, my voice soft and absolutely final. "She's not interested in your offer, your drinks, or your company. I suggest you return to your table and enjoy the rest of your meal." Brad's face went pale as my influence washed over him, every instinct he possessed suddenly screaming that he was in mortal danger. He took a step back, then another, his swagger evaporating like morning mist. "Sorry," he mumbled, practically fleeing back to his friends across the restaurant. I settled back into my chair as if nothing had happened, but I could feel Bella's eyes on me, wide and slightly stunned. "That was..." She started, then stopped. "Effective?" I suggested mildly, cutting into my steak. "I was going to say incredibly sexy," she said, and the honesty in her voice sent satisfaction rolling through me like whiskey. Bella's point of view. The way Jasper had handled Brad was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Edward would have bristled and postured, would have made a scene about protecting me. Jasper had simply existed. Calmly, confidently, with absolute certainty that he could handle whatever threat presented itself. And the boy had fled as his life depended on it. "You didn't even touch him," I said, still trying to process what I'd witnessed. "Didn't need to," Jasper replied, his golden eyes meeting mine over his wine glass. "Sometimes presence is enough." "Is that a vampire thing?" "That's a me thing," he said, and his smile was pure predator. Though being a vampire doesn't hurt. The casual acknowledgement of what he was, what we both were dealing with, should have been jarring. Instead, it felt like another layer of pretense falling away. No dancing around the supernatural, no careful euphemisms. Just honesty between two people who were rapidly becoming something more than friends. "I like it," I said, surprising myself with my boldness. "The confidence. The way you handle things." "Do you?" His voice had dropped to something that was almost a purr. "What else do you like, Bella?" The question hung in the air between us, loaded with implication and promise. What did I like? I was starting to think I liked everything about Jasper Whitlock. His strength, his certainty, the way he looked at me like I was something precious and desirable instead of something fragile to be protected. "I'm still figuring that out," I said, meeting his gaze directly. "But I think I'm going to enjoy the discovery process." His smile was devastating. "I'm counting on it, darlin'. I'm absolutely counting on it. The long road to possibility." Bella's point of view. Leaving Port Townsend felt like shedding another layer of my old life. As we rolled away from the Victorian harbor town, the afternoon sun caught the chrome of Jasper's bike and threw dancing patterns across the road ahead. The lunch had changed something between us. The awareness was sharper now, the attraction undeniable and openly acknowledged. Next stop, Hood Canal Bridge. Jasper's voice came through the helmet calm, warm and relaxed. "Ever seen it before?" "Never even heard of it," I admitted, settling more comfortably against his back. The nervousness I'd felt this morning about the physical closeness had evaporated. Now I found myself actually enjoying the solid warmth of him, the way his muscles shifted as he worked the bike through gentle curves. "You're in for a treat then, darlin'." It's quite a sight. 20 minutes later, I understood what he meant. The bridge stretched nearly 2 miles across the canal, water sparkling blue-green beneath us as far as I could see in either direction. Mountains rose on both sides, and I felt like we were riding across the top of the world. "Oh my God, Jasper," I breathed, tightening my arms around his waist without thinking. "This is incredible." I felt him chuckle, the vibration traveling through his back to my chest. "Wait until you see what's coming next." Jasper's point of view. Her arms tightened around me as we crossed the bridge, and I had to resist the urge to cover her hands with one of mine. She was relaxing into the intimacy of the ride beautifully, her body molding against mine more naturally with each mile. The shy tension from this morning had given way to something warmer, more trusting. Perfect. As we rolled off the bridge and began climbing into the Cascade foothills, I felt her surprise at how quickly the landscape changed. Tidal flats gave way to rolling hills, then dense forest as we gained elevation. "I had no idea Washington was this big," she said through the calm. "Forks feels like such a small corner now." "That's because it is," I replied, taking us through a particularly scenic stretch where old-growth fir trees created a natural cathedral overhead. "Most people never realize how much world is out there waiting for them." "Is that why you wanted to take this trip?" she asked. "To show me the world?" I considered my answer carefully. The truth was too much too soon, but I could give her part of it. "I wanted to show you what choice looks like," I said finally. "What it feels like to go where you want to go, do what you want to do." Her silence stretched for several miles, and I could feel her thinking, processing. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more thoughtful. "I think I'm starting to remember." Bella's point of view. The road began to climb more seriously as we headed toward Stevens Pass, and I marveled at how effortlessly Jasper handled the increasing curves and elevation changes. His confidence was absolute, with no hesitation or uncertainty. It was incredibly attractive, this quiet confidence. "You're getting better at this," he said, and I realized he was right. I was leaning with him now instead of fighting the turns, anticipating his movements rather than reacting to them. "Good teacher," I said, then surprised myself by adding, "among other things." His laugh was rich and warm. "Among other things?" "Do tell." I felt heat creep up my neck. Was I actually flirting? "Well, you did pick an excellent restaurant. And you handled Brad very effectively." I do like to be effective." There was something in his voice that made my pulse quicken. "What else do you like about my teaching methods?" "I like that you let me figure things out," I said, growing bolder. "Instead of just telling me what to do." "Oh, darlin'," his voice dropped to something almost like a purr. "When I start telling you what to do, you'll know it. And you'll like it." The promise in his words sent heat spiraling through my belly, and I was grateful he couldn't see my face. What was happening to me? I'd never responded to anyone like this, never felt this liquid warmth at just the sound of someone's voice. Jasper's point of view. Her emotional response to my words was intoxicating, surprise, arousal, and a flutter of nervous excitement that told me she was imagining exactly what I'd meant. Good. She should be thinking about tonight, about what might happen when we stop riding and find ourselves alone together. We climbed higher into the Cascades, the air growing thin and cool despite the summer heat. Alpine lakes flashed blue between the trees, and I could feel Bella's wonder at the sheer scope of the landscape around us. "Gas stopped coming up," I said as we approached a small mountain town. "And I could use some coffee." "You?" "Yes to both," she said, then added with a hint of shyness, "and maybe a bathroom break?" I pulled into a rustic gas station that looked like it had been transplanted from the 1950s, complete with hand-painted signs and an old-fashioned pump. Bella climbed off the bike with a soft groan, stretching muscles that weren't used to hours of riding. "Sore?" I asked, though I could feel the slight ache in her lower back and thighs. "A little," she admitted. "But it's a good sore. Like I've actually done something today instead of just existing." I understood exactly what she meant. How long had she been sleepwalking through her own life, letting other people make decisions and plans while she just went along with them? "Go on," I said, nodding toward the small building. "I'll get us fueled up and meet you inside." Bella's point of view. The bathroom was tiny but clean, and I took a moment to study myself in the cracked mirror. My hair was a mess from the helmet, my cheeks were flushed from the wind and sun, and there was something different in my eyes. Something bright and alive that I hadn't seen in months. I looked like a woman on an adventure. I looked like someone who made her own choices. When I emerged, Jasper was inside paying for gas and examining a rack of postcards with apparent amusement. He'd removed his leather jacket, and I found myself staring at the way his black t-shirt stretched across his shoulders and chest. "See something you like?" he asked without turning around, and I realized he'd caught me staring. "Maybe," I said, surprising myself with my boldness. "The scenery on this trip has been impressive." He turned then, his golden eyes dancing with amusement and something hotter. "Has it now?" "Well, we're just getting to the good parts." The elderly clerk behind the counter chuckled. "You two picked a perfect day for the pass. Clear skies, no traffic. Should be a beautiful ride up to Leavenworth." Leavenworth. I looked at Jasper. "That's where we're staying tonight?" "If that's all right with you," he said, though his tone suggested it wasn't really a question. "It's a Bavarian village, lots of charm. I think you'll like it." The way he said it, with that quiet confidence, made my stomach flutter. He'd been planning this, thinking ahead to where we'd spend the night. Together. Jasper's point of view. I could feel her nervous excitement ratcheting up as we got back on the road, the reality of the evening ahead becoming more concrete. Stevens Pass unfolded before us in a series of sweeping curves through dense alpine forest, and I took my time with the ride, letting her settle back into the rhythm. "Tell me about Leavenworth," she said through the calm as we climbed toward the pass summit. "German-themed tourist town," I said. "Lots of restaurants, shops, live music. They keep the streets lit with fairy lights year-round. Very romantic." The word hung between us for a moment before she responded. "Romantic," she repeated, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "I see. Do you mind?" I asked, though I was fairly certain of her answer. "No," she said softly. "I don't mind at all." The pass summit offered spectacular views in all directions, snow-capped peaks and green valleys stretching to the horizon. But I didn't stop. We had a rhythm now, a momentum that I didn't want to break. The miles were passing like a meditation, each one bringing us closer to the evening I'd been planning since the moment she'd said yes to this ride. Bella's point of view. The descent from Stevens Pass was magical, the road winding down through forests that seemed to glow in the late afternoon light. I'd stopped thinking about anything beyond the present moment, the warmth of Jasper's back against my chest, the steady pulse of the engine, the hypnotic rhythm of curves and straightaways. My body had found its own rhythm too, moving with Jasper's instead of against him, anticipating his shifts and leans. We rode like we'd been doing this for years, not hours, perfectly synchronized. "You're a natural," he said, as if reading my thoughts. "Most people take days to get this comfortable on a bike." "Most people don't have such a good teacher," I replied, then felt bold enough to add, "or such good motivation to learn." "Motivation?" His voice carried amusement and something warmer. "What kind of motivation would that be?" I pressed my cheek against his back, breathing in the scent of leather and something uniquely him. "I like being close to you," I admitted quietly. "I like the way this feels." The bike's engine note didn't change, but I felt something shift in Jasper's posture, a subtle tightening that suggested my honesty had affected him. "Good," he said, his voice rougher than before. "Because we're just getting started, darlin'. Jasper's point of view. Her admission sent satisfaction rolling through me like whiskey. She was exactly where I wanted her, aware of the attraction, comfortable with the physical intimacy, and looking forward to the evening ahead instead of dreading it. Leavenworth appeared ahead of us as the sun began to slant toward evening, the Bavarian architecture looking like something from a fairy tale against the mountain backdrop. Fairy lights were already beginning to twinkle in the trees, and I could feel Bella's delight as we rolled down the main street. "It's beautiful," she breathed. "Like something from a movie." I pulled up in front of a small inn I'd researched carefully, intimate, well-reviewed, and most importantly, likely to be busy enough that they'd only have one room available. The Edelweiss Inn looked exactly as advertised, alpine charm with flower boxes and carved shutters. "Wait here," I said, cutting the engine. "I'll see what they have available." Inside, the desk clerk confirmed what I'd hoped. "We only have one room left," she said apologetically. King bed, mountain view. It's our honeymoon suite, actually. Perfect. We'll take it, I said without hesitation. When I returned to the bike, Bella was sitting sideways on the seat, stretching her legs and looking around at the fairy tale village with obvious pleasure. Good news and potentially awkward news, I said, pulling our bags from the saddlebags. The good news is they had a room. The potentially awkward news is there's only one bed. Her cheeks flushed pink, but she didn't look distressed. Instead, she looked anticipatory. Just one, she asked, her voice carefully neutral. Just one, I confirmed, watching her face carefully. I can sleep on the floor if you prefer, or we could try another place. She met my eyes directly, and I saw the moment she made her decision. No, she said quietly. One bed is fine. The promise in her words sent heat straight through me. She knew exactly what she was agreeing to, and she wanted it. Finally, Leavenworth Lights. Bella's point of view. The Edelweiss Inn was everything a fairy tale should be: carved wooden balconies, flower boxes overflowing with bright blooms, and warm light spilling from diamond-paned windows. As Jasper led me up the narrow stairs to our room, my heart hammered against my ribs with a mixture of anticipation and nerves. Our room. One bed. The reality of what I'd agreed to was hitting me in waves. The honeymoon suite was perfect: rustic wooden beams, a massive king bed covered in white linens, and French doors that opened onto a balcony overlooking the village. Fairy lights twinkled in the trees below, and the sound of distant music drifted up from the streets. It's beautiful, I said, setting my small bag down and trying not to stare at the bed that dominated the room. Jasper moved behind me, his presence warm and solid. Are you hungry? He asked, his voice carefully neutral. We could get dinner, walk around the village. No rush for anything. I turned to face him, struck by the consideration in his tone. Edward would have had the entire evening planned down to the minute. Jasper was giving me a choice, letting me set the pace. I'd like that, I said. Dinner, I mean. And seeing the village. His smile was warm and genuine. Then that's what we'll do. Jasper's point of view. I could feel her nervous energy mixing with anticipation, and I was careful to keep my own emotions steady and reassuring. She needed to know she was in control here, that nothing would happen she didn't want. The last thing I intended was to make her feel pressured or overwhelmed, though the scent of her arousal was already driving me to distraction. We walked through the village as evening settled over the mountains, the fairy lights creating pools of warm illumination along the cobblestone streets. Street musicians played on corners, the sound of accordion music mixing with laughter from outdoor cafes. Bella moved beside me with growing confidence, her earlier nervousness giving way to wonder. I can't believe places like this exist, she said, stopping to admire a shop window filled with hand-carved music boxes and cuckoo clocks. It's like stepping into another world. That's exactly what it is, I said, watching the lights reflect in her dark eyes. Sometimes we need to step out of our familiar world to see what else is possible. She looked up at me then, and I saw understanding in her expression. This wasn't just about tourism or scenic rides. This was about showing her that her life could be bigger, broader, filled with beauty, choice, and possibility. Jasper, she said quietly, what are we doing here? Really? The question I'd been waiting for. What do you want us to be doing here? She considered this, her teeth worrying her lower lip in a way that made me want to soothe the small hurt with my tongue. I don't know, she said finally. But I know I don't want it to end. Perfect. Bella's point of view. We found a small bistro with outdoor seating under strings of lights, and Jasper ordered for both of us again, bratwurst and pretzels, local beer that tasted like sunshine and wheat. The food was delicious, but I was more focused on the way Jasper watched me, the intensity of his attention making every bite feel significant. Try this, he said, tearing off a piece of pretzel and holding it out to me. I leaned forward to take it from his fingers, and the brief contact of his skin against my lips sent heat spiraling through my chest. His eyes darkened, and I realized he'd felt it too, that electric connection that seemed to spark every time we touched. Good, he asked, his voice slightly rougher than before. Very, I said, then surprised myself by reaching for his beer glass. Can I try yours? Instead of handing me the glass, he held it to my lips, his fingers brushing my chin as I sipped. The intimate gesture made my breath catch, and when I looked up at him, the hunger in his golden eyes was unmistakable. "Bella," he said quietly, "I need you to understand something." My pulse quickened. "What?" "This isn't a game for me. This isn't some casual thing to pass the time on a road trip." His voice was intense, serious. "If we do this, if we go back to that room together, I'm not walking away after. I'm not interested in one night with you." The honesty in his words took my breath away. "What are you interested in?" "Everything," he said simply. "I want to know what you look like first thing in the morning. I want to know what makes you laugh, what makes you angry, and what you dream about. I want to be the man you turn to when you need something, and the man you come home to at the end of the day." My heart was racing now. "Jasper." "I know it's fast," he continued, reaching across the table to cover my hand with his. "I know this probably sounds crazy, but I've waited a long time to feel this way about someone, and I'm not interested in pretending it's something casual." I stared at him, processing what he was saying. This wasn't just an attraction or a rebound from Edward. This was something deeper, more serious, more real. "What if I'm not ready for everything?" I asked quietly. "What if I don't know what I want yet?" His thumb brushed across my knuckles, sending warmth up my arm. "Then we figure it out together. But Bella, if you come back to that room with me tonight, you need to know that I'm going to do everything in my power to make you want to stay." Jasper's point of view. I could feel her emotions shifting as she processed my words: surprise, fear, excitement, and underneath it all, a growing certainty that matched my own. She was going to say yes. I could feel it building in her, the decision crystallizing. "I want to stay," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not just tonight. I want to see where this goes." Satisfaction rolled through me like thunder. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." She met my eyes directly, and I saw steel beneath the softness. "I'm tired of being careful, Jasper. I'm tired of letting other people decide what's best for me. This feels right." I signaled for the check, suddenly urgent to get her back to our room, to claim what was mine properly. "Then let's go home, darlin'." The walk back to the inn felt charged with electricity. Every brush of our hands as we walked, every glance that passed between us, built the tension higher. By the time we reached our door, I could feel her pulse racing, could sense her anticipation mixing with nervous excitement. Bella's point of view. Jasper unlocked the door with steady hands, while mine trembled slightly. The room looked even more romantic in the lamplight, with shadows dancing across the white linens and fairy lights twinkling beyond the open balcony doors. He turned to face me, and suddenly, the magnitude of what was about to happen hit me full force. I was about to sleep with Jasper Whitlock. I was about to give him something I'd never given anyone else. Having second thoughts, he asked gently, reading my expression. "No," I said quickly, then more honestly, maybe. "I don't know. I've never." "I know," he said, moving closer but not touching me yet. "We can go as slow as you need. We can stop anytime you want. This is your choice, Bella." The gentleness in his voice, combined with the barely leashed hunger in his eyes, made my decision for me. I stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. "I don't want to stop," I whispered. "I want you to show me." His control snapped so quickly I barely saw him move. One moment, he was standing carefully apart from me. The next, his hands were framing my face, and his mouth was on mine. The kiss was nothing like the careful, chaste kisses I'd shared with Edward. This was hunger, claim, and promise all rolled into one. Jasper kissed me like he was drowning and I was air, his tongue sliding against mine in a rhythm that made my knees weak. Jasper's point of view. She tasted like beer and sunshine and something uniquely her, and I had to fight every instinct I possessed not to devour her completely. Her inexperience showed in the way she kissed me back, tentative at first, then with growing confidence as I guided her. "Easy, darlin'," I murmured against her lips when she pulled back for air. "We have all night." My hands found the hem of her shirt, and I paused, waiting for permission. When she nodded, I lifted it slowly over her head, revealing pale skin and a simple white bra that made my mouth go dry. "Beautiful," I said, meaning it completely. "So damn beautiful." Her cheeks flushed pink, but she didn't try to cover herself. Instead, Her hands went to my shirt, fumbling slightly with the buttons. I stood perfectly still and let her undress me, let her explore at her own pace. When her palms flattened against my chest, her touch was electric. I caught her hands in mine, bringing them to my lips. "Tell me what you want," I said against her fingers. "Don't think about what you should want or what's expected. Tell me what feels right." She looked up at me with those dark eyes, and I saw the moment she stopped overthinking and started feeling. "I want you to touch me," she whispered. "I want to know what it feels like." Bella's POV. Jasper's hands were gentle but sure as he guided me toward the bed, his touch reverent as he explored newly revealed skin. Every brush of his fingers sent sparks racing through my nervous system, and I found myself arching into his touch, wanting more. "That's it," he murmured, his voice rough with approval. "Don't think, just feel." He laid me back against the soft white pillows, and for a moment just looked at me, his golden eyes dark with desire but still patient, still waiting for my lead. "You're in control here," he said quietly. "If you want me to stop, if you need me to slow down, you tell me." "Understand." I nodded, then found my voice. "I understand." "But Jasper." "Yes, I don't want you to stop." Something shifted in his expression then, the careful control giving way to something more primal. His hands skimmed over my skin with growing confidence, mapping every curve and hollow, learning what made me gasp and arch beneath him. When his mouth followed the path his hands had traced, I thought I might come apart completely. Every nerve ending felt alive, hypersensitive to his touch. The world narrowed down to this bed, this room, this man who was showing me what my body was capable of feeling. Jasper's POV. She was responsive beyond my wildest hopes, her body arching into every touch, soft gasps falling from her lips as I explored her. When I finally settled between her thighs, she was trembling with need, her hands fisted in the sheets. "Look at me," I said softly, waiting until her dark eyes met mine. "I'm going to take care of you, I promise. But if it hurts, if you need me to stop." "Please," she whispered, and the trust in her voice nearly undid me completely. I entered her slowly, carefully, giving her time to adjust. She was tight and warm and perfect, and when she wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling me deeper, I had to grit my teeth to maintain control. "Okay," I asked, holding perfectly still despite every instinct screaming at me to move. "More than okay," she breathed, her hips moving tentatively against mine. "Please, Jasper. Move." I set a slow, careful rhythm, watching her face for any sign of discomfort. But there was none, only wonder and growing pleasure as her body learned to match mine. When her breath began to hitch and her movements became more urgent, I knew she was close. "Let go," I murmured against her ear. "Let me give this to you." Bella's POV. The sensation building inside me was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Pressure and heat and something that felt like lightning in my veins. When it finally crested, I cried out, my body arching against Jasper's as waves of pleasure crashed over me. He followed me over, his own release shuddering through him as he buried his face in my neck. For a long moment, we lay tangled together, breathing hard, our hearts racing in sync. When he finally lifted his head to look at me, his expression was soft and wondering. "How do you feel?" he asked quietly, brushing damp hair away from my face. I took inventory, tender in places, thoroughly satisfied, and something else. Something that felt like completeness. "Perfect," I said honestly. "I feel perfect." He smiled, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. "Good. Because that was just the beginning." Jasper's POV. Later, much later, we lay curled together in the dark, Bella's head on my chest, her breathing deep and even. The fairy lights outside cast dancing patterns on the walls, and I felt something I hadn't experienced in decades. Peace. She stirred against me, pressing a sleepy kiss to my chest. "Jasper? Thank you. For tonight. For all of this." I tightened my arms around her, already planning tomorrow's ride, already thinking about the next week, the next month, the rest of our lives. "Thank you for trusting me," I said against her hair. "For choosing this." "Choosing you," she corrected softly. "I'm choosing you." And as she drifted back to sleep in my arms, I knew with absolute certainty that I would spend the rest of my existence making sure she never regretted that choice. Outside, the fairy lights continued to twinkle, and the road stretched ahead of us, full of infinite possibility. Chapter 2: Idaho Blues and River Gold. Morning roads and lake discovery. Bella's point of view. Waking up in Jasper's arms felt like discovering a new language my body had always known but never been taught to speak. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains of our Bavarian room, casting delicate patterns across the white sheets and his skin. I'd been watching him sleep for the better part of an hour, marveling at how different everything felt. "Good morning, beautiful," he murmured without opening his eyes, his voice rough with sleep and satisfaction. Heat bloomed in my cheeks. "How did you know I was awake?" "Your breathing changed." He opened those stunning golden eyes and smiled at me with such warmth that my heart skipped. "And you've been tracing patterns on my chest for the last 10 minutes. I looked down, embarrassed to realize my fingers had been unconsciously drawing circles on his skin. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "Don't apologize." His hand covered mine, pressing my palm flat against his heart. "I like your hands on me. I want your hands on me." The simple honesty in his words made something flutter low in my belly. This was still so new, this easy intimacy, this permission to touch and be touched without reservation. "We should probably get moving," I said, though I made no effort to leave the warm circle of his arms. "Probably," he agreed, then rolled us over until I was beneath him, his mouth finding that sensitive spot just below my ear. But not just yet. 20 minutes later, we were finally getting dressed, and I couldn't stop the smile that seemed permanently fixed on my face. Everything felt different now. The way Jasper handed me my clothes, the casual brush of his fingers as he helped me with my jacket, the satisfied way he watched me braid my hair, it all carried an undercurrent of possession and contentment that made my skin sing. "Ready for another day on the road, darlin'?" he asked, shouldering his bag. "More than ready," I said, and meant it completely. Jasper's point of view. The change in her was remarkable. Gone was the tense, uncertain girl who'd climbed onto my bike yesterday morning. In her place was a woman who moved with new confidence, who looked at me like I was something precious she'd discovered and claimed for herself. As we loaded our bags onto the Harley, I caught her stealing glances at me, her gaze lingering on my hands as I secured the straps, on the flex of my shoulders as I moved. When she thought I wasn't looking, her expression held a satisfied possessiveness that sent a rush of pure satisfaction through me. Mine. She was finally, completely mine. "Where to today?" she asked, settling onto the bike behind me with none of yesterday's hesitation. "Thought we'd head through Spokane, then detour through some lake country in Idaho," I said, starting the engine. "Unless you have other preferences." Her arms came around my waist, and this time her hands didn't simply rest against my stomach. She let them explore slightly, fingers tracing the edge of my belt, palms spreading across my ribs. "I trust your judgment," she said against my back. "Lead the way." The ride out of Leavenworth was spectacular, mountain peaks catching the morning light, but I was more focused on the woman behind me. Every few miles, her hands would shift, growing bolder in their exploration. Nothing overtly sexual, but intimate in a way that spoke of new rights and privileges between us. She was learning to be mine, and I was more than happy to teach her. Bella's point of view. By the time we reached Spokane, I felt like a completely different person than the one who'd left Forks yesterday. Riding through the city streets with my arms around Jasper, I caught our reflection in storefront windows and barely recognized myself. I looked confident, happy, like a woman on an adventure with her lover. "Coffee stop?" Jasper asked through the helmet comm as we approached a cluster of cafes near the university. "Please," I said, realizing I was starving. He pulled into a parking spot in front of a busy coffee shop, and as we dismounted, I found myself moving differently. Standing closer to him, letting my hand rest on his arm as we talked, not shying away when other people looked at us. When we walked into the cafe, I was acutely aware of the looks we drew. The leather-clad man with the golden eyes and the girl who obviously belonged to him. Instead of feeling self-conscious, I felt proud. "What would you like, sweetheart?" Jasper asked, his hand settling possessively on the small of my back. The endearment, used so casually in public, made warmth spread through my chest. "Whatever you're having," I said, then surprised myself by going up on my toes to press a quick kiss to his jaw. His eyes darkened with approval and something hotter. "I like this new confidence of yours." "I'm still learning," I admitted quietly as we waited for our order. "Take all the time you need," he said, his thumb stroking along my spine. "I'm not going anywhere." Jasper's point of view. Watching her bloom into her own skin was intoxicating. Every small gesture of possession or affection from her felt like a victory. When she leaned into my touch, when she called me baby in that soft, hesitant voice, when she let herself be seen as mine, it was better than any high I'd ever experienced. We got back on the road with coffee and pastries, heading east toward the Idaho border. The landscape was changing again, becoming more open, more varied. Bella was more talkative today, too, sharing observations through the helmet comms and asking questions about the route ahead. "I've never been to Idaho," she said as we passed a sign welcoming us to the Gem State. "I've never been anywhere, really. Forks might as well have been the whole world." "What does it feel like?" I asked, seeing how big the world actually is. She was quiet for several miles, her hands resting comfortably on my sides, her body moving in perfect sync with mine through the gentle curves. "Free," she said finally. "Like I've been living in a cage I didn't even know existed. And maybe a little scared, but the good kind of scared. Like standing on a cliff before you jump into deep water. And you're ready to jump?" Her arms tightened around me. "With you?" "Yes. Definitely yes." The honesty in her voice sent fierce satisfaction through me. She was choosing this, choosing me, choosing the unknown over the safe and predetermined. Everything I'd hoped for when I'd offered her that first ride. Bella's point of view. When Jasper suggested the detour to Lake Coeur d'Alene, I didn't hesitate for even a second. "Sounds perfect," I said, and realized I meant it. Yesterday, I would have worried about the time, about whether we were deviating too much from our planned route. Today, I trusted his judgment completely. More than that, I wanted the adventure, wanted to see whatever beautiful thing he wanted to show me. The road to the lake wound through pine forests and rolling hills, and with each mile, I felt myself relaxing deeper into the rhythm of the ride. My hands had found a comfortable resting place just above Jasper's belt, and every so often I let them wander, tracing the edge of his ribs, feeling the play of muscles beneath his shirt as he worked the bike through curves. "Getting bold back there," he said with amusement in his voice as my fingers explored the waistband of his jeans. "Is that okay?" I asked, suddenly uncertain. "More than okay, darling. Touch me anywhere you want." The permission in his words made the heat pool low in my belly. I was still learning the rules of this new dynamic between us, still figuring out what I was allowed to want, take, and explore. "Almost there," he said as we crested a hill, and I felt him slow the bike slightly. "You ready for this?" "Ready for what?" I started to ask, and then we came around a curve, and I saw it. Jasper's point of view. Lake Coeur d'Alene spread out below us like a mirror made of liquid diamonds, the morning sun turning the water into something that seemed almost too beautiful to be real. Pine-covered mountains rose on all sides, and the town of Coeur d'Alene nestled against the shoreline like something from a postcard. Bella's gasp was audible through the helmet comm, and I felt her grip tighten around my waist. "Oh my God," she breathed. "Jasper, it's gorgeous." I pulled into a scenic overlook, cutting the engine so we could appreciate the view properly. When she climbed off the bike and pulled off her helmet, her face was radiant with wonder. "I had no idea," she said, walking to the edge of the overlook. "I mean, I knew there were lakes in Idaho, but this..." She trailed off, just staring at the vast expanse of blue water stretching to the horizon. I moved to stand beside her, close enough that our shoulders touched, and watched her discover beauty she'd never imagined existed. "This is why we took the long way," I said quietly. "There's so much world out there, Bella. So many beautiful things you've never seen." She turned to look at me, and the trust and happiness in her dark eyes took my breath away. "Show me," she said simply. "Show me all of it." And looking at her standing there with the lake sparkling behind her, her hair tousled from the ride and her face glowing with excitement and possibility, I knew I would spend the rest of my existence doing exactly that. Showing her the world, showing her beauty, showing her everything she'd been missing while she was trapped in other people's plans for her life. She was mine now, and I was going to give her everything. Pie, teasing, and growing comfort. Bella's point of view. The Coeur d'Alene diner looked like it had been lifted straight from a 1950s movie set, red vinyl booths, black and white checkered floors, and a chrome-edged counter where locals perched on spinning stools, drinking coffee and arguing about baseball. Lake views sparkled through picture windows, and the whole place hummed with the comfortable energy of a community gathering spot. "This is perfect," I said as we slid into a corner booth, the vinyl squeaking slightly under our weight. "It's like we've stepped into some romantic road trip movie." Jasper's smile was warm as he settled across from me, his legs immediately finding mine under the table, an easy intimacy that sent pleasant shivers up my spine. "Is that what this is? A romantic road trip movie?" "Maybe," I said, feeling bold enough to run my foot along his calf. "What do you think happens in the third act?" His eyes darkened slightly, and his hand found mine across the table. "I think the girl gets everything she never knew she wanted." The intensity in his voice made my pulse quicken, but before I could respond, our waitress appeared, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a name tag reading Dolores. "Well, aren't you two just adorable?" she said, smiling. "First time in Coeur d'Alene?" "Yes," I said, glancing at Jasper. "We're on a road trip to Sturgis." "Sturgis. Now that's an adventure." Dolores pulled out her order pad. "You picked the right place to fuel up. We've got the best pie in 3 states, and that's not just local pride talking." Jasper's point of view. I could feel Bella's excitement radiating across the table, not nervous energy like yesterday, but genuine enthusiasm for the adventure we were sharing. The change in her was remarkable. She was engaging with strangers, making decisions, claiming her place in our story instead of just being carried along by it. "Tell you what," I said to Dolores, "bring us a selection. Whatever you think we should try." "The whole pie case?" Dolores laughed. "I like a man who knows what he wants. Give me 10 minutes. As she walked away, Bella raised an eyebrow at me. "The whole pie case? Are you trying to put me in a food coma?" "I'm trying to let you taste everything," I said, running my thumb across her knuckles. "Life's too short for just one slice of pie." She laughed, the sound bright and unguarded. "Is that your philosophy? Taste everything." "When it comes to good things, absolutely." I brought her hand to my lips, pressing a soft kiss to her palm. "Why limit yourself to one flavor when you can have them all?" The blush that spread across her cheeks was gorgeous, and I could see her mind working, applying my words to more than just dessert. She was learning to be bold, learning to want things, and I was more than happy to encourage every step of that journey. Bella's point of view. Dolores returned with what looked like half the diner's pie case: apple, cherry, chocolate cream, lemon meringue, and something that looked like peanut butter silk. The booth table disappeared under plates, forks, and napkins. "Good Lord," I breathed, staring at the spread. "This is enough to feed a small army." "Or 2 people who aren't afraid to indulge," Jasper said, picking up a fork and cutting into the apple pie. "Come here." I looked around the diner, suddenly self-conscious. "Here. Come sit next to me," he said, patting the vinyl seat beside him. "I want to feed you." My heart hammered against my ribs. Yesterday, the suggestion would have mortified me. Today, it sent heat spiraling through my belly. I slid around the booth until I was pressed against his side, acutely aware of every point where our bodies touched. "Open," he said softly, holding a forkful of apple pie to my lips. I obeyed, and the sweet tart filling exploded across my tongue. But I was more focused on the way Jasper watched my mouth, the way his free hand settled possessively on my thigh. "Good," he asked, his voice slightly rougher than usual. I managed, then reached for my own fork. "Your turn." I cut a piece of the cherry pie and held it out to him, fascinated by the way his lips closed around the fork, by the soft sound of appreciation he made. "Very good," he said, and something in his tone suggested he wasn't just talking about the pie. Jasper's point of view. Having her pressed against my side, feeding each other bites of pie like we'd been lovers for years instead of hours, was both domestically satisfying and quietly erotic. Every time she leaned forward to try a new flavor, I caught her scent, soap and sunshine, and something uniquely her that made my control slip slightly. "Try this one," she said, cutting into the chocolate cream. But when she held it out to me, a drop of chocolate fell onto her chin. "You missed some," I murmured, leaning in to slowly lick the chocolate from her skin. Her sharp intake of breath was audible, and I felt her hand fist in my shirt. "Jasper," she whispered, glancing around the diner. "What?" I asked innocently, though I was enjoying the way her pulse was racing where my lips had touched her throat. "I was just being helpful." She laughed, the sound slightly breathless. "You're terrible." "I'm efficient," I corrected, stealing another kiss just below her ear. "And you taste better than any pie they serve here." The compliment made her squirm against me in the most delightful way, and I had to remind myself we were in public. Bella's point of view. "Your turn to be terrible," I said, surprising myself with my boldness. I cut a piece of the lemon meringue and deliberately let a small amount fall onto my finger. "Oops." Jasper's eyes went molten gold as he understood what I was offering. Without breaking eye contact, he took my hand in his and slowly drew my finger into his mouth, his tongue swirling around the digit in a way that made me thankful I was sitting down. "Better?" I asked, my voice embarrassingly husky. "Much," he said, releasing my finger with obvious reluctance. "Though I think you might be getting the hang of this terrible thing." I was getting the hang of it, I realized. This playful sensuality, this confidence in my own appeal. With Edward, I'd always felt like I was pretending to be something I wasn't. With Jasper, I was discovering who I actually was underneath all the careful restraint. "I like being terrible with you," I admitted, then immediately felt heat flood my cheeks at my own boldness. His smile was proud and possessive. "Good, because I plan to teach you all kinds of terrible things." The promise in his words made my stomach flip pleasantly, and I had to take a steadying sip of coffee before I could speak again. "So," I said, trying to regain some composure, "where exactly are we going after this?" "You mentioned Montana, but I don't actually know our route." Jasper's point of view. I pulled out the folded map I'd been carrying, spreading it across the table beside our pie plates. Bella immediately leaned closer, her finger tracing the red line I'd marked showing our planned route. "We'll head north from here into Montana," I said, enjoying the way she studied the map with genuine interest. "First stop is Missoula, university town, good food, nice places to stay." "How far is that?" she asked. "About 3 hours of riding. We'll follow the Clark Fork River for most of it, beautiful country." I traced the route with my finger, noting how intently she followed the movement. "Then tomorrow we can decide, straight east toward Wyoming, or take some of the scenic routes through the mountains." "What would you prefer?" she asked, then immediately shook her head. "No, wait. What would I prefer? I keep forgetting I get to have opinions now." The comment was made lightly, but I caught the underlying truth. How long had she been trained to defer to other people's preferences, to treat her own wants as secondary? "What sounds good to you?" I asked seriously. "Fast and direct, or slow and scenic?" She considered this, her teeth worrying her lower lip in that way that made me want to soothe the small hurt with my tongue. "Slow and scenic," she said finally. "I want to see everything. I want to take our time." Bella's point of view. The satisfaction in Jasper's expression when I chose the scenic route made warmth bloom in my chest. He wasn't just humoring me, he actually wanted to know what I thought, what I preferred. "Slow and scenic it is," he said, folding the map and tucking it back into his jacket. "We've got all the time in the world, darlin'. Do we?" I asked, suddenly thinking about the real world waiting back in Forks. "I mean, eventually we have to." "Eventually is a long way off," he said firmly, his hand covering mine. "Right now, all we have to worry about is whether you want to try that peanut butter pie." I looked at the remaining slice, then at Jasper, then made a decision that felt both small and monumental. "Feed it to me," I said, meeting his eyes directly. "Please." His smile was brilliant. "My pleasure, sweetheart. My absolute pleasure." As he cut into the pie, I realized something had shifted again. Yesterday, I'd been fleeing from Edward's suffocating plans. This morning, I'd been discovering physical intimacy. But now, sitting in this diner with pie plates between us and a map of our future spread across the table, I was becoming a partner. Jasper wasn't just showing me the world, he was letting me help choose which parts of it we explored together. And for the first time in my life, that choice felt entirely, completely mine. "Ready for Montana?" he asked as Dolores approached with our check. I thought about it, really thought about it. Was I ready for whatever came next? Ready to keep choosing adventure over safety, partnership over protection, my own desires over other people's expectations? "I'm ready," I said, and meant it completely. Outside the diner windows, Lake Coeur d'Alene sparkled in the afternoon sun, and somewhere ahead of us, Montana waited with its big skies and endless possibilities. And beside me, Jasper waited too, patient and confident and entirely mine. Yes, I was ready for all of it. Lake curves and mountain approach. Bella's point of view. Leaving the diner felt like emerging from a sweet, domestic dream into the bright reality of adventure waiting ahead. My stomach was pleasantly full of pie, my heart was light with laughter, and when I climbed onto the Harley behind Jasper, I settled against him with none of yesterday's careful positioning. "Comfortable?" he asked, his voice warm through the helmet comm as I wrapped my arms around his waist. "Very," I said, letting my hands settle more boldly than they had this morning. One palm rested flat against his stomach, the other traced the edge of his ribs through his shirt. "I'm getting used to this." "Getting used to what?" he asked, though I could hear the smile in his voice. "Being close to you," I admitted, my confidence growing with each mile we'd shared. "Touching you whenever I want." The Harley rumbled to life beneath us, and I felt Jasper's sharp intake of breath at my words. "Touch me anywhere you want, darlin'." "I'm not going anywhere." As we pulled away from the diner and back onto the lakeside road, I found myself marveling at how natural this felt now. Yesterday, I'd been hyper-aware of every point of contact between us, nervous about where to put my hands, how to hold on without being too intimate. Today, touching him felt like the most natural thing in the world. Jasper's point of view. The change in her was intoxicating. Where yesterday she'd held me carefully, today her hands roamed with growing confidence. Nothing overtly sexual, but intimate in a way that spoke of new rights and familiarity. When her thumb traced along the waistband of my jeans, or her fingers explored the muscles of my abdomen through my shirt, it took considerable effort to keep my focus on the road. "The lake is incredible from here," she said as we rounded a curve that brought the water into full view. "It's like riding through a postcard." She was right. Lake Coeur d'Alene sparkled beside us like a mirror made of diamonds, the afternoon sun turning the water into something almost too bright to look at directly. Pine trees marched down to the water's edge, and in the distance, mountains rose like purple shadows against the sky. "Wait until you see Montana," I said, taking us through a gentle series of curves that followed the shoreline. "If you think this is beautiful, you're going to lose your mind over what's coming." Her laugh was pure delight. "I can't wait. I feel like I've been living in black and white my whole life, and suddenly everything is in color." The honesty in her voice sent fierce satisfaction through me. This was exactly what I'd hoped for, showing her a world beyond the narrow confines of Forks, helping her discover that life could be bigger, brighter, full of beauty and choice and possibility. Bella's point of view. The rhythm of the ride was hypnotic, the steady pulse of the engine, the gentle sway through curves, the warmth of Jasper's back against my chest. I'd stopped thinking consciously about how to move with the bike and started simply flowing with it, my body automatically leaning when Jasper leaned, shifting when he shifted. "You're getting really good at this," he said, as if reading my thoughts. "Most passengers take days to find this kind of rhythm." "Maybe I have a good teacher," I said, letting my hand drift lower to rest on his hip. "Or maybe I just like being connected to you." I felt his muscles tense slightly at my touch, and heat spiraled through me at the knowledge that I could affect him so easily. This newfound power I had over him was addictive, the way his breathing changed when I touched him, the way his voice got rougher when I said something bold. "Keep that up, and we're going to have to find somewhere private to pull over," he said, his voice carrying a warning that sounded more like a promise. "Would that be so terrible?" I asked, surprising myself with my boldness. His laugh was rich and warm. "Terrible? No, darlin'. But we've got a beautiful ride ahead of us, and I want you to see what's coming." Jasper's point of view. The landscape was beginning to change as we headed inland from the lake, rolling hills giving way to more dramatic terrain. The road climbed gradually, and through breaks in the forest, I could see the Montana mountains rising ahead of us like ancient guardians. "Tell me about Montana," Bella said, her arms tightening around me as we took a particularly scenic curve. "What's it like?" "Big," I said simply. "Sky so wide it makes you feel like you can see forever. Mountains that make these hills look like speed bumps. And space, Bella. Miles and miles of space where you can ride for hours without seeing another soul." "That sounds perfect," she said, and I could hear the longing in her voice. "All that room to breathe. Is that what you need?" Room to breathe. She was quiet for several miles, her hands moving restlessly against my sides as she thought. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer, more thoughtful. "I think I've been suffocating for a long time without realizing it," she said. "Living in this tiny town where everyone knows everything about everyone, dating someone who had my entire future planned out without asking what I wanted. I never realized how trapped I felt until we started riding yesterday." Her honesty cut straight through me. "And now? Now I feel like I can see the horizon for the first time in my life." Bella's point of view. As we followed I-90 toward the Montana border, the scenery remained spectacular even on the main highway. Mountains rose on both sides of us, and the Coeur d'Alene River sparkled alongside the road. I found myself studying the back of Jasper's neck, the way his hair curled slightly at his collar, the strong line of his shoulders beneath his leather jacket. "Can I ask you something?" I said after a while, letting my hand drift lower to rest just above his belt buckle. "Anything. Tell me about your life before Forks. I realize I don't know much about your history." He was quiet for a moment, and I could feel him considering how much to share. "I was born in Texas in 1844, he said finally. "Became a Confederate major during the Civil War when I was barely 17. "That young?" I asked, my hand unconsciously stroking along his ribs in comfort. "Different times," he said simply. "I was turned in 1863, during the war. Spent decades with my sire learning to control newborn vampire armies before I found my way to the Cullens." "That sounds like a hard life," I said softly. "All that violence and control." "It was. But it taught me to recognize strength and to value peace when I found it." His voice grew warmer. "Tell me about you. What was little Bella Swan like?" I laughed, my fingers tracing patterns on his stomach. "Awkward. Always reading, always daydreaming about being somewhere else. My mom used to say I was born wanting to fly away. And now you are flying away." "With you," I corrected, growing bolder as I felt his muscles react to my touch. "What about relationships?" "Before Alice, I mean. Jasper's point of view." "Not many that mattered," I said honestly. "Alice and I were together because we were told we were mates, but it never felt." I searched for the right words. "It never felt like this." Her hand stilled against my stomach. "Like what?" "Like coming home," I said simply. "Like everything I was searching for without knowing I was searching." The Montana welcome sign flashed past us, and I felt Bella's excitement spike through our connection. "We're really in Montana," she said, wonder in her voice. "Welcome to Big Sky Country," I said, taking us through a gentle curve that revealed the vast landscape ahead. "What do you think?" "I think it's enormous," she said, her voice filled with awe. "And beautiful. And—" her hand moved lower, fingers tracing the edge of my belt. "I think I'm getting excited about tonight." The boldness in her voice sent heat straight through me. "Are you now?" She hummed against my back, her touch growing more adventurous. "Last night was incredible, but I feel like I was still figuring things out. Tonight I want to be braver." Bella's point of view. I couldn't believe the words coming out of my mouth, but they felt right. True. As we rode closer to Missoula, I found myself growing bolder with each mile, my hands wandering more freely, my body pressing closer against Jasper's. "Tell me more about Texas," I said, my palm sliding down to rest low on his hip. "What was it like growing up there?" "Hot. Dusty. Full of men who thought they knew better than everyone else," he said with amusement. "My father owned a ranch, wanted me to take it over someday. I was more interested in reading and music than cattle." "Music?" I asked, intrigued. "Do you still play?" "Piano, some guitar. I'll play for you sometime if you'd like." The idea of Jasper playing music for me sent warmth spiraling through my chest. "I'd love that." As we descended into the Missoula Valley, the city lights beginning to twinkle in the gathering dusk. I felt my anticipation building. Not just for the evening ahead, but for learning more about this man who was quickly becoming everything to me. "Almost there," Jasper said, his voice slightly rougher than usual. "You ready for our first night in Montana?" "I'm ready for our first night as us," I said boldly, my hands settling possessively on his waist. "No more figuring things out. I know what I want now." "And what's that, darlin'?" "You," I said without hesitation. "All of you." Jasper's point of view. The sun was beginning to slant toward evening when the lights of Missoula appeared ahead of us, scattered across the valley floor like fallen stars. The Clark Fork River wound through the city, and the surrounding mountains caught the golden light, making the whole scene look like something from a travel magazine. "Oh," Bella breathed, her grip tightening around my waist. "It's beautiful." Missoula was beautiful, a perfect blend of college town energy and Mountain West charm. As we rode down the main street, I could see her taking it all in through the helmet visor, the historic buildings, the tree-lined streets, the general atmosphere of a place where interesting things happened. "Where are we staying?" she asked as I navigated through the downtown area. "I thought we'd find something with character," I said, pulling up in front of a restored historic hotel that looked exactly right, elegant but not pretentious, romantic but not overdone. "What do you think?" She climbed off the bike and pulled off her helmet, her hair tumbling around her shoulders in waves. The ride had left her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright, and she looked absolutely radiant. "I think it's perfect," she said, moving to stand beside me as we looked up at the hotel facade. "I think all of this is perfect." Standing there in the early evening light with the mountains rising around us and our first day in Montana stretching ahead, I felt something settle into place in my chest. Peace, maybe. Or certainty. Whatever this was between us, wherever it was leading, I knew with absolute conviction that we were exactly where we were supposed to be. River lights and deeper connection. Jasper's point of view. The historic Wilma Hotel had exactly the character I'd hoped for: restored 1920s elegance with modern comfort, located in the heart of downtown Missoula. As we approached the front desk, I noted with satisfaction how naturally Bella moved beside me, her hand finding mine without hesitation. "Good evening," the desk clerk said with a warm smile. "Checking in." "Whitlock," I said, squeezing Bella's fingers gently. "We have a reservation." The young man's fingers flew over his keyboard. "Here we are. King Suite, Mountain View. You're here for 3 nights. 2, I corrected, though I was already considering extending our stay if Bella wanted to explore more of Montana. "Just passing through on our way to Sturgis." "The motorcycle rally? Excellent. You picked a great route through Montana." He handed over the key cards. "Room 412. Elevators are just around the corner. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Restaurant recommendations, local attractions." "Actually, yes." Bella spoke up, her voice confident. "We'd love a good dinner recommendation. Somewhere local, not too fancy." "Mackenzie River Pizza," he said immediately. "Best pizza in town, great atmosphere. About 6 blocks down Higgins, you can't miss it." As we headed to the elevator with our bags, I felt a familiar surge of pride at how naturally she'd taken charge of the conversation. Every hour she spent away from Forks seemed to restore another piece of her confidence. Bella's point of view. Our room was perfect, spacious, and elegant, with windows overlooking the river and mountains beyond. But what struck me most was how natural it felt to be sharing this space with Jasper, to be planning our evening together as if we'd been doing this for years, rather than barely 2 days. "Mackenzie River Pizza?" Jasper asked, setting his bag down and moving to the window. "You hungry?" "Starving," I admitted, joining him at the window. The view was spectacular, the Clark Fork River winding through the city, the Bitterroot Mountains rising in the distance, everything bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. "And I want to walk by the river afterward. Is that okay?" "More than okay," he said, his arm coming around my waist. "That sounds perfect." An hour later, we were settled in a booth at Mackenzie River Pizza, sharing a beer and waiting for our order. The restaurant had a casual, comfortable vibe, exposed brick walls covered with local art, the sound of conversation and laughter filling the air. I felt completely at home here in a way I rarely had in Forks. This place feels real, I said, looking around at the mix of college students, locals, and tourists. Like actual people live actual lives here. Jasper smiled. As opposed to? As opposed to everyone knowing everything about everyone else before you even know it yourself, I said with a laugh. Here, we're just another couple having dinner. Nobody cares who we are or where we came from. Do you like that? The anonymity. I considered the question as our pizza arrived, a masterpiece loaded with pepperoni, sausage, and fresh vegetables. I love it, I said honestly. I love that we can be anyone we want to be. Jasper's point of view. After dinner, we walked hand in hand toward the Clark Fork River Trail as the sun began its descent toward the mountains. The timing was perfect, golden hour light turning everything warm and magical, the temperature just cool enough to make walking comfortable. Tell me what you're thinking, I said as we reached the river path. You've been quiet since we left the restaurant. She was quiet for several more steps, her fingers intertwined with mine, her expression thoughtful. I was thinking about how much has changed in 24 hours, she said finally. Yesterday afternoon, I discovered Edward had planned my entire future without asking me, and by evening, I was riding away with you. Tonight I'm in Montana, and that old life feels like it belonged to someone else entirely. We paused at a bench overlooking the river, the water reflecting the lights from downtown like scattered jewels. Do you regret it? I asked carefully. The speed of all this? No, she said immediately, turning to face me. That's what's so strange. I should regret it, shouldn't I? I should be terrified, guilty, or at least second-guessing myself. But all I feel is relief. Like I've finally stopped holding my breath. I pulled her closer, needing to feel her against me. What were you holding your breath for? Permission, I think, she said quietly. Permission to want things. Permission to make my own choices. Permission to be myself instead of what everyone else expected me to be. Bella's point of view. We walked slowly along the river trail, the path lit by elegant street lamps that cast dancing shadows through the trees. Other couples strolled past us, some jogging, others simply enjoying the evening. It felt wonderfully normal and completely magical at the same time. Can I ask you something? I said as we paused to watch the current flow over some rocks in the river. Always. What scares you? The question surprised me as much as it seemed to surprise him. I mean, you're so confident, so sure of yourself. Is there anything that actually frightens you? He was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing patterns on the back of my hand. Losing this, he said finally. Whatever this is between us. I've lived a long time, Bella, and I've never felt anything like what I feel with you. The thought of going back to existing without it. He shook his head. That terrifies me. His honesty took my breath away. Tell me about your past, I said softly. How did you end up with the Cullens? Alice found me in Philadelphia in 1948, he said, his voice taking on the cadence of someone sharing a story told many times before. I was in a dark place, living alone, barely controlling my bloodlust. She'd had a vision of me, of us together, and she sought me out. Said we were destined to find the Cullens and join their family. And you just went with her? Alice can be very persuasive, he said with a slight smile. And I was desperate for something better than what I was living. She offered hope, purpose, a chance to be something other than a monster. But you weren't mates, I said, remembering what he'd told me about Alice's announcement after Italy. No, we thought we were. For 60 years we believed we were, but... He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. Sometimes what we think we want and what we actually need are very different things. Jasper's point of view. We found a more secluded section of the trail where the path curved away from the main downtown lights, giving us privacy for deeper conversation. Bella seemed to need the quiet to process what I'd shared, and I was content to let her think. I think I've been afraid of wanting things, she said suddenly. Really wanting them, not just accepting what other people thought I should want. What do you mean? She stopped walking and turned to face me, her expression serious in the lamplight. I think I was so used to other people making decisions for me that I stopped even knowing what my own desires were. My mom decided I should live with Charlie. Charlie decided I should go to college. Edward decided what college and where and when. She trailed off, shaking her head. I became this passive person just letting life happen to me. And now? Now I want things, she said, her voice growing stronger. I want to see more of the world. I want to make my own choices about my future. I want to be with someone who asks what I think instead of telling me what I should think. She paused, then stepped closer to me, her hands coming up to rest on my chest. And I want you, Jasper. Not because someone told me I should, not because it's safe or expected, but because being with you makes me feel like myself for the first time in my life. The honesty in her words, the certainty, sent fierce satisfaction through me. This wasn't the uncertain girl who'd climbed onto my bike yesterday morning. This was a woman who knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to claim it. Bella, I started, but she rose up on her toes and kissed me, cutting off whatever I'd been about to say. Chapter 3: Big Sky Conversations. Wide open spaces. Bella's point of view. I woke to the sensation of Jasper's fingers tracing lazy patterns along my spine, his touch gentle but possessive in the early morning light filtering through our hotel room windows. My body was deliciously sore from our night together, and I found myself stretching against him like a cat, enjoying the solid warmth of his chest beneath my cheek. "Good morning, beautiful," he murmured, his voice rough with sleep and satisfaction. I hummed, pressing a kiss to his collarbone. "Good morning yourself. How long have you been awake?" "About an hour," he said, his hand sliding down to rest on the curve of my hip. "I like watching you sleep. You look peaceful." "I feel peaceful," I admitted, lifting my head to meet his golden eyes. "More peaceful than I have in, maybe ever." His smile was soft and pleased. "Good. That's how you should feel." I traced patterns on his chest, enjoying the lazy intimacy of the morning. "Jasper? I was thinking, we booked this room for 2 nights, but do you want to stay another day or keep moving?" "What do you want to do?" he asked, his hand stroking through my hair. "Keep going," I said without hesitation. "I love Missoula, but I want to see what's next. I want to keep discovering new places with you." "Then that's what we'll do," he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. "We can check out when we're ready and hit the road. No schedule, no predetermined stops. Just see where the day takes us." The idea sent excitement shooting through me. "Really? Just wing it. Why not? Best adventures happen when you're not following a script." We took our time getting ready, moving around each other in the hotel room with an ease that should have felt strange after only 3 days together, but somehow felt perfectly natural. Jasper made coffee while I showered, and when I emerged, wrapped in a towel, he was already dressed, packing our bags with efficient movements. "Where to today?" I asked, dropping my towel without the self-consciousness that would have paralyzed me just days ago. The way his eyes darkened as they traveled over my body sent pleasant heat spiraling through me. "Livingston," he said, his voice slightly rougher as he watched me dress. "It's about 4 hours if we take the direct route, but I thought we might make a detour if you're interested." "What kind of detour?" I asked, pulling on my jeans and noting how his gaze lingered on the movement. "Ghost town called Garnet. It's up in the mountains, completely abandoned since the 1940s. Thought you might like to explore it." The idea sent excitement shooting through me. "A real ghost town?" "Yes, absolutely." "That sounds incredible." Jasper's point of view. Her enthusiasm for every new experience we encountered never failed to delight me. Watching her discover the world beyond Forks, seeing her excitement at possibilities she'd never imagined, was better than any high I'd ever experienced. As we loaded our bags onto the Harley and prepared to leave Missoula behind, I noticed subtle changes in how she moved and how she touched me. She was more confident now, more comfortable with our physical connection. When she climbed onto the bike behind me, her hands settled immediately on my waist with none of the careful hesitation of our first day. "Ready for another adventure, darlin'?" I asked, starting the engine. "With you?" "Always," she said, her arms tightening around me in a way that sent satisfaction rolling through my chest. We rode out of Missoula as the morning sun climbed higher, following I-90 east toward Butte. The landscape was already beginning to change, the dense forests giving way to more open country, but nothing had prepared either of us for what we'd encounter once we turned onto the smaller roads leading toward Garnet. "Oh my God," Bella breathed through the helmet comm as we crested a hill and the full scope of Montana opened before us. "Jasper, look at that sky." I slowed the bike, then pulled over at a scenic overlook so she could take it in properly. The sky stretched above us like a blue dome, so vast and endless it seemed to go on forever. No trees, no buildings, no mountains blocked the view, just infinite sky arching over rolling hills that extended to the horizon in every direction. I had no idea, she said, climbing off the bike and pulling off her helmet. I mean, I knew Montana was called Big Sky Country, but I thought that was just tourism marketing. Bella's point of view. Standing there on that overlook, I felt something shift fundamentally in my understanding of the world. I'd lived my entire life surrounded by the green walls of Forks forests, where the sky was just a narrow strip visible between the trees. This was the first time I'd ever seen sky that went on forever, which made me feel both incredibly small and infinitely free at the same time. It's overwhelming, I said, turning in a slow circle to take in the 360-degree view. But in the best possible way. I feel like I could breathe for the first time in my life. Jasper moved to stand behind me, his arms coming around my waist as we both stared out at the endless expanse. This is what freedom looks like, he said quietly. All that space, all those possibilities. Is that why you wanted to take this trip? I asked, leaning back against his chest. To show me what freedom looks like? I felt him hesitate, and when he spoke, his voice was careful. Partly. I thought you needed to see how big the world actually is. Something in his tone made me curious, but before I could ask more questions, he was guiding me back toward the bike. Come on, let's get to Garnet before it gets too hot. Ghost towns are best explored in the morning. The ride to Garnet took us up a winding mountain road that climbed steadily through pine forests. As we gained elevation, I found myself growing bolder with my hands, letting them wander more freely across Jasper's back and sides. The confidence I discovered in our hotel room was carrying over into other aspects of our relationship. Tell me about your favorite place you've ever lived, I said through the helmet comm as we navigated a particularly scenic stretch of road. He considered this. Probably the Cullen's place in Alaska, back in the 50s. We had a cabin right on the edge of Denali National Park. Miles of wilderness in every direction, northern lights in the winter, endless daylight in the summer. That sounds amazing, I said, my hands settling on his ribs. Why did you leave? Carlisle got offered a position at a hospital in Chicago. We moved as a family. His voice grew thoughtful. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed. If I'd spent more time in wild places instead of trying to fit into human society. Jasper's point of view. Her questions were getting more personal, more probing, and I found myself sharing things I rarely talked about. There was something about the rhythm of the road, the intimacy of her arms around me, that made conversation flow more easily than it ever had with anyone else. What about you? I asked as we approached the turnoff for Garnet. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be? She was quiet for so long, I thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was thoughtful. I don't know, she admitted. That's the problem. I've spent so long not even considering what I might want that I don't have an answer to questions like that. But being out here, seeing all this space and beauty, I think I'd want to live somewhere I could see the sky. Somewhere with room to breathe. We'll find you that place, I said, meaning it completely. Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to see, we'll figure it out together. The ghost town of Garnet appeared ahead of us like something from a Western movie, weathered wooden buildings scattered across a mountainside, some still standing, others reduced to foundations and scattered boards. I parked the bike near what had once been the main street, and we both climbed off to explore. Bella's point of view. Walking through Garnet was like stepping back in time. The buildings that remained were perfectly preserved by the dry mountain air, a saloon with its bar still intact, cabins with furniture still inside, even an old schoolhouse with desks lined up in neat rows. This is incredible, I said, peering through the window of what had been a general store. It's like everyone just walked away one day and never came back. In a way, they did, Jasper said, reading from a historical marker. The gold ran out, the jobs disappeared, and people moved on to other boom towns. By 1950, it was completely abandoned. I found myself drawn to a small cabin at the edge of town, its front porch still sturdy enough to sit on. Jasper joined me there, and we sat in comfortable silence, looking out over the valley below where the morning sun was turning everything golden. "Can I ask you something?" I said, my hand finding his on the weathered wooden boards. "Always. This trip, did you plan it just for yourself originally? Am I an addition to your solo adventure?" The question had been nagging at me since we'd left Forks. Jasper always seemed to know exactly where we were going, always had suggestions for routes and stops. It felt like he'd planned this journey long before he'd invited me along. He was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing patterns on the back of my hand. "Does it matter?" he asked finally. "I guess I just want to know if I'm intruding on something you wanted to do alone." His laugh was soft and warm. "Darlin', there is nothing about this trip that would be better without you. Nothing in my life would be better without you." Jasper's point of view. Her question hit closer to the truth than she realized, but I wasn't ready to tell her that I'd been planning this exact route for months, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get her away from Forks and Edward's suffocating influence. She wasn't ready to hear that every stop, every detour, every romantic moment had been carefully calculated to show her what life with me could be like. "What made you say yes?" I asked instead, deflecting her question with one of my own. "When I asked if you wanted to come along, you didn't hesitate." "Why?" She leaned back against the cabin wall, her expression thoughtful as she considered the question. "I think the first part of my freedom was saying yes to you," she said finally. "For the first time in my life, someone asked me what I wanted to do, and I knew the answer immediately. I wanted to go. I wanted to see what was out there. I wanted to be with you." Her honesty sent fierce satisfaction through me. Even if she'd stumbled into this decision, even if she didn't understand how carefully I'd orchestrated the opportunity, she'd chosen it. She'd chosen me. "And now?" I asked. "Any regrets?" She turned to look at me directly, her dark eyes serious. "The only thing I regret is that it took me so long to say yes to something I actually wanted." Standing up from the porch, she held out her hand to me. "Come on, let's explore the rest of this place. I want to see everything." As we walked hand in hand through the abandoned streets of Garnet, I felt something settle into place in my chest. She was discovering her own desires, her own capacity for choice and adventure, and doing so with me. Every mile we rode together, every experience we shared, was binding her to me more completely. By the time we climbed back onto the Harley to continue toward Livingston, she was humming with excitement and contentment, her arms around my waist, feeling more like home than anywhere I'd ever lived. The road stretched ahead of us, leading toward Paradise Valley and all the conversations I was planning to guide her through. But for now, it was enough to ride through the endless Montana sky with the woman I loved, discovering that the world was so much bigger and more beautiful than she'd ever imagined. Paradise Valley and Past Shadows. Bella's point of view. The entrance to Paradise Valley took my breath away completely. One moment, we were riding through typical Montana rangeland, and the next, we were in what could only be described as heaven on earth. Towering mountains rose on both sides of us like cathedral walls, their peaks still capped with snow despite the summer heat. The Yellowstone River wound alongside the highway, its water so clear I could see the rocks on the bottom even from the road. "This is incredible," I said through the helmet comm, my arms tightening around Jasper's waist as I tried to take in the scope of the landscape around us. "It's like riding through a postcard." "Wait until you see Yellowstone itself," Jasper replied, his voice warm with pleasure at my reaction. "This is just the appetizer." The valley stretched ahead of us for what looked like forever, the river meandering through meadows dotted with cattle and horses. Mountains flanked us on both sides, their faces painted in shades of gray and purple and gold. I felt small and insignificant in the best possible way, like I was part of something vast, ancient, and wonderful. "Jasper," I said after we'd ridden in comfortable silence for several miles. "Yeah, darlin'. I need to tell you something. About Edward. About why I was so ready to leave with you that day." I felt his posture shift slightly, becoming more attentive. "I'm listening." Jasper's point of view. I'd been waiting for this conversation, knowing she needed to process what had happened with Edward before she could fully move forward with me. I could feel her gathering her courage, and I kept my emotions steady and supportive, wanting her to feel safe enough to share whatever she needed to say. Take your time, I said gently. We've got all day. The road curved alongside the river, giving us glimpses of fly fishermen standing in the current, their lines cutting graceful arcs through the air. I took my time with the curves, letting the rhythm of the ride soothe both of us as she found her words. I don't think Edward would have ever accepted that I wanted to end things, she said finally, her voice quiet but clear through the calm I told him after we came back from Italy that we were over, but he acted as if I'd never said it. What do you mean? I mean, he completely ignored it, she said, and I could hear the frustration that had been building for months finally finding its voice. He went right back to making plans for us like nothing had changed. The house, the college applications, talking to Alice about wedding plans, all of it happening after I'd explicitly told him I didn't want to marry him. Her grip tightened around my waist, and I could feel the old anger and suffocation rising in her before she consciously pushed it away. He'd give me that patient smile whenever I brought it up again, like I was just being emotional or confused. Like my decision to end our relationship was just a phase I'd get over if he ignored it long enough. I felt like I was disappearing, she continued. Like every day I became a little less myself and a little more the person he thought I should be. Bella's point of view. Saying it out loud, putting words to the feeling I'd been carrying for so long, was both painful and liberating. The worst part was that I started to believe him. Started to think that maybe I didn't know what I wanted, maybe I wasn't capable of making good decisions for myself. And now? Jasper asked, his voice carefully neutral. Now I know better, I said, growing in confidence. Being with you, making choices about where we go and what we do, feeling like my opinions actually matter, it's shown me how wrong he was. How wrong I was to let him convince me I didn't know my own mind. We rode through a particularly stunning section where the road curved close to the river, and I could see the water rushing over smooth stones, creating little rapids and pools. Could we stop for a minute? I asked impulsively. I'd love to actually touch that water. Of course, Jasper said immediately, slowing the bike and pulling off at a small picnic area beside the river. The water was shockingly cold when I dipped my fingers in, fed by mountain snowmelt even in July. But it was crystal clear and moving fast, and the sound it made as it rushed over the rocks was like music. Want to skip some stones? Jasper asked, selecting a few flat rocks from the shore. I laughed. I haven't done that since I was a kid with Charlie. I'm probably terrible at it now. Let me see, he said, handing me a smooth, flat stone. It's all in the wrist. Jasper's point of view. Watching her try to skip stones was charming in a way that made my chest ache. Her first few attempts plopped immediately into the water, but she laughed at each failure and tried again with determination that was entirely Bella. Here, I said, moving behind her and covering her hand with mine. Feel the angle, and release just as your wrist snaps forward. This time the stone skipped 3 times before sinking, and her whoop of triumph was so joyful that I couldn't help but laugh. I did it. Did you see that? I saw, I said, spinning her around and lifting her off her feet. You're a natural. As I set her down, something caught my eye in the gravel at our feet, several pieces of moss agate, their translucent surfaces showing the intricate patterns that made them so prized. I picked up the 2 most beautiful specimens, each about the size of a $50, with delicate green and white inclusions that looked like tiny landscapes trapped in stone. What did you find? Bella asked, moving closer to get a better look. Moss agate, I said, holding them up to the light so she could see the patterns inside. Montana is famous for them. These would make beautiful cabochons. Cabochons? Polished stones for jewelry, I explained, tucking them carefully into my saddlebag. I know someone who does excellent work. These would make stunning earrings or maybe a pendant. I caught her watching me put them away, her expression soft and wondering. You're going to have jewelry made? For me. If you'd like, I said, though we both knew it wasn't really a question. I want you to have something beautiful to remember this place. Bella's point of view. The casual way he planned for our future, the assumption that we'd still be together long enough for him to have jewelry made from stones we found today, sent warmth flooding through my chest. Edward had planned my future without asking, but Jasper was planning to include me in his. You're wonderful, I said suddenly, the words spilling out before I could stop them. The way you treat me, the way you listen to me, The way you make me feel like my thoughts and feelings actually matter, it's wonderful. You're wonderful." His smile was soft and pleased. "You deserve to be treated well, Bella. You deserve to have your voice heard." As we walked back toward the bike, I found myself studying his profile, the confident way he moved, the easy affection in his touch when he helped me with my helmet. A question had been building in my mind all morning, and before I could lose my nerve, it tumbled out. "Where did you learn to be so romantic?" I asked impulsively. "I mean, the way you know exactly what to say, where to take me, how to make everything feel special. Did you have a lot of practice with other women?" The moment the words left my mouth, I felt heat flood my cheeks. "I'm sorry," I said quickly. "I shouldn't have asked that. It's none of my business." Jasper's point of view. Her embarrassment was endearing, but I could sense the real vulnerability beneath the question. She was wondering if this was genuine or just a well-practiced routine, whether she was special or just the latest in a long line of women I'd charmed. "Don't apologize," I said, starting the bike but not pulling back onto the road yet. "It's a fair question." I considered how much to tell her, how honest I could be without overwhelming her. "The truth is, I haven't had a lot of meaningful relationships," I said finally. "Alice and I were together for 60 years, but it was comfortable more than passionate. Based on what we thought we should want rather than what we actually felt." I pulled back onto the highway, giving myself time to find the right words as we rode deeper into Paradise Valley. Before Alice, there were a few women over the decades, but nothing that lasted, nothing that mattered. I continued through the helmet calm. I started to think maybe I wasn't capable of feeling that kind of deep connection with anyone. "And now?" she asked softly. "Now I know I was just waiting for the right person," I said, meaning it more than she could possibly understand. "Everything I'm doing with you, everything I'm feeling, it's not practiced, Bella. It's not something I've done before. It's just what feels right with you." Bella's point of view. His honesty sent something warm and profound settling in my chest. "So you're saying I'm your first real relationship?" "I'm saying you're my first everything that matters," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "The first woman I've ever wanted to plan a future with, the first one I've ever looked at and thought, this is it, this is what I've been searching for." The intensity in his voice made my heart race. "Jasper." "I know it's fast," he said quickly. "I know we've only known each other for a few days. But sometimes you just know you know? Sometimes everything clicks into place and you realize this is what you've been waiting for your whole life." I pressed my cheek against his back, overwhelmed by the rightness of his words. "I know exactly what you mean." The valley continued to unfold around us in all its spectacular beauty, but I was focused on the man holding me, on the way his words made me feel like the most important person in his world. We were sharing something deeper than physical attraction now, something that felt like recognition. Like coming home. Jasper's point of view. I could feel her emotions shifting, settling into something deeper and more certain. The conversation about Edward had cleared the air between us, and my honesty about my past had reassured her that this wasn't just a casual fling for me. "Thank you," she said quietly as we approached the end of Paradise Valley. "For listening about Edward without getting angry or defensive. For making me feel heard." "Thank you for trusting me enough to share it," I replied. "And Bella? You never have to worry about not being heard with me. Your voice, your choices, your desires, they matter to me more than anything." As we rode toward Red Lodge, the afternoon sun warming our backs and the promise of another evening together ahead, I felt the bond between us growing stronger with each mile. She was becoming mine not through manipulation or control, but through choice and mutual recognition of what we could be together. And the moss agate stones in my saddlebag would become the first of many symbols of our journey together, tangible reminders of the moment when she truly began to trust that this was real, that I was planning a future that included her. Not because I had decided what was best for her, but because I couldn't imagine any future that didn't. Red Lodge welcome. Bella's point of view. Red Lodge appeared ahead of us like something from a Western movie, nestled in the foothills of the Beartooth Mountains with historic brick buildings lining a main street that looked virtually unchanged from a century ago. The afternoon sun cast everything in warm golden light, and I could hear music drifting on the breeze even from several blocks away. "Oh, this is perfect," I said through the helmet comm as we rode down Broadway, the main street lined with original Frontier-era buildings. It's like stepping back in time. Wait until tonight, Jasper replied, slowing the bike as we approached the historic district. Red Lodge knows how to party. They have street dances that go until the early morning hours. We pulled up in front of Gallagher's Irish Rose, a charming bed and breakfast that looked like it had been lifted straight from Ireland and dropped into the American West. Flower boxes overflowed with bright blooms, and the sign promised authentic Irish hospitality in the heart of Montana. One night, the friendly desk clerk asked as we approached the registration desk, and I felt a little thrill at how naturally Jasper nodded. One night, he confirmed. We're heading toward Wyoming tomorrow, taking our time. Excellent choice, she said, handing over the key. You picked a great night to be in town. We've got live music starting at 6, street dancing until 1 a.m. The whole town turns out for it. Jasper's point of view. Our room was perfect, rustic wooden beams, antique furniture, and windows overlooking the main street, where I could already see people setting up chairs and blankets for the evening's festivities. Bella moved around the space with easy confidence, hanging up clothes and settling in as if we'd been traveling together for years, not days. I love this place already, she said, peering out the window at the activity below. It feels real, you know? Not put on for tourists, just genuine small-town life. Want to explore before the music starts? I suggested, enjoying the way her face lit up at the prospect. Absolutely. I saw some interesting shops on the way in. We walked hand in hand down Broadway, taking in the mix of historic architecture and local businesses. Bella was more confident now, commenting on things that caught her eye, pointing out details she found charming, expressing opinions without the hesitation I'd noticed in Forks. Market in the Mountains, she read from a colorful sign ahead of us. That looks promising. The shop was exactly what its name suggested, a treasure trove of Montana-made goods, local crafts, and regional specialties. Bella immediately gravitated toward a display of books about local history and folklore, while I found myself drawn to a rack of high-quality sweatshirts and hoodies. Find something good? I asked, moving to stand behind her as she flipped through a book about haunted places in Montana. This is fascinating, she said, showing me a page about the Dumas brothel in Butte. I had no idea Montana had so many ghost stories. Listen to this. The entire red light district in Butte is supposedly haunted by former working girls who died under mysterious circumstances. Bella's point of view. You want to buy it? Jasper asked, his hand settling warmly on the small of my back. I think I do, I said, surprising myself with the quick decision. It would be fun to read about haunted places as we travel through the state. Then you should get it, he said simply, then held up 2 matching hoodies in deep forest green with Montana embroidered across the front. What do you think about these? Evenings are getting cooler, and I thought we could use matching gear. The idea of wearing matching clothes with Jasper sent a little thrill through me. I love them, I said honestly. Very couple-y of us. Is that okay? He asked, though his smile suggested he already knew the answer. More than okay, I said, standing on my toes to kiss his cheek. I like being couple-y with you. As we moved through the shop, I found myself making choices easily and confidently. A small journal caught my eye, perfect for recording memories of our trip. Some local honey looked delicious. A pair of simple silver earrings shaped like tiny mountains made me smile. You're getting good at this, Jasper observed as I added the earrings to our growing pile of purchases. At what? Knowing what you want. Choosing things because they appeal to you, not because someone else thinks you should want them. His observation made me pause and consider. He was right. I was choosing based on my own preferences, my own impulses, without the constant second-guessing that had become my default mode with Edward. It feels good, I admit it. Like I'm remembering who I used to be. Or maybe discovering who I actually am. Jasper's point of view. At the counter, I added a delicate silver bracelet to our purchases, one with small charms that represented different Montana landmarks. When Bella started to protest, I cut her off gently. It's not because I think you can't buy your own things, I said, reading her expression correctly. It's because I want to give you something beautiful. Because seeing you happy makes me happy. Her smile was radiant. In that case, thank you. I love it. Walking back to the hotel with our packages, I noticed how she moved differently now, more confident, more relaxed, like she belonged exactly where she was. The late afternoon sun was slanting toward evening, and the street was filling with locals setting up for the night's festivities. "This is going to be fun," she said, watching a small stage being assembled in the middle of Broadway. "I've never been to a street dance." "Never." "Forks isn't exactly known for its nightlife," she said with a laugh. "The most exciting thing that happens on a Saturday night is overtime at the police station when someone gets too drunk at the Thunderbird." Back in our room, we unpacked our purchases and got ready for the evening ahead. Bella tried on her new hoodie, modeling it for me with exaggerated poses that made me laugh. "Very Montana chic," I said approvingly. "You look like a local." "Do I?" she asked, checking herself in the mirror. "I feel like one." "Is that weird?" "We've been here less than 2 hours, and I already feel more at home than I did after 18 years in Forks." Bella's point of view. Getting ready for our evening out felt both domestic and exciting. Jasper sat on the bed reading my Haunted Montana book while I fixed my hair, occasionally sharing particularly interesting ghost stories. "It says here that the Grand Union Hotel in Fort Benton has a ghost cat that guests report seeing in the hallways," he said with amusement. "Apparently, it's friendly but very insistent about being petted." "A ghost cat?" I laughed as I applied lip gloss in the mirror. "That's simultaneously adorable and terrifying. Would you want to stay there sometime? See if we encounter the ghost cat." The casual way he planned for our future continued to warm my chest. "Absolutely. I'm developing a taste for adventure." "Good," he said, setting the book aside and coming to stand behind me. "Because I have a lot more adventures planned for us." His hands settled on my shoulders, and I met his eyes in the mirror. We looked good together, I realized. Natural. Like we belonged. "What kind of adventures?" I asked, leaning back against his chest. "The kind where we see how much trouble we can get into on a dance floor," he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. "Think you can handle a little public dancing with your cowboy?" "My cowboy?" I teased, turning in his arms. "When did you become a cowboy?" "The day I was born in Texas," he said with a grin. "Plus, I look fantastic in chaps." Jasper's point of view. Her laughter filled the room, bright and unguarded, and I realized this was what happiness looked like on Bella Swan. Not the careful, restrained smile she'd worn in Forks, but this open, joyful expression that transformed her entire face. "I'd like to see that," she said boldly, then blushed at her own words. "The chaps, I mean." "For purely artistic reasons." "Purely artistic," I agreed seriously. "I'll keep that in mind for future wardrobe planning." The music from outside grew louder and more festive, and I could see people gathering in the street below our window. Families with children, couples of all ages, groups of friends, the entire community coming together for an evening of music and dancing under the Montana sky. "Ready to make some memories?" I asked, offering her my arm. "With you?" "Always," she said, the same words she'd used this morning, but with even more certainty now. As we headed downstairs to join the festivities, I felt that familiar sense of rightness settling in my chest. She was blooming more with each passing hour, becoming more herself, and she was choosing to do it with me. The street dance was just beginning, but already I could see this would be another perfect evening in what was shaping up to be the most perfect journey of my very long life. And tomorrow, we'd wake up and choose our next adventure together, one spontaneous decision at a time. For now, though, there was music and dancing, and the woman I loved growing more confident and joyful with each passing moment. It was enough. It was everything. Saloon stories and deeper claiming. Bella's point of view. The street dance was in full swing by the time we made it downstairs. Broadway transformed into an open-air festival that stretched for several blocks. Food booths lined both sides of the street, their colorful banners announcing everything from authentic Cornish pasties to huckleberry funnel cakes. The scent of grilled bratwurst and wood-fired pizza filled the air, mingling with the sound of laughter and music from the stage, where a cover band was setting up its equipment. "This is incredible," I said, taking in the scene. Families had spread blankets on the grass areas between booths, couples were already swaying to the warm-up music, and children ran between the food vendors with sticky fingers and huge smiles. "Hungry?" Jasper asked, his hand finding the small of my back as we moved into the crowd. Starving, I admitted. What's good at these things? Everything, he said with a grin. But the bratwurst is usually a safe bet. And I heard someone mention pork chop sandwiches. Apparently they're a Montana specialty. We wandered through the food booths, sampling and sharing like tourists who'd discovered paradise. The pork chop sandwich was a revelation, a tender slice of pork loin, breaded and fried to golden perfection, served on a soft roll with lettuce, tomato, onions, and a dab of yellow mustard. This is incredible, I said, taking another bite. Told you, Jasper said, working on his own sandwich. Montana knows how to do comfort food. How did I live my whole life without knowing about these? I asked, already eyeing the booth to see if I wanted another one. That's what happens when you never leave Forks, he said with a grin. The world is full of amazing food you've never tried. Good, he asked, wiping a drop of sauce from my chin with his thumb. So good I might need another one later, I said, then blushed at the way his eyes darkened at my words. Jasper's point of view. The band launched into their first set just as we finished eating, and I recognized the opening chords of Sweet Child, Oh Mine with satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of music that would get the crowd moving, and I wanted Bella loose and happy, completely mine, on that dance floor. Come on, I said, taking her hand and leading her toward the area in front of the stage where couples were already starting to dance. I should warn you, she said, hanging back slightly, I'm not much of a dancer. Charlie and I used to step on each other's feet when he tried to teach me. Trust me, I said, pulling her into my arms as the song shifted into something slower. I've got you. Dancing with Bella was like everything else between us, natural despite her inexperience, right in a way that made my chest tight with satisfaction. She let me lead without resistance, her body relaxing into mine as we moved together. See, I murmured against her ear as we swayed to the music. You're a natural. It's easier when my partner actually knows what he's doing, she said, then looked up at me with curiosity. Where did you learn to dance like this? Texas, originally, I said, spinning her gently under my arm. Then decades of practice at various functions. Comes in handy with beautiful women. Her laugh was bright and unguarded. Just beautiful women in general, or one beautiful woman in particular? Definitely one in particular, I said, pulling her closer as the band launched into Don't Stop Believin'. Bella's point of view. Dancing with Jasper was like being in a movie. He made me feel graceful, confident, like I actually knew what I was doing. When he spun me or dipped me, I felt safe and beautiful and completely cherished. And the way other women looked at him with obvious appreciation and envy made me feel possessive in a way I'd never experienced before. Popular guy, I said during a brief pause between songs, noting how several women had been trying to catch his attention. Am I? He asked, though I could tell he'd noticed too. I hadn't noticed anyone but you. A woman about my age approached us during the next song break, her smile bright and determined. Excuse me, she said to Jasper, completely ignoring me. Would you like to dance? Before I could even process my irritation, Jasper's arm tightened around my waist, pulling me closer against his side. I'm with my girlfriend, he said politely but firmly. Thanks, though. The woman glanced at me with obvious disappointment before moving on, and I felt a little thrill at being claimed so definitively. Girlfriend. I teased, looking up at him. Too presumptuous? He asked, but there was confidence in his expression that said he knew exactly what he was doing. Not presumptuous enough, I said boldly, rising up on my toes to kiss him right there in front of everyone. Jasper's point of view. Her public claim on me sent a fierce rush of satisfaction through my chest. She was marking her territory as clearly as I'd marked mine, and I loved every second of it. When she pulled back from the kiss, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were bright with confidence and desire. Dance with me some more, she said, not really a request. Always, I said, spinning her back into my arms as the band launched into Livin' on a Prayer. We danced through song after song, taking breaks only to share a funnel cake or grab cold drinks. Bella grew more confident with each dance, letting me teach her new moves, laughing when she stumbled, demanding I show her how to do the complicated spins she saw other couples attempting. Like this, she asked, trying to execute a turn sequence I'd taught her. Perfect, I said, catching her in my arms. You're a fast learner. I have excellent motivation, she said, her hands settling on my chest, making me want to find somewhere private immediately. As the evening wore on, I noticed other men looking at her with appreciation, the way she moved, the way she laughed, the confidence that was becoming more evident with each passing hour. My territorial instincts were definitely engaged, but she was making it clear to everyone around us that she was exactly where she wanted to be. Bella's point of view. Around midnight, as the band was winding down their set, I found myself pressed against Jasper during a slow song, both of us warm from dancing and the summer night air. His hands were splayed across my back, holding me close, and I could feel the tension building between us with each sway of our bodies. Ready to head back? He asked, his voice rough against my ear. More than ready, I said, meaning it completely. The walk back to Gallagher's Irish Rose was filled with anticipation. Jasper's hand was warm in mine, his thumb stroking across my knuckles in a way that sent heat spiraling through me. The streets were quieter now, though we could still hear the music from the dance continuing behind us. I had the best time tonight, I said as we climbed the stairs to our room. So did I, he said, unlocking the door and holding it open for me. You were incredible out there. I felt incredible, I admitted, then turned to face him as the door closed behind us. I felt like myself. Like the person I was always supposed to be. He moved closer, his hands framing my face in the lamplight. And who is that person? Someone who knows what she wants, I said, my confidence surprising me. Someone who isn't afraid to take it. Jasper's point of view. The boldness in her voice sent heat straight through me. This wasn't the uncertain girl who'd been afraid to express her desires 3 nights ago. This was a woman who knew exactly what she wanted and wasn't afraid to claim it. What do you want, Bella? I asked, though I could see the answer in her eyes. Instead of responding with words, she reached for the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head in one smooth motion. Her hands immediately went to explore the planes of my chest, her touch confident and possessive. I want my cowboy, she said, pushing me gently toward the bed. And I want to drive tonight. The suggestion made my breath catch. Drive? She hummed, her hands already working on my belt. I want to be in control. I want to show you what you've taught me about taking what I want. When I sat on the edge of the bed, she straddled my lap with a confidence that took my breath away. Is this okay? She asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. More than okay, I managed, my hands finding her hips. Whatever you want, darling. It's all yours. Bella's point of view. Taking control felt natural and empowering in a way I'd never imagined. When I pushed Jasper back against the pillows and kissed my way down his chest, his soft groans of approval made my confidence soar. This was what I wanted, to explore him the way he'd explored me, to learn what made him lose control the way he made me lose control. Bella, he breathed when I took my time discovering sensitive spots I'd never noticed before. God, you're incredible. I'm learning, I said, moving back up to kiss him deeply. You're a very good teacher. When I finally positioned myself over him, both of us breathing hard with anticipation, he gripped my hips gently. Go slow, he said, his voice strained. Let yourself feel everything. I did as he suggested, taking my time, watching his face as I moved. The sense of power, of being able to affect him so completely, was intoxicating. When I found the rhythm that made him grip the sheets and whisper my name like a prayer, I knew I'd found something I'd never want to give up. That's it, he encouraged, his hands guiding me but letting me set the pace. Take what you need, sweetheart. Take everything. Jasper's point of view. Watching her discover her own power, her own desires, was the most erotic thing I'd ever experienced. She moved with growing confidence, her head thrown back in pleasure, completely lost in the sensations we were creating together. When she leaned down to kiss me, her movements becoming more urgent, I knew she was close. Let go, I murmured against her lips. I've got you. When she shattered in my arms, crying out my name, I followed her over the edge with an intensity that left me shaking. She collapsed against my chest, both of us breathing hard, hearts racing in sync. That was. She started, then trailed off. Amazing, I finished, pulling her closer. You were amazing. I felt so. She lifted her head to look at me, her expression soft and wondering. Powerful. Like I could do anything. You can, I said, meaning it completely. You can do anything you want, be anything you want. The world is yours for the taking. We lay tangled together in the lamplight, the sounds of the continuing street dance drifting up from below. She traced patterns on my chest with her fingertip, both of us peaceful and satisfied in a way that felt permanent. Jasper, she said quietly. I love you. She said it simply, without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I love you too, darlin', I said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. More than I ever thought possible. Outside our window, Red Lodge continued its celebration under the Montana stars, but inside our room, we'd found something even better than music and dancing. We'd found each other, completely and without reservation. And tomorrow, we'd wake up and choose our next adventure together, one perfect day at a time. Chapter 4, Top of the World. Beartooth Highway Adventure. Jasper's point of view. I'd been watching the clock for the past hour, waiting for the right moment to wake Bella. The sky was still dark outside our Red Lodge hotel window, but I could feel the approaching dawn in my bones. What I had planned for her this morning would be worth the early wake-up call. Bella, I whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to her shoulder. Time to wake up, darlin', Dot. She made a soft sound of protest and burrowed deeper into the pillows. It's still dark, she mumbled without opening her eyes. I know, I said, sitting on the edge of the bed and stroking her hair. But I have a surprise for you. Something I promise you've never seen before. That got her attention. She opened one eye and peered at me suspiciously. What kind of surprise requires getting up before the sun? The kind that includes the sun, I said with a smile. Trust me. Get dressed warmly. It's going to be cold up there. I promise we'll get coffee soon, but we need to get moving if we're going to make it in time. Make it where in time? She asked, but she was already sitting up, her curiosity overriding her desire to sleep. You'll see, I said, moving to pack our bags. Wear layers. And bring your camera. 20 minutes later, we were loading the Harley in the pre-dawn darkness, our breath visible in the cool mountain air. Bella climbed on behind me with complete trust, even though I hadn't told her exactly where we were going. Ready for the ride of your life? I asked through the helmet comm as we pulled out of the hotel parking lot. With you? Always, she said, her arms tightening around my waist. Bella's point of view. The road out of Red Lodge climbed immediately, and within minutes we were riding through a landscape that looked like something from another planet. Even in the dim pre-dawn light, I could see we were entering something spectacular. Where exactly are we going? I asked over the helmet comm as we began a series of switchbacks that climbed steadily. The Beartooth Highway, Jasper replied, his voice warm with anticipation. It's considered one of the most scenic drives in America. Charles Kuralt called it the most beautiful roadway in America. And we're doing it in the dark because the sunrise from where we're going is something you'll remember for the rest of your life, he said. Trust me on this one. As we climbed higher, the landscape around us began to change dramatically. Trees gave way to alpine meadows, then to bare rock and snow-covered peaks that looked ghostly in the pre-dawn light. The air grew thin and sharp, carrying scents of pine and snow and something wild and clean. Oh my God, I breathed as we crested a hill and the full scope of the landscape opened before us. Jasper, this is incredible. Wait until you see it in full daylight, he said, taking us through another series of climbing switchbacks. We're heading up to nearly 11,000 feet. The road was like a ribbon threaded through the mountains, each turn revealing new vistas that took my breath away. Small alpine lakes reflected the pre-dawn sky like mirrors, and I found myself laughing with pure joy at the beauty surrounding us. Jasper's point of view. Her laughter echoing in my helmet was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. This was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd planned this early morning ride, Bella discovering wonder, feeling the exhilaration of being truly alive in one of the most spectacular places on Earth. Careful of wildlife up here, I said as we passed a sign warning about mountain goats and bighorn sheep. They don't always pay attention to traffic laws. Have you seen them before? Mountain goats, a few times. Sometimes they're right on the road. We'll keep our eyes open. The highway continued to climb, and I could feel Bella's amazement growing with each turn. The landscape was becoming more dramatic by the mile, towering peaks, snowfields that never melted, and small alpine ponds that looked like jewels scattered across the mountainside. "Look at all those little lakes," she said as we passed a particularly stunning area where dozens of small tarns reflected the lightning sky. "They're everywhere." "Glacial lakes," I explained. "Created when the Ice Age glaciers retreated. Each one is different. Some are so deep they're almost black, others are shallow and turquoise. It's like riding through a fairy tale," she said, her voice filled with wonder. As we approached the highest point of the pass, I could see the first hint of pink touching the eastern horizon. Perfect timing. Bella's point of view. When Jasper pulled into the top of the world overlook, I understood immediately why he'd gotten me up before dawn. We were literally on top of the world, 10,947 feet above sea level according to the sign, with mountains stretching to the horizon in every direction. "Just in time," Jasper said, cutting the engine and helping me off the bike. The silence was profound, broken only by the wind and our breathing in the thin air. And then, as we stood there together, the sun began to rise over the eastern peaks. I'd seen sunrises before, but never like this. The light hit the snow-covered peaks one by one, turning them gold, then pink, then brilliant white. The entire world seemed painted in colors without names, and the view stretched for what felt like forever in every direction. "Jasper," I whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell. "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "I thought you might like it," he said, his arm coming around my shoulders as we watched the mountains come alive with light. We weren't alone. A few other early risers had made the same pilgrimage to watch the sunrise. I noticed another motorcycle parked nearby, a big touring bike with Nebraska plates and Sturgis stickers. "You two picked the perfect morning for this," said a voice behind us. We turned to see a man about Charlie's age, wearing well-worn leathers and a friendly smile. "I'm Bill. Is this your first time up here?" "First time," I said, unable to keep the awe out of my voice. "Are you heading to Sturgis too?" "Wouldn't miss it," Bill said with a grin. "Been going for 15 years. You folks want me to get a picture of you with this view? Looks like you're making some serious memories up here." Jasper's point of view. "That would be great," I said, pulling out Bella's camera and handing it to Bill. "Thanks." He positioned us with the spectacular mountain vista behind us, the morning light painting everything gold. Bella leaned into me naturally, both of us grinning with the pure joy of being exactly where we were supposed to be. "Perfect," Bill said, taking several shots. "You two look like you're having the time of your lives." "We are," Bella said simply, and the honesty in her voice sent warmth flooding through my chest. As Bill handed back the camera and moved on to enjoy his own sunrise, I pulled Bella closer and pointed to different peaks visible from our vantage point. "See that peak there with the snowfield? That's Granite Peak, Montana's highest mountain. And over there, those are the Absaroka Mountains stretching into Yellowstone." "How do you know all this?" she asked, impressed. "I may have done some research before we left," I admitted. "I wanted to make sure I could show you the best of everything." She turned to look at me, her expression soft in the morning light. "You planned all this? The route, the timing, everything?" "Some of it," I said carefully. "I wanted you to see what the world has to offer." "Future plans," she said suddenly, making me tense slightly. "We keep talking about seeing more, doing more. What happens when we get to Sturgis? What happens after?" Bella's point of view. I could feel Jasper's slight tension at my question, but I needed to know. This trip felt too perfect, too magical to just end when we reached South Dakota. "What do you want to happen?" he asked, deflecting as he often did when the conversation turned to our future. "I want more of this," I said, gesturing to the incredible view around us. "More adventures, more discoveries, more mornings like this one. I want to keep seeing the world with you." His smile was brilliant. "Then that's what we'll do. There's a whole country out there, Bella. A whole world. We can see as much of it as you want." "Really? Just like that?" "Just like that," he said, pressing a kiss to my temple. "The only schedule we have to keep is our own." The sun was fully up now, turning the mountain landscape into something that belonged in a travel magazine. Other tourists were arriving, their voices filled with the same awe I was feeling. "Ready to keep going?" Jasper asked. The ride down the other side is just as spectacular, and there's a little town called Cook City where we can get that coffee I promised you." "Coffee sounds perfect," I said, though I was reluctant to leave this incredible spot. "But first, one more minute." I turned in a slow circle, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. The snow-capped peaks stretching to the horizon, the crystal clear air, the feeling of being on top of the world with the man I loved. This was what freedom looked like, what choice felt like, what happiness actually was. Jasper's point of view. Watching her drink in the view, seeing the pure joy on her face, I felt that familiar sense of rightness settle in my chest. This was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd planned this route, Bella discovering that the world was so much bigger and more beautiful than she'd ever imagined. "Okay," she said finally, moving back toward the bike. "I'm ready for the next adventure." As we prepared to leave top of the world, Bill approached us one more time. "You two be safe out there," he said with genuine warmth. "And enjoy Sturgis. It's quite an experience." "Thanks for the picture," Bella said, checking the camera display. "These are perfect." "Happy to help," Bill replied. Nothing better than capturing moments like these. As we pulled back onto the highway to begin our descent toward Wyoming, I felt Bella's arms tighten around me with complete trust and contentment. "Thank you," she said through the helmet comm, "for waking me up early, for bringing me here, for showing me this. It's perfect." "You're perfect," I replied, meaning it completely. "And this is just the beginning, darlin'. We've got a whole world to explore." The Beartooth Highway stretched ahead of us, winding down through equally spectacular scenery toward Cody and whatever adventures waited there. But for now, it was enough to ride through the morning light with the woman I loved, both of us knowing that we were exactly where we belonged. Together. Truth and revelations. Bella's point of view. The descent from top of the world was just as spectacular as the climb, but in reverse we dropped through different climate zones, like traveling through time, from alpine tundra back down through forests and meadows toward the Wyoming border. The morning sun painted everything in gold and green, and I found myself marveling at how much the world could change in just a few miles of elevation. But as beautiful as the scenery was, I couldn't stop thinking about something that had been nagging at me since we'd left Forks. As we rounded a particularly stunning curve that revealed a valley filled with wildflowers, I finally found the courage to ask the question that had been building in my mind. "Jasper," I said through the helmet comm. "Yeah, darlin'. What were you running from?" The words came out in a rush, before I could lose my nerve. "When you asked me to come on this trip, what were you trying to get away from?" I felt his body tense slightly against me, and for a moment, I thought he might deflect the question like he had others. But then his shoulders relaxed, and when he spoke, his voice was thoughtful. "That's a complicated question," he said, slowing the bike slightly as we navigated another series of switchbacks. "I've got time," I said gently. "And I told you about Edward. It seems fair that you tell me what you were running from, too." Jasper's point of view. She was right, of course. She'd been vulnerable with me about Edward's control, about feeling trapped and suffocated. The least I could do was offer her the same honesty, even if I couldn't tell her everything yet. "Alice," I said finally. "And Edward in different ways. The whole family dynamic, really." I guided us through a section where the road hugged a cliff face, buying myself time to find the right words. Below us, a river wound through the valley like a silver ribbon, and I could see antelope grazing in the meadows. "Alice didn't want me to leave," I continued. Even after she announced that we weren't mates, she expected things to just continue as they had been. She wanted us to stay together as companions, as family, but she couldn't understand that I needed something more than that. "More how?" Bella asked quietly. "More real. More honest." I paused, choosing my words carefully. Alice sees the future, or versions of it, and she's gotten used to arranging things to match her visions. When she saw that we weren't true mates, she immediately started planning how to manage the situation, how to keep the family together, how to make sure everyone stayed comfortable. The road leveled out as we entered a beautiful plateau, still high in the Montana mountains. But she never asked me what I wanted. None of them did. Bella's point of view. The pain in his voice was unmistakable, and I found myself pressing closer against his back, offering what comfort I could. They just assumed you'd go along with whatever they decided? Exactly. His voice carried months of frustration. Alice would see a future where I stayed, where we maintained the family status quo, and she'd start making plans based on that vision. Carlisle and Esme would support whatever kept the family together. Edward would chime in with his own opinions about what was best for everyone. We passed another scenic overlook sign, and I felt a little thrill at being so high in the Montana mountains. But I was more focused on what Jasper was sharing, on the trust he was showing me by opening up about his family. So you planned this trip to get away from all that? I asked. I planned this trip because I needed to remember who I was before I became part of their vision of who I should be, he said. I needed space to think, to figure out what I actually wanted instead of what everyone else thought was best for me. The parallel to my own situation was so clear it took my breath away. That's exactly how I felt with Edward, I said. Like I was disappearing under the weight of everyone else's expectations. I know, he said simply. I could see it happening to you. Jasper's point of view. The admission slipped out before I could stop it, and I felt Bella's surprise through our connection. I'd revealed more than I'd intended, but maybe it was time for her to understand that I'd been watching, that I'd seen what Edward's control was doing to her. You could see it? She asked. I can sense emotions, remember? I said, taking us through a gentle valley filled with grazing cattle. I could feel how trapped you were getting, how much of yourself you were losing. It was painful to watch. But you never said anything. It wasn't my place, I said honestly. And Edward would have, well, he wouldn't have appreciated my input on his relationship. She was quiet for several miles, processing what I'd shared. The landscape around us was changing again as we descended toward the plains, becoming more open, more classically Western with rolling hills and big sky. Is that why you asked me to come with you? She asked finally. Because you could see that I needed to escape too? This was dangerous territory. The truth was that I'd been planning this trip for months, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get her away from Edward and show her what life could be like with me. But she wasn't ready for that level of honesty yet. Partly, I said carefully. When I saw the opportunity that day, when Edward's plans pushed you to the breaking point, it felt like the right moment to offer you an alternative. Bella's point of view. An alternative to his suffocating control, I said, understanding flooding through me. You were offering me the same thing you were looking for, freedom to choose. Freedom to be yourself, he agreed. Freedom to want things and make decisions and discover who you are when nobody else is telling you who you should be. The truth of his words settled into my bones. That was exactly what this trip had given me permission to want things, to make choices, to discover that I was braver and more adventurous than I'd ever imagined. But Alice didn't see this coming? I asked, curious about how her visions worked. Alice sees possibilities based on decisions already made, Jasper explained. But futures can change when people make different choices. The moment you said yes to coming with me, you changed the entire trajectory of both our futures. The weight of that statement was profound. My single decision to say yes to his offer had completely altered the course of 2 lives. Do you think she knew? I asked. That this might happen between us? Jasper was quiet for a long moment as we rode through increasingly open country. I think Alice sees what she wants to see, he said finally. And what she wanted to see was me staying with the family, being content with the relationship we had. She didn't want to see that I might find something real with someone else. Jasper's point of view. Her understanding of the family dynamics was impressive, and I could feel her connecting the dots about the various forms of manipulation we'd both been subjected to. But there was something else in her emotions, a growing confidence, a sense of rightness about our situation that made my chest tight with satisfaction. Do you regret it? She asked suddenly. Leaving them? Choosing this instead? Never, I said immediately, and meant it completely. The only thing I regret is that it took me so long to make the choice. We were approaching the town of Cook City, Montana, our last stop before dropping into Wyoming proper, and I could see a small cafe that would be perfect for the coffee I'd promised her hours ago. What about you? I asked as I slowed the bike. Any regrets about saying yes to a stranger's offer of adventure? Her laugh was bright and free. Stranger? You're not a stranger anymore, Jasper Whitlock. You're the person who's showing me what freedom feels like. As I pulled into the cafe parking lot, I felt something shift between us. Not just understanding or sympathy, but true recognition. We were both refugees from other people's plans for our lives, both discovering who we could be when we chose for ourselves. Bella's point of view. Sitting in the small mountain cafe with coffee warming my hands and Jasper across from me, I felt a depth of understanding that I'd never experienced with anyone before. We'd both been trapped in different ways, him by family expectations and Alice's visions, me by Edward's suffocating control, but we'd found each other at exactly the right moment. "Thank you," I said, reaching across the table to cover his hand with mine. "For telling me about Alice, about why you needed to leave. It helps me understand." "Understand what?" "Why this feels so right," I said simply. "We're not just running away from something. We're running toward something better. Toward choice and freedom and the chance to be ourselves." His smile was soft and genuine. "That's exactly what we're doing, darling. And we've got a whole world ahead of us to explore." Looking out the cafe window at the spectacular Montana landscape stretching toward the horizon, I felt that familiar surge of excitement and possibility. We'd both escaped the cages other people had built for us, and now we were free to build something entirely our own. Together. Cody Discovery. Bella's point of view. Leaving Cook City behind, we entered Yellowstone National Park through the northeast entrance, and I immediately understood why this place was so famous. Even just riding through on the main road, the landscape was otherworldly. Steaming geysers visible in the distance, herds of bison grazing in meadows that stretched to the horizon, and thermal features that painted the ground in impossible colors. "We'll have to come back here sometime when we have more time to explore," Jasper said through the helmet comm as we passed a sign pointing to various geysers and hot springs. "Promise?" I asked, already enchanted by what little I could see from the road. "Promise," he said warmly. "Right now we need to keep moving if we want to see the museum before it closes." We rode through the park's stunning landscape for about an hour before reaching the south entrance into Wyoming, where a large sign welcomed us to the cowboy state. The landscape began to change again as we descended from the mountains toward the Bighorn Basin, becoming more open and classically Western. Cody appeared ahead of us in the early afternoon like something from every Western movie I'd ever seen. The main street was lined with historic storefronts and wooden sidewalks, complete with covered boardwalks and authentic Western architecture. American flags hung from every lamppost, and I could see people dressed in everything from tourist casual to full cowboy gear walking the streets. "It's perfect," I said as we rode down Sheridan Avenue, taking in the mix of museums, shops, and restaurants. "Like a movie set, but real." Buffalo Bill knew how to pick a spot, Jasper agreed, pulling into the parking lot of the Hampton Inn. "This should work for tonight." Jasper's point of view. The Hampton Inn was exactly what we needed, clean, comfortable, and featuring the hot tubs that had caught my attention when I'd researched accommodations in Cody. After our days of riding and exploring, the idea of soaking in hot water with Bella was extremely appealing. One night, I told the desk clerk, noting how naturally Bella moved beside me as we checked in. She was completely comfortable with our travel routine now, no longer hesitant to share rooms or make decisions together. "You folks here for the Buffalo Bill Museum?" the clerk asked as she handed over our key cards. "It's just a few blocks away, and they're open until 5 today." "That's the plan," I said. "Any recommendations for dinner afterward?" "Oh, you've got to try the Irma Hotel. That's Buffalo Bill's original hotel. The Wyoming Rib and Chop House has excellent buffalo burgers if you want to try some local cuisine." Our room was comfortable and spacious, with a view of the museum complex visible just down the street. Bella immediately moved to the window, taking in the sight of the multiple buildings that made up the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. "That's enormous," she said, impressed. "How much time do we have?" I checked my watch. "About 2 hours before they close. Enough time to see the highlights, at least the parts I'm most interested in." "Which are?" "Military history and firearms," I said honestly. "My background makes those exhibits particularly relevant." Bella's point of view. The Buffalo Bill Center of the West was like 5 museums rolled into one massive complex, and I could immediately see why Jasper had made this a priority stop. The Plains Indian Museum, the Natural History Museum, and the Western Art Museum. There was enough here to spend days exploring. But Jasper headed straight for the firearms museum with the focused intensity of someone who knew exactly what he wanted to see. The collection was staggering, thousands of weapons spanning centuries of American history, from Native American weapons to modern military firearms. "This is incredible," I said, watching him examine a display of Civil War-era rifles with obvious expertise. "You really know about these, don't you?" "I lived through some of this history," he said quietly, studying a rifle that looked very similar to one I'd seen in historical photos. "That's a Spencer repeating rifle. We called them the guns you load on Sunday and shoot all week." The way he spoke about the weapons, with the familiarity of someone who'd actually used them in combat, sent a little shiver through me. It was easy to forget sometimes that Jasper had been a soldier in a very real, very violent war. "Tell me about this one," I said, pointing to an ornate revolver in a special display case. "Colt Navy .36 caliber," he said immediately. "Popular with cavalry officers. Reliable, accurate, and the .36 caliber ball had enough stopping power to drop a horse if you needed it to." His knowledge was encyclopedic, and I found myself fascinated not just by the exhibits, but by his commentary. This wasn't academic knowledge from books. This was lived experience from someone who'd been there. Jasper's point of view. Moving through the military history section with Bella was both educational and emotional. Seeing artifacts from my human life, reading the sanitized historical accounts of battles I'd fought in, brought back memories I usually kept carefully buried. "This section covers the Indian Wars," Bella said, reading from a display placard. "Were you involved in any of these campaigns?" "Some," I said carefully. Though by then I was already changed, already with Maria. "That's a different story entirely." She didn't push for details, which I appreciated. Some of my history was too dark, too violent for this perfect afternoon we were sharing. "Look at this," she said, moving to a display about frontier life. "It's amazing how hard life was back then. No modern conveniences, constant danger, having to be completely self-sufficient." "People were tougher then," I agreed. "Had to be. But they were also freer in some ways. If you didn't like your situation, you could pack up and head west, make a new life for yourself." "Like we're doing now?" she asked, smiling. "Exactly like we're doing now," I said, pulling her closer as we moved through the exhibits. Some things never change. By the time the museum announced its closing time, we'd only scratched the surface of what the complex offered, but I'd seen the exhibits I'd most wanted to share with her. Watching Bella discover history, seeing her curiosity and engagement, had been even better than I'd expected. Bella's point of view. "I'm starving," I announced as we walked back toward the main street. "And I definitely want to try that buffalo burger the hotel clerk mentioned." The Wyoming Rib and Chop House was exactly what I'd hoped for: rustic Western atmosphere with authentic decor and the kind of hearty food that made perfect sense after a day of riding and exploring. The buffalo burger was unlike anything I'd ever tasted, leaner than beef, but incredibly flavorful, served with crispy fries and a local beer that Jasper recommended. "So, what did you think of your first real Western museum?" Jasper asked as we shared a piece of huckleberry pie for dessert. "Fascinating," I said honestly. "Especially hearing your perspective on things. It's different learning about history from someone who actually lived through it. Just remember that history is written by the winners," he said with a slight smile. "The real story is usually more complicated than what ends up in museums." "Someday, will you tell me more about your real story?" I asked. "About Texas, about the war, about everything that happened before you found the Cullens." "Someday," he promised. "When you're ready to hear it." The sun was setting as we walked back to the Hampton Inn, painting the western sky in shades of orange and pink that made the whole town look like something from a painting. I felt completely content, well-fed, pleasantly tired from our day of exploration, and deeply happy to be experiencing all of this with Jasper. "Hot tub," he suggested as we reached the hotel entrance. "Absolutely," I said. "That sounds perfect." Jasper's point of view. The hotel's hot tub area was quiet and private, with just a few other guests enjoying the evening. Bella had changed into a simple black bikini that made my mouth go dry, and watching her settle into the hot water with a sigh of pleasure was both relaxing and deeply arousing. "This feels incredible," she said, leaning back against the jets. I didn't realize how sore I was from all the riding until right now. I settled beside her in the bubbling water, close enough to touch but not crowding her. The heat felt good on muscles that had been gripping the bike's handlebars for hours, and the privacy allowed us to talk without worrying about being overheard. "Penny for your thoughts," she said, moving slightly closer to me in the water. "Just thinking about how perfect this day has been," I said honestly. The sunrise at top of the world, our conversation on the way down, exploring Cody together. "It's exactly what I hoped this trip would be like." "What you hoped?" she asked, her curiosity evident. "You had specific hopes about what this trip would be like?" "I hoped you'd discover how much you enjoy adventure," I said carefully. "I hoped you'd find out that you're braver than you thought you were." She moved closer until her leg was touching mine under the water. "What else did you hope?" The question was loaded with meaning, and the way she was looking at me in the dim lighting made my pulse quicken. "I hoped you'd be happy," I said simply. "Really, genuinely happy." "I am happy," she said softly, her hand finding mine under the water. "Happier than I've ever been." Bella's point of view. The hot water, the privacy, and the way Jasper was looking at me were creating a perfect storm of romance and desire. When he lifted our joined hands and pressed a soft kiss to my knuckles, I felt heat that had nothing to do with the temperature of the water. "Jasper," I said softly, not entirely sure what I wanted to say, but knowing I wanted to be closer to him. He seemed to understand without words. His free hand came up to cut my face, thumb stroking across my cheek as he leaned in to kiss me. The kiss was soft at first, then deeper as I responded, my hands sliding up his chest to tangle in his hair. When we broke apart, both breathing harder, his eyes were dark with desire. "Bella," he said, his voice rough. "I know," I whispered, understanding exactly what he was feeling because I was feeling it too. The other hotel guests had gone inside, leaving us alone in the bubbling water under the Wyoming stars. Jasper's hands skimmed over my skin under the water, and I could feel the tension building between us despite the relaxing heat of the hot tub. "We should probably." He started, then stopped, his control clearly stretched thin. "Yes," I agreed immediately. "We should." Without another word, he stood and lifted me easily from the water, my legs wrapping automatically around his waist as he carried me toward the hotel entrance. Water dripped from both of us, but I didn't care about anything except the way he held me, the heat in his eyes, and the promise of what was waiting for us in our room. Jasper's point of view. Carrying Bella through the hotel corridors while she was still in her bikini and dripping wet probably wasn't the most discreet thing I'd ever done, but I was past caring about discretion. The combination of the hot water, her soft skin, and the way she'd responded to my touch had pushed me beyond the point of rational thought. She fumbled with the key card while I held her against our door, both of us laughing quietly at the awkwardness of trying to get inside while maintaining our position. When the door finally opened, I carried her straight to the bed, both of us still damp from the hot tub and breathing hard with anticipation. "Perfect end to a perfect day?" she asked, her arms still around my neck. "Perfect beginning to a perfect night," I corrected, lowering her gently to the bed. Outside our window, Cody settled into evening quiet, but inside our room, the night was just beginning. Tomorrow we would continue towards Sturgis and whatever adventures waited there, but tonight was ours, another perfect piece of the journey we were building together, one unforgettable day at a time. Stars and dancing. Bella's point of view. After we'd dried off and changed into fresh clothes, the evening still felt young and full of possibilities. The hot tub had relaxed us both, but in the best possible way, loose and happy and perfectly comfortable with each other. "Feel like exploring Cody's nightlife?" Jasper asked, pulling on a clean shirt that made his eyes look even more golden than usual. "Absolutely," I said, braiding my damp hair back from my face. "I'm curious what passes for nightlife in cowboy country." "Let's find out," he said with a grin, offering me his arm. We walked down Sheridan Avenue as the sun finished setting, the western storefronts now lit by vintage street lamps that gave the whole town a romantic, old-fashioned glow. Music drifted from several establishments, but one place in particular caught our attention, a classic western saloon with swinging doors and the unmistakable sound of a live band coming from inside. "The Irma Hotel Saloon," I read from the historic sign above the entrance. Buffalo Bill's original bar. Perfect, Jasper said, holding the door open for me. Can't get more authentic than that. The interior was exactly what I'd expected from a Buffalo Bill establishment: dark wood, vintage Western decor, and a genuine sense of history. The bar itself was supposedly a gift from Queen Victoria to Buffalo Bill, according to a plaque on the wall, and the whole place felt like stepping into the Old West. A three-piece band was set up in one corner, playing classic country and rock covers while couples danced on a small wooden floor in front of the stage. The atmosphere was relaxed and friendly, with locals and tourists alike enjoying the music and each other's company. Jasper's point of view. We found a table with a good view of both the band and the dance floor, and I ordered us a couple of local beers while Bella took in the atmosphere. She looked completely at home here, more relaxed and confident than I'd ever seen her in Forks. The journey was changing her in all the ways I'd hoped it would. So, she said, settling back in her chair with a satisfied sigh, tomorrow we finally make it to Sturgis. Are you excited? Very, I said honestly. It'll be quite an experience. Have you thought about what time you want to get there? I don't really know what to expect, she admitted. What's the schedule like? Well, there are vendors and bike shows all day, so we could arrive anytime. But there's a ZZ Top concert tomorrow night that I thought you might enjoy. I paused, realizing I needed to mention the accommodation arrangements. I actually made a reservation at a cabin outside of town, figured it would be quieter than staying right in the middle of all the chaos. Her eyebrows rose slightly. You made a reservation? When? A while back, I said carefully, not wanting to reveal just how much advanced planning had gone into this trip. The Raleigh gets pretty crowded, so I wanted to make sure we had somewhere comfortable to stay. Good thinking, she said, though I could see her processing the implications of my forward planning. So we could get there in the afternoon, look around, maybe check out some of the bikes, then go to the concert in the evening. That sounds perfect, I agreed, relieved that she wasn't pushing for more details about when exactly I'd made the reservation. Bella's point of view. The band launched into a slow version of Crazy by Patsy Cline, and several couples moved onto the dance floor. I found myself watching them with interest, remembering how good it had felt to dance with Jasper in Red Lodge. Dance with me? I asked, surprising myself with my boldness. Always, he said immediately, standing and offering me his hand. Dancing in the Irma Saloon felt like something from a movie. The historic setting, the live music, the way Jasper held me close as we swayed to the music. I was vaguely aware of other people around us, but most of my attention was focused on the man holding me, on how perfectly we moved together. You're getting good at this, he murmured against my ear as he spun me gently under his arm. I have an excellent teacher, I replied, settling back into his arms. And excellent motivation. Motivation. I like being close to you, I said simply. I like the way you look at me when we dance. Like I'm the only person in the room. His smile was soft and genuine. That's because you are the only person in the room, as far as I'm concerned. The honesty in his voice made my heart skip, and I pressed closer to him as the song continued. This was what happiness felt like, I realized. Not the careful, controlled contentment I'd tried to convince myself I felt with Edward, but this warm, expansive joy that seemed to fill every part of me. Jasper's point of view. We danced through several songs, taking breaks only to finish our beers and enjoy the atmosphere. Bella was completely relaxed now, laughing at my jokes, initiating touches, clearly comfortable being seen as my girlfriend by everyone in the bar. What happens after Sturgis? She asked during a slower song, her head resting against my shoulder. What do you want to happen? I asked, though I already had several ideas brewing. I don't want it to end, she said quietly. This, us, the traveling, the freedom to go wherever we want and do whatever appeals to us. I don't want to go back to the way things were. Then we won't, I said simply. We'll keep going. See more of the country, maybe head down to Colorado for the fall colors, or up to Canada if you want to see the northern lights. She lifted her head to look at me, her eyes bright with possibility. Really? You'd want to keep traveling with me? Bella, I said seriously, I'd want to do anything with you. Travel, settle down somewhere, build a house, see the world, whatever makes you happy. Everything makes me happy when I'm with you, she said, her honesty taking my breath away. I never knew life could feel this big. This is full of possibilities. The band announced they'd be taking a break, and couples began to leave the dance floor. But I wasn't ready to stop holding her yet. Want to get some air? I suggested. Maybe find somewhere quiet to sit and talk. That sounds perfect, she said, taking my hand as we made our way toward the exit. Bella's point of view. The Hampton Inn had several small seating areas scattered around the grounds, designed to take advantage of Wyoming's incredible night sky. We found a bench positioned perfectly for stargazing, far enough from the building's lights to see the stars clearly, but close enough to our room that we could easily head inside when we were ready. Oh my God, I breathed, tilting my head back to take in the full scope of the sky above us. I've never seen so many stars. No light pollution out here, Jasper said, settling beside me on the bench. This is what the sky looked like everywhere before cities got so bright. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness like a river of light, and I could see more stars than I'd ever imagined existed. It was humbling and beautiful and made me feel both incredibly small and incredibly connected to something vast and eternal. It makes you think about the future differently, doesn't it? I said after we'd sat in comfortable silence for several minutes. Seeing how big everything is. How so? It makes me want to see more, experience more, I said, turning to look at him. It makes me want to fill up every moment with something meaningful instead of just existing. Is that what you were doing before? Just existing. I considered the question seriously. I think so. I was so focused on not making the wrong choice that I stopped making any real choices at all. I let other people decide what my life should look like. And now? Now I want to choose everything, I said, growing excited. Where we go, what we see, how we spend our time. I want to choose you every day for as long as you'll have me. Jasper's point of view. Her words sent fierce satisfaction through me, mixed with something deeper and more profound. She wasn't just choosing to continue our journey, she was choosing to build a life with me, to make me a permanent part of her future. How does forever sound? I asked, only half joking. Forever sounds perfect, she said seriously. Forever sounds like exactly what I want. I pulled her closer on the bench, wrapping my arms around her as we both looked up at the infinite sky. We could go anywhere, I said quietly. Do anything. The whole world is open to us. Where would you want to go first? After Sturgis, I mean. Wherever you want, I said honestly. But I've always wanted to see the fall colors in Vermont. Or we could head west to California, see the Pacific Coast Highway. Or south to New Mexico. The desert is incredible in the fall. All of it, she said decisively. I want to see all of it eventually. We have time, don't we? We have forever. We have forever, I agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. We sat under the Wyoming stars for another hour, talking about places we wanted to visit, things we wanted to experience, the life we were beginning to build together. When Bella finally started shivering slightly in the cool night air, I stood and offered her my hand. Ready to go inside? I asked. Ready, she said, but instead of just taking my hand, she rose up on her toes and kissed me softly. Thank you for tonight. For all of this. Bella's point of view. Our room felt cozy and welcoming after the vastness of the star-filled sky, and I realized I was no longer nervous or uncertain about spending the night with Jasper. This was simply where I belonged now, with him, wherever our adventures took us. Come here, he said softly, sitting on the edge of the bed and holding out his hands to me. I moved into his arms naturally, settling in his lap and wrapping my arms around his neck. Hi, I said with a smile. Hi yourself, he replied, his hands settling at my waist. How are you feeling about everything? About Sturgis tomorrow, about our plans to keep traveling. Excited, I said honestly. Happy. Like I'm finally living the life I was supposed to be living all along. Good, he said, leaning in to kiss me softly. Because I feel the same way. Our kisses deepened gradually, unhurried and full of affection rather than desperate passion. We had all night, all the time in the world, and I loved the way we could take our time with each other now. I love you, I said against his lips, the words coming easily now. I love you too, he replied, his voice warm with contentment. More than I ever thought possible. Jasper's point of view. Making love with Bella that night felt different from our previous encounters, more playful, more relaxed, full of laughter and whispered conversations between kisses. She was completely comfortable now, unafraid to ask for what she wanted or to explore what gave us both pleasure. Like this, she asked, trying something new with a confidence that made my heart race. Perfect, I managed, my hands tangling in her hair. You're perfect. Afterward, we lay tangled together in the Wyoming darkness, both of us thoroughly satisfied and deeply content. Tomorrow we would reach Sturgis and experience the legendary motorcycle rally together. Beyond that, we had the rest of our lives to explore, discover, and build something beautiful together. Jasper, she said sleepily, her head on my chest. I'm really glad you asked me to come with you that day. So am I, darlin', I said, pulling her closer. Best decision I ever made. Outside our window, the Wyoming sky continued its ancient dance of stars, while inside our room, we held each other close and dreamed of all the adventures still waiting for us down the road. Tomorrow would bring new experiences, new discoveries, and new moments of joy and wonder. But tonight was ours, perfect and complete, and exactly where we both belonged. Chapter 5: Planes and Promises. Wyoming departure and open roads. Bella's point of view. The Hampton Inn's parking lot was quiet in the early morning light as we loaded our bags onto the Harley, both of us moving with the easy efficiency of people who'd done this routine many times now. It was just past 7, and the Wyoming sky was painted in soft pastels, promising another beautiful day for riding. Ready for the final stretch? Jasper asked, securing the last strap on our luggage. More than ready, I said, pulling on the leather jacket he'd bought me in Red Lodge. I can't believe we're actually going to make it to Sturgis today. Believe it, he said with a grin, starting the bike. By tonight, you'll be listening to ZZ Top live and surrounded by more motorcycles than you've ever seen in your life. I climbed onto the bike behind him, settling into position with none of the uncertainty I'd felt just a week ago. Now it felt like coming home, wrapping my arms around his waist and preparing for whatever adventure the day would bring. Which way are we heading? I asked through the helmet comm as we pulled out of the hotel parking lot onto Sheridan Avenue. US 14 east to Gillette, then I-90 towards South Dakota, he replied, guiding us through Cody's quiet morning streets. About 4 hours of riding, give or take. As we left Cody behind and headed into the open country, I felt that familiar thrill of anticipation mixed with satisfaction. We'd come so far from that afternoon in Forks when I'd climbed onto this bike as a desperate escape. Now I was choosing this journey, choosing this life, choosing Jasper with complete certainty. Jasper's point of view. The road out of Cody climbed briefly through the last of Wyoming's mountain foothills before beginning a gradual descent toward the plains. I could feel Bella's excitement building as we rode, her grip around my waist relaxed but attentive, her body moving naturally with the bike's rhythm. Look at that sky, she said as we crested a hill and the full scope of Wyoming's high plains opened before us. It just goes on forever. She was right. The sky here was enormous, a blue dome that seemed to stretch from horizon to horizon without any mountains or trees to break the view. It was a different kind of beautiful than the dramatic peaks we'd been riding through, more subtle, but equally overwhelming in its vastness. This is what they mean by big sky country, I said, taking us through a gentle curve that revealed miles of rolling grassland dotted with cattle. Montana gets the name, but Wyoming has just as much sky. It makes me feel so small, she said, but in the best possible way. Like I'm part of something huge and ancient and wonderful. The highway stretched ahead of us like a ribbon across the landscape, and I settled into the comfortable rhythm of long-distance riding. We had hours ahead of us, and I was looking forward to every mile of it. Tell me what you're expecting from Sturgis, I said as we passed a sign welcoming us to Gillette. What do you think it's going to be like? Bella's point of view. Honestly, I have no idea, I admitted with a laugh. All I know is what you've told me, lots of motorcycles, lots of people, and apparently some pretty legendary parties. That's a good start, Jasper said with amusement. What else? Well, there's the ZZ Top concert tonight, which I'm really excited about. And you mentioned vendor areas and bike shows. I paused, thinking about what I'd heard about motorcycle rallies. Are people going to be friendly? I mean, will they welcome newcomers, or is it more of a closed community? Oh, they'll be friendly, he assured me. Motorcycle people are some of the most welcoming folks you'll ever meet. Doesn't matter what you ride or where you're from, if you're on two wheels, you're family. The landscape was changing as we rode through Gillette, becoming flatter and more open. The mountains were completely behind us now, just a purple line on the western horizon, and ahead of us stretched what looked like infinite plains. It's so different from Washington, I said, watching the grassland roll by. So much space. Wait until we get into South Dakota, Jasper replied. It gets even bigger. And prettier, if you can believe that. We stopped for gas in Gillette, and I took the opportunity to stretch my legs and take in the full scope of the landscape around us. The town sat in a valley surrounded by low hills, but beyond those hills, the world seemed to stretch away in every direction. How far to the South Dakota border? I asked as we prepared to get back on the road. About 2 hours, Jasper said. We'll take I-90 east from here. It's a beautiful ride through the Thunder Basin. Jasper's point of view. Interstate 90 through Wyoming was exactly what long-distance motorcycle riding was meant to be: smooth pavement, light traffic, and scenery that demanded attention without being distracting. Bella had settled into the comfortable quiet that came with highway riding, occasionally commenting on something she saw, but mostly just enjoying the experience. Jasper, she said as we passed a sign for Sundance. Can I ask you something? Always. What made you choose Sturgis specifically? I mean, there are probably other motorcycle rallies you could have gone to. It was a fair question, and one I'd been expecting. Sturgis is the grandfather of all motorcycle rallies, I said honestly. It's been going on since 1938, and it's got a history and atmosphere you can't find anywhere else. Plus, the Black Hills are some of the most beautiful country in America. But that's not the only reason, is it? She asked perceptively. She was getting to know me too well. No, I admitted. I also thought you'd love the area. The mountains, the history, the small towns. And I figured if we were going to experience something iconic together, it might as well be the most iconic rally in the country. You planned this for me, she said, and I could hear the wonder in her voice. All of it. The route, the stops, even Sturgis. I planned it for us, I corrected gently. I hoped you'd say yes, but I planned it for us. The admission hung in the air between us as we rode, neither uncomfortable nor weighty, but laden with meaning. She was beginning to understand just how much thought and hope I'd put into this journey. Bella's point of view. The Welcome to South Dakota sign appeared ahead of us like a promise fulfilled, and I felt a little thrill of excitement as we crossed the state line. Another new state, another step on a journey that had already exceeded every expectation I'd had. South Dakota. I announced through the helmet comm, probably unnecessarily, since Jasper could see the sign as well as I could. How does it feel? He asked, amused by my enthusiasm. Like coming home, I said, surprising myself with the truth of it. Not to a place, but to this. To us, to the road, to the adventure. The landscape here was different again, still vast and open, but with a subtle change in the vegetation and the quality of the light that made it distinctly its own place. Rolling hills covered in prairie grass stretched to the horizon, broken occasionally by small towns that looked like they'd been planted in the middle of nowhere. It's beautiful, I said as we crested a hill that revealed miles of gently rolling country. Different from Wyoming, but beautiful. Each state has its own personality, Jasper agreed. South Dakota's personality is friendly and unpretentious. You'll see what I mean when we get to Sturgis. As if summoned by his words, the distant rumble of motorcycle engines reached us through our helmets. Up ahead, I could see a small cluster of bikes pulled over at a roadside rest area, their riders clearly taking a break on their journey to the rally. Want to stop and say hello? Jasper asked. Good practice for mixing with the rally crowd. Sure, I said, curious about meeting other riders. Jasper's point of view. As we pulled into the rest area, I immediately recognized two familiar figures among the group of bikers, Rosalie and Emmett, both looking relaxed and happy in their riding gear. They were part of a larger group, maybe 8 or 10 riders total, all clearly headed to Sturgis based on their rally stickers and general direction. Well, Emmett boomed as we parked near their bikes. Look what the wind blew in. Rosalie looked up from where she was checking something on her bike, a beautiful vintage Harley that suited her perfectly, and smiled when she saw us. Jasper. Bella. What are the odds? Pretty good, actually, I said, pulling off my helmet. We're all heading to the same place. This is so cool, Bella said, clearly excited to see familiar faces. Are you part of this whole group? We hooked up with them in Denver, Emmett explained, gesturing to the other riders who were eyeing us with friendly curiosity. Been riding together for 2 days now. Great bunch of people. Another rider, a woman in her 50s with short gray hair and a warm smile, approached us. Any friends of Rosalie and Emmett's are friends of ours, she said. I'm Janet, and this motley crew is the Colorado Rolling Thunder Group. Bella and Jasper, I replied, shaking her hand. We're riding up from Wyoming. First time to Sturgis? Asked another rider, a bearded man with kind eyes. For her, yes, I said, nodding toward Bella. I've been a few times. Oh, you're in for a treat, Janet said to Bella. Sturgis is like nothing else in the world. Bella's point of view. The warmth and immediate acceptance from the Colorado group were exactly what Jasper had promised. Instant inclusion based on nothing more than the fact that we were all on motorcycles heading to the same destination. It felt like being welcomed into a family I didn't know I had. We're planning to hit some of the Black Hills attractions while we're there, Rosalie said, moving closer to where Jasper and I stood. Mount Rushmore, Deadwood, maybe some of the canyon roads. You two interested in riding together sometime? That sounds amazing, I said before Jasper could respond. We're staying at a cabin outside of town, so we'll be around for a while. Perfect, Emmett said with his characteristic enthusiasm. We should definitely coordinate. The Black Hills are incredible riding country. We'd better get moving if we want to make it before the ZZ Top concert, Rosalie said, checking her watch. But let's definitely touch base once we're all settled. Call me tomorrow, Jasper said, pulling out his phone to check the time. We'll figure out some group rides. As the Colorado group prepared to get back on the road, I felt a surge of excitement about the possibilities ahead. Not just Sturgis itself, but the chance to explore with friends, to be part of a larger community of adventurous people who understood the appeal of the open road. Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella interact with the other riders, seeing her natural enthusiasm and the way she fit seamlessly into the motorcycle community, filled me with deep satisfaction. This was exactly what I'd hoped for, not just showing her new places, but introducing her to new ways of being, new communities, new possibilities for her life. What do you think? I asked as we watched the Colorado group pull back onto I-90 in a neat formation. Ready to be part of all that? More than ready, she said, her eyes bright with excitement. And Jasper? Thank you for thinking of everything. The cabin, the timing, even running into Rosalie and Emmett. You've planned this perfectly. The best part, I said, starting our bike, is that we're just getting started. Sturgis is going to be incredible, but it's also going to be our base for exploring the whole Black Hills area. We can spend as much time as we want seeing everything, riding with new friends, making memories. Speaking of making memories, she said as we pulled back onto the highway, have you thought about where we might want to go after Sturgis? I mean, eventually. The question opened up exactly the conversation I'd been hoping to have. I've got some ideas, I said. But what sounds good to you? All those places we talked about, she said without hesitation. Vermont for the fall colors, California for the coast, New Mexico for the desert. Maybe we could convince Rosalie and Emmett to join us for some of it. I love that idea, I said, meaning it completely. Traveling with friends, seeing the country, no fixed schedule or predetermined endpoints. Just following whatever road looks interesting, she agreed. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of all of it. As we rode toward Sturgis with the South Dakota plains stretching endlessly around us, I felt that familiar sense of rightness settle in my chest. We weren't just heading toward a motorcycle rally, we were heading toward the next chapter of our lives together, full of friends and adventures and possibilities we were only beginning to imagine. The road ahead was straight and clear, and our future felt exactly the same way. South Dakota welcome. Bella's point of view. The landscape continued to change as we rode deeper into South Dakota, becoming more agricultural with each mile. What had been rangeland in Wyoming was now fields of corn and wheat stretching to the horizon, broken by farmhouses and red barns that looked like they'd been placed deliberately for postcard photos. "It's so different," I said through the helmet comm, watching a massive irrigation system spray water over acres of corn. "More settled, I guess. Like people have been working this land for generations." "They have," Jasper replied, taking us through a gentle curve that revealed another vista of farmland. "This is some of the most productive agricultural land in the country. Feeds half the world." The farms were impressive in their scale. Fields that seemed to stretch for miles, equipment that dwarfed anything I'd seen in Washington, and a sense of purposeful cultivation that spoke to generations of families working the same land. "Look at that combine," I said, pointing to a massive machine working its way through a wheat field, leaving neat rows in its wake. "It's like something from a science fiction movie." "Modern farming is pretty incredible," Jasper agreed. "Though I remember when most of this was still prairie grass and buffalo herds." The casual reference to his age and the history he'd witnessed still caught me off guard sometimes. Here was someone who had literally seen the transformation of the American West from frontier to farmland. "What was it like?" I asked. "Seeing all this change?" "Bittersweet," he said after a moment. "Progress is necessary, and feeding people is important. But there was something beautiful about the untouched prairie that you can't get back once it's gone." Jasper's point of view. We'd been riding for about 2 hours since leaving the rest area where we'd encountered Rosalie and Emmett, and I could sense Bella's growing comfort with the rhythm of long-distance riding. She was more relaxed now, asking questions and making observations with the confidence of someone who belonged exactly where she was. "Getting hungry?" I asked as we approached the small town of Kadoka, its grain elevators visible from miles away. "This looks like a good place to stop for lunch." "Starving," she admitted. "And I could use a break from the bike." Kadoka was exactly what I'd hoped for, a small agricultural town that felt authentic and unpretentious, the kind of place where strangers were welcomed and the food was substantial. We found a cafe called the Pioneer Restaurant that looked like it had been serving the local farming community for decades. "This is perfect," Bella said as we parked in front of the simple storefront. "It looks like the kind of place where they know everyone's name." Inside, the cafe was exactly what we'd expected: vinyl booths, laminated menus, and the comfortable chatter of locals discussing weather and crops and local news. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with a warm smile, seated us by the window and brought coffee without being asked. "You folks passing through?" she asked as she filled our cups. "Heading to Sturgis," I said, noting how her face lit up with understanding. "Ah, rally folks. We get a lot of bikers through here this time of year. Good people, always polite and tip well." She handed us menus. "The meatloaf is excellent today, and the pie is homemade." Bella's point of view. As we waited for our food, I found myself studying Jasper across the small table. The meeting with Rosalie and Emmett had triggered something in my mind, a growing awareness of just how much planning and forethought had gone into this entire trip. "Can I ask you something?" I said, wrapping my hands around my coffee cup. "Always. This whole trip, the route, the timing, even running into your family today, how much of it did you plan in advance?" His expression became carefully neutral, which was answer enough. Some of it." "Some of it," I repeated, not buying the casual response. "Jasper, you had a cabin reserved at Sturgis before we even left Forks. You knew exactly which roads to take, which towns to stop in, and even which restaurants to choose. This wasn't some planning. This was extensive planning." He was quiet for a moment, considering his words. "Yes," he said finally. "I planned most of it." "When?" I asked, leaning forward. "When did you start planning this trip?" "A few months ago," he admitted. "Maybe longer." The implications of that hit me like a wave. "Months?" "Jasper, you were planning this trip for months before you asked me to come." "Yes." Our food arrived, the promised meatloaf with mashed potatoes and green beans, but I barely noticed. My mind was spinning with this new information. Jasper's point of view. I could feel her emotion shifting as she processed what I'd revealed: surprise, confusion, and underneath it all, a growing curiosity that I knew would lead to more questions. Questions I wasn't entirely sure I was ready to answer. Why? She asked quietly. Why plan such an elaborate trip months in advance? Because I wanted it to be perfect, I said honestly. I wanted you to see the most beautiful parts of the country, stay in places that would make you happy, experience things that would show you how big and wonderful the world could be. But you planned it before you asked me, she pressed. Which means you were planning it for me specifically, not just hoping I might say yes to a spontaneous adventure. She was too perceptive, too intelligent to accept simple explanations. And maybe it was time to give her more of the truth. Yes, I said. I was planning it for you specifically. Why? The question was barely above a whisper, but loaded with meaning. I set down my fork and met her eyes directly. Because I was falling in love with you, and I wanted to show you what your life could be like if you chose something different. The admission hung in the air between us, more significant than anything I'd shared with her before. She stared at me for a long moment, her emotions cycling through surprise, wonder, and something that felt like recognition. Bella's point of view. You were falling in love with me, I said slowly, trying to process the weight of his words. Before the trip. Before Edward's house plans, before any of this happened. Yes. How long? I asked, my heart racing. How long were you falling in love with me? He was quiet for so long, I thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft but certain. Months. Maybe longer. I watched you disappearing under the weight of other people's expectations, and I wanted to be the one to show you who you really were underneath all that. The truth of it took my breath away. All those times I'd caught him watching me, all those moments when I'd felt an unexplained connection, all the times I'd wondered why he seemed to understand me better than anyone else, it had been real. He'd been seeing me, really seeing me, when I'd felt invisible to everyone else. And the trip was my way of offering you an alternative, he said. A chance to discover who you could be when you were free to make your own choices. You orchestrated my escape, I said, understanding flooding through me. You didn't just offer me a ride when I needed one. You created the opportunity. I waited for the right moment, he admitted. When Edward's control finally pushed you to your breaking point, I was ready with an alternative. The scope of his patience, his planning, his faith that I would eventually choose freedom, it was overwhelming and beautiful and slightly terrifying all at once. Jasper's point of view. I could feel her processing the revelation, her emotions shifting from surprise to understanding to something that felt like gratitude. She wasn't angry about the manipulation, which surprised me. Instead, she seemed relieved. Why tell me now? She asked. Because you asked, I said simply. And because we're about to arrive at Sturgis, about to start the next phase of this adventure, and I want you to know that whatever happens next, whatever we choose to do together, it's all real. My feelings for you, your choice to be here, the life we're building, all of it is real. She reached across the table and covered my hand with hers. I'm glad you told me, she said quietly. And I'm glad you planned it. I'm glad you saw something in me that I didn't even see in myself. What do you see now? I asked. She smiled, and it was radiant. I see someone who's brave enough to choose adventure, who's strong enough to build her own life, who's smart enough to recognize love when it's offered with patience and respect instead of control and manipulation. And what do you choose? I asked, though I could feel her certainty through our connection. You, she said without hesitation. I choose you and this life and whatever adventures we decide to have together. Bella's point of view. As we finished our lunch and prepared to get back on the road, I felt like something fundamental had shifted between us. Not just understanding, but complete honesty. He'd laid all his cards on the table, and I'd chosen him anyway. Chosen him even more completely because of his honesty. Ready for the final stretch to Sturgis? He asked as we walked back to the Harley. More than ready, I said. But Jasper. Yeah, no more secrets between us, okay? From now on, we make decisions together, plan adventures together, choose our future together. His smile was brilliant. Deal. As we pulled back onto I-90, the afternoon sun warming our backs, I noticed something different about the landscape ahead. In the distance, beyond the corn and wheat fields, I could see splashes of yellow that didn't look like any crop I recognized. What are those yellow fields up ahead? I asked through the helmet comm. I felt Jasper's satisfaction even before he answered. Those, darlin', are sunflowers. And if I've timed this right, they should be in perfect bloom. The anticipation in his voice told me this was another piece of his carefully orchestrated plan, another gift he'd arranged for me. And for the first time, instead of feeling manipulated, I felt cherished. "How far?" I asked, excitement building in my chest. "About 20 miles," he said. Just enough time to work up some anticipation. As we rode toward those distant fields of gold, I felt complete contentment settle over me. Behind us lay everything I'd been trying to escape, and ahead lay everything I'd been searching for without knowing it. And beside me, or rather, in front of me on the bike, was the man who'd had enough faith in both of us to plan this entire journey of discovery. The road stretched ahead toward those yellow fields, and I couldn't wait to see what beauty Jasper had in store for me next. Sunflower magic. Bella's point of view. The yellow in the distance had been growing larger and more defined with each mile, but nothing could have prepared me for the moment when we crested a small hill and the full scope of the sunflower fields spread out before us. They stretched from the frontage road all the way to the horizon in every direction. Millions of golden blooms turned toward the late afternoon sun like a living carpet of light. "Oh my God," I breathed through the helmet calm, my voice barely above a whisper. "Jasper, this is—" "I know," he said softly, and I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. I was hoping they'd be in full bloom. The commercial fields were laid out in perfect rows that created natural pathways through the flowers, each sunflower standing tall on thick green stalks, their faces all oriented in the same direction like a golden army saluting the sun. The late afternoon light turned everything into pure magic. The yellow petals seemed to glow from within, and the entire landscape shimmered with warmth and life. "Can we stop?" I asked, though I could already feel Jasper slowing the bike. "Please, can we stop and walk through them?" "That's exactly what I was planning," he said, taking the exit onto a frontage road that ran parallel to the interstate. "I've been looking forward to this moment for months." The frontage road had little traffic and several dirt turnouts that let us park safely and access the fields. Jasper chose a spot where a farm road met the frontage road, giving us a clear path into the sunflowers without damaging any crops. Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella discover the sunflower fields was everything I'd hoped it would be and more. Her emotions were cascading through me, wonder, joy, and something deeper that felt like recognition. This was exactly what I'd envisioned when I'd planned this route, this timing, this moment. I cut the engine and immediately reached for the small Minolta camera I'd tucked into my jacket pocket. I'd brought it specifically for moments like this, for capturing memories we'd want to revisit forever. "Come here," I said gently, reaching for her helmet. "Let me get this off you so you can see properly." She sat perfectly still as I unfastened the chin strap and lifted the helmet away from her head. Her hair fell in waves around her shoulders, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears as she took in the full scope of the golden landscape around us. "It's so beautiful," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I can't believe something like this exists." "Go explore," I encouraged, climbing off the bike and offering her my hand. "Walk through them. Feel what it's like to be surrounded by all that beauty." She took my hand and slid off the bike, but then she just stood there for a moment, overwhelmed by the sight before her. The sunflowers towered over us, most of them 7 or 8 feet tall, creating a natural maze of gold and green that seemed to go on forever. "Go on," I said gently, giving her a small push toward the nearest row. "They won't bite." Bella's point of view. The moment I stepped into the first row of sunflowers, I felt something inside my chest break open, not painfully, but like a dam releasing pressure that had been building for years. The flowers rose above my head on all sides, creating a golden corridor that led deeper into the field, and the late afternoon sun filtered through the petals like light through stained glass. I started walking, slowly at first, then with growing confidence as I realized how magical it felt to be completely surrounded by such overwhelming beauty. The air smelled sweet and green, with an underlying earthiness that spoke of rich soil and careful cultivation. Bees hummed lazily among the blooms, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the gentle rustle of leaves in the warm breeze. "This is incredible," I called back to Jasper, who was following a few steps behind with his camera. "I feel like I'm in a fairy tale." "You look like you're in a fairy tale," he replied, and I heard the soft click of the camera shutter. I kept walking deeper into the field, turning down different rows, marveling at how each path led to new vistas of golden beauty. The commercial planting meant the rows were perfectly straight and evenly spaced, creating natural corridors that seemed designed for wandering. But it was more than just the visual beauty that was affecting me. Being surrounded by all this life, all this purposeful growth reaching toward the sun, felt like a metaphor for everything that had changed in my life over the past week. Like the sunflowers, I was finally turned toward the light instead of hiding in shadows. Jasper's point of view. Following Bella through the sunflower rows was like watching someone discover joy for the first time. Her movements became more fluid and natural with each step, her laughter more frequent and genuine. She would stop to examine individual blooms, run her fingers along the thick stalks, tip her head back to look up at the flowers towering above her. And I captured it all with the camera, her wonder, her freedom, her pure happiness in this moment I'd planned specifically for her. The late afternoon light was perfect, turning her hair golden and making her skin glow as she moved through the natural cathedral of flowers. "Jasper," she called from deeper in the field, her voice carrying a note I'd never heard before. "Come here. You have to see this." I followed her voice and found her standing in a small clearing where several rows intersected, creating a circular space surrounded completely by towering sunflowers. She was turning slowly in the center, her arms outstretched, her face tilted toward the sun. "It's like being inside a flower," she said, and I could see tears streaming down her cheeks. "Like being at the heart of something beautiful and alive and perfect." "Are you okay?" I asked, though I could feel through our connection that these were tears of joy, not sadness. "I'm more than okay," she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm free. Really, truly free for the first time in my life." Bella's point of view. Standing in that natural clearing, surrounded by sunflowers, I felt all the stress, fear, and suffocating control of the past months finally leave my body. It was like I'd been holding my breath for so long I'd forgotten what it felt like to really breathe, and suddenly I could fill my lungs completely. "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," I said, turning to face Jasper with tears still streaming down my face. I didn't know the world could be this beautiful. I didn't know I could feel this happy. His expression was soft and tender as he looked at me, the camera hanging forgotten in his hands. "I figured you should see the brightest thing in the world," he said quietly. "You deserve to know what brightness looks like." The simple words hit me like a physical force. Not just because of what he'd said, but because of what it represented: months of planning, weeks of patient guidance, all designed to show me that my life could be bigger and brighter and more beautiful than I'd ever imagined. "You did this for me," I said, gesturing to the incredible landscape around us. "You planned this moment, timed it perfectly, brought me here because you wanted me to see this." "I wanted you to see yourself," he corrected gently. "I wanted you to understand that you deserve beauty and joy and all the brightness the world has to offer." I moved toward him then, closing the distance between us in the golden clearing, and when I reached him, I stood on my toes and kissed him with all the gratitude, love, and overwhelming emotion flooding through me. "I love you," I said against his lips. "I love you for seeing me, for planning this, for believing I deserved something beautiful." "You deserve everything beautiful," he said, holding me close. "And I plan to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much beauty there is in the world." Jasper's point of view. Holding Bella in that clearing surrounded by sunflowers, feeling her pure happiness and freedom washing over me, I knew this was the moment I'd been working toward since the day I'd started planning this trip. Not just the physical location, but the emotional breakthrough of watching her realize that her life could be filled with joy, beauty, and choice. "Can I take your picture?" I asked, lifting the camera. "I want to remember this moment forever." "Yes," she said, stepping back but staying in the clearing. "But make sure you get the sunflowers too. I want to remember all of this." I raised the Minolta and looked at her through the viewfinder, her hair flowing loose around her shoulders, her face radiant with happiness, the golden sunflowers creating a perfect frame around her. She looked like she belonged there, like she'd been made to stand in fields of light and beauty. "Perfect," I said, taking several shots as she moved naturally through the clearing. "Don't pose, just be yourself." She laughed and spun in a circle, her arms outstretched toward the flowers, and I captured that moment of pure joy. Then she looked directly into the camera, her expression so full of happiness that it took my breath away. "Got it," I said, lowering the camera. "That one's going to be beautiful." "Will you make me a copy?" she asked. "I want to keep it forever, to remember this day and how it felt to discover that the world could be this wonderful." "I'll make you a whole album," I promised. Pictures of every beautiful moment we've shared, every place we've been, every discovery we've made together. Bella's point of view. As the sun continued its descent toward the horizon, painting the sunflower field in even more dramatic shades of gold and amber, I realized I didn't want to leave this magical place. But I also knew that the beauty of this moment wasn't really about the location, it was about what it represented. "We should probably get going," I said reluctantly, looking back toward where the Harley waited on the frontage road. "Sturgis is still waiting for us." "Are you ready?" Jasper asked, following my gaze. "Ready for the next adventure?" I took one last look around the clearing, memorizing every detail, the way the sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze, the quality of the light filtering through the petals, the sense of being surrounded by living beauty that stretched to the horizon. "I'm ready," I said, meaning it completely. "I'm ready for Sturgis, for the rally, for whatever comes next. But mostly, I'm ready to keep building this life with you, one beautiful moment at a time." As we walked back through the rows of sunflowers toward the road, Jasper's hand warm in mine, and the camera full of memories we'd just created, I felt a deep sense of completeness. This was what happiness looked like, not the careful, controlled contentment I'd tried to convince myself I wanted with Edward, but this expansive, overwhelming joy that came from being truly seen and loved and free. The sunflowers waved goodbye in the evening breeze as we reached the Harley, and I knew that whatever challenges or adventures lay ahead, I would always carry this moment with me. The moment when I'd stood in a field of light and finally understood what it meant to choose brightness over shadows, love over control, and freedom over safety. Jasper's point of view. As I helped Bella with her helmet and prepared to continue our journey toward Sturgis, I felt the deep satisfaction of a plan perfectly executed. Not just the logistics of timing and location, but the emotional impact of watching her discover not just the beauty of the sunflower fields, but the beauty of her own capacity for joy and freedom. "Thank you," she said as she settled onto the bike behind me. "For everything. For planning this, for bringing me here, for showing me what my life could be like." "Thank you for saying yes," I replied, starting the engine. "For trusting me enough to take this journey." "I'd say yes again," she said, her arms coming around my waist with complete certainty. "1,000 times yes to this life, to these adventures, to you." As we pulled back onto the interstate with the sunflower fields stretching away behind us and Sturgis waiting ahead, I knew we'd crossed another threshold in our relationship. Not just physical or romantic, but something deeper, a shared understanding of what we were building together and what we both wanted our future to look like. The road ahead led toward new adventures, new discoveries, and new moments of beauty we'd create together. But this moment, captured forever in photographs and memory, would always be the one where Bella had finally, completely, chosen the light. Sturgis arrival. Bella's point of view. Leaving the sunflower fields felt like leaving paradise, but as we rode away with the golden blooms growing smaller in Jasper's mirrors, I carried the magic of that moment with me. The camera in his jacket held our pictures, but more importantly, my heart held the memory of standing in all that light and finally understanding what freedom felt like. "Thank you," I said through the helmet comm as we merged back onto I-90, for the most perfect moment of my life. "We're just getting started, darlin'," Jasper replied, his voice warm with satisfaction. "Tonight's going to be incredible too." The landscape continued to roll by, with gentle hills covered in prairie grass, but about 20 minutes after leaving the sunflowers, I started to notice changes. First, it was just an occasional motorcycle heading in the same direction we were, then a few more, then small groups riding together. "Is that rally traffic?" I asked, watching a group of 5 bikes pass us in the left lane. "Beginning to be," Jasper confirmed. We're getting close now. Sturgis draws people from all over the country. Some folks ride thousands of miles to get here. The excitement in his voice was contagious, and I found myself sitting up straighter on the bike, trying to take in every detail of our approach to this legendary event I'd only heard about in passing. How many people come to this thing? I asked as more motorcycles appeared around us. About 500,000, Jasper said casually, as if that number wasn't completely mind-blowing. 500,000? I repeated, trying to process the scope of what we were approaching. Jasper, that's more people than live in all of Western Washington. Jasper's point of view. Her amazement at the scale of what we were approaching filled me with anticipation for her reaction to the rally itself. Sturgis was unlike anything else in the world, a temporary city that appeared for 10 days each August, dedicated entirely to motorcycle culture and the freedom of the open road. Exit coming up, I said, taking us off I-90 toward the town. I'm going to take a back route to our cabin, avoid the worst of the traffic, and give you a chance to ease into things. Good thinking, she said, though I could feel her excitement building despite her nervousness about the crowds. The back road I chose wound through the Black Hills toward Sturgis, giving us glimpses of the rally activity without throwing us directly into the chaos. But even on the quieter route, the evidence of the rally was everywhere. Motorcycles parked at every business, people in leather and rally gear walking the streets, the distant sound of engines and music drifting on the evening air. Listen to that, Bella said as we approached the outskirts of town. It sounds like 500,000 people having the time of their lives, I finished for her. That's exactly what it sounds like. We crested a hill, and suddenly the full scope of the Sturgis rally spread out below us. The small town had been completely transformed, vendor tents and temporary stages filled every available space, motorcycles lined the streets in neat rows, and people moved everywhere in a constant flow of leather, chrome, and excitement. Oh my God, Bella breathed, her arms tightening around my waist. It's enormous. It's like a whole city built around motorcycles. Welcome to Sturgis, I said with a grin. The greatest show on earth. Bella's point of view. The sensory overload was immediate and overwhelming. Everywhere I looked, there were motorcycles, vintage Harleys, modern touring bikes, custom choppers, racing bikes, more motorcycles than I'd seen in my entire life combined. The sound was incredible, too. Engines revving, music from multiple stages, the constant hum of conversation and laughter from thousands of people. Vendor tents lined every street, selling everything from leather gear to motorcycle parts to food that smelled absolutely incredible. People walked everywhere in groups, their rally gear and leather jackets creating a sea of black punctuated by colorful bandanas and custom patches. This is insane, I said, trying to take it all in as Jasper navigated us through the edge of the main rally area. How do people even find each other in all this? Very carefully, he said with amusement. That's why our cabin is outside of town. We can come in for the fun stuff and retreat when we need quiet. He took us up a winding road that led away from the main rally chaos and into the hills surrounding Sturgis. The noise faded slightly as we climbed, though we could still see the lights and activity spread out below us. There, Jasper said, pointing to a cluster of cabins nestled among the pine trees. Pine Ridge Rentals. Our home base for the next few days. The cabin was perfect, rustic but comfortable, with a covered porch and large windows that looked out over the valley toward the rally below. It was far enough from the chaos to be peaceful, but close enough that we could easily ride down to join the festivities. It's beautiful, I said as Jasper parked the bike in front of the cabin. And so quiet after all that noise down there. Best of both worlds, he agreed, cutting the engine. Privacy when we want it, party when we want it. Jasper's point of view. The cabin was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd made the reservation months ago, a comfortable retreat that would give us space to decompress while still being close to all the rally action. I'd chosen this location specifically because I knew Bella would need somewhere calm to process the overwhelming experience of her first Sturgis. Let me get the key and show you around, I said, retrieving the rental information from my jacket. Inside, the cabin was cozy and well-appointed with a kitchenette, a comfortable living area with a stone fireplace, and a bedroom with a king bed that looked incredibly inviting after our long day of riding. Large windows in every room provided views of either the surrounding forest or the valley below. "This is perfect," Bella said, moving from room to room with obvious delight. "It feels like a real home, not just a hotel room." "That was the idea," I said, setting our bags down and pulling her into my arms. "A place where we can be ourselves, plan our adventures, and retreat when the rally gets overwhelming." She settled against me with a contented sigh. "Do you think it will get overwhelming?" "For about 5 minutes," I said honestly. "Then you'll get caught up in the energy and excitement, and you'll understand why people travel thousands of miles for this experience." "I'm already starting to understand," she said, looking out the window toward the lights of Sturgis twinkling in the gathering dusk. "It's like everyone here is celebrating the same thing we've been celebrating all week. Freedom, adventure, the joy of the open road." "Exactly," I said, pleased that she was already grasping the spirit of what made Sturgis special. "It's a community of people who understand that life is meant to be lived, not just endured." Bella's point of view. As the sun set and the rally's lights grew brighter in the valley below, I felt a familiar surge of anticipation, mixed with contentment. We'd come so far from that afternoon in Forks when I'd climbed onto Jasper's bike in desperate flight from Edward's suffocating plans. Now I was here by choice, excited about new experiences, completely confident in my decisions and my partnership with the man I loved. "What time is the ZZ Top concert?" I asked, moving to unpack our bags. "Starts at 8, Jasper replied, checking his watch. "We've got about an hour and a half to get ready and head down there. Plenty of time to grab some rally food and find good spots to watch the show." "Rally food?" I asked with interest. "What kind of food do 500,000 bikers eat?" "Everything," he said with a grin. "Barbecue, burgers, turkey legs the size of your head, funnel cakes, corn dogs. If it can be grilled, fried, or served on a stick, you'll find it at Sturgis." The idea of exploring all that culinary chaos was almost as exciting as the concert itself. "Sounds perfect. What should I wear to a motorcycle rally concert?" "Whatever makes you feel confident and comfortable," he said, then added with a smile, "though leather never goes amiss at Sturgis." I looked down at the leather vest bought me in Red Lodge, feeling a little thrill at how perfectly it had come to represent this new version of myself. "Good thing I have the perfect vest and jacket." "You do indeed," he said, moving behind me to wrap his arms around my waist. "You ready for this, darlin'? Ready to dive into the legendary chaos of Sturgis? With you?" "I'm ready for anything," I said, leaning back against his chest and looking out at the lights below. "This is going to be incredible." Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella prepare for her first Sturgis experience filled me with deep satisfaction. The transformation from the uncertain girl who'd fled Forks to this confident woman excited about new adventures was everything I'd hoped for and more. She was choosing boldness over safety, experience over caution, and doing it all with the radiant joy I'd been waiting to see her discover. "You know what I love about this," she said as she refreshed her makeup and prepared to head back into the rally. "What?" A week ago, the idea of being in the middle of 500,000 strangers would have terrified me. Now I'm excited about it. About meeting new people, hearing new music, and trying new food. She turned to face me, her eyes bright with confidence. "You've helped me discover that I'm braver than I thought I was." "You've always been brave," I corrected gently. "You just needed permission to let it show." "Well, consider permission granted," she said with a laugh, pulling on her leather jacket. "Tonight I want to experience everything Sturgis has to offer." "Everything?" I asked with raised eyebrows. "Everything," she confirmed. "The music, the food, the people, the energy. I want to understand why this place is so legendary." As we prepared to head back down to the rally, I felt that familiar surge of anticipation that came with sharing something I loved with someone who mattered to me. Sturgis was going to show Bella yet another facet of the world she'd been missing, another community of people who celebrated freedom and adventure. "Ready?" I asked, offering her my arm. "Ready," she said without hesitation, taking my arm with complete confidence. As we walked out of our peaceful cabin toward the rally below, I knew we were about to add another perfect chapter to our growing collection of shared adventures. The sunflower fields had shown her beauty and freedom. Sturgis would show her community and celebration. And through it all, we'd be together, building a life full of exactly the kind of experiences that made existence feel truly worth living. Bella's points of view. The ride down from our cabin toward the main rally area was like descending into a different world. The quiet of the pine trees gave way to increasing noise and activity, and by the time we reached the edge of the vendor areas, I could feel the energy of 500,000 people having the time of their lives. "Hold on tight," Jasper said through the helmet comm as we entered the main flow of motorcycle traffic. "It gets interesting from here." Interesting was definitely one word for it. The streets were lined with motorcycles parked so close together they looked like a chrome and steel river. People walked everywhere, moving between vendor booths, food stands, and multiple stages where bands performed simultaneously. The sensory overload was incredible, but instead of feeling overwhelmed, I felt energized. "This is amazing," I said as we found a place to park near the main concert area. "I've never seen anything like it." "And we haven't even gotten to the good parts yet," Jasper said with a grin as we climbed off the bike. "Wait until you hear ZZ Top live. That's when the real magic happens." Taking his hand as we walked toward the sound of music and laughter, I felt that familiar surge of gratitude for the man who'd made all of this possible. Not just the logistics of getting here, but the patience and faith to help me discover that I was the kind of person who could thrive in this chaos, who could find joy in new experiences and communities. The night was young, the music was calling, and I was exactly where I belonged in the middle of an adventure with the man I loved, ready for whatever beautiful chaos awaited us. Chapter 6: Rushmore Roads. Morning Adventure and Wall Drug Discovery. Bella's points of view. The 7 a.m. mountain air was crisp and clear as we prepared to leave our cabin for our first full day of Black Hills exploration. I was still buzzing with excitement from last night's ZZ Top concert. The energy of 500,000 bikers singing along to La Grange and Sharp-Dressed Man had been absolutely incredible, and dancing with Jasper under the South Dakota stars had been the perfect end to our first Sturgis evening. "Ready for another adventure?" Jasper asked, loading our day pack onto the Harley. He looked refreshed and energetic despite the late night, his golden eyes bright with anticipation for whatever we'd discover today. "More than ready," I said, pulling on my leather jacket and the Montana hoodie underneath for the cool morning air. Though I still can't believe how amazing last night was. That crowd was insane. ZZ Top knows how to put on a show, he agreed with a grin. But wait until you see Mount Rushmore. That's going to be a whole different kind of incredible. As we pulled out of the Pine Ridge Rentals area and headed down toward the main road, I felt that familiar thrill of anticipation mixed with perfect contentment. This was becoming my favorite part of each day, setting out on new adventures with Jasper, not knowing exactly what we'd discover, but completely confident that it would be wonderful. "Which way are we going?" I asked through the helmet comm as we reached the main road. "Southeast toward Wall Drug first," he said, turning away from Sturgis and onto a route I hadn't traveled yet. "It's about an hour and 10 minutes, but I thought we'd take a scenic route through some different sunflower country." The mention of sunflowers sent warmth spiraling through my chest. Yesterday's magical moment in the golden fields felt like a dream, but the photos in Jasper's camera and the memory in my heart proved it had been beautifully real. Jasper's point of view. Taking the back roads southeast toward Wall gave us a completely different perspective on South Dakota's agricultural landscape. Instead of the main interstate route, I'd chosen smaller highways that wound through farming communities and offered glimpses of rural life that most tourists never saw. "Look at that," Bella said as we passed a farmhouse with laundry hanging on a line and chickens pecking in the yard. "It's like something from 50 years ago." "Some things don't need to change," I replied, enjoying her fascination with the authentic rural scenery. "There's beauty in simplicity." About 40 minutes into our ride, I spotted exactly what I'd been hoping to find, another commercial sunflower operation, but this one smaller and more family-oriented than yesterday's massive fields. A hand-painted sign at the farm entrance advertised Sunflower Haven, fresh flowers, farm store, tours welcome. "Want to stop?" I asked, already slowing the bike. "Different flowers, different perspective." "Absolutely," Bella said immediately. "I want to see if they're as magical as yesterday's." The farm's entrance led to a gravel parking area near a restored red barn that had been converted into a gift shop and visitor center. The sunflower fields here were smaller but more intimate, with walking paths deliberately created for visitors to enjoy the blooms up close. "This is perfect," Bella said as we parked near the barn. "It feels more personal somehow." A woman in her 60s emerged from the gift shop, wiping her hands on a flour-dusted apron and smiling warmly at us. "Good morning. You folks here for the sunflowers?" "Among other things," I said. "This is a beautiful property you have here." "Thank you. I'm Martha, and my husband, Dan, and I have been growing sunflowers here for 30 years. Feel free to walk the paths. We've got about 50 acres in bloom right now." Bella's point of view. Walking through Sunflower Haven was a completely different experience from yesterday's overwhelming immersion in endless golden fields. Here, the paths were clearly marked and designed for leisurely strolling, with benches at scenic viewpoints and informational signs explaining the various sunflower varieties. "Look at these," I said, stopping beside a section of deep red sunflowers that looked almost burgundy in the morning light. I didn't know they came in different colors. "Evening sun variety," Jasper read from a nearby sign. "Bred specifically for that deep red color. Beautiful." The more intimate scale of this farm let me appreciate details I'd missed yesterday in my overwhelming emotional response to the vast fields. Individual flower faces, the intricate patterns of seeds at their centers, the way bees moved purposefully from bloom to bloom. "Yesterday was about the emotion of it all," I said, reaching out to gently touch one of the giant flower heads. "Today I can actually see the flowers." "Both experiences matter," Jasper said, taking a few photos of me examining the different varieties. The overwhelming beauty and the intimate details. After we'd explored the walking paths, we headed into the gift shop where Martha had an impressive selection of sunflower-themed items, everything from locally made sunflower oil and honey to handcrafted jewelry featuring sunflower motifs. "These are perfect," I said, picking up a pair of small silver earrings shaped like sunflower petals. "Something to remember both days." "Get them," Jasper encouraged. "And maybe some of that honey would be perfect for our cabin." I also chose a small photo album with sunflowers on the cover, already envisioning it filled with pictures from our journey. For all our road trip memories, I explained to Jasper, who nodded approvingly. Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella choose mementos with such care and deliberation filled me with deep satisfaction. These weren't impulse purchases or tourist trinkets. They were meaningful choices that represented her growing confidence in claiming experiences and memories as her own. "Thank you so much," she said to Martha as we paid for our purchases. "Your farm is beautiful, and these will help us remember our time here." "Where are you folks headed today?" Martha asked as she carefully wrapped the earrings. "Wall Drug, then Mount Rushmore," I said. First time to both for her. "Oh, you're in for treats," Martha said with enthusiasm. Wall Drug is quite an experience. Don't miss the jackalope, and be sure to get some of their famous donuts. And Mount Rushmore, well, there's nothing like seeing it for the first time. As we prepared to leave Sunflower Haven, I felt that familiar sense of everything falling perfectly into place. The relaxed morning, the different perspective on sunflowers, Bella's growing comfort with choosing what she wanted, it all set the perfect tone for the day ahead. "Ready for Wall Drug?" I asked as we climbed back onto the Harley. "I have no idea what to expect," Bella admitted with a laugh, "but I'm definitely ready to find out." "Trust me," I said, starting the engine. Wall Drug is unlike anything you've ever experienced. It's touristy and cheesy and absolutely wonderful. Bella's point of view. The final stretch to Wall Drug took us through more agricultural country, but I could tell we were approaching something significant when the billboards started appearing. First just one or two, then an increasing parade of signs advertising free ice water, world-famous donuts, and only 47 miles to Wall Drug. "How many signs are there?" I asked, watching another cluster of billboards pass by. "Thousands," Jasper replied with amusement. "They're all over the Midwest. It's part of the charm." 23 miles to Wall Drug, announced the next sign, featuring a cartoon cowboy and the promise of 5-cent coffee. 5-cent coffee? I repeated. That can't be real. "Oh, it's real," Jasper assured me. Wall Drug is famous for keeping its original prices on certain items. It's all part of the experience. As we approached the town of Wall itself, the density of billboards increased dramatically, and I could see that this was clearly a place built around one massive tourist attraction. There, Jasper said, pointing ahead to what looked like a small city's worth of buildings all connected together. Wall Drug. The complex was enormous, far larger than I'd expected. What had started as a small-town drugstore had clearly grown into something that defied easy categorization. There were multiple buildings, outdoor displays, signs everywhere, and parking lots filled with cars, RVs, and motorcycles from all over the country. "This is incredible," I said as we found a parking spot near the main entrance. "It's like they built an entire town around one store." "That's basically what they did," Jasper said, helping me off the bike. "Started with free ice water for travelers, and it just grew from there." Jasper's point of view. Entering Wall Drug with Bella was like watching someone discover a uniquely American phenomenon, the roadside attraction that had grown beyond all reasonable proportions through pure enthusiasm and shameless self-promotion. Her reactions as we walked through the various shops and displays were exactly what I'd hoped for: delight, amazement, and genuine appreciation for the cheerful absurdity of it all. "Look at this," she said, stopping in front of an enormous jackalope, the mythical creature that was part jackrabbit, part antelope. "Is this what Martha mentioned?" "The famous Wall Drug jackalope," I confirmed. "You have to get your picture with it. It's practically required." While she posed with the jackalope, I took several photos, capturing her laughter and the pure joy she found in embracing the tourist experience. This was so different from the careful, restrained person I'd known in Forks. This Bella was confident enough to be silly, secure enough to enjoy things simply because they were fun. "Coffee?" I suggested, leading her toward the original pharmacy counter where they still served the legendary 5-cent coffee. "Definitely," she said. "I need to experience this famous coffee." The coffee was exactly what it should be: simple, strong, and served with a smile by people who clearly enjoyed being part of a legendary tourist experience. We also couldn't resist the donuts, which were genuinely excellent despite being made on an industrial scale. "These are incredible," Bella said, biting into a cake donut that was still warm. "How do they make them taste homemade when they must be making thousands a day?" "Trade secrets," I said with a grin. "Some things about Wall Drug will always remain mysterious." Bella's point of view. After coffee and donuts, we spent nearly an hour wandering through the various shops and displays. There was something for everyone: Western wear, Native American crafts, books about local history, and more quirky souvenirs than I'd ever seen in one place. "I want something for Charlie," I said, browsing through a display of coffee mugs with humorous sayings. "He'd get a kick out of this place." I chose a mug that read, "I got my kicks at Wall Drug," along with a small book about the Black Hills that I thought he'd enjoy. For myself, I picked out a Wall Drug t-shirt that was so gloriously touristy it made me laugh. "Perfect choices," Jasper said approvingly as we headed toward the checkout. "Your dad will love that mug." "What about you?" I asked. "Aren't you getting anything?" "I got something better than souvenirs," he said, his arm coming around my waist as we walked. "I got to watch you discover Wall Drug. That's a memory I'll keep forever." The simple honesty of his words made my heart skip a beat. This was what I loved about Jasper: his ability to find meaning and joy in shared experiences, his focus on creating memories rather than just accumulating things. As we prepared to leave Wall Drug and continue toward the Black Hills, I felt energized and ready for whatever came next. The morning had been a perfect, relaxed exploration, comfortable companionship, and the growing sense that I was exactly where I belonged. "Ready for Mount Rushmore?" Jasper asked as we walked back toward the Harley. "I've been ready my whole life," I said, meaning it completely. I just didn't know it until now. The road ahead led into the Black Hills proper, where presidents carved in stone waited to welcome us to some of the most spectacular scenery in America. But first, we had this perfect morning to carry with us sunflowers and coffee, laughter and souvenirs, and the growing certainty that every day with Jasper brought new reasons to choose adventure over safety, experience over caution, and love over everything else. Iron Mountain magic and monument majesty. Bella's point of view. The hour-and-a-half ride from Wall Drug to the Black Hills was like traveling through a geography textbook, a prairie gradually giving way to rolling hills, then to the dark, forested mountains that gave the Black Hills their name. As we approached the entrance to Iron Mountain Road, I could feel Jasper's excitement building through our connection. "This is it," he said through the helmet comm as we turned onto Route 16A. Iron Mountain Road. Engineers once said this road couldn't be built. "Why?" I asked, looking ahead at what appeared to be a normal mountain highway. "You'll see," he said with amusement. This road was designed specifically to showcase the scenery. Every curve, every bridge, every tunnel was planned to give travelers the most dramatic experience possible. Within the first mile, I understood what he meant. The road began to twist and turn in ways that seemed almost deliberately complex, winding through dense pine forests and around granite outcroppings that rose like ancient monuments from the mountainside. "Oh my God," I breathed as we approached the first pigtail bridge, a wooden structure that curved back on itself in a complete spiral, allowing the road to gain elevation quickly while creating a dramatic architectural feature. "That's incredible." "Just wait," Jasper said, downshifting as we navigated the tight curve. "This is only the beginning." The engineering was remarkable: bridges that seemed to defy gravity, switchbacks that doubled back on themselves, and curves so tight that I could see the road we'd just traveled below us. But it wasn't just functional engineering. It was artistry designed to enhance the natural beauty of the Black Hills. Jasper's point of view. Riding Iron Mountain Road with Bella was like experiencing it for the first time all over again. Her amazement at each engineering marvel and her gasps of delight at the increasingly spectacular scenery reminded me why this road was considered one of the most beautiful drives in America. "The speed limit here is 20 miles per hour, I said as we rounded another dramatic curve. Senator Peter Norbeck, who designed this road, said you should drive no more than 20 mph to do the scenery justice, and to do it full justice, you should get out and walk. "I can see why," Bella said, her voice filled with wonder. "It's like every turn reveals something more beautiful than the last." The road continued to climb through the pine forests, each curve offering new vistas of granite spires and forested valleys. But I was waiting for the moment that would truly take her breath away, the first glimpse of Mount Rushmore through the tunnels ahead. "Tunnel coming up," I said, slowing the bike as we approached a dark opening carved directly through the rock. "This one's special." The tunnel was narrow and low, carved precisely to frame what lay beyond. As we entered the darkness, I could feel Bella's anticipation building. And then we emerged into the light, and there it was, Mount Rushmore, perfectly framed by the tunnel opening like a picture window, the carved faces of the 4 presidents visible in the distance. "Jasper," Bella gasped, her arms tightening around my waist. "Stop. We have to stop." I pulled over at the designated viewing area just beyond the tunnel, cutting the engine so we could fully appreciate what we'd just experienced. Bella's point of view. I practically stumbled off the bike in my excitement, pulling off my helmet with shaking hands. "Did you see that? The tunnel perfectly framed Mount Rushmore. How is that even possible?" "Engineering genius," Jasper said, his eyes bright with pleasure at my reaction. "They carved the tunnel specifically to frame the monument." The entire road was designed as an approach to Mount Rushmore, with each element building anticipation for that moment. I turned back toward the tunnel, trying to process the incredible planning and vision that had gone into creating such a dramatic reveal. Someone actually planned that? Carved a tunnel through solid rock just to create that perfect view? In the 1930s, no less, Jasper confirmed. Before modern equipment, before computer modeling. Just vision and determination. We walked back toward the tunnel entrance so I could see the framing effect from the other side, and it was just as spectacular: Mount Rushmore sitting perfectly centered in the dark oval of the tunnel opening, like a photograph come to life. "This is incredible," I said, snapping several pictures with the camera. "I want to remember this exact moment forever." "We're not done yet," Jasper said with a smile. That was just the first tunnel. There are 2 more ahead, and then we actually arrive at Mount Rushmore itself. The thought of seeing the monument up close sent excitement racing through me. I'd seen pictures all my life, of course, but the glimpse through the tunnel had been my first sight of the real thing, and the impact had been overwhelming. Ready to keep going? Jasper asked, noting my obvious eagerness. More than ready, I said, climbing back onto the bike. Let's see what other magic this road has in store. Jasper's point of view. The remaining tunnels provided increasingly dramatic views of Mount Rushmore, each one framing the monument from a slightly different angle as we wound our way up the mountain. Bella's excitement was infectious. She would gasp with delight at each reveal, pointing out details she could see in the carved faces even from a distance. I can see Washington's nose, she said as we emerged from the final tunnel. And Jefferson's profile. They're so much more detailed than I expected. Wait until you see them up close, I said, guiding us onto the final approach road that led directly to Mount Rushmore National Memorial. The monument grew larger and more impressive with each curve of the approach road, until finally we reached the parking area and could see the full scope of what Gutzon Borglum and his workers had achieved. For 60-foot-high faces carved directly into the granite mountainside, each one a masterpiece of artistic vision and engineering skill. I need to get closer, Bella said the moment we parked, her voice filled with awe. We walked together along the avenue of flags toward the main viewing terrace, the monument growing more imposing with each step. Other visitors moved around us with the same sense of wonder and reverence that I could see on Bella's face. This was one of those places that affected everyone who saw it. The scale is incredible, she said as we reached the main viewing area. The pictures don't do it justice at all. Pictures never do, I agreed, watching her face as she took in the full impact of the monument. Some things have to be experienced in person. Bella's point of view. Standing on the viewing terrace with Mount Rushmore rising before us, I felt a complex mix of emotions, patriotism, certainly, but also awe at human ambition and artistry, and a deep appreciation for the vision that had created this incredible tribute. Washington looks so dignified, I said, studying the first president's carved features. And Lincoln, you can see the sadness in his expression, even carved in stone. Borglum was a master at capturing personality in stone, Jasper said, moving behind me and resting his hands gently on my shoulders. Each face tells a story. His touch was protective and grounding as I tried to process the overwhelming scope of what I was seeing. The crowd around us was diverse families with children, elderly couples, international tourists, and motorcycle riders like us, all united in wonder at this uniquely American achievement. Jefferson's hair is so detailed, I marveled, pointing to the intricate carving. How did they even reach that high to carve it? Dangerous work, Jasper said, his voice serious. Several workers died during the construction. It took 14 years to complete. The reminder of the human cost behind the monument's creation added another layer of meaning to what we were experiencing. This wasn't just artistic achievement, it was human sacrifice and dedication made manifest in stone. Thank you for bringing me here, I said, leaning back against Jasper's chest as we stood together before the monument. For showing me this. Thank you for being someone worth showing it to, he replied, his arms coming around me from behind. Seeing it through your eyes makes it new for me, too. Jasper's point of view. Holding Bella as she experienced Mount Rushmore for the first time was profoundly satisfying. Her wonder and emotional response reminded me of why this monument had moved people for generations. It represented not just American history, but human aspiration and achievement. Want to walk around and see it from different angles? I suggested, feeling her nod against my chest. We spent the next hour exploring the various viewpoints around the monument, reading the historical displays, and taking pictures from every vantage point. Bella was fascinated by the story of the carving, by the workers who had rappelled down the cliff face to blast and carve the granite, by the vision that had transformed a mountain into a work of art. I keep thinking about the first time someone looked at this mountain and said, "I'm going to carve presidents' faces into that," she said as we stood at a side viewing area that showed the monument in profile. The audacity of even imagining such a thing. That's what makes America special, I said, enjoying the way she was processing the deeper meaning of what we were seeing. The audacity to dream impossible dreams and then find ways to make them real. She turned in my arms to look at me directly. Is that what you're doing with me? Teaching me to dream impossible dreams. The question caught me off guard with its insight. What do you think? I think a week ago I would never have dreamed I could be standing here with you, having ridden across half the country on a motorcycle, completely confident in my choice to choose adventure over safety. She smiled, reaching up to touch my face. So yes, I think you're teaching me that impossible dreams can become reality. Bella's point of view. As the afternoon sun began to slant lower, casting the monument in golden light that made the carved faces seem almost alive, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for everything that had led me to this moment. Standing here with Jasper, having experienced the magical approach through Iron Mountain Road and witnessed one of America's greatest achievements, it all felt like part of a larger journey of discovery that was far from over. Ready for Sylvan Lake? Jasper asked, checking his watch. We've got a picnic to enjoy and more scenery to explore. Ready, I said, taking one last long look at the monument. But I'm glad we took our time here. This deserves to be experienced properly. Everything worth doing deserves to be done properly, he agreed, taking my hand as we walked back toward the motorcycle. As we prepared to continue our Black Hills adventure, I realized that Mount Rushmore had given me more than just a tourist experience. It had reminded me that humans were capable of incredible things when they combined vision with determination, that impossible dreams could indeed become reality. And looking at Jasper as he started the Harley, I knew I was living proof of that truth. A week ago, the life I was building with him would have seemed like an impossible dream. Now it was simply my beautiful reality. The road ahead led towards Sylvan Lake and whatever other wonders the Black Hills held, but for now it was enough to ride away from Mount Rushmore with the knowledge that some dreams really were worth the audacity it took to pursue them. Sylvan Lake Serenity. Bella's point of view. Leaving Mount Rushmore behind, we took the scenic route towards Sylvan Lake via the famous Needles Highway. The road wound through some of the most spectacular granite formations I'd ever seen, towering spires that jutted up from the pine forests like ancient stone cathedrals reaching toward the sky. These formations are incredible, I said through the helmet comm as we navigated the winding curves of Route 87. They look like giant needles piercing the forest. That's exactly how they got their name, Jasper replied, slowing the bike as we passed through a narrow tunnel carved directly through one of the granite spires. The Needles Highway. Governor Peter Norbeck marked this entire route on foot and horseback in the 1920s. The engineering was as impressive as Iron Mountain Road had been, but in a different way. Where Iron Mountain Road was designed to showcase Mount Rushmore, the Needles Highway was built to showcase the raw, natural beauty of the granite landscape. Every curve revealed new vistas of towering rock formations that seemed to defy gravity. There, Jasper said as we crested a small hill, Sylvan Lake. The lake spread out before us like a mountain jewel, 17 acres of crystal clear water nestled among the granite spires and surrounded by dense pine forests. At 6,145 feet in elevation, the air was thin and crisp, and the water reflected the towering needles like a perfect mirror. It's beautiful, I breathed, taking in the pristine mountain setting. Like something from a fairy tale. Wait until you see it up close, Jasper said, guiding us down toward the lake area. This is one of the most photographed spots in the Black Hills. Jasper's point of view. I'd chosen Sylvan Lake specifically for our picnic because I knew it would provide the perfect combination of natural beauty and privacy. While the lake was popular with tourists, its size meant we could find a secluded spot away from the main beach area where we could talk without interruption. Parking near the general store, I retrieved the picnic supplies I'd picked up at Wall Drug: sandwiches, fruit, local cheese and crackers, and bottles of water, all packed in a small cooler. I'd also managed to find a simple blanket that would be perfect for spreading on the sandy shore. Should we find a good spot? I asked, shouldering the cooler and taking Bella's hand. Lead the way, she said, her eyes bright with anticipation. We walked around the lake's perimeter, past the main swimming area where a few families were enjoying the crystal clear water, and found a perfect secluded cove on the far side. Towering granite spires rose directly from the water's edge, creating a natural amphitheater that felt private and intimate. This is perfect, Bella said as I spread the blanket on a small sandy beach area between two massive granite boulders. We have our own private paradise. The setting was indeed magical. The granite needles reflected perfectly in the still water, pine trees provided shade and the sweet scent of mountain air. And the only sounds were the gentle lapping of small waves against the shore and the distant call of an eagle circling overhead. "I can't believe we have this whole cove to ourselves," Bella said, settling onto the blanket with a contented sigh. "Sometimes the best spots require a little extra effort to reach," I said, unpacking our lunch. "But they're always worth it." Bella's point of view. The sandwiches from Wall Drug were surprisingly excellent, thick-cut turkey and ham with fresh vegetables and tangy mustard on homemade bread. Combined with the local cheese, sweet grapes, and the incredible mountain setting, it felt like the most gourmet meal I'd ever enjoyed. "This is perfect," I said, leaning back against one of the granite boulders and looking out over the lake. "The water is so clear I can see all the way to the bottom." "It's fed by mountain springs," Jasper explained, settling beside me with his own sandwich. "That's why it stays so clear and cold even in summer." We ate in comfortable silence for a while, both of us simply enjoying the incredible natural beauty surrounding us. The granite spires rose like ancient sentinels around the lake, their faces carved and sculpted by millions of years of wind and weather into fantastic shapes that sparked the imagination. "Jasper," I said after we'd finished eating, "can I ask you something serious?" "Always," he said, his attention immediately focused completely on me. "Do you ever think about the future? I mean, our future together." I took a breath, gathering my courage. "Do you want to get married someday?" His smile was soft and immediate. "Is that a proposal, darlin'?" "Maybe," I said, feeling heat creep up my neck. "I don't know. I love what we have, and I want to make sure we're thinking about the same things." "I want everything with you," he said seriously, reaching for my hand. "Marriage, a home together, whatever kind of life you want to build." "I told you that first night. I'm not interested in anything casual with you." Jasper's point of view. Her question about marriage sent satisfaction rolling through me, mixed with something deeper, the recognition that she was thinking about permanence, about building a real future together rather than just enjoying a romantic adventure. "What about the practical things?" she asked, her thumb stroking across my knuckles. "Like, do you want me to be changed? To become like you?" The question I'd been waiting for, the one that would determine everything about our future together. "What do you want?" I asked carefully. "I want to be with you," she said without hesitation. "However long that takes, whatever that requires. If being changed means we can have forever together, then yes, I want that." "It's not something to decide lightly," I said, though her certainty sent fierce joy through me. "Once you're changed, there's no going back. You'd be giving up your human life completely." "What human life?" she asked with a slight laugh. "The one where I was suffocating under other people's expectations? The one where I was too afraid to choose adventure or take risks or even know what I wanted?" She squeezed my hand. "Jasper, this week with you has been more life than I lived in 18 years in Forks. If becoming like you means more of this, more adventures, more discovery, more time to build something beautiful together, then that's what I want." Her words were everything I'd hoped to hear, but I needed to be sure she understood the full scope of what she was choosing. "It would mean leaving your father," I said gently. "Leaving your human connections behind." "Charlie wants me to be happy," she said firmly. "And I think he'd rather have a daughter who was living her own life far away than one who was slowly disappearing under someone else's control right in front of him." Bella's point of view. "So when?" I asked, surprised by my own directness. "When would we do it?" "Not for a while," Jasper said seriously. "You should experience more of human life first, see more of the world, and be absolutely certain. Maybe in a year or two, when you've had time to really think about it." "A year or two of adventures like this?" I asked, gesturing to the incredible lake setting around us. "A year or two of whatever adventures you want," he confirmed. "We could travel everywhere in Europe, Asia, and South America. See everything the world has to offer before you make such a permanent choice." The idea of traveling the world with Jasper, of experiencing everything life had to offer before choosing to extend that life indefinitely, was so appealing it took my breath away. "And after? Where would we live?" "Wherever you want," he said simply. "We could have a home base somewhere beautiful, maybe Colorado for the mountains, or Northern California for the coast, and travel from there." Build the kind of life where every day is an adventure. What about your family? I asked. Would we stay connected to them? If you want to, he said. They'll always be family, but they don't have to define how we live our lives. We can create our own traditions, our own way of being in the world. The picture he was painting was so appealing, so perfectly aligned with everything I was discovering I wanted, that I felt tears prick my eyes. It sounds perfect, I whispered. It will be perfect, he said, pulling me closer against his side. Because we'll build it together, making choices together, creating something that's entirely ours. Jasper's point of view. Sitting beside Sylvan Lake with Bella in my arms, talking about our future with complete honesty and shared vision, I felt that profound sense of rightness that had been growing stronger with each day of our journey. She wasn't just agreeing to my plans, she was actively participating in creating our future together. Want to explore the lake a bit? I suggested, noting how the afternoon sun was making the water look incredibly inviting. Absolutely, she said, standing and reaching for my hand. I want to touch that perfect water. We walked to the water's edge, where small waves lapped gently against the sandy shore. The water was indeed crystal clear, so clear we could see smooth stones and the occasional trout swimming in the depths. It's cold. Bella laughed as she waded in up to her ankles, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she bent down and scooped up a handful of water, letting it run through her fingers like liquid diamonds. Mountain spring water, I said, joining her in the shallows. Probably been filtering through granite for decades before reaching the lake. She found a flat stone on the shore and attempted to skip it across the water, managing 3 hops before it sank. Not bad for someone who learned on the Yellowstone River, she said with satisfaction. Not bad at all, I agreed, finding my own stone and sending it skipping across the lake's surface. You're becoming quite the outdoor adventurer. I'm becoming myself, she corrected, turning to look at me with such clarity and happiness in her expression that it took my breath away. The person I was always supposed to be. Bella's point of view. We spent another hour at the lake, skipping stones, wading in the shallows, and simply sitting together on our blanket watching the granite spires change color as the afternoon sun moved across the sky. It was the kind of perfect afternoon that seemed to exist outside of time, peaceful, romantic, and filled with the quiet joy of being exactly where we belonged. We should probably think about heading toward the Needles Highway, Jasper said eventually, checking his watch. If we want to see some of the sights before evening. Do we have to? I asked, though I knew he was right. We had a full day planned, and there was still so much of the Black Hills to explore. We'll come back, he promised, beginning to pack up our picnic supplies. We can come back to Sylvan Lake anytime we want. It'll be here waiting for us. The idea that we could return whenever we wanted, that this beautiful place would become part of our regular landscape of adventure and discovery, filled me with deep contentment. This wasn't just a tourist experience, it was the beginning of building a life filled with places and memories we could revisit and share. Thank you for bringing me here, I said as we prepared to leave our secluded cove. For choosing this place for our picnic, for this conversation, for everything. Thank you for saying yes to all of it, he replied, pulling me close for a soft kiss. To the adventure, to the future, to building something beautiful together. As we walked back around the lake toward the parking area, I felt lighter somehow, not just physically from the mountain air, but emotionally from the weight of decisions made and futures planned. I knew what I wanted now, and I had a partner who wanted to build it with me. Jasper's point of view. Loading our picnic supplies back onto the Harley, I felt the deep satisfaction of another perfect piece falling into place in our relationship. The conversation about marriage and changing had gone better than I'd dared hope, not just her acceptance of the idea, but her active enthusiasm for the future we could build together. Ready for the Needles Highway? I asked as she settled onto the bike behind me. Ready for whatever comes next, she said, her arms coming around my waist with complete confidence. I trust you to show me beautiful things. As we pulled away from Sylvan Lake, the granite spires reflecting in the crystal water behind us, I knew this afternoon would always be one of our most treasured memories. Not just for the natural beauty or the romantic setting, but for the moment when we'd both committed completely to building a future together. The road ahead led toward more granite cathedrals and spectacular scenery, but also toward something even more precious, a shared vision of forever we'd created together beside a mountain lake, with the endless sky of possibilities stretching above us. Adventure was just the beginning. Everything else would flow from this moment of perfect understanding between two people who'd found exactly what they'd been searching for in each other. Needle's Highway Adventure. Bella's point of view. Leaving Sylvan Lake behind felt bittersweet, but as we wound our way back through the granite formations toward the Needles Highway, I carried the warmth of our conversation with me. The talk about marriage, about my future transformation, about building a life together, it had all felt so natural, so right. Now I was excited to experience more of the Black Hills with this newfound certainty about our future. "There's the entrance," Jasper said through the helmet comm as we approached a sign reading Needles Highway Route 87A. "Fair warning, this is going to be the most challenging road we've ridden yet." "Challenging how?" I asked, noting how his posture shifted slightly on the bike, becoming more focused and alert. "Tight curves, narrow tunnels, steep grades," he explained, downshifting as we entered the highway proper. The road was carved through solid granite in some places. "It's going to require all my attention, but the scenery is worth it." I could already see what he meant. The road immediately began winding through granite formations that rose like ancient towers from the pine forest. These weren't the rolling hills or even the dramatic peaks we'd experienced elsewhere. These were sheer walls of stone that seemed to have been thrust up from the earth in impossible formations. "Oh my God," I breathed as we rounded the first sharp curve and found ourselves riding through what felt like a granite canyon. "It's like riding through a cathedral made of stone." "Wait until you see the tunnels," Jasper said, his voice carrying both concentration and anticipation. Jasper's point of view. The Needles Highway demanded every bit of my riding skill and attention. The curves were tighter than anything we'd encountered. The road surface varied from smooth pavement to rough sections where blasting had left the asphalt uneven, and the granite walls rose so close on either side that I could have reached out and touched them. But I could feel Bella's wonder and excitement through our connection, and that made every challenging turn worth it. She was trusting me completely to navigate these technical sections while she drank in the incredible scenery around us. "Tunnel ahead," I warned, slowing the bike as we approached a dark opening carved directly through a massive granite spire. "This one's tight." The tunnel was barely wide enough for two vehicles to pass, carved through solid rock with rough-hewn walls that felt almost organic in their curves. As we emerged into daylight again, the granite formations opened up into a spectacular vista, towering spires that stretched toward the sky like the pipes of some enormous stone organ. "Jasper, this is incredible," Bella said, her arms tightening around my waist. "I feel like we're riding through some ancient temple." "The Lakota considered this area sacred," I replied, taking us through another series of tight switchbacks. Easy to understand why. The road continued to challenge and amaze in equal measure. Each curve revealed new formations, new vistas, new impossibilities of engineering where the road had been carved through seemingly impenetrable stone. I had to stay completely focused on my riding, but I was acutely aware of Bella's reactions, her gasps of delight, her excited commentary, the way she moved with the bike through each turn. Bella's point of view. Riding the Needles Highway was like being on the world's most beautiful and terrifying roller coaster. The granite formations rose around us in fantastic shapes. Some looked like castle turrets, others like enormous needles piercing the sky, still others like massive sculptures carved by some giant artist. "How's this road even possible?" I asked as we squeezed through another impossibly narrow passage between towering rock walls. "How did they even build it?" "Dynamite, determination, and probably a fair amount of crazy," Jasper replied, his voice tight with concentration as he navigated a particularly sharp hairpin turn. "Took them years to blast this route through the granite." The trust one felt in his ability was complete. Even though the road was challenging enough to make my heart race, I never doubted for a moment that he could handle it. His movements on the bike were smooth and confident, each gear change and lean perfectly calculated for the conditions. There's cathedral spires, he said, pointing with a subtle nod toward a cluster of granite towers that did indeed look like the spires of some massive Gothic cathedral. Some of the most famous rock climbing in the Black Hills. I could see tiny figures on the rock faces, climbers scaling the sheer granite walls with ropes and determination that made my stomach flutter just watching them. People climb those? I asked, incredulous. People climb everything out here, Jasper said with amusement. The granite is some of the best climbing rock in the country. I'll stick to riding with you, I said firmly, which earned me a warm laugh through the helmet calm. Jasper's point of view. As we continued through the heart of the Needles Formation, the road became even more technical. Steep grades combined with tight curves, and the granite walls pressed in so close that sometimes I felt like we were riding through a slot canyon rather than a highway. Eye of the Needle coming up, I said, spotting the famous tunnel ahead. This is the narrowest one. The Eye of the Needle tunnel was exactly that, a narrow opening carved through a granite spire that looked impossibly small from a distance. As we approached, I could see other vehicles waiting for their turn, since only one car could pass through at a time. We're going through that? Bella asked, her voice filled with excitement rather than fear. We're going through that, I confirmed, pulling up behind a small car that was preparing to navigate the tunnel. When our turn came, I eased the Harley forward into the narrow opening. The granite walls were so close on either side that I could have touched them with my elbows, and the tunnel curved slightly, blocking our view of the exit until we were halfway through. This is amazing, Bella said, her voice echoing slightly off the stone walls. I feel like we're being swallowed by the mountain. Emerging from the Eye of the Needle into the open air again was like being reborn into a world of light and space. The granite formations opened up around us, revealing vista after vista of the most spectacular rock scenery I'd ever experienced. How are you doing back there? I asked, noting how Bella's grip had remained steady throughout all the technical sections. I'm having the time of my life, she said immediately. This is incredible, Jasper. Challenging and beautiful and like nothing I've ever experienced. Bella's point of view. As we continued through the Needles Highway, I found myself marveling not just at the scenery, but at how much I'd changed in just a week. The Bella who'd lived in Forks would have been terrified by roads like this, would have spent the entire ride worried about safety and asking to go slower. This Bella was exhilarated by the challenge, trusting completely in Jasper's skill and reveling in the adventure. There's Deadwood, Jasper said as we crested a hill and could see a town nestled in the valley below. Historic mining town. We should explore it properly sometime, but not today. Why not today? I asked, curious about his decision-making process. Because we've already had a full day, he said practically. Wall Drug, Mount Rushmore, Sylvan Lake, and now the Needles Highway. Any more and we'd be rushing instead of savoring. His wisdom about pacing our adventures was something I was learning to appreciate. Instead of trying to cram everything into one day, he planned our experiences so we could fully enjoy each one. Plus, he added with warmth in his voice, I want to get back to our cabin while there's still enough light to sit on the porch and watch the sunset over the Black Hills. Perfect end to a perfect day. The idea of ending our adventure day with quiet time together on our cabin porch sounded absolutely perfect. We'd had excitement and challenge and incredible scenery. Now the prospect of a peaceful evening together was exactly what I wanted. That sounds wonderful, I said, settling more comfortably against his back as we began the ride toward home. Jasper's point of view. The ride back to our cabin took us through different sections of the Black Hills, giving Bella yet another perspective on the diverse landscape. We passed through dense pine forests, open meadows where deer grazed in the evening light, and small mountain communities that looked like they'd been transplanted from some earlier, simpler time. I love how varied it all is, Bella observed as we rode through a particularly pretty valley. Every few miles, it's like being in a completely different place. That's what makes the Black Hills special, I agreed. You can experience prairie, forest, granite formations, and mountain meadows all in the same day. The late afternoon sun was slanting lower, painting everything in warm golden light that made the landscape look almost magical. I could feel Bella's deep contentment through our connection, the satisfaction of a day well spent, challenges met, beauty experienced, and time shared with someone she loved. There's our turnoff, I said as we approached the Pine Ridge rental sign. Home sweet home. It really does feel like home, she said with surprise in her voice. Even though we've only been here one night. Home is where you are, I said simply, meaning it completely. The place doesn't matter as much as the person you're sharing it with. As we pulled into the parking area in front of our cabin, I felt that familiar sense of rightness settle in my chest. Another perfect day, another collection of shared memories, another step forward in building the life we both wanted. Bella's point of view. Climbing off the Harley in front of our cabin, I felt physically tired but emotionally energized. My body was pleasantly sore from the long day of riding, but my heart was full of all the incredible things we'd experienced together. What a day, I said, pulling off my helmet and shaking out my hair. Wall Drug, Mount Rushmore, Sylvan Lake, the Needles Highway. It feels like we lived a week's worth of adventures in one day. The best kind of day, Jasper agreed, securing our gear and joining me on the cabin's front porch. And look at that. He pointed toward the western horizon, where the sun was beginning to set behind the Black Hills. The sky was painted in shades of orange, pink, and gold, and the granite peaks stood in sharp silhouette against the colorful backdrop. Perfect timing, I said, settling into one of the porch chairs and pulling Jasper down beside me. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, both of us simply enjoying the spectacular light show nature was providing. The day had been filled with conversation, adventure, and new experiences, and now this quiet time together felt like the perfect counterpoint. Jasper, I said as the sun touched the horizon. Thank you for today. For all of it. For showing me that I'm braver than I thought I was, for sharing all these incredible places with me, for making every day feel like an adventure. Thank you for being someone worth sharing adventures with, he replied, reaching over to take my hand. And for being brave enough to say yes to all of it. As the sun disappeared behind the Black Hills and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, I felt complete peace settle over me. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, maybe more Black Hills exploration, maybe a return to the Sturgis rally activities. But tonight, it was enough to sit with the man I loved and know that we'd built another perfect day together. The road had brought us here, to this cabin, to this moment, to this certainty about our future together. And tomorrow, it would take us wherever we chose to go next. Chapter 7: Granite and Lanterns. Historic Deadwood Arrival. Bella's point of view. The morning sun was just beginning to filter through the pine trees around our cabin when I woke to the sound of Jasper moving quietly around the room, packing our overnight bag with the efficient movements of someone who'd done this countless times before. The memory of yesterday's incredible adventure, Mount Rushmore, Sylvan Lake, and the challenging Needles Highway still filled me with warmth and excitement. "Good morning, beautiful," he said softly when he noticed I was awake. "Ready for another adventure?" "Always," I said automatically, then paused to really consider the question. Was I ready? The Bella from Forks would have needed detailed plans, would have worried about the unknown, and would have second-guessed every spontaneous decision. This Bella, the one who'd been discovering herself mile by mile across the country, felt only excitement at the prospect of whatever Jasper had planned. "Deadwood today," he said, settling on the edge of the bed and brushing my hair back from my face. "One night in the most famous Wild West town in America. Think you can handle some authentic frontier romance?" "Frontier romance?" I laughed, sitting up and reaching for him. "What exactly does that involve?" "Historic hotels, lantern-lit streets, maybe some dancing to old-time music," he said, his golden eyes dancing with mischief. "Possibly some ghost stories if you're feeling brave." "Ghost stories?" I raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to scare me so I'll cling to you dramatically?" "Would that work?" he asked with such hopeful innocence that I burst out laughing. "It might," I admitted, pulling him down for a soft morning kiss. "I guess we'll find out." 20 minutes later, we were loading our overnight bag onto the Harley and preparing to leave our temporary Sturgis home base. The Pine Ridge cabin had become so comfortable, so much like a real home, that leaving it felt significant, like we were choosing adventure over comfort, exploration over the known. "We'll be back tomorrow night," Jasper said, noting my slight wistfulness as I took one last look at the cabin porch where we'd watched the sunset. This is just a romantic overnight excursion. I know, I said, climbing onto the bike behind him. I just like having a home base with you. It feels like we're really building something together. We are building something together, he said, starting the engine. One adventure at a time. Jasper's point of view. The road from Sturgis to Deadwood wound through some of the most beautiful Black Hills scenery we'd experienced yet. I'd chosen the longer, more scenic route specifically to give Bella the full experience of approaching the historic town through the landscape that had drawn gold prospectors and frontier adventurers more than a century ago. Look at those gulches, she said through the helmet comm as we rode through the narrow valleys that cut between the granite hills. I can imagine prospectors with their mules and mining equipment picking their way through here. Exactly what they did, I confirmed, taking us around a curve that revealed another vista of pine-covered hills. Deadwood Gulch was one of the richest gold strikes in the Black Hills. Fortunes were made and lost in that little valley. The landscape told the story of the Old West as clearly as any history book. The narrow, winding gulches where gold had been discovered, the steep hillsides that had challenged every pack animal and wagon, the dense forests that had provided timber for the boomtown that sprang up almost overnight. It must have been incredibly dangerous, Bella observed as we passed a particularly steep drop-off beside the road. All those people rushing here for gold, carrying everything they owned through country like this. Dangerous and exciting, I agreed. The ultimate adventure for people who were willing to risk everything for the chance at a new life. I could feel her processing the parallel between those historical risk-takers and our own choice to leave the known behind in pursuit of something better. She was becoming someone who understood the appeal of calculated risk, the reward that came from choosing possibility over safety. There, I said as we crested a hill and the town came into view below us. Deadwood, South Dakota. Population 1,270, but with the spirit of the wildest frontier town in American history. The town nestled in its narrow gulch like something from a Western movie set, except this was real, the authentic buildings where Wild Bill Hickok had played his last poker hand, where Calamity Jane had ridden through the streets, where fortunes in gold had changed hands across rough wooden bars. Bella's point of view. My first impression of Deadwood was how perfectly it had been preserved. This wasn't some modern recreation or tourist approximation. These were the actual buildings from the 1880s, carefully maintained but authentically worn by more than a century of Black Hills weather. It's incredible, I said as we rode slowly down Main Street, taking in the Victorian storefronts with their ornate woodwork and original signage. It looks exactly like what you'd expect a Wild West town to look like. That's because it is a Wild West town, Jasper said with amusement. Most of these buildings are original. Deadwood has worked hard to preserve its authentic history instead of modernizing it away. People moved along the wooden sidewalks in a mix of period costumes and modern clothing. Some were clearly tourists like us, others appeared to be locals who'd embraced their town's colorful heritage. The whole atmosphere felt alive with history, as if the spirit of the frontier era still moved through these streets. Look at that saloon, I said, pointing to a building with authentic batwing doors and a weathered sign advertising whiskey, poker, and entertainment. People really played cards and drank in places just like that. Still do, Jasper said, pulling the Harley to a stop in front of an imposing 3-story brick building. But first, let's get checked into our accommodations. I think you're going to enjoy where we're staying. I looked up at the building he'd parked in front of a beautifully restored Victorian hotel with historic Bullock Hotel carved in stone above the entrance. The architecture was elegant but substantial, the kind of building that spoke of prosperity and permanence even in frontier times. This is gorgeous, I said, climbing off the bike and looking up at the ornate facade. How old is it? Built in 1895 by Seth Bullock, the first sheriff of Deadwood, Jasper said, retrieving our overnight bag. He was a friend of Teddy Roosevelt, a legendary lawman and reportedly one hell of a businessman. And we're staying in his hotel? We're staying in his hotel, he confirmed with a smile. Complete with period furnishings, authentic atmosphere, and, according to local legend, the occasional ghostly visitor. Jasper's point of view. The lobby of the Bullock Hotel was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd made the reservation. Rich dark wood, period furniture, and enough authentic Victorian atmosphere to transport us immediately back to the frontier era. The desk clerk, a woman in her 50s wearing a period-appropriate dress, greeted us with the kind of warm professionalism that suggested she genuinely enjoyed being part of Deadwood's living history. "Welcome to the historic Bullock Hotel," she said with a smile. "Checking in." "Whitlock," I said. "We have a reservation for tonight." Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Whitlock," she said, pulling up our information. "I have you in the Seth Bullock suite on the 3rd floor. One of our finest rooms, with period furnishings and a beautiful view of Main Street." I felt Bella's slight surprise at being called Mrs. Whitlock, but she didn't correct the assumption. Instead, she moved closer to me, her hand finding mine in a gesture that felt both natural and significant. "The suite includes access to our historic restaurant and saloon," the clerk continued, handing over old-fashioned brass keys. "And if you're interested in local history, we offer ghost tours every evening at 9. The Bullock is considered one of the most haunted hotels in America." "Haunted?" Bella asked, her voice carrying more interest than fear. "Oh yes," the woman said with obvious relish. "Seth Bullock himself is said to still walk the halls, particularly the 3rd floor. Guests report everything from footsteps in empty corridors to the scent of his favorite pipe tobacco. He was quite the character in life, and apparently, death hasn't slowed him down much." I watched Bella's face as she processed this information, noting the way her eyes lit up with curiosity rather than concern. The transformation from the girl who'd once been afraid of vampires to this woman who found ghost stories intriguing was remarkable. "That sounds fascinating," she said, surprising me with her enthusiasm. "We'll definitely want to hear more about that." Bella's point of view. Our suite was absolutely perfect, a beautiful sitting room with period furniture and tall windows overlooking Main Street, and a bedroom dominated by an enormous 4-poster bed that looked like it belonged in a museum. Everything felt authentically historical while still being comfortable enough for modern guests. "This is incredible," I said, moving to the window to look down at the street below. "I feel like I should be wearing a bustle and long skirts." "I'm rather fond of you in modern clothes," Jasper said, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist. "Though I admit you'd look stunning in period dress." "Maybe we should find some costume shops," I suggested, leaning back against his chest. "Really embrace the full frontier experience." "Careful what you wish for," he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. "I might hold you to that." I was about to respond when a distinct sound made me freeze, heavy footsteps in the hallway outside our door, slow and deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth. But when the footsteps stopped directly outside our room, I heard no voices, no sound of a door opening or closing. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, turning in Jasper's arms. "Hear what?" he asked innocently, though I could see the mischief dancing in his golden eyes. The footsteps resumed, this time seeming to circle our door before fading away down the corridor. I knew logically that it was probably just another guest, but the combination of the ghost stories and the authentic atmosphere was making my imagination run wild. "The footsteps," I said. "Someone was walking back and forth outside our door." Jasper said thoughtfully. "Could be another guest. Or," he paused dramatically, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper, "could be old Sheriff Bullock himself, checking on his newest guests." "Jasper," I started to protest, but he continued in the same spooky voice. "They say he's particularly drawn to young couples staying in his hotel. Legend has it he was quite the romantic in life, and he likes to make sure his guests are having a proper frontier courtship." Despite knowing he was teasing me, I found myself glancing nervously toward the door. "You're making that up." "Am I?" he asked, moving toward the door with exaggerated stealth. "Maybe I should check the hallway, see if anyone's there." "Don't you dare," I said quickly, grabbing his arm. "If there's a ghost out there, I don't want to see it." "Afraid of a friendly frontier spirit?" he asked, turning back to me with a grin that was pure mischief. "I'm afraid of you leaving me alone with one," I said, then squeaked in surprise as he suddenly grabbed my waist and lifted me off my feet. "Well then," he said, spinning me around as I dissolved into laughter, "I guess you'll just have to stay very, very close to me for protection." "You're terrible," I gasped between giggles, my arms automatically going around his neck. "Scaring me on purpose just so I'll cling to you." Is it working? He asked hopefully, setting me down but keeping his arms around me. Maybe, I admitted, unable to stop smiling. But I reserve the right to get you back for this later. I'm looking forward to it, he said, pressing a soft kiss to my lips. But first, should we explore the town? Get the lay of the land before the evening festivities begin. Jasper's point of view. Leaving the hotel, we stepped directly into what felt like a living piece of American history. Main Street was bustling with activity, tourists exploring the shops and attractions, locals going about their daily business, and everyone moving along wooden sidewalks that had seen more than a century of frontier life. Where should we start? Bella asked, taking my arm as we walked past a series of authentic saloons and gambling halls. How about we just wander? I suggested. Get a feel for the place, maybe stop in some of the shops, learn a bit about the history. Perfect, she said, her confidence in spontaneous exploration now complete. Lead the way, cowboy. We spent the next hour browsing through shops that ranged from authentic historical reproductions to kitschy tourist attractions. Bella was fascinated by everything: the displays of mining equipment, the photographs of original Deadwood residents, the stories of fortunes won and lost in card games and gold claims. Look at this, she said, stopping in front of a display about Wild Bill Hickok. He was shot right here in Deadwood, playing poker in the number 10 saloon. August 2nd, 1876, I said, reading the historical placard. Shot in the back while holding a hand of aces and eights, still called the dead man's hand in poker. That's so sad, she said, studying a photograph of the famous gunfighter. He was only 39 years old. Dangerous times, I agreed. Deadwood in the 1870s was about as wild and lawless as the American frontier ever got. We continued our exploration, stopping at the Adams Museum to learn more about the town's gold rush history, browsing through the original saloon number 10 where Wild Bill had met his end, and gradually working our way back toward the hotel as the afternoon sun began to slant lower. I love how real it all feels, Bella said as we paused outside a shop selling handmade leather goods. It's not like some theme park version of the Old West. It's the actual Old West, preserved and still living. That's what makes Deadwood special, I agreed. The history isn't just displayed here, it's still part of daily life. What time do the evening activities start? She asked, checking her watch. The street lamps come on at dusk, I said, and that's when the real magic begins. Live music, period entertainment, and the perfect atmosphere for some romantic frontier dancing. Her eyes lit up with anticipation. Dancing? If you're brave enough to dance with a cowboy in the middle of Main Street, I said with a challenge in my voice. Oh, I'm brave enough, she said immediately, then paused as she realized what she'd just committed to. Wait, you mean literally in the street? In front of everyone. Where else would you dance with a cowboy? I asked innocently. The wooden sidewalks provide excellent acoustics for boot heels, and the lantern light is perfect for romance. I could see her processing this. The old Bella would have been mortified by the idea of such public display, but this new version of herself was intrigued by the possibility. The transformation was beautiful to watch. Well then, she said, squaring her shoulders with determination, I guess you'd better be ready to keep up, because I plan to challenge you to show me just how well a cowboy can dance. The boldness in her voice sent a sense of satisfaction rolling through me. She wasn't just accepting the adventure I was offering, she was claiming it, making it her own, turning it into her challenge to me. Challenge accepted, darlin', I said, pulling her close for a quick kiss right there on the historic sidewalk. But fair warning, I've been dancing for a very long time. So have I, she said with newfound confidence. I just didn't know it until I met you. As we walked back toward the Bullock Hotel to prepare for our evening of frontier romance, I felt that familiar sense of everything falling perfectly into place. Tonight would be another step in Bella's ongoing transformation, another chance for her to discover just how brave, spontaneous, and joyful she could be. The sun was beginning to set over the Black Hills, painting the historic streets in golden light, and somewhere in the distance I could already hear the first strains of period music beginning to drift through the evening air. The stage was set for magic, and Bella was ready to embrace every moment of it. Our room awaited, The evening stretched ahead full of possibility, and the woman I loved was practically glowing with anticipation for whatever adventures the night might bring. It was exactly as I'd hoped, and even better than I'd dared to plan. Lantern-lit streets and Old West magic. Bella's point of view. As the sun disappeared behind the Black Hills and twilight settled over Deadwood, I watched from our hotel room window as the town underwent a magical transformation. One by one, the historic street lamps began to flicker to life, casting pools of warm golden light along the wooden sidewalks. Lanterns appeared in shop windows and hung from the covered porches, turning the entire street into something from a frontier fairy tale. "Oh my God, Jasper, look at this," I said, pressing my face to the window glass. "It's like the whole town is lighting up." He joined me at the window, his arms coming around me from behind as we watched the evening come alive below us. "Wait until you see it from street level," he said, his breath warm against my ear. "Ready to experience some authentic Wild West romance?" I turned in his arms, noting how the lamplight from outside was casting shadows across his face in a way that made him look even more handsome than usual. "More than ready," I said, reaching up to straighten his collar. "Though I have to say, you already look pretty authentic yourself." He was wearing dark jeans and a white button-down shirt, left open at the collar, with his leather jacket completing the look. Combined with his natural confidence and that slight southern drawl that became more pronounced when he was relaxed, he could have stepped straight out of a frontier photograph. "Think I'll fit in with the locals?" he asked with amusement. "I think you'll fit in perfectly," I said, then paused to consider my own outfit. I'd chosen a flowing skirt and fitted blouse that felt both period-appropriate and comfortable for walking. "What about me?" "You look beautiful," he said simply, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "Like a frontier woman who's brave enough to build a new life in wild country." The compliment sent warmth through my chest, not just because of the words, but because of what they represented. I was becoming that woman, someone brave enough to choose adventure, to take risks, to build something new and beautiful. "Come on," I said, taking his hand and pulling him toward the door. "I want to see this magical transformation up close." Jasper's point of view. Stepping out of the Bullock Hotel into the lantern-lit evening was like walking back in time. The warm glow from the street lamps created pools of light and shadow, transforming the familiar daytime streetscape into something mysterious and romantic. The sound of our boots on the wooden sidewalk echoed authentically, and I could feel Bella's excitement building with each step. "Listen," she said, pausing as we reached Main Street proper. "Is that a piano?" Music drifted from several directions, a lively piano melody from one of the saloons, the sound of a fiddle from farther down the street, and what sounded like a small brass band warming up near the central area where several streets converged. "Multiple sources," I said, enjoying her fascination with the layered soundscape. "Deadwood takes its evening entertainment seriously." We began walking hand in hand down Main Street, and I watched Bella take in every detail. The shop windows glowed with warm light, displaying everything from period jewelry to handmade leather goods. Several establishments had positioned costumed performers outside their doors, a woman in elaborate Victorian dress greeting visitors to an antique shop, a man in full frontier regalia demonstrating period firearms safety, a couple in 1880s wedding attire posing for photographs with tourists. "Are they actors or locals?" Bella asked, watching the costumed couple with interest. "Both," I said. "Some are professional entertainers hired for the tourist season, others are locals who just enjoy living the history." In a town like Deadwood, the line between authentic daily life and historical performance gets pretty blurred. "I love that," she said, her hand tightening on mine. "It feels so much more real than some artificial recreation." As we continued our stroll, I could see her relaxing more completely into the atmosphere. Her movements became more fluid, her smile more natural, and she began initiating conversations with the various costumed characters we encountered rather than hanging back and letting me take the lead. Bella's point of view. "Good evening, folks," called a man dressed as a frontier sheriff, complete with a badge and period-appropriate gun belt. "Welcome to Deadwood. You two look like you're ready for some authentic frontier entertainment." "We are," I said, surprising myself by responding immediately instead of waiting for Jasper to speak. What kind of entertainment are you recommending? Well, there's live music at 3 different saloons tonight, he said, clearly enjoying his role as town ambassador. Dancing at the number 10, card games, and whiskey tasting at the Midnight Star. And if you're feeling adventurous, there's a ghost tour leaving from the cemetery at 9 o'clock. Ghost tour? I asked, glancing at Jasper. Deadwood's got more spirits than just the kind you drink, the sheriff said with a grin. This whole gulch is haunted by miners, gamblers, and more than a few ladies of questionable reputation. Makes for some interesting evening walks. What do you think? I asked Jasper. Ghosts, dancing, or gambling? Why choose just one? He said with that easy confidence I'd come to love. We've got all evening. As we continued down the street, the atmosphere grew more magical with each block. The piano music from the various saloons was now accompanied by laughter and conversation spilling onto the wooden sidewalks. Couples and groups of friends moved between establishments, creating a constant flow of frontier social life. Look at that, I said, pointing to a small alleyway between 2 buildings where strings of lanterns had been hung to create an intimate passageway. Should we explore? After you, Jasper said, gesturing for me to lead the way. The alleyway opened into a small courtyard that I hadn't noticed from the street, a hidden garden space surrounded by the backs of the historic buildings, with benches positioned around a small fountain and more lanterns creating pools of romantic light throughout the space. This is perfect, I breathed, taking in the secluded atmosphere. It's like a secret frontier garden. Jasper's point of view. The hidden courtyard was exactly the kind of intimate space I'd hoped we'd discover, private enough for romance, but still connected to the magical atmosphere of the historic town. Several other couples had found their way here as well, some sitting quietly on benches, others dancing slowly to the distant music that drifted over the buildings from the main street. Want to sit for a minute? I suggested, nodding toward an empty bench positioned near the fountain. Actually, Bella said, her voice carrying a note I hadn't heard before, I want to dance. Here, I asked, though I was already moving toward her. Here, she said firmly, stepping into my arms. Right here, right now, to whatever music the night provides. The piano melody from one of the nearby saloons was perfect for slow dancing, something that might have been played in this exact courtyard more than a century ago. I pulled her close, one hand on her waist and the other holding hers, and we began to sway together in the lantern light. This is incredible, she murmured against my chest. Dancing in a hidden garden in a real Wild West town. If someone had told me a week ago that I'd be doing this, I would have thought they were crazy. What would you have thought was crazy about it? I asked, spinning her gently under my arm. All of it, she said with a laugh. Dancing in public, traveling across the country on a motorcycle, staying in haunted hotels. But mostly just knowing what I wanted and taking it. And what do you want right now? I asked, pulling her back into my arms. Her answer came in the form of action rather than words. She rose up on her toes and kissed me, not the soft, sweet kisses we'd been sharing, but something deeper and more demanding. Her hands fisted in my shirt, pulling me closer, and I could taste the excitement and newfound confidence on her lips. Bella's point of view. Kissing Jasper in that lantern-lit garden while slow dancing to distant frontier music was like stepping completely outside of time and place. I could hear the fountain bubbling behind us, the murmur of other couples' conversations, the lively piano music from the saloons, but all of it felt distant compared to the warmth of his mouth on mine and the solid strength of his arms around me. Bella, he murmured against my lips, his voice rough with desire. Shoo, I whispered, my hands sliding up to tangle in his hair. Just dance with me. We continued swaying together, though our movements had become less about dancing and more about finding excuses to touch each other. His hands roamed across my back, and I let my fingers trace the strong line of his jaw, the curve of his ear, the place where his pulse would beat if he were human. You're being very bold tonight, he observed, though his tone suggested he thoroughly approved. I'm learning to take what I want, I said, surprising myself with the honesty. And right now, I want you. I want this. I want to make out with my cowboy in a secret garden while frontier music plays in the background. His laugh was low and warm. Your cowboy. My cowboy, I confirmed, pulling him down for another kiss. My adventurous, patient, wonderful cowboy who shows me beautiful places and teaches me to be brave. This time, when our lips met, I put everything I felt into the kiss: gratitude for the journey he'd given me, excitement about the life we were building, and the growing desire that seemed to intensify with each day we spent together. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, his eyes were dark with the same want I was feeling. "We should probably," he started, glancing around the courtyard where other couples were pretending not to notice our increasingly passionate display. "Probably," I agreed, though I made no move to step away from him. "But I like kissing you in secret gardens." "I like it too," he said, pressing a softer kiss to my forehead. "But maybe we should explore more of the town before we get completely carried away." "Fine," I said with exaggerated reluctance. "But I'm holding you to more secret garden time later." "Deal," he said immediately. "All the secret garden time you want." Jasper's point of view. Leading Bella back through the lantern-lit alleyway toward Main Street, I felt that familiar surge of satisfaction at her continued transformation. The woman who'd just boldly claimed what she wanted in that garden courtyard was so far from the uncertain girl who'd fled Forks that sometimes I could hardly believe they were the same person. "Where to next?" she asked as we rejoined the flow of people moving along the wooden sidewalks. "Saloon number 10? I suggested. Live music, dancing, and the chance to see where Wild Bill Hickok played his last poker hand." "Perfect," she said immediately. "I want to experience everything Deadwood has to offer." The number 10 saloon was exactly what I'd hoped for: authentic atmosphere without being a museum, lively enough to be entertaining, but not so crowded that we couldn't move around comfortably. The piano player was working his way through a repertoire that spanned several decades, from traditional frontier ballads to more modern crowd pleasers, and several couples were already dancing on the small wooden floor near the stage. "This is perfect," Bella said, taking in the scene. "Look at those costumes." Several patrons were dressed in elaborate period attire, women in bustled dresses with intricate hairstyles, men in formal suits with pocket watches and derby hats. But there were also plenty of people in modern clothes, creating an interesting blend of historical immersion and contemporary enjoyment. "Should we get drinks?" I suggested, nodding toward the authentic bar where a bartender in a period vest and sleeve garters was serving everything from modern beer to historically accurate whiskey. "Something appropriately frontier," Bella said with enthusiasm. "What would a lady drink in 1880s Deadwood?" "Probably not much in public," I said with amusement. "But for adventurous frontier women, maybe whiskey or wine." "Whiskey it is," she said decisively. "When in Rome." As we waited for our drinks, I watched Bella study the historical displays around the saloon: photographs of original Deadwood residents, artifacts from the Gold Rush era, and a detailed account of Wild Bill Hickok's final poker game. "It's amazing how much history happened in such a small space," she observed. "All those famous people, all those fortunes won and lost, all the drama and adventure." "What kind of person do you think you would have been?" I asked. "If you'd lived here during the Gold Rush era?" She considered the question seriously, sipping her whiskey and studying the historical photographs. "A week ago, I would have said I'd probably have been too scared to come here at all," she said finally. "But now? I think I might have been one of those women who came west looking for adventure and independence." "I think you're right," I said, meaning it completely. "I think you would have been exactly that kind of woman." The piano player launched into a waltz, and I felt Bella's attention immediately shift to the couple beginning to dance. "That looks like fun," she said, watching a particularly skilled couple glide around the small dance floor. "Want to try?" I asked, already knowing her answer. "Absolutely," she said without hesitation. "But fair warning, I might challenge you to show off a little." "Challenge away," I said, offering her my arm. "I'm ready for whatever you have in mind." Bella's point of view. Dancing with Jasper in the authentic frontier saloon was like living inside a romantic Western movie. The piano music was perfect for waltzing, the lantern light cast wonderful shadows on the wooden walls, and the mix of costumed locals and enthusiastic tourists created a festive, welcoming atmosphere. "You're really good at this," I said as he guided us smoothly around the small dance floor, effortlessly avoiding other couples and making me look far more graceful than I actually was. I've had some practice, he said with modest understatement. Show me something fancy, I said impulsively. Something that'll make people watch us. His eyebrows rose in surprise. You want to be the center of attention. I want to dance with the most handsome cowboy in Deadwood, I said boldly. And I want everyone to know he's mine. The possessiveness in my own voice surprised me, but I didn't take it back. I was discovering that I liked claiming Jasper publicly, liked making it clear that we belonged together. Well then, he said, his voice dropping to that low, intense tone that always made my pulse quicken. Hold on tight. The next few minutes were magical. Jasper guided us through dance moves I'd never attempted, spins and dips, and intricate footwork that made me feel like a professional dancer. Other couples gradually stopped their own dancing to watch us, and by the time the song ended, we had a small audience applauding our performance. That was incredible, I breathed, flushed with exertion and excitement. I felt like we were in a movie. You looked like you belonged in a movie, he said, pulling me close for a soft kiss right there on the dance floor. Beautiful, confident, absolutely radiant. The applause continued around us, and I realized I didn't feel embarrassed by the attention. Instead, I felt proud of my dancing, proud of my partner, proud of how far I'd come from the girl who would have been mortified by any kind of public display. Should we check out another saloon? I suggested that the piano player take a break. Experience more of Deadwood's nightlife. Lead the way, Jasper said, his eyes bright with approval at my continued enthusiasm for adventure. The night is young, and Deadwood has plenty more magic to offer. As we made our way toward the exit, several people stopped us to compliment our dancing. The attention felt wonderful, not because I needed validation from strangers, but because it was recognition of something we'd accomplished together, something beautiful we'd created in the moment. Walking back out into the lantern-lit street, I felt energized and ready for whatever came next. The evening was still young, the town was full of music and laughter, and the man I loved was beside me, ready to share whatever adventures we chose to pursue. What's next? I asked, taking his arm as we rejoined the flow of people moving along the wooden sidewalks. Whatever you want, he said simply. This is your frontier adventure. Then let's find another hidden garden, I said with a mischievous smile. I have some more bold behavior to practice. His laugh echoed off the Victorian storefronts around us, mixing with the distant sound of frontier music and the gentle murmur of couples enjoying their own romantic evening adventures. The magic of Deadwood was working exactly as it was supposed to, and I was ready to embrace every moment of it. Saloon challenge and spontaneous dancing. Bella's point of view. We'd been wandering the lantern-lit streets for nearly an hour, moving from saloon to saloon like bees sampling different flowers, when the music from the Midnight Star Saloon stopped us both in our tracks. Unlike the refined piano melodies we'd been hearing elsewhere, this was something altogether more lively, a full band with fiddle, guitar, and harmonica creating the kind of foot-tapping rhythm that seemed to pulse right through the wooden sidewalks. Listen to that, I said, pausing in front of the saloon's bat-wing doors as the music swelled and spilled out onto Main Street. That's not your typical tourist-friendly background music. Sounds like a real frontier hoedown, Jasper said with obvious approval. The kind of music that makes you want to move. Through the open doors, I could see the band set up on a small stage, 3 musicians who looked like they'd stepped straight out of the 1880s, playing with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested they were having as much fun as their audience. The saloon was packed with people swaying and clapping along, and several couples had claimed space near the stage for energetic dancing. It's amazing, I said, my body already responding to the infectious rhythm. You can feel the music in your bones. Want to go in? Jasper suggested, but I was already shaking my head. No, I said, a wild idea forming in my mind. I want to dance. In there, he asked, nodding toward the crowded saloon. Out here, I said, gesturing to the wooden sidewalk in front of the saloon. Right here, right now, to this incredible music. I could see him processing my suggestion, his golden eyes dancing with amusement and something that looked like anticipation. You want to dance on the sidewalk? In front of everyone. I dare you, I said impulsively, the words tumbling out before I could second-guess myself. I dare you to dance with me right here on Main Street, under these lanterns, to this perfect music. His response was immediate and decisive. Challenge accepted. Before I could even register what was happening, he'd swept me off the wooden sidewalk and into the dirt street itself, his arm around my waist and his hand capturing mine. The music grew louder as we moved into the open space, and I felt a burst of pure exhilaration at our audacity. "This is crazy," I laughed as he began to guide me through the steps of what felt like a cross between a waltz and a polka. "This is perfect," he corrected, spinning me under his arm before pulling me back against his chest. This is exactly what Deadwood music was made for. Jasper's point of view. Dancing with Bella in the middle of Main Street was like watching her shed the last vestiges of self-consciousness. Her laughter echoed off the Victorian storefronts around us, bright and uninhibited, and she moved with a freedom that was absolutely intoxicating to watch. The band inside the saloon seemed to notice our impromptu street performance because the music grew more spirited, the fiddle player adding flourishes that seemed designed specifically for dancing. Other people began to gather on the sidewalks, some pointing and smiling, others clapping along to the rhythm. "We're drawing a crowd," I said as I dipped Bella dramatically, her skirt swirling around her legs. "Good," she said as I lifted her back up, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let them watch. Let them see how happy we are." Her boldness was infectious. I found myself attempting more complex moves, lifting her off her feet for spins that made her squeal with delight, guiding her through intricate footwork that she followed with surprising grace. We were completely in sync, moving together as if we'd been dancing partners for years instead of days. "Look," Bella said during a brief pause between songs, nodding toward the sidewalk where our audience was growing. "I think we're inspiring people." She was right. 2 other couples had moved off the wooden sidewalk and into the street, waiting for the next song to begin their own impromptu dancing. The crowd on the sidewalk was now clapping rhythmically, clearly anticipating the continuation of our street performance. "Think we started something?" I asked, pulling her closer as the band launched into an even livelier tune. "I hope so," she said, going up on her toes to speak directly into my ear. "I love that our happiness is contagious." The truth of her words hit me as I looked around at the growing celebration. What had started as our spontaneous moment of joy was becoming something larger, a community event that seemed to capture everything magical about Deadwood's frontier spirit. Bella's point of view. By the 3rd song, Main Street had transformed into an impromptu dance floor. At least 6 couples were now dancing in the street, their movements ranging from elegant waltzing to enthusiastic square dancing. The sidewalks were lined with people clapping and cheering, and I could hear someone calling out dance instructions like an old-fashioned caller. "Swing your partner, do as I do," called a woman in full Victorian dress who'd apparently appointed herself the evening's dance leader. "Circle left and promenade. Do you know square dancing?" I asked Jasper breathlessly as we attempted to follow the increasingly complex instructions. "I'm learning," he said with a grin, guiding me through what was probably supposed to be a promenade, but felt more like organized chaos. "How about you?" Making it up as I go, I admitted, dissolving into laughter as I completely missed a turn and ended up dancing with a stranger for a moment before Jasper reclaimed me. "That's the spirit," called the Victorian woman. "When in doubt, just keep moving and smile." The music seemed to grow more energetic with each song, and I could see people streaming out of nearby saloons and shops to join either the dancers or the enthusiastic audience. What had started as our private moment of spontaneity had become a genuine community celebration. "This is incredible," I said to Jasper during a brief lull between dances. "We started a party." "You started a party," he corrected, his hands on my waist as we swayed gently to the quieter melody the band was now playing. "With your brave, beautiful, spontaneous stare." "We started it together," I said firmly. "You could have said no, could have suggested we go inside like normal people." "And miss this?" he asked, gesturing to the street full of dancing couples and the sidewalks packed with cheerful spectators. "Miss seeing you this happy, this free? Never." The band launched into what sounded like a frontier version of a contemporary song familiar enough to be recognizable, but with the fiddle and harmonica giving it a distinctly Old West flavor. Around us, other couples began to sing along to the parts they knew, creating a chorus that echoed off the historic buildings. Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella sing along with complete strangers while dancing in the middle of a frontier street was like seeing the final piece of her transformation fall into place. This wasn't just confidence or spontaneity. This was pure joy, unfiltered and unafraid. She was completely present in the moment, not thinking about anything beyond the music, the movement, and the magic we were creating together. "You're radiant," I told her, meaning it with every fiber of my being. "Absolutely radiant." "I feel radiant," she said, spinning under my arm before coming back to face me. "I feel like I could dance all night." "Then let's dance all night," I said, pulling her close as the band transitioned into something slower and more romantic. Or at least until they run out of music. Around us, the other couples had also shifted into slower dancing, and the atmosphere became more intimate despite the public setting. The crowd on the sidewalks seemed to sense the change too, their enthusiastic clapping giving way to quiet appreciation for the romantic scene unfolding in the lantern-lit street. "This is perfect," Bella murmured against my chest as we swayed together. "This moment, this place, this feeling. I want to remember it forever." "So do I said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Our first street dance in Deadwood." "Our first?" she asked, looking up at me with curiosity. "You think there'll be more?" "I think," I said, spinning her gently as the music began to build again, "that we're going to have so many adventures together that we'll need to keep a journal just to remember them all." Her smile was brilliant. "I'd like that. A whole book full of moments like this." The band launched into their final song of the set, a lively, celebratory number that seemed designed to send everyone off into the night with energy and happiness. Around us, the other couples began dancing with renewed enthusiasm, and the crowd on the sidewalks resumed their clapping and cheering. Bella's point of view. As the final notes of music faded into the Deadwood night, the spontaneous street dance began to dissolve naturally. Couples drifted back toward the sidewalks, many of them stopping to chat with new friends they'd made during the dancing. The crowd began to disperse, but slowly, as if no one wanted the magical evening to end too quickly. "That was amazing," called the Victorian woman who'd been our unofficial dance color, approaching us with obvious delight. "You two started something wonderful tonight." "It was all spontaneous," I said, still slightly breathless from the final energetic dance. "We just heard the music and couldn't resist." "That's the spirit of old Deadwood," she said with approval. People who weren't afraid to make their own entertainment, who knew how to find joy wherever they were. Several other participants stopped to compliment our dancing or to thank us for getting the evening started. Each interaction felt warm and genuine, as if we'd created a moment of community magic that everyone was ready to embrace. "You folks staying in town tonight?" asked an older man who'd been dancing with obvious skill despite his age. "The Bullock Hotel," Jasper replied. "Perfect choice," the man said with a grin. "Historic, atmospheric, and close enough that you can join us if we decide to start another street dance tomorrow night." "We'll definitely keep that in mind," I said, surprised by how much I meant it. The idea of becoming regulars in Deadwood's evening entertainment scene was appealing in ways I never could have imagined. As the crowd finally dispersed and the street returned to its normal evening quiet, Jasper and I found ourselves standing alone under the lanterns, both still glowing with the energy of what we'd just experienced. "I can't believe we did that," I said, taking his hands and looking around at the now empty street where we'd just been dancing. "I can't believe I dared you to dance in the middle of Main Street." "I can't believe how perfect it was," he said, pulling me closer. "How perfect you were." "We were perfect together," I corrected. "We created something beautiful." "We did," he agreed, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "And we can create beautiful things anywhere we go." Jasper's point of view. Standing in the lantern-lit street with Bella in my arms, both of us still flushed with the exhilaration of our spontaneous dance celebration, I felt a profound sense of completion. Not because our journey was ending, but because this moment represented everything I'd hoped she would discover about herself. "Ready to head back to the hotel?" I asked, though I was reluctant to end such a perfect evening. "Not yet," she said, surprising me. "I want to walk a little more, see if there are any other hidden courtyards to explore." I'm not ready for this feeling to end. "What feeling?" I asked, though I could sense the answer through our connection. The feeling of being completely alive, she said simply. Of being exactly who I'm supposed to be, exactly where I'm supposed to be, with exactly the right person. Her words sent deep satisfaction through me, not because they validated my plans or proved my patience had been worthwhile, but because they represented her complete ownership of her own happiness. Then let's keep exploring, I said, offering her my arm. The night is still young, and Deadwood has more secrets to share. As we began walking back down the lantern-lit street, I could hear the distant sound of music still drifting from various saloons, the murmur of couples enjoying their own romantic evening walks, and the gentle clip-clop of a horse-drawn carriage carrying tourists through the historic district. Jasper, Bella said as we paused to look into a shop window displaying period jewelry. Yeah, thank you for never saying no to my crazy ideas. Thank you for having crazy ideas, I replied, meaning it completely. They're always perfect. Even when I dare you to dance in the middle of Main Street? Especially when you dare me to dance in the middle of Main Street, I said, pulling her into a quick spin right there on the sidewalk. Those are my favorite kinds of dares. Her laughter echoed off the Victorian storefronts around us, mixing with the sounds of Deadwood's evening entertainment and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze through the historic streets. The night was far from over, and I could sense her continued energy and enthusiasm for whatever adventures we might discover next. Come on, she said, tugging on my hand as she spotted another intriguing alleyway. Let's see what other magic this town has hidden away. Following her lead into the lantern-lit unknown, I reflected on how perfectly the evening had unfolded. We'd created something beautiful together, something spontaneous and joyful that had touched everyone who witnessed it. And more importantly, Bella had claimed her right to that joy completely and without reservation. The street dance was over, but the magic was just beginning. Deepest connection and pure laughter. Bella's point of view. Still glowing from our impromptu street dance, we wandered deeper into Deadwood's entertainment district with the easy confidence of people who'd already claimed the night as their own. The success of our spontaneous celebration had left me feeling invincible, ready to embrace whatever adventures the evening might offer. Listen to that, I said as we approached another saloon, where raucous laughter and honky-tonk piano music spilled onto the wooden sidewalk. Sounds like they're having as much fun as we just had. The Iron Horse Saloon, Jasper read from the weathered sign above the entrance. According to local legend, it's where the railroad workers used to come to blow off steam after building track through the Black Hills. Perfect, I said, pushing through the batwing doors with the kind of bold confidence that still surprised me. Let's see how railroad workers knew how to party. Inside, the atmosphere was completely different from the refined elegance of the Bullock Hotel's restaurant or even the tourist-friendly charm of Saloon Number 10. This felt authentically rough around the edges, scarred wooden tables, a bar that had clearly seen decades of hard use, and a clientele that looked like they'd stepped straight out of frontier photographs. This is more like it, said a burly man in work clothes who was leaning against the bar. You folks look like you know how to have a good time. We're learning, I replied, surprising myself by engaging immediately with the stranger. A week ago, I would have hidden behind Jasper and let him handle all social interactions. Now I felt comfortable jumping into conversations with anyone. Well, you came to the right place, the man said with a grin. We got arm wrestling over there, ring toss in the back, and the best whiskey this side of the Missouri River. Arm wrestling? I asked with interest, looking toward a corner where a crowd had gathered around two men locked in intense competition. Every night, the bartender chimed in as he poured our drinks. Winner gets free drinks for the rest of the evening. Loser buys a round for the house. Wanna watch? I asked Jasper, already moving toward the crowd. Lead the way, he said, following with obvious amusement at my enthusiasm. Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella get completely caught up in the arm wrestling competition was like seeing another facet of her personality emerge. She cheered for both competitors with genuine enthusiasm, offering tactical advice that made the assembled crowd laugh, and seemed utterly fascinated by the raw display of frontier entertainment. Come on, Murphy, she called to the smaller of the two competitors. Use your leverage. You know about arm wrestling strategy? I asked with amusement. I know about physics, she said without taking her eyes off the contest. And I know about underdogs. When Murphy managed to defeat his much larger opponent through technique rather than brute strength, Bella's cheer was the loudest in the crowd. The winner caught her eye and tipped his hat in acknowledgement, clearly charmed by her enthusiastic support. "You folks want to try some of the games out back?" asked a woman in period dress who'd been watching the competition. "We got carnival-style entertainment set up in the courtyard, ring toss, dime toss, and a shooting gallery. Perfect for couples looking to win some prizes." "Yes," Bella said immediately, then turned to me with sparkling eyes. "Can we? It sounds like fun." "Anything you want," I said, meaning it completely. Her excitement was infectious, and I loved seeing her embrace every opportunity for new experiences. The back courtyard had been transformed into a miniature frontier carnival, complete with game booths that looked like they'd been constructed from authentic period materials. Other couples were already trying their luck at various games, and the atmosphere was festive and welcoming. "Ring toss first." Bella suggested, approaching a booth where wooden rings were arranged beside a display of bottles and pegs. "3 rings for a quarter," called the operator, a jovial man in suspenders and a handlebar mustache. "Land all 3 and you win your choice of prizes." I watched Bella's competitive spirit emerge as she carefully studied the setup, calculating angles and distances with the same focus she'd applied to everything else she'd decided to master. Her first 2 throws missed, but the 3rd ring settled perfectly around a bottleneck. "1 out of 3, the operator announced. "Good enough for a consolation prize." He handed her a small wooden whistle carved to look like a train, which she immediately tested with a surprisingly loud toot that made everyone in the courtyard laugh. "Your turn," she said, offering me the remaining rings. Bella's point of view. Watching Jasper approach the ring toss with casual confidence, I realized I shouldn't have been surprised when all 3 of his rings found their targets with apparent ease. His hand-eye coordination was supernatural, literally, and games like this were probably child's play for someone with enhanced vampire abilities. "Show off," I said with no real reproach as the operator announced his perfect score. "Pick any prize from the top shelf," the operator said with obvious admiration. "That's the best throwing I've seen all week." Jasper studied the available prizes for a moment before pointing to a delicate silver chain with a small horse charm. "That one," he said, then turned to me with a smile. "For my lady." The old-fashioned gallantry of the gesture, combined with the authentic frontier setting, made my heart skip as he fastened the necklace around my throat. The small silver horse settled perfectly at the base of my neck, catching the lantern light. "It's beautiful," I said, gently touching the charm. "Thank you." "Beautiful necklace for a beautiful woman," he said, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "What should we try next?" "Shooting gallery?" I suggested, pointing to a booth where tin targets were arranged behind a counter lined with period-appropriate rifles. "Are you sure?" he asked with amusement. "I might have an unfair advantage there, too." "I want to see you show off," I said boldly. "I want everyone here to know how skilled my cowboy is." His smile was brilliant. "Your cowboy." "My cowboy," I confirmed, taking his arm possessively. "Now go impress everyone." The shooting gallery drew a crowd as Jasper systematically knocked down every target with precision that bordered on the impossible. Other patrons gathered to watch, offering appreciative comments and asking where he learned to shoot so well. "Military training," he said easily, which was technically true even if it left out a few relevant details about enhanced vampire senses and reflexes. "Damn fine shooting," said an older man who'd been watching with obvious admiration. "You ever consider entering some of the competitions they have around here?" "Just having fun tonight," Jasper replied, accepting another prize, this time a small leather journal with Deadwood Adventures embossed on the cover. "For recording all our memories," he said, presenting it to me with a slight bow that made me giggle. Jasper's point of view. We were moving toward the dime toss booth when a commotion from the main street caught our attention. Shouts and the sound of running feet, followed by what was unmistakably the crack of gunfire, sent everyone in the courtyard hurrying toward the front of the saloon. "What's happening?" Bella asked, though she was already moving with the crowd rather than hanging back in concern. "Sounds like the evening gunfight show," I said, recognizing the theatrical timing and the fact that nobody seemed genuinely alarmed. On Main Street, a crowd had gathered around what was clearly a staged Wild West performance. Two men in period costume faced off in classic gunfighter poses, while a narrator in an elaborate coat and top had explained the historical context of their conflict. "Ladies and gentlemen," the narrator called out, "you're about to witness a recreation of the famous gunfight between Black Bart McGillicuddy and Sheriff Tom Watson, which took place right here on this very street in 1878. This should be good," Bella said with anticipation, settling in beside me to watch the show. The performance was well choreographed, but clearly designed for tourist entertainment rather than historical accuracy. The two gunfighters circled each other with exaggerated movements, hurling insults that were more comical than threatening. "You're all hat and no cattle, McGillicuddy," the sheriff declared with theatrical bravado. "And you're all badge and no backbone, Watson," Black Bart replied, his hand hovering dramatically over his holstered gun. "This is ridiculous," I murmured to Bella, who was watching with obvious delight. "It's supposed to be ridiculous," she whispered back. "Look how much fun everyone's having." She was right. The crowd was thoroughly enjoying the campy performance, cheering for their chosen sides and gasping dramatically at each plot twist. The whole thing was pure frontier entertainment, and Bella was eating it up. Bella's point of view. Just as the two gunfighters were building toward their climactic showdown, one of them seemed to stumble slightly, breaking character for a moment. The narrator quickly covered, but I could see both performers trying to figure out how to get back on track. "Looks like they need a new villain," I said to Jasper with mischief in my voice. "Think you're up for some improv theater?" Before he could respond, the narrator had spotted him in the crowd and seemed to come to the same conclusion I had. "Wait," the narrator called out dramatically. "I see another notorious outlaw in our midst. The infamous, the dangerous." He paused, clearly making it up as he went along. "Jasper, the ghost, Whitlock." The crowd turned to look at Jasper with interest, and I could see him calculating whether to play along or try to fade back into the audience. "Go on," I urged, giving him a gentle push toward the performance area. "Show them how a real cowboy handles a gunfight." With a resigned but amused expression, Jasper stepped forward into the circle of spectators. "I reckon you boys might need some help settling this dispute," he said, falling easily into a more pronounced drawl that fit the setting perfectly. "The ghost," gasped Black Bart with theatrical fear. "I thought you were dead." "Reports of my demise have been greatly exaggerated," Jasper replied, and I could see him settling into the role with growing enthusiasm. "And I believe you gentlemen have something that belongs to me." The narrator quickly improvised a new storyline in which all three men competed for the same treasure map, and suddenly the simple two-man showdown had become a complex three-way standoff. Jasper threw himself into the performance with surprising skill, delivering his lines with perfect timing and moving with the kind of authentic gunfighter grace that made the other actors look amateurish by comparison. "This is amazing," I said to the woman standing next to me, who was watching with obvious appreciation. "Your husband?" she asked. "My cowboy," I said with pride, then cheered loudly as Jasper managed to disarm both other gunfighters through clever maneuvering rather than actual shooting. Jasper's point of view. The impromptu performance concluded with all three gunfighters agreeing to share the treasure and head out together to find it, allowing everyone to end the show as friends rather than corpses. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, and several people approached to compliment the entertainment. "That was fantastic," the narrator said as we stepped out of the performance circle. "You ever think about joining our regular crew?" "Just passing through," I said with a grin, "but that was fun." "You were incredible," Bella said, practically bouncing with excitement as she reached me. "You looked like you'd stepped straight out of a Western movie." "Felt pretty authentic too," I admitted. "There's something about being in character that brings out the frontier spirit." "We should celebrate your theatrical debut," she said, taking my arm and steering us back toward the saloons. "Maybe check out one more place before we call it a night." "Whatever you want," I said, enjoying her continued energy and enthusiasm. "Lead the way." The third saloon we visited had a completely different atmosphere from the others, quieter, more intimate, with soft lighting and a piano player who specialized in romantic ballads rather than dance hall music. It felt like the perfect place to wind down from our evening of adventure and excitement. "This is nice," Bella said as we settled into a corner booth with drinks. More peaceful after all that activity. Good peaceful or too quiet? I asked, wanting to make sure we ended the evening exactly how she wanted. Perfect, peaceful, she said, settling closer to me in the booth. I feel like we've experienced every kind of entertainment Deadwood has to offer. Bella's point of view. Sitting in the quiet corner of the romantic saloon, I felt a deep sense of contentment settling over me. The evening had been magical in ways I never could have anticipated, from our secret garden dancing to the street celebration we'd started to Jasper's impromptu acting debut. Every moment had been perfect, and every moment had been shared. I keep thinking about how much I've changed, I said, my fingers playing with the horse charm necklace Jasper had won for me. Not just since we left Forks, but just tonight. I dared you to dance in the street. I cheered at an arm wrestling match. I pushed you to join a gunfight performance. You've been amazing tonight, Jasper said, his arm tightening around me. Brave and spontaneous and absolutely radiant with joy. I feel like myself, I said simply. Like the person I was always supposed to be was just waiting for the right circumstances to emerge. Maybe she was waiting for the right person to emerge with, he suggested gently. Maybe we were waiting for each other, I said, turning to look at him directly. To bring out the best in each other. His kiss was soft and sweet, tasting of whiskey and promise. When we broke apart, his golden eyes were warm with affection and something deeper. Bella, he said quietly, his voice carrying a note that made my pulse quicken. I've loved every moment of tonight, every adventure we've shared. But right now, I'd really like to be alone with you. The simple honesty of his words sent heat spiraling through me. Alone. Back in our room, he said, his thumb stroking across my cheek. In our bed, with no music except what we make together. Jasper's point of view. The walk back to the Bullock Hotel felt different from our earlier evening wanderings, still magical, but charged with anticipation and the intimate awareness that our public adventures were giving way to something private and profound. Bella's hand in mine was warm and sure, and I could feel her own anticipation building with each step. Tonight was perfect, she said as we climbed the stairs to our third-floor suite. Every single moment of it. It was, I agreed, unlocking our door and holding it open for her. And it's not over yet. Inside our historic room, the atmosphere immediately shifted from public entertainment to intimate romance. The period furnishings and soft lamplight created the perfect setting for whatever came next, and I could see Bella taking in the romantic ambience with obvious appreciation. I love this room, she said, moving to the tall windows that overlooked Main Street. I love being able to look down at the streets where we danced and know that we created something beautiful together. We did create something beautiful, I said, moving behind her and wrapping my arms around her waist. And we'll create more beautiful things together wherever we go. Promise, she asked, leaning back against my chest. Promise, I said, pressing a kiss to the sensitive spot just below her ear. But right now, I want to focus on creating something beautiful right here, right now, just for us. She turned in my arms, her eyes bright with love and desire and complete trust. Then let's create something beautiful, she said simply. As I began to slowly unfasten the buttons of her blouse, I reflected on how perfectly the evening had unfolded. We'd experienced joy and adventure and connection on every level, and now we were ready to share the most intimate expression of what we meant to each other. Outside our window, Deadwood continued its evening entertainment, but inside our historic room, we were about to create our own private magic, the kind that would bind us together forever, one perfect moment at a time. The frontier had taught us both about courage and adventure and the willingness to claim what we wanted. Now, in the privacy of our own space, we were ready to claim each other completely, with all the passion and tenderness that our journey together had built between us. The night was far from over, but the best part was just beginning. Chapter 8: Raleigh Fever. Return to Raleigh Central. Bella's point of view. The morning light filtering through the historic windows of our Bullock Hotel suite carried a bittersweet quality that perfectly matched my mood as I watched Jasper pack our overnight bag. Our magical evening in Deadwood felt like a dream that was ending too soon. The lantern-lit streets, our spontaneous dancing, the way we'd laughed together with such complete freedom. I don't want to leave, I said softly, moving to the window for one last look at Main Street where we'd created such beautiful memories. Last night was perfect. It was perfect, Jasper agreed, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist. But it's not ending, it's just changing into something new. Today, we get to experience the rally in full swing. I leaned back against his chest, watching early morning tourists already beginning to explore the wooden sidewalks below. I know. I'm excited about that too. It's just, Deadwood felt like our own private frontier adventure. The rally will be so public, so crowded. Then we'll make it our own private adventure too, he said, pressing a soft kiss to the top of my head. We're good at that, remember? Making magic wherever we go. His confidence was infectious, and I felt my excitement about the day ahead beginning to outweigh my reluctance to leave this romantic, historic sanctuary. You're right. And I do want to experience the real Sturgis, the legendary motorcycle rally that people travel thousands of miles for. Then let's go experience it, he said, shouldering our bag. But first, one more kiss in our frontier hotel room. The kiss was soft and sweet, carrying all the tenderness of our night together and the promise of adventures still to come. When we broke apart, I felt ready to face whatever the day might bring. Ready, cowboy? I asked, taking his hand. Ready, darlin', he replied with that warm smile that never failed to make my heart skip. Jasper's point of view. The ride from Deadwood back to Sturgis was only about 20 miles, but I chose the scenic route to give us one more taste of Black Hill's beauty before diving into the rally chaos. The morning air was crisp and clear, perfect for riding, and I could feel Bella's contentment as she settled against my back with the easy familiarity of someone who'd found her perfect place. Look at those hills, she said through the helmet comm as we wound through the pine-covered landscape. The way the morning light hits them is incredible. Different from yesterday's dramatic granite formations, I replied, taking us through a gentle curve that revealed another vista of rolling forested hills. More peaceful, more subtle. Like we're seeing all the different moods of the Black Hills, she observed. Yesterday was all drama and spectacle, Mount Rushmore, the Needles Highway, those incredible rock formations. Today feels more contemplative. I loved how she was learning to see and appreciate the nuances of landscape, the way different lighting and terrain could create completely different emotional experiences. It was part of her ongoing education in the art of really living, really paying attention to beauty wherever it appeared. That might be the last quiet we get for a while, I said as we approached the outskirts of Sturgis, and I could already hear the distant rumble of motorcycle engines. Rally's in full swing now. Good thing we had our peaceful frontier evening, she said, her arms tightening around my waist. Now I'm ready for some rally fever. The change was gradual at first, with more motorcycles on the road, small groups of riders heading in the same direction we were. But as we got closer to Sturgis proper, the trickle became a stream, then a river of chrome and leather flowing toward the legendary gathering. Oh my God, Bella breathed as we crested the hill that gave us our first full view of the rally in peak operation. Jasper, look at all of this. Bella's point of view. Nothing could have prepared me for the sheer scale of what lay before us. Where 2 days ago Sturgis had been busy and exciting, now it looked like a small city dedicated entirely to motorcycle culture. The streets were rivers of gleaming chrome, with bikes parked so densely they seemed to stretch to the horizon. Vendor tents covered every available space, and people moved everywhere in a constant flow of leather jackets, bandanas, and denim. This is incredible, I said, my voice tinged with excitement and a slight sense of overwhelm. How many people are here? Probably close to peak capacity, Jasper replied, downshifting as we joined the slow-moving traffic heading into town. Maybe 400,000 people, 50,000 motorcycles, all in one small South Dakota town. The sensory experience was overwhelming in the best possible way. The sound was a constant symphony of engines, Harley rumbles mixing with the higher notes of sport bikes, the deeper throb of custom choppers, and the steady purr of touring bikes. Beneath it all was the hum of thousands of conversations, laughter, and music from multiple stages and sound systems. Smell that, I said, taking a deep breath through my helmet's vents. Exhaust and leather and barbecue and, is that funnel cake? Welcome to Rally Atmosphere, Jasper said with amusement. Every scent you could associate with American motorcycle culture, all mixed together. As we inched through the traffic, I found myself staring at the incredible variety of motorcycles around us. Vintage Harleys that looked like they'd rolled out of the 1940s, modern touring bikes loaded with gear from cross-country journeys, custom choppers with flames painted on their gas tanks, and sport bikes that looked like they belonged on a racetrack. "Look at that bike," I said, pointing to a pristine 1950s panhead with leather saddlebags and enough chrome to blind someone in direct sunlight. "It's like a rolling piece of art." "Wait until you see the custom show," Jasper said. "Some of these bikes are worth more than most people's houses." Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella take in the full scope of the Sturgis Rally was like watching someone discover a new world. Her excitement was building with each block we traveled, each incredible motorcycle we passed, each glimpse of the festival atmosphere that had taken over the entire town. "Everyone looks so authentic," she said, studying the riders and passengers around us. "Like they really live this lifestyle." "Many of them do," I said, pointing to a group of riders whose bikes were loaded with camping gear and whose leather jackets showed patches from rallies all over the country. "See those patches? That tells the story of where they've been, what rallies they've attended, what clubs they're part of. It's like a whole culture," she said with fascination, "with its own language and customs and traditions." "And now you're part of it," I said, pulling to a stop at a traffic light where we were surrounded by rumbling motorcycles on all sides. "Look around you, fit right in." She did fit in, I realized with satisfaction. Her leather jacket and jeans, her confident posture on the bike, the way she'd learned to move with the motorcycle instead of fighting it, she looked like she belonged in this gathering of adventurous spirits. "I feel like I belong," she said, echoing my thoughts. "A week ago, this would have intimidated me. All these people, all this noise and energy. Now it just feels exciting." The light changed, and we began moving again, but now the traffic was so dense that we were essentially part of a slow-moving parade of motorcycles. Other riders nodded acknowledgments as we passed, and I could see Bella beginning to nod back, accepting her place in this community of the road. "Food vendors ahead," I said, spotting the familiar cluster of stands and trailers that appeared at every major rally. "Want to grab something before we head up to the cabin?" "Absolutely," she said immediately. "I want to try everything that smells that good." Bella's point of view. The food vendor area was a carnival of scents and sounds that made my mouth water and my senses reel. Barbecue stands sent smoke rising into the morning air, funnel cake vendors dusted powdered sugar over golden spirals of fried dough, and the distinctive sizzle of grilled onions and peppers came from half a dozen different booths. "Where do we even start?" I asked, overwhelmed by the choices. "How about we work our way down the row?" Jasper suggested, parking the bike and helping me off. "Sample everything that looks good?" "Perfect plan," I said, taking his hand as we joined the flow of people moving between the food stands. The first stand we stopped at was serving breakfast burritos the size of my forearm, loaded with eggs, bacon, cheese, and peppers. The vendor, a cheerful woman in a Sturgis t-shirt, smiled at us as we approached. "First time at the rally?" she asked, clearly recognizing tourists despite our increasingly authentic biker appearance. "First time for her," Jasper said, his arm coming around my waist in a gesture that felt both protective and proudly possessive. I wanted her to get the full experience. "Then you need to try our famous rally burrito," the woman said, already preparing our order. "It's big enough to share and guaranteed to fuel you through a full day of rally activities." "Sharing sounds perfect," I said, leaning into Jasper's side as we waited. "I want to save room for other things too." The burrito was indeed enormous and absolutely delicious, with perfectly seasoned eggs and crispy bacon wrapped in a tortilla that was somehow both substantial and delicate. We found a picnic table near the food area and split it while watching the constant parade of motorcycles and people. "Look at that couple," I said, nodding toward a pair who looked to be in their 70s, both in matching leather jackets with patches from rallies dating back decades. "They're still riding together after all these years." "That could be us," Jasper said quietly. 40, 50 years from now, still coming to rallies, still discovering new roads together. The image he painted warmed my heart. "I'd like that," I said simply. Growing old disgracefully on motorcycles. Who says anything about growing old? He asked with a grin that reminded me of his vampire nature. Maybe just growing more adventurous. Jasper's point of view. After our breakfast adventure, we made our way through the densest part of the rally crowd toward the hills where our cabin waited. The contrast between the overwhelming energy of the main rally area and the relative quiet of our retreat became more pronounced with each block we climbed. "Listen to how the sound changes," Bella said as we reached the halfway point up the hill. "It's still there, but softer. Like background music instead of a concert." "That's why I chose this location," I said, pulling into our cabin's driveway. "Close enough to be part of it all, far enough away to have some peace when we need it." Our little Pine Ridge cabin looked exactly the same as when we'd left it yesterday morning, but somehow it felt different now, more like home, more like our sanctuary. The porch chairs where we'd watched the sunset looked inviting, and through the windows I could see the comfortable space we'd claimed as our own. "This feels perfect," Bella said, climbing off the bike and stretching muscles that were getting accustomed to long rides. "Like we have the best of both worlds. The rally when we want excitement, and this when we want peace." "Exactly what I was hoping for," I said, carrying our overnight bag up the porch steps. "Ready to dive back into rally fever, or do you want to rest for a bit first?" She considered this, looking down toward the bustling activity below, then back at our quiet cabin. "Rest for a few minutes," she decided. "Let me process everything I just saw and get ready for whatever comes next." "Good choice," I said, unlocking the cabin door. "The rally will still be there when we're ready for it." As we settled on the comfortable couch inside, I felt that familiar satisfaction at how perfectly everything was falling into place. Bella was learning to pace herself, to balance excitement with rest, adventure with reflection. She was becoming someone who could handle any experience life offered her, and that transformation was beautiful to witness. "Jasper," she said, curling up against my side. "Thank you for bringing me here. For showing me what this world is like. I never could have imagined how amazing it would be." "Thank you for being brave enough to experience it," I replied, pulling her closer. "And for making every moment of it more beautiful by sharing it with me." Outside our cabin windows, the sounds of the Sturgis rally continued, engines and laughter and music and the general hum of thousands of people living life to the fullest. Soon we'd rejoin that celebration, dive deep into the heart of motorcycle culture, and add more memories to our growing collection. But for now, it was enough to hold the woman I loved in our quiet retreat and know that we'd found the perfect balance between adventure and peace, excitement and intimacy. The public celebration of freedom and the private joy of love shared between two people who discovered they were exactly where they belonged. The rally fever was just beginning, and we were ready for all of it. Rally fashion and gear shopping. Bella's point of view. After our brief rest at the cabin, we rode back down into the heart of Sturgis, where the vendor rows stretched for what seemed like miles. The main street had been transformed into an outdoor marketplace, part county fair, part fashion show, and part motorcycle museum. Every available space was filled with booths selling everything from authentic handcrafted leather goods to quirky rally souvenirs. "This is incredible," I said, taking Jasper's hand as we joined the flow of people browsing between the countless stalls. "Where do we even start?" "How about we work our way down systematically?" he suggested, steering us toward the first row of vendors. "That way we don't miss anything good." The variety was staggering. One booth featured hand-tooled leather saddlebags that looked like works of art, while the next sold t-shirts with sayings that ranged from clever to completely outrageous. A jewelry vendor displayed silver pieces shaped like motorcycles and skulls, and beside her, a craftsman was hand-stitching leather chaps while customers watched. "Look at that workmanship," I said, pausing to admire a leather jacket that was covered in intricate tooling and silver studs. "That's not just clothing, it's art." "That's the difference between authentic gear and tourist stuff," Jasper said, running his fingers over the supple leather. "This is made by someone who understands what riders actually need." The vendor, a weathered man with hands that spoke of decades of leatherwork, looked up from his stitching. "Appreciate someone who can tell the difference," he said with a nod toward Jasper. "Most folks just look at the price tag." "We're looking for some specific pieces," Jasper said. "A braid cover and gloves for the lady. Something that's both functional and beautiful." Ah, someone who rides seriously, the man said with approval, setting down his needle. Let me show you what I've got. Jasper's point of view. The leather craftsman led us to a display case filled with accessories that were clearly made for actual riders rather than weekend tourists. Each piece showed attention to detail and understanding of what motorcycle riding demanded: protection from wind and weather, durability for long miles, and comfort for extended wear. This might be what you're looking for, he said, pulling out a braid cover that was exactly what I'd hoped to find. Rich brown leather with decorative snaps, an embroidered red rose cutaway design, and small beaded fringe that would move beautifully in the wind. Covers the whole braid, keeps it from tangling in the wind or getting caught in jacket zippers. I watched Bella's face as she examined the piece, seeing her appreciate both the craftsmanship and the practical design. It's gorgeous, she said, running her fingers over the intricate embroidery. And it matches my jacket perfectly. Try it on, the craftsman suggested. Need to make sure the fit is right. Bella quickly braided her hair and slipped the leather cover over it, securing it with the decorative snaps. The effect was immediate and striking. She looked like she'd been riding for years instead of days. Perfect fit, the craftsman said with satisfaction. And I've got gloves that'll match. Fingerless style with the same rose embroidery. Good for summer riding when you need grip but want some protection. The gloves were beautiful, supple leather that would mold to her hands over time, with the same red rose design stitched in contrasting thread. When she tried them on, they completed the look perfectly. I love them, Bella said, flexing her fingers to test the fit. They feel like they were made for me. They were, the craftsman said simply. Good leather finds its proper owner. Bella's point of view. While Jasper handled the purchase, I wandered to the next booth where a woman was selling handmade jewelry. Unlike the mass-produced rally merchandise we'd seen elsewhere, these pieces were unique silver earrings shaped like tiny motorcycles, bracelets made from actual bike chain, and necklaces featuring miniature license plates from different states. See anything you like? The jewelry maker asked, noting my interest. These earrings are beautiful, I said, pointing to a pair that featured tiny silver wings. Very delicate, but still appropriate for the rally. Those are popular with the ladies who ride, she said. Feminine but tough, like most of the women who come through here. I was trying on the earrings when a familiar voice called out behind me. Well, if it isn't our street dancing friends from Deadwood. I turned to see Bill, the photographer who'd taken our picture at top of the world, approaching with a huge grin. Behind him were several members of the Colorado Rolling Thunder group we'd met at the rest stop, including Rosalie and Emmett. Bill, I said with genuine pleasure. What are the odds of running into you here? Pretty good, actually, he said with a laugh. 500,000 people, but we all end up in the same vendor rows eventually. How's the rally treating you folks? It's incredible, I said, showing off my new braid cover and gloves. We're just getting geared up properly. Looking good, Rosalie said with approval, examining my new accessories. Very authentic. You're starting to look like a real biker. Starting to feel like one too, I admitted. Though I've still got a lot to learn. We were just heading over to watch some of the games at the Buffalo Chip, Emmett said. You two want to come along? They've got bike limbo starting in about 20 minutes. Jasper's point of view. Bike limbo? Bella asked with curiosity. That sounds interesting. Riders try to go under a bar while staying on their bikes, Bill explained. Bar gets lower with each round. It's pretty entertaining to watch, and some of these guys can get amazingly low. That sounds like fun, I said, noting Bella's obvious interest. We were just about finished shopping anyway. Perfect, Janet from the Colorado group said, joining our conversation. The more the merrier. And Bella, you'll love the Buffalo Chip. It's like the wild heart of the rally. As we prepared to leave the vendor area, Bella grabbed my arm. Should I get these earrings? She asked, holding up the silver wings. They're not exactly biker gear, but I love them. Get them, I said immediately. You should have beautiful things that make you happy, even if they're not practical riding gear. Especially if they're not practical, I said with a smile. We're not just building a biker wardrobe, we're building your style. Your choices. She purchased the earrings with obvious pleasure, putting them on immediately. Combined with her new braid cover and gloves, they created a look that was uniquely hers, practical and feminine, tough and beautiful. "Ready for some rally games?" she asked, taking my hand as we rejoined the group. "Ready for whatever you want to experience," I said, meaning it completely. Bella's point of view. The walk to the Buffalo Chip campground was like a parade through motorcycle heaven. Our group of 8 moved together through the crowded streets, and I noticed how naturally I fit into the flow of conversation and camaraderie. These people, who'd been strangers just days ago, now felt like old friends, bound together by a shared love of the road and adventure. "So what other games do they have besides Bike Limbo?" I asked Janet as we walked. "Oh, all kinds of things," she said with enthusiasm. "Slow races where the last person to finish wins, barrel racing, and burnout contests where they see who can make the most smoke. It's like a combination county fair and motorcycle showcase." "Burnout contests?" I asked, fascinated by the idea. "Guys rev their engines and spin their rear wheels to create huge clouds of tire smoke," Emmett explained. "It's loud and dramatic and completely unnecessary, which makes it perfect rally entertainment." "Don't forget the arm wrestling," added another member of the Colorado group. "Some of these guys take it very seriously. Like the competition we watched in Deadwood," I said to Jasper. "Except probably with higher stakes here." "Everything's got higher stakes at Sturgis," Bill said with a grin. "That's part of the charm." As we approached the Buffalo Chip area, the sounds of engines and cheering grew louder. A crowd had already gathered around what looked like a makeshift arena, and I could see motorcycles lined up for the first event. "This is going to be fun," I said, squeezing Jasper's hand as we found a good viewing spot near the front of the crowd. "Everything's fun when you're with the right people," he said, his arm coming around my waist as we settled in to watch the show. Jasper's point of view. The Bike Limbo competition was exactly as entertaining as promised. Rider after rider attempted to navigate under a bar that started at a reasonable height but was lowered after each successful round. Some competitors had clearly done this before, developing techniques that allowed them to get impossibly low while maintaining control of their bikes. "Look at that guy," Bella said, pointing to a rider who was practically lying flat on his tank as he squeezed under the bar. "How is that even possible?" "Years of practice and probably some very flexible joints," I said with amusement. The crowd around us was enthusiastically cheering for their favorites, offering advice and encouragement that was equal parts helpful and hilarious. Bella was completely caught up in the spectacle, cheering as loudly as anyone when a particularly skilled rider made an impossible-looking pass. "Next up is the slow race," the announcer called out. "Last rider to cross the finish line wins. No putting your feet down, no stopping completely. Pure skill and balance." "That actually sounds harder than going fast," Bella observed. "Much harder," Rosalie agreed. "Takes incredible control to go that slowly without losing balance." The slow race was fascinating to watch, riders creeping forward at barely walking speed, some wobbling dangerously as they fought to maintain balance, others moving with the steady precision of people who'd mastered the art of motorcycle control. "I want to try that someday," Bella said impulsively, then looked surprised at her own words. "Did I just say that?" "You did," I said with pride. "And I think you'd be good at it. You've got excellent balance and great instincts." "Really? You think I could learn to do that?" "I think you can learn to do anything you set your mind to," I said, meaning it completely. Bella's point of view. After the slow race came the burnout contest, and I understood immediately why Emmett had described it as completely unnecessary entertainment. Riders revved their engines to incredible volumes, spinning their rear wheels until they created massive clouds of white smoke that drifted across the entire area. "This is insane." I laughed, covering my ears against the noise while still trying to watch the spectacle. "Insane, but oddly mesmerizing," Janet agreed, shouting to be heard over the engines. The crowd was eating it up, cheering for the biggest clouds of smoke and the longest sustained burnouts. When one rider created a smoke cloud so large it obscured half the viewing area, the cheering became deafening. "I can't believe this is a real competition," I said to Jasper as we watched another rider prepare for his attempt. "Welcome to rally culture," he said, amused. "Where excess is celebrated and louder is always better." "I love it," I admitted. "It's ridiculous and over the top and completely joyful." That's the spirit of it, Bill said, having overheard my comment. Nobody takes themselves too seriously here. It's all about having fun and celebrating the freedom of the road. As the burnout contest concluded and the crowd began to disperse toward other attractions, I realized I felt completely comfortable in this environment. The noise and chaos that might have overwhelmed me a week ago now felt exciting and energizing. What's next? I asked the group, ready for whatever entertainment the rally had to offer. Live music starts in about an hour, Rosalie said. But first, I think some of the guys wanted to check out the custom bike show. Perfect, I said immediately. I want to see everything. Walking through the rally with our group of friends, my new leather accessories catching the afternoon sun, I felt like I'd found my place in this community of adventurous spirits. Not because I'd transformed into someone completely different, but because I'd discovered parts of myself that had been waiting for the right opportunity to emerge. The games had been entertaining, but more than that, they'd shown me another aspect of motorcycle culture, the playful, communal spirit that brought people together to celebrate shared passions. And I was part of it now, not as an observer, but as a participant in this rolling festival of freedom and fun. Come on, Jasper said, taking my gloved hand as we headed toward the next attraction. Let's go see some more rally magic. Lead the way, I said with a smile, ready for whatever adventures the afternoon might bring. Full rally experience. Bella's point of view. The custom bike show was housed in a massive tent that could have accommodated a small circus, and walking into it felt like entering a museum dedicated to motorcycle artistry. Rows of gleaming machines were displayed on raised platforms, each one representing hundreds of hours of craftsmanship and creativity. Oh my God, I breathed, stopping in front of the first bike that caught my eye, a Harley-Davidson Sportster that had been completely transformed with flowing lines, custom paint that looked like flames frozen in metal, and chrome work that reflected the tent lights like mirrors. This is incredible. That's a 2024 Sportster S that's been completely rebuilt, said a voice behind us. We turned to see the bike's owner, a man in his 50s with grease-stained hands and obvious pride in his creation. Took me 8 months and more money than my wife wanted to know about. The paintwork is amazing, I said, studying the intricate flame design that seemed to dance across the gas tank. How do you even plan something like that? Lots of sketches and a very patient painter, he said with a laugh. But that's not even the most impressive one here. Wait until you see the vintage Indian over there. Our Colorado group naturally spread out across the massive display, each drawn to different types of bikes. I could see Emmett examining a massive touring bike loaded with every possible accessory, while Rosalie was deep in conversation with the owner of a pristine 1950s panhead. There, Jasper said, pointing toward a corner where a crowd had gathered around something that was generating a lot of excited conversation. Let's see what's drawing all the attention. We made our way through the crowd to discover a 1947 Indian chief that looked like it had just rolled off the factory floor, despite being nearly 80 years old. Every piece of chrome gleamed, the paint was flawless, and the leather seat looked soft enough to sleep on. Complete restoration, the owner explained to the assembled crowd. Took me 5 years to find all the original parts. The engine was rebuilt 3 times before I got it running exactly right. Do you actually ride it? Asked a woman with a camera, documenting the show. Every day, the owner said proudly. What's the point of having a beautiful machine if you're not going to experience what it was built for? Jasper's point of view. Moving through the bike show with Bella was like watching someone discover a new form of art. She studied each machine with genuine interest, asking thoughtful questions about the modifications, the history, and the stories behind the builds. Her natural curiosity drew people into conversation, and I noticed how easily she connected with fellow enthusiasts. Look at this one, she said, stopping in front of a modern electric Harley livewire that had been customized with LED lighting and a paint job that shifted colors depending on the viewing angle. I never thought about electric motorcycles being at a rally like this. They're becoming more popular, said the bike's owner, a young woman about Bella's age. Especially for city riding. Dead quiet, instant torque, and you never have to worry about gas stations. But doesn't it lose some of the romance? Bella asked. The sound of the engine, the feeling of all that mechanical power? Different kind of romance, the owner said with a smile. More like riding the future instead of celebrating the past. Though I've got a 1980 shovel head at home for when I want that traditional experience. Best of both worlds, I said appreciatively. Classic soul, modern efficiency. Exactly, she said. You folks here from far away. Washington State, Bella said naturally. We rode across the country to get here. What about you? Denver, the woman said. This is my 4th Sturgis. It gets better every year. As we continued through the show, I noticed how these casual conversations were becoming natural for Bella. She was engaging with people as an equal, sharing our story without hesitation, asking questions that showed genuine interest rather than tourist curiosity. Where are you folks from? Asked an older man who was polishing an already spotless 1960s Electroglide. That's some nice gear you're wearing. Washington originally, I said, but we've been on the road for a while now. Came across Montana and Wyoming to get here. The scenic route, he said with approval. That's the way to do it. Too many people just jump on the interstate and miss all the good stuff. We definitely took our time, Bella said. Stopped in Deadwood last night, saw Mount Rushmore, rode the Needles Highway. Now you're talking, the man said with obvious approval. Those are the rides that make the whole trip worthwhile. Bella's point of view. After an hour of bike show exploration, our group began to naturally drift back together, comparing notes on what we'd seen and which bikes had impressed us most. The consensus seemed to be that the vintage Indian had been the crown jewel, though Emmett was still raving about a touring bike that had been set up for cross-country adventures. Ready to check out more vendor booths? Janet asked. I saw a booth selling custom bells that looked interesting. Bells? I asked with curiosity. Guardian bells, Phil explained. Also called gremlin bells. You hang them on your bike to ward off road spirits that cause mechanical problems. It's an old motorcycle tradition. Really? I said, intrigued by the idea. That sounds like something we should have. Definitely, Jasper agreed. Our bike could use all the protection it can get for future adventures. We made our way back into the vendor areas, which seemed even more crowded and energetic than they had been while we'd been at the bike show. The afternoon sun was slanting lower, casting everything in golden light that made the chrome and leather gleam even more brilliantly. The bell vendor was exactly what Janet had promised, a craftsman who made custom Guardian bells in every design imaginable. Tiny motorcycles, skulls, eagles, roses, and dozens of other motifs hung from display racks, each one hand-cast and polished to perfection. See anything you like? The vendor asked as I examined his wares. This one, I said immediately, picking up a bell featuring a detailed rose design that matched the embroidery on my new braid cover and gloves. It's perfect. Good choice, he said with approval. The rose represents the beauty you find on the road, and the bell keeps the road gremlins from stealing that beauty away. That's beautiful, I said, meaning it completely. How do you attach it? Clips right to the frame, Jasper said, examining the simple but secure attachment mechanism. We'll put it on when we get back to the bike. While Jasper handled the purchase, I wandered to the next booth where a woman was selling handmade soaps and lotions designed specifically for motorcyclists, products that would clean road grime and soothe windburned skin. Beyond that was a booth featuring custom luggage systems, another selling performance parts, and a food stand offering something called biker bacon that smelled absolutely incredible. Jasper's point of view. Want to try some of that bacon? I suggested, noting Bella's obvious interest in the food stand. Definitely, she said immediately. When in Rome. The biker bacon turned out to be thick-cut strips wrapped around jalapeno peppers and grilled until the bacon was crispy and the peppers were perfectly charred. It was exactly the kind of indulgent, over-the-top food that made perfect sense at a motorcycle rally. This is amazing, Bella said, carefully eating around the spicy pepper. Completely unnecessary and absolutely delicious. That pretty much sums up rally food, said a voice behind us. We turned to see a couple about our age, both in well-worn leather that spoke of serious riding experience. First rally? The woman asked, smiling. First Sturgis, Bella said. We've been having an incredible time. It shows, the man said with amusement. You both have that slightly overwhelmed but completely hooked look. Is it that obvious? I asked with a laugh. Oh yeah, the woman said. But don't worry, we all had it our first time. I'm Sarah, by the way, and this is my husband Mike. We're from Texas. Bella and Jasper, Bella said easily. Washington State, though we've been on the road for a while now. Rode here on your own bike? Mike asked, noting our gear and the way we moved together. Harley Road King, I said. Best investment I ever made. Nothing beats a good Harley for long distance, Sarah agreed. We've got an Electra Glide that's been all over the country with us. The conversation flowed naturally from there. Stories about favorite routes, recommendations for future rallies, and the kind of easy camaraderie that seemed to develop instantly between fellow riders. By the time we'd finished our bacon and said goodbye, I felt like we'd made genuine friends. I love how that happens, Bella said as we watched Sarah and Mike disappear into the crowd. Total strangers become friends in 5 minutes just because you're all here for the same reason. That's the magic of motorcycle culture, I said. Shared passion creates instant community. Bella's point of view. Our group had scattered again during our food and conversation adventure, so Jasper and I continued exploring on our own. We found a booth selling custom paint services where an artist was actually working on a gas tank while customers watched, another featuring handmade leather goods that made our morning purchases look simple by comparison, and a display of motorcycle photography that captured the spirit of rally life in beautiful black and white images. Look at this, I said, stopping in front of a photo that showed a long line of motorcycles stretched across a mountain highway. That could be a someday. Leading a group ride through the Rockies? Jasper asked, studying the image. Or just being part of something that beautiful, I said. All those people choosing adventure together. We were admiring more photographs when Rosalie appeared beside us, slightly out of breath and clearly excited about something. There you are, she said. We've been looking for you. They're about to start the awards ceremony for the bike show, and Emmett thinks we should watch it. Apparently, they give out some pretty creative awards. Sounds fun, I said immediately. Lead the way. The awards ceremony was being held on a makeshift stage near the main vendor area, and a surprisingly large crowd had gathered to watch. The awards themselves were exactly as Emmett had predicted, creative categories like Most Likely to be Heard 3 Counties Away and Best Bike to Survive the Apocalypse alongside more traditional recognitions for craftsmanship and restoration work. And the award for Most Creative Use of Chrome goes to... The announcer paused dramatically, the 1978 shovelhead that's apparently been dipped in a chrome factory. The crowd erupted in laughter and applause as the winner rode his incredibly overchromed bike onto the stage, the afternoon sun reflecting off every surface like a mobile disco ball. That's ridiculous, I laughed, shielding my eyes from the reflected light. Ridiculously awesome, Emmett corrected with obvious appreciation. Jasper's point of view. As the awards ceremony concluded and the crowd began to disperse toward evening activities, our Colorado group naturally came back together to compare notes on the afternoon's adventures. Everyone had stories to share. Bill had spent an hour talking vintage motorcycles with a collector from Montana. Janet had found a leather artist who was going to custom make her a new riding jacket, and Rosalie had apparently been invited to judge a burnout contest. What's the plan for tonight? I asked as we walked back toward where our bikes were parked. Live music starts at 7, Janet said. But first, I think some people wanted to grab dinner. We should head back to our cabin for a bit, Bella said, surprising me with her decisiveness. Clean up, rest for a few minutes before the evening festivities. Good idea, Rosalie agreed. We were thinking the same thing. Want to meet back here around 8. Perfect, I said, noting how naturally Bella was participating in the group planning. We'll see you then. As we walked back to where we'd parked the Road King, Bella was quiet, but clearly processing everything we'd experienced that afternoon. Penny for your thoughts? I asked as we reached the bike. Just thinking about how different this is from anything I ever imagined, she said, running her hands over the bike seat. A week ago, I'd never been on a motorcycle. Now I'm shopping for Guardian Bells and making friends with people from Texas and planning evening rally activities like it's the most natural thing in the world. Regrets? I asked, though I could sense through our connection that her emotions were entirely positive. None, she said immediately. Not a single one. This is exactly where I want to be. I pulled the Guardian Bell from my jacket pocket and showed her the simple clip mechanism. Want to put this on yourself? Yes, she said, taking the small rose-decorated bell. Where should it go? Somewhere the road gremlins will notice it. I said with mock seriousness, but where it won't interfere with anything important. She found a perfect spot on the bike's frame, near the front wheel, where the bell would be visible and could ring freely as we rode. When she clipped it into place, it caught the afternoon light and made a soft, musical sound in the breeze. "Perfect," she said with satisfaction. "Now we're properly protected for all our future adventures." "All our future adventures," I agreed, helping her onto the bike. I like the sound of that. As we rode back up the hill toward our cabin, the guardian bell chiming softly with each bump and curve in the road, I reflected on how perfectly the day had unfolded. Bella had experienced the full scope of rally culture, the artistry, the community, the traditions, and the pure joy of people celebrating their shared passion. More importantly, she'd done it all as herself, not trying to become someone different, not forcing herself to fit in, just naturally connecting with people who shared her growing love of the road and the freedom it represented. The evening's activities still lay ahead, but the afternoon had already been perfect. We'd found our place in the larger motorcycle community, acquired our first guardian bell, and added more stories to our growing collection of shared adventures. The Sturgis Rally was everything it was legendary for being, and we were experiencing it together, one perfect moment at a time. Bonfire community and road stories. Bella's point of view. After a hearty dinner of rally barbecue and an evening of live music that had the entire crowd dancing in the streets, our Colorado group was gathering near the main stage area around 9 p.m., deciding what to do next. The main rally activities were still going strong, but some of us were ready for something quieter and more intimate. "I know just the place," Rosalie said as we debated our evening plans. "There's a bonfire gathering up in the hills that goes all night. Much more relaxed than the main party areas, but still plenty of time to enjoy it." "That sounds perfect," I said immediately, attracted by the idea of a campfire gathering rather than more crowds and loud music. "How do you know about it?" "Emmett found it last year," she said with a smile toward her partner. "It's become one of our favorite Sturgis traditions. Bunch of riders from all over gather up there every night," Emmett explained as we walked toward our bikes. "Share stories, pass around a bottle, watch the stars. Real laid back compared to the chaos down here." The idea of ending our incredible rally day with intimate storytelling around a campfire sounded absolutely perfect. I was ready for something quieter after the overwhelming sensory experience of the full Sturgis festivities. "Let's do it," I said, taking Jasper's hand as we headed toward our Road King. Jasper's point of view. The ride up into the hills above Sturgis was magical in the darkness. Our bike's headlights cut through the night air, and I could see the scattered lights of the rally spread out below us like a vast, glittering constellation. The guardian bell Bella had bought me chimed softly with each turn, a musical reminder of our afternoon adventures. "There," I said through the helmet comm, pointing toward a warm glow flickering through the trees ahead. "That's gotta be it." As we pulled into a small clearing, I could see the bonfire immediately, a substantial fire surrounded by logs arranged in a rough circle, with maybe 20 people sitting around it in various stages of relaxation. Some were clearly winding down from the day's festivities. Others looked like they might be just getting started on a long night of storytelling and camaraderie. "Welcome to the best party in the Black Hills," called out a woman with silver hair who was tending the fire with a long poker. "Pull up a log and grab a beer." The atmosphere around the bonfire was exactly what I'd hoped for, relaxed, welcoming, and filled with the kind of easy camaraderie that developed naturally among people who shared a passion for the road. A cooler full of beer sat open near the fire, and I could see a bottle of what looked like quality whiskey making its way around the circle. "You folks part of the Colorado group?" asked a man who looked to be in his 60s, with a gray beard and eyes that spoke of thousands of miles of riding experience. "Friends of theirs," I said, accepting a beer from Janet and settling onto a log beside Bella. "We rode out from Washington State." "Long ride," said the silver-haired woman approvingly. "I'm Maggie, and this is my husband Frank. We've been coming to this gathering for 15 years, ever since we retired and bought our first Harley. Never too late to start living," Frank added with a grin. "Best decision we ever made." Bella's point of view. Around the circle, introductions flowed naturally. There was Tom from Montana, who'd ridden his vintage shovelhead over 600 miles to get here, a group of 3 women from Florida who'd been riding together for 20 years, a young couple from Canada on their honeymoon trip, and a local South Dakota rancher who came up to the bonfire every night of the rally just to hear the stories. "So, what brings you folks to Sturgis?" Maggie asked, settling back with her beer and the kind of expectant expression that suggested she genuinely wanted to hear our answer. "Adventure," I said without hesitation, surprising myself with my immediate response. "We wanted to see what all the fuss was about." "And what's the verdict?" asked one of the Florida women with amusement. "It's everything we hoped for and more," I replied, my hand finding Jasper's. "The bikes, the people, the whole community spirit. We're already planning to come back next year." "That's what they all say," Frank said with a chuckle. "Sturgis gets in your blood. You'll find yourselves planning your whole summer around getting back here." As the evening progressed and the whiskey bottle made its rounds, the stories began to flow. Each person around the fire seemed to have tales that ranged from hilarious to inspiring to deeply moving, and I found myself completely absorbed in this oral tradition of road culture. Tom from Montana started with a story about getting caught in a hailstorm in Nebraska so severe that he had to take shelter under an overpass for 3 hours. "Hail the size of golf balls," he said, shaking his head at the memory. "Thought it was going to crack my helmet." "That's nothing," said one of the Florida women, whose name was Carol. "We got caught in a hurricane evacuation in Georgia once. 300,000 people are trying to leave the state at the same time, and we're on motorcycles in the middle of it all." "How did you manage that?" I asked, fascinated by the logistics. "Very carefully and very slowly," she said with a laugh. "Took us 12 hours to go what should have been a 3-hour ride. But we met some of the nicest people stuck in that traffic jam." Jasper's point of view. The stories continued around the circle. Mechanical breakdowns in the middle of nowhere that led to unexpected friendships, wrong turns that led to the discovery of hidden gems, and countless tales of the kindness of strangers who helped stranded riders. "Your turn," Maggie said, nodding toward Bella and me. "What's your story? How did this adventure begin?" I looked at Bella, wondering how much of our story we should share with these relative strangers. But the warm, accepting atmosphere around the fire made the decision easy. "It started with perfect timing," Bella said, earning immediate interest from the group. "Best stories always do," Frank said with approval. "Let's hear it." Bella's point of view. "Not exactly perfect timing," I corrected with a laugh. "More like an offer I couldn't refuse. I'd just discovered my ex-boyfriend had planned my entire future without asking me," I continued, finding myself comfortable sharing our story in this accepting circle. What college would I attend, where we'd live, and even our wedding date? I walked outside, upset, and there was Jasper loading his Harley. "Smart man," said Carol approvingly. "Good timing." He asked if I wanted to go for a ride, I said. I said yes without even thinking about it. "So where did you go?" asked the young Canadian husband, clearly interested in the romance of our story. "Everywhere," I said with a laugh. "We went to my house, packed a bag, told my dad we were going to Sturgis, and left that same day." "You left for Sturgis the same day as your first motorcycle ride?" Maggie asked with obvious delight. "That's either very brave or very crazy." "Definitely crazy," Jasper said. "But the best kind of crazy." I picked up the story from there, describing our route through Montana and Wyoming, the sunflower fields that had taken my breath away, Mount Rushmore framed perfectly through the Iron Mountain Road tunnels, and our magical evening in Deadwood. "We started a street dance," I said, my eyes bright with the memory. "Right in the middle of Main Street, just because the music was so good, we couldn't resist." "Now that's the spirit of adventure," said Tom with obvious approval. "You can't plan moments like that." "That's exactly what we learned," I said. "The best parts of the trip were the things we never could have anticipated." As our story concluded, I realized how much it had changed in the telling. What had started as an escape from a suffocating situation had become an adventure story, a tale of discovery and freedom, and falling in love with the open road. The painful parts had faded, leaving only the joy, the wonder, and the sense of possibility that had grown stronger with each mile. Jasper's point of view. "So, what's next?" asked the Canadian wife. "Are you heading home after this, or continuing the adventure?" We've got a few more days in the Black Hills, I said. Then we'll see what calls to us. That's the right attitude, Frank said with approval. Let the road decide where you go next. The whiskey bottle had made several more rounds, and the fire was burning lower, casting dancing shadows across the faces around the circle. Someone had started telling a story about a cross-country ride that had taken 6 months and included everything from camping in the desert to riding through a tornado in Kansas. I've got one, said the South Dakota rancher, who'd been mostly listening up until now. This happened about 10 years ago, right here during Rally Week. His story was about a rider who'd broken down just outside Sturgis, with no money and no way home. The local community had rallied around him, offering parts, labor, and even a place to stay until his bike was fixed. That's what this community is about, he concluded. We take care of our own, no matter where they're from or how long we've known them. That's beautiful, Bella said, meaning it completely. It's like a family that spans the whole country. Exactly, Maggie said with satisfaction. And now you're part of it too. Bella's point of view. As the night grew later and the fire burned lower, the conversation naturally turned to future plans and adventures. The couple from Canada was planning a ride through Alaska the following summer. Tom was considering a trip to the East Coast rallies, and the Florida women were discussing a potential ride through the Southwest. What about you two? Carol asked. Any big rides planned for next year? Definitely back to Sturgis, I said without hesitation. This has been incredible, and we want to experience it again. Maybe some of the other major rallies, too, Jasper added. Daytona, Laconia, some of the smaller regional gatherings. And more scenic routes, I said, my enthusiasm building as I talked. I want to see the Pacific Coast Highway, ride through New England in the fall, maybe explore some of the back roads in the Rockies. Sounds like you've caught the fever, Frank said with amusement. Next thing you know, you'll be planning your whole life around riding season. Would that be so bad? I asked with a laugh. Best way to live, Maggie said firmly. Life's too short to spend it sitting still. The fire was now just glowing embers, and people were starting to show signs of the late hour. Some of the group had already said their goodbyes and headed back to their campsites or hotels, but a core group of us remained, reluctant to let the magical evening end. One more story, said Tom, settling back with the last of the whiskey. Then I think we should let this fire die down properly. His final tale was about a ride he'd taken alone through the Canadian Rockies, where he'd encountered a family of mountain goats that had decided to use the highway as their personal trail. The story was funny and touching and perfectly captured the unpredictable magic of life on the road. Jasper's point of view. As Tom's story concluded and the last of the embers began to fade, Bella seemed to settle with a deep sense of contentment. This gathering around the fire had been the perfect end to our Sturgis experience, intimate, authentic, and filled with the kind of connections that could only happen when people shared their real stories. This has been wonderful, Bella said as people began to gather their things and prepare to leave. Thank you for welcoming us into your circle. Thank you for bringing new stories, Maggie replied, giving her a warm hug. That's what keeps these gatherings alive, fresh adventures and new perspectives. We'll see you next year, Carol said with the confidence of someone who understood that some connections were meant to be permanent. Same time, same place. Absolutely, Bella said, meaning it completely. We'll have a whole year's worth of new stories to share. As we said our final goodbyes and walked back toward our bikes, I could feel how much had changed for both of us in just one evening. We'd arrived as newcomers to the rally community, but we were leaving as genuine members. The stories we'd shared and heard had woven us into the larger tapestry of motorcycle culture, and the plans we'd made ensured that this wasn't an ending but a beginning. Ready to head back to our cabin? I asked as we reached the Road King. The night air was cool now, probably close to 1:30 in the morning, and the rally sounds from below had mellowed to a distant hum. More than ready, she said, climbing onto the bike behind me. But not because I'm tired. Because I want to talk about everything we just experienced. All of it was pretty amazing, I agreed, starting the engine. But my favorite part was watching you tell our story. You made it sound like the adventure it really was. The ride back to our cabin through the quiet Black Hills was peaceful and reflective. The guardian bell chimed softly with each curve in the road, and I could feel Bella's contentment as she settled against my back. The rally sounds were distant now, muffled by the trees and the late hour, and our little retreat felt more like home than ever. That was perfect, Bella said as we pulled into our driveway. Absolutely perfect. I feel like we found our tribe tonight. We did find our tribe, I agreed, cutting the engine and helping her off the bike. People who understand that the journey is just as important as the destination. More important, she corrected. The journey is everything. Inside our cabin, we settled on the couch with cups of coffee, both of us too energized by the evening's connections to go straight to sleep despite the late hour. Through the windows, we could see the last glow of the bonfire in the distance, and occasionally the sound of a motorcycle making its way through the hills. I keep thinking about what Maggie said, Bella said, curling up against my side. About us being part of the community now. It feels real, doesn't it? Like we actually belong in that world. We do belong in that world, I said, pulling her closer. Because we choose adventure, because we're willing to take risks for the sake of experiences, because we understand that freedom is something you have to actively claim. And because we have stories worth sharing, she added. Real adventures, real discoveries, real connections with amazing people. And we're just getting started, I said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Tonight was the beginning of a lifetime of gatherings like that, of stories like those, of friendships like we made around that fire. Outside our cabin, the Black Hills settled into the quiet hours before dawn, but inside, we were still glowing with the warmth of community and the excitement of futures planned around campfires and shared adventures. The Sturgis Rally had given us more than just entertainment. It had given us a home in the larger world of people who chose to live boldly and love deeply. Tomorrow would bring our final Black Hills adventure, but tonight had given us something even more precious. The knowledge that we belonged to something larger than ourselves, something beautiful and lasting and filled with endless possibilities for adventure. The road ahead was wide open, and we had a whole community of fellow travelers ready to share whatever journeys we chose to take. Jasper's point of view. What about you? I asked, though my hand kept drifting unconsciously to the ring box in my pocket. What's been your favorite part of all this? Learning to trust myself, she said without hesitation. Learning that I can make good decisions, that I can handle whatever comes, that I don't need someone else to decide what's best for me. Her words were exactly what I'd hoped to hear, confirmation that this journey had given her everything I'd dreamed it would. But they also made my planned proposal feel even more significant, not just a romantic gesture, but a recognition of the independent, confident woman she'd become. And learning that I can choose my own future, she continued, her eyes bright with the memory of all our shared discoveries. That I don't have to accept other people's plans for my life. Speaking of the future, I said, my heart rate accelerating despite my vampire nature, what do you see for yourself? For us. I see more adventures, she said immediately. More roads to explore, more beautiful places to discover, more experiences that push me to grow and learn. With me? I asked, though I could sense her certainty through our connection. With you, she confirmed without hesitation. Always with you. I can't imagine wanting to share these experiences with anyone else. The conviction in her voice gave me the courage I needed. This was the moment, not because I'd planned it this way, but because the conversation had led us naturally to the question of our future together. Bella, I said, my voice suddenly serious enough to make her look at me with complete attention. There's something I want to ask you. Bella's point of view. Something in Jasper's tone made my breath catch. He looked nervous in a way I'd never seen before, not uncertain, but like he was about to take a step that would change everything. What is it? I asked softly, my heart beginning to race for reasons I couldn't name. Instead of answering immediately, he stood up from his chair and moved around the table to kneel beside me. My brain took several seconds to process what was happening, and when he pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket, the world seemed to stop spinning entirely. Bella Swan, he said, his voice steady despite the emotion I could see in his golden eyes, will you marry me? He opened the box to reveal the most beautiful ring I'd ever seen, a stunning diamond that caught the canyon sunlight and threw rainbows across the table, flanked by two perfect heart-shaped sapphires, all set in a band of Black Hills gold that gleamed warmly against the velvet. "Oh my God," I whispered, my hands flying to cover my mouth as tears began streaming down my cheeks. "Jasper, it's gorgeous. It's perfect." "I've been carrying it for days," he admitted, his own voice slightly unsteady. "Waiting for the right moment, the perfect setting to ask you to be my wife." "You've been planning this?" I asked, though my answer was already clear in my heart. "I've been planning it since the sunflower fields," he said with a soft smile. "That's when I knew with absolute certainty that I wanted to spend forever with you." Around us, I was dimly aware that other diners had noticed what was happening. Sarah had appeared in the doorway, her hands clasped together with obvious delight, and I could hear whispers of "oh, how romantic" and "look at that ring" from nearby tables. But all of my attention was focused on the man kneeling beside me, holding a ring that represented not just his love, but his faith in the future we could build together. "Yes," I said, the word coming out as barely more than a whisper. "Yes, of course, yes." Jasper's point of view. The relief and joy that flooded through me when she said yes was unlike anything I'd experienced in my very long existence. As I slipped the ring onto her finger, it fit perfectly, exactly as I'd hoped when I'd given the jeweler her approximate size. I felt like every moment of planning, every careful detail of this journey, had been leading to this perfect instant. "It's beautiful," she said, holding her hand up to admire the ring in the canyon sunlight. "The Black Hills gold, the sapphires." "Jasper, it's absolutely perfect." "Black Hills gold for where we fell in love," I explained, settling back into my chair but moving it closer to hers so I could keep holding her hand. "And heart sapphires, because you stole my heart completely." Spontaneous applause broke out from the other diners on the deck, and Sarah approached our table with tears in her eyes and a bottle of champagne that she'd clearly retrieved from behind the bar. "Congratulations," she said warmly. "That was the most beautiful proposal I've ever witnessed in the canyon. This champagne is on the house." Nothing makes me happier than seeing love stories unfold in this magical place. "Thank you," Bella said, wiping happy tears from her cheeks. "This has been the most perfect day." "The most perfect trip," I corrected, raising my champagne glass to toast our engagement. "The most perfect beginning to our life together." "To adventures," Bella said, clinking her glass against mine while her new ring caught the light and sparkled like captured starlight. "To choosing our own future," I replied, meaning it more than she could possibly know. Bella's point of view. As we sat in the canyon sunlight, champagne bubbling in our glasses and my engagement ring catching every ray of light, I felt a completeness I'd never experienced before. This wasn't just about the proposal or the ring, beautiful as it was. It was about the recognition that we'd found something rare and precious together, a partnership based on mutual respect, shared adventure, and the kind of love that encouraged growth rather than demanding conformity. "I can't believe you've been planning this," I said, studying every detail of the ring. "When did you order it? How did you know my size?" "I had it made by a local Black Hills gold jeweler," he said with obvious pride in the craftsmanship. "As for your size, I may have borrowed one of your rings briefly during our stay in Deadwood." "You sneaky romantic," I said with a laugh. "I never suspected a thing." "Good," he said, bringing my hand to his lips to press a soft kiss just above the ring. "I wanted it to be a complete surprise." Around us, the canyon continued its timeless display of natural beauty. The creek rushed over ancient stones, and other couples shared their own quiet moments of connection. But for me, the entire world had narrowed down to this table, this man, and the promise of whatever adventures lay ahead for us as partners in every sense of the word. "So what happens now?" I asked, though I was certain that with Jasper, the answer would be whatever we chose to make happen. "Now we finish the most incredible week of our lives," he said, his thumb stroking across my new ring. "And then we start planning the most incredible rest of our lives." "I love the sound of that," I said, meaning it completely. As Sarah refilled our champagne glasses and the canyon walls rose majestically around us, I realized that this moment represented everything I discovered about myself during our journey: the courage to choose love over safety, adventure over predictability, and a future built on partnership rather than someone else's predetermined plans. The road ahead was wide open, but now we'd be traveling it together, with our engagement and shared dreams and the absolute certainty that whatever came next, We'd face it as a team. Banneker Canyon Adventure. Bella's point of view. Leaving Spearfish Canyon felt different this time, not with the bittersweet awareness that we were ending another beautiful experience, but with the euphoric energy of beginning something entirely new. As we rode away from the Canyon Cafe where we'd just gotten engaged, I found myself constantly glancing down at my left hand where the diamond caught every ray of sunlight that filtered through my helmet visor. Banneker Canyon Road, Jasper said through the helmet comm as we approached a junction that would take us on a different route back towards Sturgis. Want to take the scenic way home to celebrate? I want to take every scenic way everywhere for the rest of our lives, I said, probably sounding slightly giddy with happiness. Lead the way, fiancé. The word felt strange and wonderful on my tongue, and I could hear Jasper's warm laughter through the comm. I love the sound of that, he said, taking the turn onto what appeared to be a much more intimate road than the wider Spearfish Canyon Scenic Byway. Within minutes, I could see that Banneker Canyon Road was going to be a completely different experience. Where Spearfish Canyon had been about dramatic limestone walls and rushing water, this route wound through dense pine forest that seemed to close in around us like a living tunnel. The road was narrower, more challenging, with curves that demanded attention and skill. "This is gorgeous," I said as we entered what felt like a natural cathedral. Towering ponderosa pines rose on both sides of the road, their massive trunks creating columns that supported a canopy so thick it filtered the afternoon sunlight into dancing patterns of gold and green. "Just wait," Jasper said, and I could hear the anticipation in his voice. "The curves ahead are some of the best riding in the Black Hills." Jasper's point of view. Banneker Canyon Road was exactly what I'd hoped for to celebrate our engagement, a route that would let me show off the technical riding skills that Bella had learned to appreciate, while surrounded by some of the most beautiful forest scenery in the region. The road demanded complete attention and smooth technique, but the rewards were spectacular views and the pure joy of perfect motorcycle motion. "Hold on," I said as we approached the first series of serious curves, feeling Bella's arms tighten around my waist in response. "This is where it gets interesting." The Road King responded beautifully as I leaned us into the first turn, a sweeping left-hander that curved around a massive granite outcropping. I could feel Bella moving with me perfectly, her body following the bike's lean as naturally as if she'd been riding for years instead of days. "Oh wow," she said as we carved through the turn and the road opened up to reveal another series of curves ahead, each one flowing seamlessly into the next like a ribbon laid through the forest. "This is incredible. It's like riding through a fairy tale." The afternoon light was perfect, not the harsh brightness of midday, but the golden, slanted rays that turned everything magical. Shafts of sunlight penetrated the pine canopy at dramatic angles, creating spotlights that illuminated patches of forest floor and made the air itself seem to glow. "Look at that light," Bella said as we passed through one particularly spectacular section where the sun was creating almost cathedral-like beams through the trees. "It's like nature's own stained glass windows." I took us through another series of flowing S-curves, feeling the satisfaction of perfect timing and technique. Each turn built on the last, creating a rhythm that was both technically challenging and deeply meditative. This was what motorcycle riding was supposed to feel like, pure connection between rider, machine, and landscape. Bella's point of view. I'd grown comfortable with Jasper's riding over the course of our journey, but there was something different about how he was handling the bike today. More confident, more fluid, as if our engagement had freed him to fully enjoy showing me what skilled riding could be. Each curve flowed into the next with a grace that felt almost like dancing. "You're showing off," I said with obvious appreciation, leaning with him through a particularly dramatic turn that seemed to wrap around the base of a hill. "Maybe a little," he admitted, his voice carrying satisfaction and joy. "I'm in a very good mood today." "Because you just got engaged to an incredibly lucky woman?" I asked, holding up my left hand to admire the ring even while we rode. "Because that incredibly lucky woman said yes," he corrected, taking us through another section where the road seemed to flow like water around the natural contours of the landscape. I found myself watching the way the diamond caught the filtered sunlight as we rode, creating tiny rainbows that danced across my glove. It was almost hypnotic, this combination of perfect motion, beautiful scenery, and the constant reminder that I was engaged to the most wonderful man in the world. "This road is amazing," I said as we entered a section where the pine trees grew so close to the pavement that I could have reached out and touched their bark. "It feels so intimate, like we're riding through a secret passage." "Vanaker Canyon is one of the hidden gems of the Black Hills," Jasper replied, downshifting as we approached a tighter section of curves. "Not as famous as some of the other scenic routes, but some of the best riding in the region." The forest around us was alive with the subtle sounds and movements that you only noticed when traveling slowly enough to appreciate them. Birds calling from the canopy, the whisper of wind through pine needles, the occasional glimpse of wildlife moving through the shadows between the massive tree trunks. Jasper's point of view. As we continued through the forest cathedral of Vanaker Canyon, I felt a profound sense of completion and rightness. This was exactly how I'd envisioned our engagement day, surrounded by natural beauty, sharing the joy of perfect riding, completely absorbed in the present moment while also full of excitement about our future together. "There's a scenic overlook coming up," I said, spotting the small sign that marked one of the few places where the dense forest opened up to provide views of the surrounding Black Hills. "Want to stop and take some pictures? Maybe get a photo of you with your new ring." "Yes," Bella said immediately. "I want to document everything about today." The overlook was small and intimate, just a pull-off area with space for a few cars and a wooden rail that marked the edge of a steep drop-off. But the view was spectacular, miles of forested hills rolling away toward the horizon, with the late afternoon sun painting everything in warm golden light. "This is perfect," Bella said, climbing off the bike and immediately moving to the railing to take in the view. "Look how far we can see." I watched her standing there in the golden light, her left hand extended as she admired her engagement ring against the backdrop of the endless forest. She looked radiant, completely happy, and absolutely beautiful. This moment, I realized, was exactly what I'd been hoping for when I'd planned this entire journey, Bella discovering her own joy and choosing to share it with me. "Come here," I said, pulling out the small camera we'd been using to document our adventures. "Let me get a picture of you with the ring and this incredible view." She posed naturally, holding up her hand so the diamond caught the light while the forest spread out behind her. But the best photos were the candid ones, her genuine laughter as she examined the ring, the way her face lit up when she looked at me, the pure happiness that seemed to radiate from every gesture. "Now one of both of us," she said, setting the camera's timer and rushing to join me at the railing. Our first photo as an engaged couple. Bella's point of view. Standing at the overlook with Jasper's arms around me and my engagement ring sparkling in the afternoon light, I felt like the luckiest person in the world. Not just because of the proposal, though that had been perfect, but because of everything that had led to this moment, the journey of discovery, the growing love, the recognition that we were meant to be partners in every adventure. "Ready to finish the ride back to Sturgis?" Jasper asked after we'd taken several photos and spent a few minutes just enjoying the peaceful view. "Ready," I said, though I was reluctant to leave this perfect spot. Though I have to say, every mile of this trip has been incredible. Even the roads between destinations have been adventures. "That's the secret of good motorcycle travel," he said, helping me back onto the bike. "The journey really is more important than the destination." As we pulled back onto Vanaker Canyon Road and continued through the Forest Cathedral, I found myself thinking about how much that philosophy had come to define our entire relationship. We'd started with a simple offer of escape and had discovered something much more profound, a partnership built on shared wonder, mutual respect, and the kind of love that made every day feel like an adventure. The road continued to wind through the towering pines, each curve revealing new combinations of light and shadow, new perspectives on the ancient forest that surrounded us. I could feel Jasper's confidence and skill as he navigated the technical sections, and I loved being part of that dance of motion and precision. "There's Sturgis," he said eventually, as the forest began to thin and we could see the lights of the town spread out in the valley below us. "Ready to rejoin civilization?" "Ready to rejoin our adventure," I corrected, squeezing him tighter as we began the descent toward town. Because as long as we're together, everywhere feels like an adventure. Jasper's point of view. The final miles of Banneker Canyon Road descended gradually through thinning forest toward the Black Hills town that had become our temporary home base. As the dense pines gave way to a more open landscape and we could see Sturgis spread out below us, I felt a deep satisfaction at how perfectly the day had unfolded. "That was incredible," Bella said as we rejoined the main highway that would take us back to our cabin. "The perfect way to celebrate getting engaged." "We're not done celebrating yet," I said, noting that despite our afternoon of adventure, it was still early enough for more exploration. "How about we stop for ice cream?" I saw a place in town that looked promising. "Ice cream sounds perfect," she said immediately. Something sweet to cap off the sweetest day of my life. As we rode through the outskirts of Sturgis, I reflected on how much had changed since this morning. We'd started the day as a committed couple with an unspoken understanding of our future together. We were ending it as an officially engaged couple with a beautiful ring and concrete plans to build a life together. The transformation felt both natural and momentous. Natural because our love and partnership had been growing stronger with each mile we'd traveled together. Momentous because the proposal had made official what we'd both known in our hearts, that we'd found something rare and precious that was worth celebrating and protecting. "Jasper," Bella said as we approached the town center. "Yeah, thank you. For today, for the ring, for the perfect proposal, for all of it. But mostly for making me feel like the luckiest woman in the world." "Thank you for saying yes," I replied, meaning it completely. "For choosing adventure, for choosing us, for choosing a future that we'll build together." As we pulled into the ice cream shop parking lot, the late afternoon sun painting everything in golden light and Bella's engagement ring catching every ray, I knew this had been one of the most perfect days of my very long existence. Not just because of the proposal, though that had gone better than I dared hope, but because of everything it represented, the successful completion of a journey that had transformed both of us and the beginning of whatever adventures lay ahead. The road had brought us to this moment, but it was our choice to travel it together that made everything magical. And now, with rings and promises and a lifetime of possibilities stretching ahead of us, we were ready for whatever came next. Ice cream seemed like the perfect way to celebrate the beginning of forever. Ice cream and quiet moments. Bella's point of view. The ice cream shop appeared around a bend in the road like something from a Norman Rockwell painting. "Millie's Creamery" proclaimed the hand-painted sign hanging from a wrought iron post, and the building itself looked as if it had been serving ice cream to locals and tourists for at least 50 years. White clapboard siding, green shutters, and a wraparound porch with mismatched chairs and small tables scattered across it. "Oh, this is perfect," I said as Jasper pulled the Harley into a parking spot between a pickup truck with South Dakota plates and a minivan full of what looked like a family on vacation. "It's exactly what I was hoping we'd find." "Small-town America at its finest," Jasper agreed, helping me off the bike. "The kind of place where they probably know everyone's favorite flavor and ask about your grandkids when you come in." Through the screen door, I could see an old-fashioned soda fountain setup with red vinyl stools and a long marble counter. The ice cream cases gleamed under vintage-style lighting, and a teenage girl behind the counter wore a striped apron that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. "I love that it's not trying to be trendy," I said, taking Jasper's hand as we approached the entrance. "Just genuine and welcoming." "Like most things we've discovered on this trip," he said, squeezing my fingers gently. "The best places are the ones that aren't trying to impress anyone." The interior was delightfully cool after the warm afternoon sunshine, and the girl behind the counter looked up with a genuine smile as we entered. Behind her, a blackboard listed flavors in neat chalk writing, some standard options mixed with clearly local specialties. "Afternoon," she called cheerfully. "First time at Millie's?" "First time," Jasper confirmed. "We've been riding through the Black Hills and heard this was the place for ice cream." "Well, whoever told you that was absolutely right," she said with obvious pride. "All our ice cream is made fresh daily, and we've got some local flavors you won't find anywhere else. Take your time looking, and let me know if you have any questions." I studied the options with the serious concentration I might have once reserved for important decisions. Vanilla bean, chocolate fudge, strawberry swirl, mint chip, all the classics were there. But it was the local specialties that caught my attention. Black Hills Gold, vanilla with caramel and chocolate chunks, buffalo chip, chocolate with nuts and pretzels, and right there in the middle, huckleberry white chocolate. Huckleberry white chocolate, I said aloud, testing the words. I didn't even know huckleberries were a thing until this trip. They're practically the official fruit of the Black Hills, Jasper said, reading over my shoulder. Very regional, very adventurous choice. Adventurous, I repeated with a grin. I like the sound of that. What do you think? I asked, looking up at Jasper. Too adventurous? For the woman who said yes to a cross-country motorcycle trip with less than an hour's notice? He shook his head with an amused smile. I think you can handle exotic ice cream flavors. Fair point, I said, enjoying his teasing tone. I turned to the patient girl behind the counter. I'll have the huckleberry white chocolate, please. 2 scoops. Excellent choice, she said, reaching for a cone. That's one of our most popular flavors. We get our huckleberries from foragers who pick them wild in the Black Hills. They're impossible to farm, so everything has to be handpicked from the forest. What about you? I asked Jasper, bumping his shoulder with mine. Feeling adventurous too? I think I'll stick with something classic, he said, but there was a teasing glint in his golden eyes. Vanilla bean. Someone has to be the sensible one in this relationship. Sensible. I laughed. The guy who owns a Harley and suggests spontaneous road trips is calling himself sensible? 1 scoop or 2 for vanilla bean, the girl asked, apparently unfazed by our banter. Either she was used to couples discussing ice cream with unusual intensity, or she was very good at ignoring conversations that made no sense. 2, Jasper said. And could we get those in dishes instead of cones? We'd like to sit outside for a while. Jasper's point of view. The outdoor seating area was even more charming than the interior. Mismatched tables and chairs were arranged under the shade of old oak trees, and from our chosen spot near the porch railing, we had a perfect view of the quiet main street. A few other customers were scattered around the porch, a young family with 2 small children, an elderly couple sharing what looked like a banana split, and a solo traveler with a backpack, clearly studying a map while eating. This is perfect, Bella said, settling into her chair with obvious contentment. Private enough for conversation, but with just enough people watching to be interesting. I watched her take her first spoonful of the huckleberry white chocolate with the same anticipation I might have felt watching her try something far more significant. The way her face lit up with surprise and delight made me smile. Oh wow, she said, closing her eyes to savor the flavor. That's amazing. It's sweet but tart, and the white chocolate makes it so creamy. It tastes like summer in the mountains. You're getting quite poetic about ice cream, I teased gently, taking a spoonful of my own vanilla bean. Next, you'll be writing sonnets about huckleberries. Hey, don't mock the huckleberries, she said, laughing. Although I have to admit, there's something to be said for vanilla bean, too. Sometimes the classics are classic for a reason. Calling me classic now? I asked with raised eyebrows. Should I be flattered or insulted? Definitely flattered, she said with a mischievous smile. Classic means timeless, reliable, always a good choice. Want to try some? I offered, holding out my spoon. Only if you'll try mine, she said, already loading her spoon with a generous portion of the huckleberry confection. The exchange was more intimate than it should have been, this simple sharing of ice cream on a sunny afternoon. But everything with Bella had taken on layers of meaning I hadn't expected. The way she closed her lips around my spoon, the little sound of appreciation she made at the vanilla's rich flavor, the way she watched my face as I tasted her more adventurous choice. That is remarkable, I admitted, surprised by the complexity of flavors. Sweet and tart and somehow mysterious at the same time. Very fitting choice for you. Mysterious? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I think that might be the first time anyone's ever called me mysterious. You're more mysterious than you think, I said, meaning it completely. 3 weeks ago, you were planning to follow a predetermined path for the rest of your life. Now you're trying exotic ice cream flavors in the Black Hills and talking about extending road trips. I never know what you're going to surprise me with next. She was quiet for a moment, stirring her ice cream thoughtfully. Can I ask you something? Anything. Do you think Edward actually believed I'd just say yes to all his plans? The college, the timeline, even picking out my engagement ring without asking me first. I considered this carefully. I think Edward sees the world in very black and white terms. To him, if he plans everything perfectly, it should all work out perfectly. But engagement rings, she said, laughing in disbelief. He had it all picked out. The when, the where, probably even what I was supposed to say. What were you supposed to say? I asked, genuinely curious about Edward's presumptions. We settled into comfortable conversation, sharing bites of our respective flavors and watching the lazy afternoon life of the small town unfold around us. The family with young children finished their ice cream and headed off toward what looked like a playground down the street. The elderly couple left hand in hand, walking slowly but clearly enjoying each other's company. New customers came and went, but no one seemed to be in any particular hurry. I love how different this feels from the rally, Bella said after a while. All that energy and excitement was amazing, but this is nice too. Peaceful. Different sides of the Black Hills experience, I agreed. The public celebration and the quiet moments. Speaking of quiet moments, she said, her voice taking on a more serious tone, we should probably talk about tomorrow. The change in her mood was subtle but unmistakable. I could feel the shift in her emotions, a mixture of reluctance, anxiety, and something that felt like mourning for something not yet lost. We don't have to leave tomorrow, I said gently. We could extend the trip, take a few more days getting home. I know, she said, still stirring her ice cream though it was already perfectly mixed. And part of me wants to do exactly that. Just keep writing, keep discovering new places, keep living like this. But, I prompted when she didn't continue. But I suppose reality has to intrude eventually, she said with a sigh. Charlie's probably wondering when I'm coming home. And there's the whole Edward situation to deal with. The mention of Edward's name brought its own complicated emotions. I could feel Bella's anxiety spike, along with what felt like guilt and uncertainty. Are you worried about how he'll react? I asked, though I was fairly certain I knew the answer. Among other things, she admitted. He's not exactly known for handling change well. And this. She gestured between us, encompassing not just our relationship, but everything the trip had represented. This changes everything. Bella's point of view. I hadn't meant to bring up the subject of going home, but it had been lurking in the back of my mind all day. Every perfect moment, every laugh, every shared glance had been tinged with the knowledge that this magical interlude couldn't last forever. I keep thinking about what it's going to be like, I continued. Walking back into Forks and explaining that I don't want the life he planned for me. Especially the engagement part. Yes, the engagement he planned without actually proposing, Jasper said with dry amusement. Exactly, I said, grateful he understood how absurd it had been. Who does that? Who picks out rings and venues and assumes the answer? Someone who's never been told no, he suggested. Well, he's about to learn, I said, then paused. That sounds scarier than I meant it to. What do you want to tell him? Jasper asked quietly. It was such a simple question, but it cut straight to the heart of everything I'd been avoiding thinking about. What did I want to tell Edward? That I'd discovered I was capable of adventure? That I'd fallen in love with the open road and the man who'd shown it to me? That his carefully laid plans for our future felt like a cage I could no longer imagine entering willingly? I want to tell him that planning someone's entire future, including their engagement, without consulting them, is not romantic, I said firmly. It's presumptuous and controlling. Those all sound like important things to say, Jasper said, his voice carefully neutral. But I'm scared, I admitted. Not of him exactly, but of the drama. Edward doesn't handle rejection well, especially when he thinks he's been perfectly logical about everything. I let the sentence hang, but we both knew what I meant. Edward's reaction to learning about my relationship with Jasper was going to be explosive. There would be accusations, demands, and probably threats. The peaceful contentment of our Black Hills adventure would seem like a distant dream. I'm scared too, Jasper said quietly, and his honesty surprised me. What are you scared of? I asked. That you'll get back to Forks and realize this was just a vacation, he said, not looking at me as he spoke. That the real world will make all of this seem like a fantasy you got caught up in temporarily. The vulnerability in his voice made my chest ache. Without thinking, I reached across the small table and took his hand. Jasper, look at me, I said, waiting until his golden eyes met mine. This isn't a vacation fling or a fantasy I'm going to wake up from. This is the most real I've ever felt in my life. You say that now, he said, his thumb tracing across my knuckles. But when you're back in your world, surrounded by everyone who knew you before, then I'll remind them that planning my engagement without asking me was their first mistake, I said with a slight smile. And if they don't like my honesty about it, that's their problem to solve, not mine. Look at you being all direct and confrontational, Jasper said with obvious admiration. I like this side of you. Are you saying you want to see me pick a fight with Edward? I asked with mock seriousness. I'm saying I want to see you stand up for yourself, he replied. Though I admit, watching you tell Edward his engagement plans were presumptuous would be entertaining. Besides, I added, taking another spoonful of ice cream and smiling at him, you'll be there too. We're in this together, remember. Are we? He asked, and I could hear the hope he was trying to hide. Do you want to be? More than anything, he said without hesitation. Then we are, I said simply. Whatever we face when we get home, we face it together. And if Forks feels too small for the people we've become, well, there are a lot of other roads we haven't explored yet. Jasper's point of view. The conviction in her voice, the certainty that we were facing the future as a team, sent a wave of relief and gratitude through me that was almost overwhelming. This woman, who had started the trip as someone afraid to make waves, had become someone willing to chart her own course, regardless of who might disapprove. I like the sound of that, I said, lifting our joined hands to press a kiss to her knuckles. Other roads to explore. I've been thinking about that, she said, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. All those places we talked about seeing someday. The Pacific Coast Highway, the Blue Ridge Parkway, maybe even up to Alaska in the summer. Planning our next adventure already? I asked with amusement. Maybe, she said, not even trying to look embarrassed. Is that crazy? We haven't even finished this one yet. It's not crazy at all, I assured her. It's one of the things I love about you. You've discovered that you love adventure, and now you can't wait for the next one. One of the things you love about me, she repeated, focusing on that phrase with laser intensity. The words had slipped out naturally, but now that they were hanging in the air between us, I realized how significant they were. We'd been dancing around deeper feelings throughout the trip, letting our connection grow naturally without putting labels on it or making grand declarations. But the truth was, I had fallen in love with her. Not just with her newfound sense of adventure, but with her courage, her curiosity, her willingness to grow and change and become more fully herself. Yes, I said simply. One of many things I love about you. Her face lit up like sunrise, and I could feel the joy radiating from her in waves. I love you too, she said, her voice soft but certain. Not just because you showed me I could be brave, but because of how you see me. Like I'm someone worth seeing. You are, I said, meaning it with every fiber of my being. You're extraordinary, Bella. You always were, even before the adventures. We sat in comfortable silence for a while after that, finishing our ice cream and watching the afternoon light filter through the oak leaves. The declaration of love hadn't felt dramatic or earth-shattering. It had felt like acknowledging something that had been true for a while already, something as natural and inevitable as the road unfolding before us each day. We should probably head back to the cabin, Bella said eventually, though she made no move to get up. Enjoy our last quiet evening in the Black Hills. Last evening for now, I corrected gently. Something tells me we'll be back. Promise? She asked. Promise, I said, standing and offering her my hand. This place is part of our story now. We'll definitely be back. Bella's point of view. The ride back to the cabin was peaceful and contemplative. I held Jasper a little tighter than usual, not from fear or uncertainty, but from a desire to hold on to every sensation of our last evening in this magical place. The late afternoon sun slanted through the pine trees, creating patterns of light and shadow on the winding road. The air smelled of warm earth and pine needles, with just a hint of the cooler evening to come. Our cabin looked like a haven when we arrived, its rustic charm even more appealing after our days of exploring. The wraparound porch with its wooden rocking chairs invited us to sit and watch the sunset over the hills, and I could already imagine us doing exactly that in an hour or two. What do you want to do with our last evening? Jasper asked as we climbed the porch steps. Something quiet, I said immediately. Something that's just us. No crowds, no schedules, no destinations to reach. Porch sitting and talking, he suggested. Perfect, I said. Maybe a little wine, definitely a lot of conversation. I want to memorize this place, this feeling. I'll get the wine if you want to change into something comfortable, he offered. Actually, I said, catching his hand before he could go inside, I want to stay in these clothes a little longer. The riding clothes, the boots, the whole look. It feels like part of who I've become. The biker chick version of Bella Swan, he said with obvious appreciation. I like her, I said, looking down at my leather jacket and worn jeans. I like who she is and what she's capable of. I like her too, Jasper said, pulling me closer for a soft kiss. She's pretty amazing. We settled onto the porch with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, positioning the rocking chairs so we could see each other and the view. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink that reflected off the distant hills. I'm going to miss this, I said, taking a sip of wine and letting my gaze wander over the landscape. The peace, the space, the feeling that anything is possible. You know what I realized today? Jasper said. We don't have to leave that feeling behind when we leave this place. We can take it with us. How do you mean? The confidence, the sense of adventure, the knowledge that you're capable of more than you thought, that's not something that belongs to the Black Hills. That's something that belongs to you now. I considered this as I watched a hawk lazily circle overhead. You're right. I'm not the same person who left Forks 2 weeks ago. I can't know the things I've learned about myself. Exactly, he said. And you don't have to choose between being adventurous Bella and being home Bella. You get to be all of yourself, always. Even when other people want me to go back to being smaller? I asked. Especially then, he said firmly. You're done making yourself smaller to make other people comfortable. As the sun continued its descent, we talked about everything and nothing. Our favorite moments from the trip, places we wanted to see in the future, and the way the changing light made the hills look different from moment to moment. We finished the wine and opened another bottle, not because we needed the alcohol, but because the evening felt like a celebration that deserved to be honored properly. I have a confession, I said as the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. What's that? I'm not ready for this trip to end, I said. Even though I know we need to go home, even though there are things we need to deal with, I wish we could just keep riding forever. So do I, he admitted. This has been the best 2 weeks of my very long life. Really? In your very long life? Really, he said, reaching over to take my hand. I've traveled a lot, seen a lot of places, met a lot of people. But I've never had an adventure that felt like this one. Like I was discovering something new about the world and about myself every single day. Because of me? I asked, needing to hear the answer. Because of us, he said. Because of what we bring out in each other. You make me see everything with fresh eyes, and I hope I help you see what you're capable of. You do, I said softly. You definitely do. As the night deepened around us, we moved closer together, sharing one of the porch chairs and watching the stars emerge in the clear mountain sky. The temperature had dropped just enough to make cuddling necessary, and I settled into Jasper's arms with a contentment that felt absolute. Tomorrow we start the journey home, I said, not as a question, but as a statement of fact that we both needed to acknowledge. Tomorrow we start the next chapter, he corrected gently. This isn't ending, Bella. It's just changing. Promise me something, I said, tilting my head to look up at him. Anything. Promise me that no matter what happens when we get home, no matter how complicated things get, we won't let anyone convince us that this was just a mistake or a phase or something we need to get over. I promise, he said solemnly. This is real, and it matters, and anyone who tries to diminish it will have to go through both of us. Both of us, I repeated, liking the sound of that. I'm getting used to having a partner in crime. Good, he said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Because I'm planning to be your partner in crime for a very long time. We stayed on the porch until well past midnight, reluctant to end our last perfect evening in the Black Hills. When we finally went inside, it was with the quiet satisfaction of people who had savored something beautiful completely, and the quiet confidence of people who knew that the best adventures were still ahead of them. Chapter 10: Reluctant Departure. Bella's point of view. I woke to the sound of Jasper moving quietly around the cabin, and for a moment I kept my eyes closed, pretending this was just another morning in our Black Hills sanctuary. The coffee was already brewing, and I could hear him folding clothes with the precise, careful movements of someone trying not to wake their partner. But underneath his deliberate quiet, I could sense his reluctance as clearly as my own. "I know you're awake," he said softly, and I could hear the smile in his voice despite the underlying sadness. "Maybe I don't want to be," I mumbled into the pillow, finally opening my eyes to see our belongings scattered around the room in various stages of packing. "Maybe if I stay in bed, we won't have to leave." "Tempting plan," he said, settling on the edge of the bed with 2 cups of coffee. "I've been packing for an hour, and I keep finding excuses to stop." I accepted the coffee gratefully and noticed how he'd only managed to pack about half of our things in that hour. Usually, why Jasper was efficiently organized, but this morning everything seemed to be taking twice as long as necessary. "What time is it?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Almost 10, he said. "Late start for us." We'd originally planned to be on the road by 8, giving us plenty of time to make good progress toward home. But neither of us had mentioned that plan when we woke up, and neither of us seemed in any hurry to resurrect it now. "I keep thinking I should feel excited about going home," I said, taking a sip of coffee and looking around the cabin that had become so familiar. Seeing Charlie, sleeping in my own bed, getting back to normal life. "But," Jasper prompted gently. "But I don't," I admitted. "I feel like we're leaving something precious behind, something we might not find again." "The Black Hills will still be here," he said, though his tone suggested he understood I meant something more than just the location. "Will we?" I asked, meeting his eyes. "Will we still be these people when we get back to Forks? This version of us that discovered adventure and fell in love with the open road?" Jasper was quiet for a long moment, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. "I think we have to choose to be," he said finally. "Every day, we have to choose to remember what we learned here." "What if it's harder than we think?" I asked. "What if everyone wants us to go back to being who we were before? Then we remind them that we're not those people anymore," he said with quiet conviction. "And if that doesn't work, we remind ourselves that there are always other roads to explore." The promise in his words sent warmth through my chest, but it didn't quite dispel the melancholy of leaving. I set down my coffee cup and reached for the clothes I'd worn yesterday, moving slowly as if prolonging each action might somehow extend our time here. "I hate packing," I said, folding my jeans with unnecessary precision. "It feels so final." "It doesn't have to be final," Jasper said, watching me with obvious affection. "We can come back anytime we want. This place is part of our story now." "Promise?" I asked the same question I'd been asking him throughout the trip. "Promise," he said without hesitation. "In fact, let's plan on it. Next summer, same cabin, same ridiculous adventure schedule." The thought of returning made the current departure feel less like an ending and more like a pause. I finished packing my clothes and moved on to the small collection of souvenirs we'd gathered, the sunflower earrings, the photo album, and a few postcards I'd bought but never sent. "Look at all this," I said, laying out our mementos on the bed. "Physical proof that this really happened." "You say that like you're worried it was all a dream," Jasper observed. "Sometimes I feel like it was too good to be real," I admitted. "The sunflower fields, Deadwood, the ice cream shop, all of it. It feels like something that happens to other people, not to me." "It happened to you because you chose it," he said firmly. "You said yes to the adventure, yes to changing your life, yes to becoming someone new. That wasn't luck or a dream. That was courage." Jasper's point of view. Watching Bella slowly, reluctantly pack our belongings was both heartbreaking and hopeful. Heartbreaking because I could feel her genuine sorrow at leaving this place that had become so meaningful to both of us. Hopeful because her reluctance proved how much the experience had mattered to her, how much she'd changed from the person who had been willing to let Edward plan her entire future. "Want to take one last walk around?" I suggested as we finished the slow process of packing. "See our territory one more time." "Yes," she said immediately, her face brightening at the idea. "I want to memorize everything." We left our bags by the door and stepped out onto the cabin's porch, where the late morning sun was filtering through the pine trees in patterns of gold and green. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine needles and the distant hint of granite from the mountains we could see. "This view," Bella said, stopping at the porch railing and taking in the panorama of rolling forested hills. "I want to remember exactly how this looks." "The way the light hits the hills differently at every hour," I said, joining her at the railing. "Morning gold, afternoon silver, evening purple. The sound the wind makes in the pines," she added. "Like whispered secrets. The way it feels to wake up somewhere beautiful with no schedule, no obligations, nowhere you have to be except exactly where you are." We walked slowly around the property, taking the path that circled the cabin and led to the small overlook we'd discovered on our first day. Every spot held memories now. The fire pit where we'd sat talking late into the night, the hammock where Bella had read while I worked on the bike, the small clearing where we'd practiced her riding balance. "I feel like we lived a lifetime here," Bella said as we reached the overlook that gave us a view across the entire valley. "Like we compressed months of living into a few days." "Quality over quantity," I agreed. "Some experiences are worth more than others." "This whole trip has been like that," she said thoughtfully. "Every day has felt like it mattered more than most of the days I lived before we left." We sat on the rough wooden bench someone had placed at the overlook, probably decades ago, judging by how weathered it was. From here, we could see for miles in every direction, an endless expanse of forest and hills that seemed to stretch to infinity. "What do you think we'll miss most?" Bella asked. "The freedom," I said without hesitation. "The feeling that every day is ours to choose, that we can go anywhere and do anything and be anyone we want to be." "The peace," she said. "No drama, no complicated relationships, no one wanting us to be different from what we are. Just us and the road and whatever we find along the way." "We can have that again," I said, taking her hand. "Maybe not every day, but we can create space for it. Weekend rides, longer trips during breaks, spontaneous adventures when life gets too routine." "You really mean that?" she asked. "You want to keep doing this? Keep traveling together, keep finding new places." "I want to do everything with you," I said simply. "Travel, adventure, quiet mornings, complicated conversations, all of it. This isn't just a trip we're finishing, Bella. This is a life we're starting." Bella's point of view. His words sent a flutter of hope through my chest that was almost strong enough to counter the sadness of leaving. This wasn't an ending, it was a beginning. The real adventure wasn't just the places we'd go, but the life we'd build together. "Okay," I said, standing up and brushing off my jeans with sudden determination. "If this is a beginning, then let's start making decisions like people who have a future full of adventures ahead of them." "What do you mean?" Jasper asked, rising to join me. "I mean, let's not go home the boring way," I said, feeling the first real excitement I'd had all morning. "Let's not take the interstate and drive straight through like we're running errands. Let's make the trip home part of the adventure." "I like where this is going," he said with obvious approval. "What did you have in mind?" "Montana," I said, surprising myself with how quickly the idea had formed. "The scenic route through Montana instead of the direct path. We could see Glacier National Park or the Beartooth Highway, or just find roads we've never been on." "That would add days to the trip," he said, but his tone was hopeful rather than cautionary. "Good," I said firmly. "I'm not ready for this to end." "Are you?" "Not even close," he admitted. I was dreading having to say goodbye to all this, having to go back to ordinary life. "Then let's not," I said, growing more enthusiastic. "Let's extend this, make it bigger, turn the journey home into its own adventure." The decision felt like stepping into sunlight after being in shadow. Instead of reluctantly ending our trip, we chose to expand it. Instead of returning to our old lives, we were actively creating our new ones. "Charlie will be okay with us taking extra time?" Jasper asked. "Charlie wants me to be happy," I said with confidence. "And he likes you. When I call and tell him we're taking the scenic route home and I'm having the time of my life, he'll be glad for us." "Then let's do it," Jasper said, his smile wide and genuine for the first time all morning. "Let's take the long way home." Jasper's point of view. The transformation in Bella's mood was immediate and complete. Where she'd been melancholy and reluctant, she was now animated and eager. The change was so dramatic, I could feel it through our emotional connection like sunshine breaking through storm clouds. "We should go get our stuff and figure out the route," she said, already heading back toward the cabin with quick, purposeful steps. I want to see everything between here and home. Everything might take a while, I said with amusement, following her back down the path. Then we'll take a while, she said over her shoulder. We've got nowhere else we need to be. Back at the cabin, the packing took on an entirely different energy. Instead of reluctantly gathering our belongings to end our adventure, we were efficiently preparing for the next phase. Bella pulled out the road atlas we'd been using and spread it across the small dining table. Look at all these roads, she said, tracing possible routes with her finger. We could go north through Glacier or south through Yellowstone, or find some back roads no one else uses. What calls to you? I asked, studying the map over her shoulder. Something we haven't seen before, she said immediately. We came through Wyoming on the way here, so maybe we should try Montana this time. Different landscape, different experiences. Montana, it is, I agreed. I know some beautiful routes through the state. We could take our time, stop wherever looks interesting, and see where the road leads us. Perfect, she said, folding the map with satisfaction. No reservations, no schedules, no predetermined destinations. Just like the best parts of this trip, I said. Exactly like the best parts of this trip. We finished packing with renewed energy, but we took one more walk around the cabin before loading the bike. This time, though, it felt less like a goodbye and more like a promise to return. We weren't losing this place. We were adding it to our collection of special locations. Ready? I asked as we secured our bags to the Harley. Ready, Bella said, but then she paused and looked back at the cabin one more time. Thank you for bringing me here. Thank you for all of this. Thank you for saying yes, I said, helping her with her helmet. Thank you for being brave enough to change your life. Thank you for making it easy to be brave, she replied, settling onto the bike behind me. Bella's point of view. As we pulled away from the cabin and onto the winding road that would take us out of the Black Hills, I felt an unexpected sense of rightness about leaving. We weren't fleeing or being forced out. We were choosing to go, and more importantly, we were choosing how to go. Look back, Jasper said through the helmet comm as we reached a curve that would give us one last view of the area where our cabin sat. I turned and saw the hills where we'd spent our perfect days, pine-covered and peaceful in the morning sunlight. But instead of sadness, I felt gratitude. We'd found something precious here, and now we were taking it with us. It's beautiful, I said. And it will still be beautiful when we come back. When, not if, Jasper said with obvious satisfaction. Definitely when, I confirmed. As we rode out of the Black Hills and onto the roads that would take us toward Montana, I felt the familiar thrill of new possibilities opening up ahead of us. This wasn't the end of our adventure, it was its continuation. We weren't going home the way we'd left. We were going home as different people who'd proven to themselves that they could choose adventure over safety, experience over comfort, love over expectation. Montana, here we come, I said through the comm, settling more comfortably against Jasper's back. Montana and whatever else we find along the way, he replied. I love the sound of that, I said, watching the landscape begin to change as we left South Dakota behind. I love the sound of whatever else we find along the way. The road stretched out ahead of us, straight and clear in the morning sunlight, leading toward new adventures and new discoveries. Behind us, the Black Hills faded into memory and promise. Ahead of us, Montana waited with whatever surprises it had to offer. And beside me, or rather in front of me, was the person who'd taught me that the best adventures begin when you stop trying to control the outcome and start trusting the journey to take you where you need to go. Next stop, wherever looks interesting, Jasper said as we merged onto a highway that would take us north and west toward whatever we'd find. Perfect, I said, meaning it completely. Absolutely perfect. Montana's scenic route. Bella's point of view. An hour west of the Black Hills, we reached a junction where multiple highway options spread before us like choices in a choose-your-own-adventure book. Interstate 90 West offered the most direct route back to Washington, while a collection of smaller highways provided alternatives that meandered north and south through Montana's vast landscapes. Decision point, Jasper said, pulling over to consult our road atlas. We can take I-90 straight west through Montana fast, efficiently, and it gets us home in 2 days. Or we can take one of these northern routes and see parts of Montana we missed on the way out here. I studied the map over his shoulder, noting how the interstate cut a no-nonsense line across the state while the smaller highways meandered through areas marked with names like Charles M., Russell National Wildlife Refuge, and Missouri River Breaks. We came south through Montana on the way here, I said, tracing our original route from Red Lodge down to Cody. What's up north? Completely different country, he said, his finger following a route that would take us through Miles City, Glasgow, and eventually toward Glacier National Park. High plains, cattle ranches, the Missouri River, maybe even some of the last authentic Old West territory left in the country. Authentic Old West territory, I repeated, liking the sound of that. As opposed to fake Old West territory. As opposed to tourist Old West territory, he clarified with a grin. This would be working ranch country, places where the past isn't preserved for visitors, but just part of daily life. The choice felt significant in a way that went beyond mere route selection. The interstate represented efficiency, responsibility, and getting home to deal with whatever was waiting for us. The scenic route represented extending our adventure, choosing experience over expedience. How much longer would the scenic route take? I asked. Days, he said simply. Maybe a week, depending on how many interesting detours we find along the way. I looked west along the interstate, imagining the steady rhythm of highway riding that would deliver us home quickly. Then I looked north at the smaller roads that promised uncertainty and discovery. Are you in a hurry to get home? I asked. Are you? He countered. We looked at each other for a long moment, both of us knowing what the other was really asking. Neither of us had mentioned our final destination by name all morning. Neither of us had talked about what would happen when this journey ended. The northern route, I said finally. I want to see the parts of Montana we missed. Even if it means we won't get home for another week? Especially if it means we won't get home for another week. Jasper's point of view. The relief in Bella's voice when she chose the longer route was unmistakable, and it matched my own feelings perfectly. We weren't ready for this to end. We weren't ready to return to the complications and expectations waiting for us in Washington. Highway 212 north to Miles City, I said, folding the map. Then we'll see what calls to us. I like that plan, she said, settling back onto the bike. No schedules, no predetermined stops, just following whatever looks interesting. Highway 212 north took us through a landscape that was entirely different from both the mountains we'd left behind and the black hills we'd departed from this morning. This was high plains country, rolling grassland that stretched to distant horizons under a sky so vast it made everything else seem miniature by comparison. Now this is big sky country, Bella said through the helmet comm as we crested a hill that revealed miles of undulating prairie. I finally understand what that phrase means. Just wait until evening, I said. Prairie sunsets are something special. The road itself seemed designed for exactly this kind of leisurely exploration. 2 lanes of good pavement with little traffic, gentle curves that followed the natural contours of the land, and frequent ranch roads that disappeared into the distance toward homesteads and outbuildings that looked like they'd been there for generations. Look at that, Bella said as we passed a weathered barn with Sea Rock City painted on its roof in faded letters. When do you think someone painted that? Probably 50 years ago, I said. Maybe more. Some of these barns have been advertising tourist attractions for longer than the attractions have existed. I love that, she said. Like roadside archaeology. About 2 hours into our ride, we came upon a historical marker set in a small roadside park with a couple of picnic tables and a flagpole. The brown metal sign was titled the Northern Pacific Railway and appeared to commemorate something significant that had happened in this seemingly empty landscape. Want to stop? I asked, already slowing the bike. Definitely, Bella said. I'm curious about what made this spot important enough for a marker. Bella's point of view. The historical marker told the story of the Northern Pacific Railway's route through Montana in the 1880s and how this particular stretch of prairie was crucial to connecting the East Coast with the Pacific Northwest. As I read the detailed text, I could almost see the construction crews working their way across these endless grasslands, laying track mile by mile. It's amazing to think about, I said, looking out across the landscape that now seemed unchanged by time. All those men with hand tools and horse-drawn equipment, building a railroad across this vastness. And this highway roughly follows their route, Jasper observed, pointing to where US 212 disappeared into the distance. Modern travelers are taking advantage of the path those workers carved through the wilderness more than a century ago. Speaking of modern travelers, I said, noticing a pickup truck that had pulled into the rest area while we were reading. An elderly man in work clothes was walking a small dog near the picnic tables. The man noticed us looking and raised his hand in the universal rural greeting. We walked over to say hello, and he introduced himself as Dale, a rancher whose land bordered the highway for several miles in both directions. "You folks headed to Miles City?" he asked, noting our Washington plates. "Eventually," Jasper said. "We're taking the scenic route home." "Well, you picked a good day for it," Dale said, looking up at the cloudless sky. "Weather's supposed to hold clear through the weekend. You might want to stop at the Bucking Horse Sale when you get to Miles City. Happens every year about this time, brings folks from all over the West." "Bucking Horse Sale?" I asked. "Rodeo stock sale," Dale explained. "Cowboys and ranchers come to buy and sell horses, bulls, and everything needed for rodeos. It's quite a show, even if you're not in the market for livestock." "That sounds perfect," I said, looking at Jasper with obvious interest. "How often do you get to see an authentic Western horse sale?" "Not often in Washington," he agreed. "Thank you for the tip." "My pleasure," Dale said, loading his dog back into the truck. "Drive safe and enjoy Montana." Jasper's point of view. The interaction with Dale perfectly captured what I loved about this part of the country. Genuine friendliness from strangers, local knowledge freely shared, and the sense that we were traveling through places where people still had time to stop and talk with passing travelers. "I love how different this is from tourist areas," Bella said as we continued north toward Miles City. Dale wasn't trying to sell us anything or direct us to attractions. He was just being neighborly. "That's rural Montana for you," I said. "People here measure wealth differently than they do in cities. Time and space and good neighbors matter more than efficiency or profit." The landscape continued to roll by in waves of grass and sky, punctuated by occasional ranch buildings and small creeks lined with cottonwood trees. It was hypnotic in its vastness, the kind of terrain that encouraged contemplation and conversation. "Can I ask you something?" Bella said after we'd been riding in comfortable silence for several miles. "Always. Do you think we're avoiding going home? Or are we just choosing to extend our adventure?" The question was direct in a way that surprised me, cutting straight to the heart of what we'd both been thinking, but not saying. "Maybe both," I said honestly. "Does it matter which one it is?" "I guess not," she said, but I could feel her thinking about it. "I just keep expecting to feel guilty about not wanting to go back to our regular lives, but I don't. I feel like this is what life is supposed to feel like." "Free," I suggested. "Free," she agreed. "And meaningful. Like every day matters and every choice is ours to make." "What if we could find a way to keep that feeling?" I asked. "Not necessarily staying on the road forever, but not going back to lives that feel too small for who we've become. Is that possible?" she asked. "I think we're about to find out," I said as the first buildings of Miles City appeared on the horizon. Bella's point of view. Miles City announced itself with grain elevators and railroad tracks, clear signs that we'd reached one of the agricultural and transportation hubs of eastern Montana. But even from a distance, it was obvious this wasn't just a utilitarian prairie town. There were tree-lined streets, historic buildings, and what looked like genuine civic pride in the way everything was maintained. "It's bigger than I expected," I said as we rode down the main street, taking in a mix of Western wear stores, cafes, and businesses that clearly served both local ranchers and passing travelers. "About 8,000 people," Jasper said. "Big enough to have everything you need, small enough that everybody knows everybody." We found a parking spot near what appeared to be the town's historic district and decided to explore on foot for a while. The late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the wide streets, and there was something immediately appealing about the unhurried pace of the place. "Look at this," I said, stopping in front of a historic marker that described Miles City's origins as a military fort and its later development as a cattle shipping center. This whole area was at the center of the Indian Wars in the 1870s. "And now it's rodeo horse headquarters," Jasper observed, reading another sign that advertised the bucking horse sale Dale had mentioned. From military outpost to cowboy commerce. I love that continuity, I said. Like the town adapted to what it needed to be at different times in history. We spent the next hour wandering through Miles City, discovering a place that felt authentic in a way tourist destinations rarely managed. The Western where stores sold working gear, not costumes. The cafes served locals, not travelers. The pace was determined by the rhythm of ranch work and seasonal cycles, not tourist seasons. This feels real, I said as we walked back toward the motorcycle. Like we're seeing how people actually live out here. And how we could live, Jasper said quietly. The comment hung in the air between us, loaded with possibility and implication. We'd been talking around the edges of it all day, but this was the first time either of us had directly suggested that our journey might be changing more than just our immediate plans. You mean that? I asked. I mean, we don't have to go back to lives that don't fit us anymore, he said. We could find ways to build something new. As we prepared to leave Miles City and continue north into the gathering twilight, I felt a shift in my understanding of what this journey was really about. We weren't just taking the long way home. We were taking the time to figure out what home could become. Ready for whatever's next? Jasper asked as I settled onto the bike behind him. More than ready, I said, my arms tightening around his waist. Lead the way. The highway stretched north into the deepening blue of evening, carrying us toward whatever discoveries and decisions lay ahead. Behind us, Miles City glowed in the warm light of sunset. Ahead of us, the vast Montana landscape promised more adventures and more choices. And for the first time since we'd left the Black Hills that morning, I wasn't thinking about our eventual destination at all. I was thinking about the journey itself and how sometimes the best way to find your way home is to take the longest possible route. Spontaneous discoveries. Bella's point of view. I woke up in the Miles City hotel to the sound of Jasper quietly moving around the room, and for a moment I felt disoriented. The morning light streaming through the curtains was different from the one in our Black Hills cabin, and it took me a few seconds to remember that we'd spent the night in this charming historic hotel, with its vintage furniture and renovated rooms that felt both authentic and comfortable. "Good morning, beautiful," Jasper said, noticing I was awake. He was already dressed, with coffee waiting in the room's small setup. "Sleep well." "Actually, yes," I said, surprised by how rested I felt. That was a really comfortable bed. "And this place has such character." "Built in 1946, he said, handing me a cup of coffee. The desk clerk told me it's been fully renovated, but they kept all the original architectural details. I looked around the room, taking in the period-appropriate furniture and the view of Miles City's historic Main Street below. I love staying in places like this instead of generic chain hotels. It feels like we're part of the town story. "Speaking of which," Jasper said, settling into the room's vintage armchair, "I've been thinking about our route today. We could head northeast toward Glasgow, or we could take Highway 59 north toward Jordan. Different kinds of scenery, different experiences. What's the difference?" I asked, genuinely curious about our options. Glasgow is bigger, more of a regional hub with museums and restaurants. Jordan is a tiny, more authentic frontier town, but it's right in the heart of cattle country. And there's supposed to be some interesting roadside art between here and there. "Roadside art?" I asked, immediately interested. "Montana has a tradition of quirky local art installations," he explained. "Folk art, metal sculptures, things that local artists create just because they want to. Not for tourists, just for the joy of making something beautiful or strange." The idea of discovering unexpected art in the middle of nowhere appealed to me immensely. "Jordan, it is." "How far?" "About 85 miles north," he said. "Perfect distance for a leisurely morning ride with stops for whatever catches our attention." "And then?" I asked, then immediately realized what I was asking. Where were we going after Jordan? What was our actual destination? The question hung in the air between us, loaded with implications neither of us seemed ready to address. "And then we'll see what looks interesting," Jasper said carefully, and I could tell he was avoiding the same conversational territory I was. "Right," I said. "Whatever looks interesting." Jasper's point of view. An hour later, we were loading the bike in the hotel parking lot, and I noticed how naturally Bella now went through the routine of checking our gear and securing our bags. She moved with the confidence of someone who'd done this hundreds of times rather than someone who'd started motorcycle traveling less than 2 weeks ago. Ready for another adventure? I asked as she settled onto the bike behind me. Always, she said, but there was something in her tone that suggested she was thinking about more than just today's ride. Highway 59 north out of Miles City took us through a landscape that was distinctly different from anything we'd seen so far. This was high plains country, rolling grassland that stretched to distant horizons under a sky so vast it seemed to dwarf everything beneath it. The road was excellent, with light traffic and the kind of gentle curves that made for perfect motorcycle touring. "This is amazing," Bella said through the helmet comm as we crested a hill, revealing miles of golden grassland dotted with cattle and occasional ranch buildings. "It's like riding through a Western movie." "Wait until you see the real thing," I said, pointing ahead to where a cluster of buildings appeared in the distance. "That's our first stop." As we got closer, it became clear that we'd found exactly the kind of roadside discovery I'd been hoping for. Set back from the highway about a quarter mile was what appeared to be a small ranch, but the fence posts and gates were decorated with an amazing collection of metal sculptures. Even from the road, we could see elaborate welded creations that looked like they belonged in a contemporary art museum. "We have to stop," Bella said immediately. "Absolutely," I agreed, pulling into a gravel turnout that provided a good view of the property. Bella's point of view. The metal sculptures were incredible. Someone had taken welding equipment and scrap metal and created an entire gallery of abstract and representational art. There were towering spirals that caught the wind and moved slowly, realistic horses and cattle that seemed to graze among the real animals, and geometric forms that played with light and shadow in fascinating ways. "This is amazing," I said, walking along the fence line to get a better view. "Who does this? I mean, who just decides to turn their ranch into an art installation?" "Someone who loves making things beautiful," Jasper said, taking photos with his camera. "This is what I love about traveling the back roads. You never know what you're going to discover." A pickup truck was approaching from the ranch buildings, and I wondered if we were trespassing or bothering someone. But when the truck stopped near the fence, the driver got out with a friendly wave. Admiring the art, he called, walking over to where we stood. "It's incredible," I said immediately. "Did you create all this?" "Most of it," the man said with obvious pride. He was probably in his 60s, with the weathered hands and face of someone who'd spent his life working outdoors. "Name's Frank. Been working on this collection for about 15 years now." "Frank, this is museum-quality work," Jasper said with genuine admiration. "Have you had formal training?" "High school shop class," Frank said with a laugh. "Everything else I figured out as I went along. Started as a way to use up scrap metal, turned into something bigger." "Do you sell pieces?" I asked. "Nope," Frank said firmly. "This isn't a business. It's just what I do for fun. People stop by all the time, take pictures, and ask questions. That's payment enough for me." We spent 20 minutes talking with Frank about his process, inspiration, and philosophy of creating art for the pure joy of it. He was one of those people who made you feel welcome immediately, sharing stories about specific pieces and inviting us to walk closer to the fence for better views. "You folks traveling far?" he asked eventually. "We're taking the scenic route," Jasper said, and I noticed he didn't specify where we were going. "Exploring Montana, seeing what we can find." "Well, if you're heading toward Jordan, keep an eye out for the Windmill Garden about 30 miles up the road," Frank said. "Another local artist, different style, but worth seeing." "Windmill Garden?" I asked. "You'll know it when you see it," Frank said with a grin. "Can't miss it." Jasper's point of view. After thanking Frank and taking a few more photos, we continued north on Highway 59, both of us energized by the unexpected discovery. Meeting Frank had perfectly captured what I loved about this kind of travel, the chance encounters with genuine people who were creating something beautiful just because they could. "That was perfect," Bella said through the comm. "I love that he's not trying to make money or become famous. He just likes making art. And sharing it with anyone who's interested," I said. "There's something pure about that." The Windmill Garden Frank had mentioned appeared about an hour later, and it was exactly as promised, impossible to miss. Someone had collected dozens of old windmills, painted them in bright colors, and arranged them across a hillside in patterns that created a kinetic sculpture visible for miles. As the wind caught the blades, the entire hillside seemed to come alive with motion and color. "Oh my God," Bella said as we pulled over for a better look. "This is fantastic." "Folk art at its finest," I agreed. Someone saw a hillside and a bunch of old windmills and decided to create something joyful. We spent several minutes just watching the windmills turn in the afternoon breeze, their brightly painted blades creating constantly shifting patterns against the blue sky. It was the kind of sight that made you smile for no particular reason except that it existed. "You know what I love about this?" Bella said as we prepared to continue toward Jordan. "What's that?" "We didn't plan any of this. Frank's sculptures, the windmill garden, and even taking this route in the first place. We're just following whatever looks interesting and discovering amazing things." "Best kind of travel," I agreed. "No schedules, no reservations, just staying open to whatever presents itself." "Exactly," she said, but then there was a pause that felt loaded with meaning. "Speaking of not planning things, have you noticed that we keep talking about where we're going next without ever mentioning where we're actually going?" The observation hung in the air between us, and I realized she was absolutely right. We'd been planning routes and discussing stops and talking about extending our journey, but neither of us had said the word Forks all day. "You mean our final destination?" I asked carefully. "The place we're supposedly returning to," she said with obvious amusement. "The town in Washington where we live. You know, the place we're eventually headed back to." "Ah, that place," I said, catching on to her tone. "The destination that shall not be named." "Exactly," she said with a laugh. "Are we seriously avoiding saying Forks out loud?" "Apparently, we are," I admitted. "Though now that you mention it, that's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?" "Completely ridiculous," she agreed. "Forks, forks, forks." There. I said it 3 times. The spell is broken. Bella's point of view. The moment I said it out loud, we both started laughing. Here we were, 2 adults on a cross-country motorcycle trip, acting like saying the name of our hometown would somehow summon it into existence and force us to go there immediately. "We've been treating it like Voldemort," I said through the helmet comm, still giggling. "The town that must not be named." "Forks de Mort," Jasper said, which made me laugh even harder. "I wonder what we thought would happen if we said it," I continued. "Like the bike would suddenly change direction and start heading west automatically. Or Charlie would appear in a puff of smoke demanding to know when we're coming home," Jasper added. "Or Edward would somehow sense that we'd acknowledged our destination and come flying across the country to collect me," I said, then paused as I realized what I'd said. That last comment had hit closer to the truth than I'd intended. We hadn't just been avoiding saying Forks because it was funny. We'd been avoiding it because saying it would make our eventual return feel real, whereas staying focused on the journey didn't. Jasper said quietly, clearly thinking the same thing. "There's the real reason." "Yeah," I admitted. "As long as we don't talk about going back to Forks, we can pretend this journey doesn't have to end." "But it does have to end," he said gently. "Eventually." "Does it?" I asked, surprising myself with the intensity in my voice. "Why does it have to end? Why can't we just keep traveling, keep discovering things, keep being these people we've become?" The question was bigger than I'd realized when I started asking it. We weren't just talking about extending a road trip anymore. We were talking about whether to return to our old lives or build new ones. "Because we have responsibilities," Jasper said, but his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by his own argument. "Do we?" I pressed. "I mean, Charlie would miss me, but he wants me to be happy. And you don't exactly have a traditional job that requires you to be in a specific place." "What about Edward?" he asked quietly. "What about him?" I said, and realized I meant it. Edward made plans for my life without asking me. That doesn't create an obligation on my part to follow those plans. We rode in thoughtful silence for several miles, both of us processing the implications of what we'd just acknowledged. We weren't just taking the long way home anymore. We were seriously considering whether home was even the right destination. Jasper's point of view. Jordan, Montana, when we finally reached it, was exactly what I'd expected from Frank's description, a small, authentic frontier town that felt like it had been preserved in amber since the 1950s. The main street was lined with false front buildings, most of them still serving their original purposes as hardware stores, cafes, and general merchandise shops. "This is perfect," Bella said as we rode slowly down the main street, taking in the unhurried pace and genuine Western atmosphere. "It feels like we've traveled back in time." "Population 343, I said, reading from a sign as we entered town. "County seat of Garfield County." "County seat," Bella repeated with amusement. "That makes it sound much more important than it looks." We parked in front of a cafe called the Hitchin Post that advertised home cooking and good coffee in hand-painted letters on the window. It was exactly the kind of place I'd been hoping to find: authentic, unpretentious, and clearly a gathering spot for locals. "Perfect place for lunch and local intelligence," I said, helping Bella off the bike. The interior of the Hitchin Post was everything the exterior had promised: vinyl booths, formica tables, and a counter where several men in work clothes were drinking coffee and discussing local news. The walls were covered with old photographs of the area, rodeo memorabilia, and handwritten signs advertising everything from ranch work to hay for sale. "Afternoon, folks," called the waitress, a woman in her 50s with a friendly smile and the efficient movements of someone who'd been serving coffee for decades. "Take a seat anywhere you like." We chose a booth near the window where we could watch the quiet life of Jordan's main street. Within minutes, the waitress had brought us menus and coffee without being asked. "You folks passing through?" she asked as she filled our cups. "Taking the scenic route," Bella said, and I noticed she'd adopted my standard non-answer to that question. "Well, you picked a good day for it," the waitress said. "Weather's supposed to hold clear through the weekend. You might want to check out the Garfield County Museum while you're here. Small, but full of interesting local history. Any other recommendations?" I asked. "If you're into that kind of thing, there are some interesting rock formations about 10 miles north of town," she said. "And the Macomb County Museum over in Circle has a good collection of fossils and pioneer artifacts." After she left to place our order, Bella looked at me with obvious satisfaction. "This is what I love about small towns like this. Everyone's friendly, everyone has suggestions, and no one's trying to sell you anything." "Genuine hospitality," I agreed. "You don't find this in tourist areas." "Because we're not tourists anymore," she said thoughtfully. "We're travelers. There's a difference." "What's the difference?" I asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. "Tourists visit places to check them off a list or take pictures to show people back home," she said. "Travelers visit places to experience them, to learn something, to become different people than they were before." "And which are we?" "Definitely travelers," she said without hesitation. "This trip has changed me in ways I'm still figuring out. I'm not the same person who left. You know, that place in Washington." I smiled at her refusal to say forks again, even though we'd already broken that particular spell. "You're definitely not the same person," I agreed. "You're more confident, more adventurous, more willing to trust your own judgment. More willing to say what I really think," she added. "Like the fact that I'm not ready for this to end. At all." The directness of her statement caught me off guard, even though it perfectly matched my own feelings. We'd been dancing around this realization for days, but hearing her say it so clearly made it impossible to avoid. "Neither am I admitted. This feels like the life I'm supposed to be living." "So, what do we do about it?" she asked. Before I could answer, the waitress returned with our lunch, and we spent the next few minutes focused on food and local small talk. But the question hung between us: what did we do about not wanting our journey to end? Bella's point of view. After lunch, we walked the 3 blocks that constituted Jordan's main business district, poking our heads into shops and talking with locals who were uniformly friendly and curious about our travels. The Garfield County Museum turned out to be a treasure trove of local history, from dinosaur fossils found in the area to photographs of the town's early 1900s founding. "Look at this," I said, pointing to a display about the area's role in cattle ranching. Jordan was a major shipping point for cattle drives. Thousands of head of cattle passed through here on their way to market. "And now it's a quiet farm town with 343 people," Jasper observed. but it's maintained its character instead of trying to become something it's not. Like us, I said without thinking, then paused as I realized what I'd said. I mean, like what we've become on this trip. We've found out who we really are instead of trying to be who other people expected us to be. That's exactly right, he said, studying a photograph of Jordan's main street from 1920. And now we have to decide whether to keep these people or go back to being who we were before. As we walked back toward the motorcycle, I felt the weight of that decision settling over us. This wasn't just about extending a vacation anymore. This was about choosing between two completely different approaches to living. Can I ask you something? I said as we reached the bike. Always. If we could design our lives however we wanted, with no obligations or expectations from anyone else, what would they look like? Jasper was quiet for a long moment, considering the question seriously. Traveling, he said finally. Seeing new places, meeting new people, having experiences that matter. Living deliberately instead of by default. Together? I asked. Definitely together, he said without hesitation. You? The same, I said. I want to keep discovering things. About the world, about myself, about what makes life worth living. And I want to do it with you. We stood there for a moment, looking at each other and acknowledging what we'd just said. We'd gone from extending a road trip to redesigning our entire approach to living. So where does that leave us? Jasper asked. I think, I said slowly, it leaves us with a choice. We can go back to Forks and try to fit these new versions of ourselves into our old lives. Or we can find a way to build new lives that fit who we've become. And you know which one I vote for, he said with a smile. Same here, I said, feeling a sense of lightness I hadn't experienced in months. So I guess the question isn't where we're going next. The question is what kind of life we want to build together. As we prepared to leave Jordan and continue north into whatever adventures the afternoon held, I realized that we'd made a decision without formally making it. We weren't traveling home anymore. We were traveling toward whatever came next, and for the first time in my life, I was perfectly comfortable not knowing what that might be. Ready for the rest of our lives? Jasper asked as I settled onto the bike behind him. More than ready, I said, my arms tightening around his waist. Let's see what's out there. The highway stretched north toward the horizon, carrying us deeper into Montana's vast landscape and toward a future we'd write for ourselves 1 mile at a time. Claiming their new life. Jasper's point of view. As we pulled out of Jordan and onto the highway heading north, I felt something shift inside me. Maybe it was the conversations we'd had over lunch, or the genuine warmth of the people we'd met, or simply the cumulative effect of 2 weeks of discovering who we really were together. But suddenly, the idea of continuing to wander felt less like freedom and more like avoidance. Bella, I said through the helmet comm as we settled into the rhythm of highway riding. Yeah, I think we need to go home. The words surprised me as much as they probably surprised her. 5 hours ago, we'd been talking about extending our journey indefinitely. But something had changed during our time in Jordan, watching real people live authentic lives in the place they'd chosen to call home. Really? She asked, and I could hear the surprise in her voice. What changed your mind? I realized we're not running towards something anymore, I said, taking the bike around a gentle curve. We've found what we were looking for. We know who we are together, we know what we want. Now we need to go home and claim that life instead of hiding from the complications. Claim our life, she repeated thoughtfully. I like the sound of that. We can't build a future by avoiding the past, I continued, the thoughts crystallizing as I spoke them. Charlie deserves to know about this journey, about us, about the woman you've become. And Edward deserves to hear directly from you that his plans for your life aren't your plans. You're right, she said, and I could feel her emotional response through our connection. Relief, excitement, and just a touch of nervousness. I want to tell Charlie about everything. The sunflower fields, Mount Rushmore, Deadwood, all of it. I want him to see how happy I am. And I want him to know that I love his daughter, I said simply. Not as a secret or a complication, but as the most important truth in my life. He's going to love you, she said with complete confidence. Charlie respects people who are honest and straightforward. And he's wanted me to be happy for so long. We rode in comfortable silence for several miles, both of us processing this shift from avoidance to engagement. It felt different than any conversation we'd had about going home. Instead of reluctance, there was anticipation. Instead of dread, there was purpose. Bella's point of view. So what's our strategy? I asked as we passed a sign indicating distances to various Montana cities. How do we want to handle this? With Charlie or with the Cullens? Jasper asked. Both, I guess. Though I suspect they're going to require very different approaches. Charlie first, Jasper said. He gets to hear our story from us, see how we are together, understand what this journey means before anyone else gets involved. I want to cook dinner for him, I said suddenly. Something I learned to make on the road, or just something I want to share. I want it to feel like a celebration, not a confrontation. That sounds perfect, Jasper agreed. Let him see how happy you are before anyone tries to complicate the situation. And the Cullens? I asked, though I suspected I knew what that conversation would look like. United front, he said firmly. Whatever Edward's reaction, whatever pressure they try to apply, we present our decisions as decisions we made together. No apologies, no justifications, just clarity about what we want. Think they'll respect that? I asked. Some of them will, Jasper said diplomatically. Esme and Carlisle understand that people have to make their own choices. Alice probably already knows how this plays out. And Emmett and Rosalie already saw us together on the road. They know how happy we are. And Edward? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. Edward will have to learn to accept reality, Jasper said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. His plans for your life were never yours to begin with. The confidence in his voice sent a warm feeling through my chest. This was exactly how I wanted to handle the situation. Not defensively or apologetically, but with the quiet strength we'd discovered together. I love how that sounds, I said. Like we're not asking permission or seeking approval. We're just sharing information about decisions we've already made. Exactly, he said. We're not teenagers sneaking around. We're adults who've chosen each other and built something real together. Jasper's point of view. About an hour later, we reached a junction that would determine our route home. We could continue north and take scenic highways through the northern part of the state, or we could head west on the interstate and make good time toward Washington. Decision time, I said, pulling over to check our map. Scenic route or direct route? Direct, Bella said without hesitation. Let's go home. We can take scenic routes anytime we want now. But right now, I want to see Charlie and start this next chapter of our lives. Interstate 94 west to Billings, then Interstate 90 home, I said, folding the map. We can be in Forks by tomorrow evening if we ride straight through. Perfect, she said, settling back onto the bike. I'm ready. As we merged onto the interstate and pointed the Harley toward home, I felt a sense of completion that had nothing to do with ending our journey and everything to do with beginning our life together. We weren't returning defeated or reluctant. We were returning as the people we'd chosen to become, ready to share that choice with the people who mattered to us. One more thing, Bella said through the calm as we settled into the rhythm of highway travel. What's that? Thank you, she said simply, for asking me if I wanted to go for a ride that first day, for showing me what I was capable of, for helping me discover who I really am. Thank you for saying yes, I replied, for being brave enough to change your life, for choosing this adventure with me. Here's to all the adventures still ahead, she said. All the roads we haven't taken yet, I agreed. The interstate stretched ahead of us, straight and clear, carrying us toward home and whatever came next. Behind us, Montana's vast landscape held the memories of discovery and transformation. Ahead of us, Washington held the people we loved and the life we were ready to build together. Bella's point of view. The next evening, Forks, Washington. And then this guy Frank had created this entire sculpture garden with scrap metal and welding equipment, I said, gesturing enthusiastically as I set another plate on Charlie's dining table. Just because he loved making beautiful things. No business plan, no art school background, just pure creativity. Charlie laughed, a sound I'd missed more than I'd realized during our time away. Sounds like my kind of person. Practical and creative at the same time. You would have loved talking to him, Jasper said, carrying a casserole dish from the kitchen. He had opinions about everything from Montana weather to the proper way to teach kids about art. I'd spent the afternoon cooking one of the meals I'd learned to make during our journey, a hearty beef stew that seemed perfect for a homecoming dinner. The kitchen felt both familiar and strange after 2 weeks of diners and hotel room coffee makers, but cooking for Charlie felt like the perfect way to share the nurturing, confident person I'd become. "This smells incredible," "Bells," Charlie said, taking his seat at the table. "Where did you learn to make this?" "A little cafe in Deadwood," I said, settling into my chair with obvious satisfaction. The cook there taught me her secret about browning the beef first and adding coffee to the broth. "Coffee and stew?" Charlie asked skeptically. "Trust me," I said with a grin. "You'll love it." As we began eating, Charlie peppered us with questions about our journey, and I found myself telling stories with an enthusiasm and confidence I'd never had before. The sunflower fields, the Beartooth Highway sunrise, dancing in the streets of Deadwood, and the ice cream shop in the Black Hills. Each memory felt precious and worth sharing. "You look different, kiddo," Charlie said during a pause in the conversation. "Happy. Really happy." "I am happy," I said simply. This trip showed me things about myself I never knew existed. And Jasper helped me discover that I'm braver than I thought. "You were always brave," Charlie said, but he was looking at both of us with obvious approval. "You just needed the right circumstances to show it." "And the right person to show it to," I added, reaching for Jasper's hand. Charlie noticed the gesture, and I saw his expression shift slightly as he really took in the dynamic between us. Not just travel companions sharing stories, but two people who'd fallen in love and weren't hiding it. "So," he said carefully, "is this thing between you two serious?" "Very serious," Jasper said without hesitation. "I love your daughter, Charlie. This trip helped us both figure out what we want, and what we want is a life together." "Good," Charlie said, surprising both of us with his immediate acceptance. "I was wondering when you two would figure that out. You've been circling each other like teenagers for months." Jasper's point of view. Charlie's easy acceptance of our relationship sent a wave of relief through me that I hadn't expected. I'd been prepared for questions, concerns, maybe even resistance. Instead, he seemed genuinely pleased that Bella had found happiness. "You don't have any concerns?" I asked. "Questions about my intentions or our future plans?" "Son," Charlie said with a chuckle, "I've been watching you look at my daughter like she hung the moon for the better part of a year. And I've been watching her light up every time you're around. If it took a motorcycle trip across the country for you both to admit what was obvious to everyone else, well, that's between you and your stubborn streak." "Dad," Bella protested, but she was laughing. "What?" "It's true," Charlie said, taking another bite of stew. "This is excellent, by the way. You need to make this regularly." "I plan to," I said. We both learned to cook some new things on the road. Bella's become quite the adventurous chef. "Among other things," Charlie said, looking at his daughter with obvious pride. "You seem more sure of yourself. Like you know who you are now." "I do know who I am," Bella said with confidence. "And I know what I want. I want to build a life with Jasper that includes travel, adventure, and new experiences. I want to keep growing and learning and becoming more myself." "Sounds like a good plan to me," Charlie said. "Where are you thinking of living?" "I assume you'll want your own place." "Actually," I said, "we were hoping to stay in Forks, at least for now. We want to use it as our home base while we figure out what comes next. College, travel, maybe both. We want to explore our options together." "Even better," Charlie said with satisfaction. "I like having my daughter close by. And I've gotten used to having you around, too, Jasper. You're good for her." The conversation continued in this easy, accepting tone for another hour. Charlie wanted to hear more stories from our trip, and we were happy to share them. He laughed at our account of getting caught in the rain in Wyoming, smiled at our description of the rally in Sturgis, and listened with obvious interest to our plans for future adventures. It was exactly the homecoming I'd hoped for. No drama, no complications, just a father welcoming his daughter home and approving of the choice she'd made for her happiness. Which was why the knock on the door came as such a jarring interruption. Bella's point of view. The knock was firm and insistent, not the casual tap of a neighbor or the polite rap of someone making a social call. Charlie frowned and checked his watch. "Expecting anyone?" he asked. "No," I said, but I had a sinking feeling I knew who it might be. "I'll get it." "We'll get it," Jasper corrected, rising from his chair and moving to stand beside me. When I opened the door, my suspicions were confirmed in the worst possible way. Edward stood on the front porch, but he wasn't alone. Behind him, arranged like some kind of supernatural intervention, were Carlisle, Esme, Alice, Emmett, and Rosalie. The entire Cullen family, uninvited and clearly expecting some kind of confrontation. "Hello, Bella," Edward said, his voice carrying that familiar tone of controlled intensity that I'd once found romantic and now just found exhausting. "We need to talk." "About what?" I asked, not moving to invite them in. "About the mistake you're making," Edward said, his golden eyes flicking to Jasper with barely concealed hostility. "About the plans we made and the future you're throwing away." Behind me, I heard Charlie's chair scrape against the floor as he stood up. "Who's at the door, Bells?" "The Cullens," I called back, my voice steady despite the anger building in my chest. "All of them. All of them," Charlie repeated, moving to look over my shoulder. "What's this about?" "That's what I'd like to know," I said, looking directly at Edward. "Because as far as I know, we don't have any plans to discuss, and I haven't made any mistakes." "The engagement ring I picked out," Edward said, as if that explained everything. "The college applications I submitted, the timeline we agreed on for your transformation. You can't just abandon all of that because you got caught up in some romantic notion about motorcycle travel." The presumption in his voice, the complete dismissal of everything Jasper and I had discovered together, sent a flash of anger through me that was both surprising and clarifying. "We never agreed on any timeline," I said firmly. "You made plans without consulting me, and now you're upset that I don't want to follow them. That's not my problem to solve." "Bella," Esme said gently, stepping forward with her usual diplomatic tone, "perhaps we could come in and discuss this calmly." "We're all family here." "Are we?" I asked, not moving from the doorway. "Because family members usually call before showing up, not come uninvited. Family members usually respect each other's choices instead of staging interventions." "Is that what this is?" Charlie asked, his voice taking on the dangerous quiet tone he used when he was getting truly angry. "An intervention? In my house?" "For my daughter, who just got home from a trip she clearly enjoyed." The tension on the porch was thick enough to cut with a knife, and I realized that this moment was exactly what Jasper and I had been preparing for during our ride home. Not the specific details, but the fundamental choice between defending our decisions and apologizing for them. I chose to defend them. "If you want to have a conversation," I said, stepping slightly forward so that I was clearly claiming my space in the doorway, "you can make an appointment like civilized people. But you're not welcome to barge into my father's house and demand explanations for choices that are none of your business." "None of our business?" Edward said, his voice rising slightly. "Bella, we're supposed to be getting married. Your future is absolutely our business." "No," I said clearly, "it's not. My future is my business. And I've decided what I want it to look like." The declaration hung in the air like a gauntlet thrown down, and I could see the shock on Edward's face as he realized that the compliant, accommodating Bella he'd been planning a life for was not the woman standing in front of him now. Behind me, I felt Jasper's presence like a wall of support, and beside me, I could sense Charlie's growing irritation with the entire situation. I wasn't facing this confrontation alone, and that knowledge gave me the courage to continue. "I think you should all leave," I said calmly. "When you're ready to treat me like an adult who's capable of making her own decisions, you know where to find me." And with that, I began to close the door, ending the conversation on my terms rather than theirs. Chapter 11: The Setup. Charlie's point of view. The phone rang at exactly 8 o'clock the next morning, and I knew without picking it up that it would be them. I'd been a cop long enough to recognize when someone was trying to control a situation, and last night's uninvited visit had all the hallmarks of people who thought they could steamroll over anyone who got in their way. "Swan," I answered, using my official tone. "Charlie, this is Dr. Carlisle Cullen," came the smooth, diplomatic voice on the other end. "I hope you'll accept my apologies for last night. That was not how we intended to approach the situation." "Dr. Cullen," I said, settling back in my kitchen chair with my coffee. "What situation would that be?" There was a pause, and I could practically hear him choosing his words carefully. "The situation regarding Bella and Edward's future plans. We had hoped to discuss some concerns with both Bella and Jasper present." "Concerns," I repeated flatly. About my daughter's private life and her choice of companions. Charlie, I understand your protective instincts, Carlisle said, his voice taking on that reasonable tone doctors used when they wanted to convince you of something. But there are aspects of this situation that you may not fully understand. That got my attention, and not in a good way. Aspects like what? Like the transformation your boy Edward mentioned last night. The silence on the other end of the line was telling. Long enough that I knew I'd hit something important. I think, Carlisle said carefully, that would be better discussed in person. With everyone present. I think you're right, I said, my cop instincts fully engaged now. My house, 2 o'clock this afternoon. You bring whoever you want, but I'm warning you right now, Dr. Cullen. I want straight answers. No evasions, no diplomatic double talk, and no lies. My daughter just got home from the best trip of her life, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone make her feel guilty about being happy. Of course, Carlisle said. We'll see you at 2. After I hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for a long moment, thinking about that word. Transformation. In my line of work, you learn to pay attention when people use unusual words, especially when they act like those words mean more than they should. I thought about Billy Black and some of the stories he'd shared over beers on quiet fishing afternoons. Stories about the old days, about legends that might not be legends, about families in Forks who'd been around longer than anyone could remember and never seemed to age. I thought about Dr. Cullen, who looked 35 but claimed to be a practicing physician with decades of experience. About his family of adopted children, who all looked like supermodels and never seemed to eat in the school cafeteria. And I thought about my daughter, who'd come home glowing with happiness and confidence, holding hands with a young man who clearly adored her and treated her like a precious treasure. Whatever this transformation business was about, I had a feeling it wasn't going to be good news for Bella. Bella's point of view. I was in the kitchen making breakfast when Charlie told me about the call, and I could see the tension in his shoulders as he relayed the conversation. They want to have a meeting, he said, refilling his coffee cup. Here, at 2 o'clock. All of them. I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. Sounds like it, Charlie said, turning to look at me directly. Bella, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be straight with me. The serious tone in his voice made me set down the spatula and give him my full attention. Of course, Dad. What is it? Last night, Edward mentioned something about a transformation. What did he mean by that? The question hit me like a physical blow. In all our planning about how to handle the Cullens, Jasper and I had focused on Edward's controlling behavior and presumptuous plans. We hadn't considered that Charlie might have caught that particular word and understood its significance. Dad, I started, then stopped. How do you explain to your father that your ex-boyfriend wanted to turn you into a vampire? The truth, Bells, Charlie said firmly. Whatever it is, whatever you think it might do to me or how you think I might react, I want the truth. No protecting dear old Dad from information he can't handle. I looked at him for a long moment, seeing not just my father, but the police chief who'd spent decades dealing with situations that required clear thinking and direct action. Charlie Swan might fish and watch baseball and cook terrible meals, but he was also one of the most competent, level-headed people I knew. Jasper, I called toward the stairs. Can you come down here? We need to have a conversation. When Jasper appeared in the kitchen doorway, he took one look at our faces and immediately understood that something significant was happening. Charlie knows about the transformation comment, I said simply. Jasper said, settling into a chair at the table. How much do you want to know, Charlie? Everything, Charlie said without hesitation. And I mean everything. No sugarcoating, no protecting my delicate sensibilities. What is this transformation Edward was talking about? I looked at Jasper, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, I sat down across from my father and prepared to tell him the truth about vampires. Jasper's point of view. Watching Charlie process the information about vampires was fascinating from an empathic perspective. I could feel his emotions shift and evolve as Bella explained the Cullens' true nature, Edward's plans for her transformation, and the supernatural world that existed alongside the ordinary one he'd known his entire life. Surprise, yes, but not the shock I'd expected. Concern for Bella's safety, absolutely. But also something that felt like confirmation, as if pieces of a puzzle were finally falling into place. So Edward wanted to turn you into a vampire, Charlie said when Bella finished her explanation. Without asking your permission first, apparently. He had this whole timeline planned out, Bella said. After graduation, engagement, marriage, then transformation. All laid out like a business plan. And you said no, Charlie said, his voice carrying a note of pride. I said no, Bella confirmed. I realized I didn't want any of the life he'd planned for me. I wanted to choose my own path. Charlie turned his attention to me. And you? You're a vampire too. I am, I said simply. But I'm not interested in transforming Bella unless she decides that's what she wants, after she's had time to live as a human and explore her options. How long do you have? Charlie asked. Before you have to make that decision. Theoretically, indefinitely, I said. Vampires have excellent self-control when it comes to people they care about. There's no ticking clock that forces the choice. Charlie was quiet for several minutes, processing this information. I could feel his emotions settling into something that felt like resolution. Billy knows about this, he said finally. It wasn't a question. Billy knows about vampires, Bella confirmed. His tribe has treaties with the Cullens that go back generations. And you trust this one? Charlie asked, nodding toward me. Completely, Bella said without hesitation. Jasper has never tried to control my choices or push me toward decisions I wasn't ready to make. He supported me in figuring out what I want, not telling me what he thinks I should want. Good, Charlie said with satisfaction. That's how it should work. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the forest that surrounded our house. So at 2 o'clock, a family of vampires is coming to my house to try to convince my daughter to marry one of them and give up her humanity. Do I have that right? That's about the size of it, I said. Well, Charlie said, turning back to us with a grim smile, this should be interesting. Bella's point of view. After Charlie's initial reaction to the vampire revelation, the three of us spent the next few hours preparing for what we all knew would be a difficult confrontation. Charlie approached it with the methodical planning of someone who dealt with plenty of difficult situations in his professional life. First things first, he said, settling into his chair at the kitchen table with a notepad. What exactly do they want? Edward wants me to follow through with his original plans, I said. Engagement, marriage, transformation, the whole package. He thinks our trip was just a temporary rebellion that I'll get over. And the rest of them? Charlie asked. Carlisle and Esme will probably try to be diplomatic, Jasper said. They don't like conflict, and they genuinely want everyone to be happy. But they also tend to defer to Edward's judgment about what's best for Bella. Alice might be unpredictable, I added. She has visions of the future, and if she's seen something that worries her, she might be more insistent than usual. Emmett and Rosalie saw us together during our trip, Jasper continued. They know how happy we are. Emmett will probably find the whole situation amusing, and Rosalie has never been particularly invested in Edward's plans for Bella. Charlie nodded, making notes. So we've got one who definitely wants to control the situation, 2 who want to avoid conflict, 1 wild card, and 2 who might be on our side. That's a pretty accurate assessment, I said, impressed by how quickly he'd analyzed the family dynamics. What's their biggest weakness? Charlie asked, looking up from his notepad. Jasper and I looked at each other, both of us recognizing the tactical thinking behind the question. They're not used to being challenged by humans, Jasper said slowly. Especially not by someone who knows what they are but isn't intimidated by it. And Edward specifically isn't used to anyone questioning his decisions about what's best for Bella, I added. He's used to everyone in his family supporting his judgment. Good, Charlie said with satisfaction. What about you two? What do you want to accomplish in this meeting? Clear boundaries, I said immediately. I want them to understand that I'm not going back to being the person who would have accepted Edward's plans without question. I've made my choice about my future, and I'm not open to negotiation about it. I want them to understand that Bella and I are together, and that's not changing, Jasper said. I'm not going to apologize for falling in love with her or for supporting her in making her own decisions. And I want them to respect this house and this family, Charlie said firmly. They can voice their concerns, but they're not going to bully or manipulate anyone under my roof. We spent another hour discussing strategy, and I was amazed by how good Charlie was at this kind of planning. He asked thoughtful questions about vampire abilities and limitations, identified potential pressure points in their arguments, and helped us think through responses to various scenarios they might try. Remember, he said as we wrapped up our planning session, they asked for this meeting. That means they want something from us. We hold the cards here, not them. At exactly 2 o'clock, we heard cars pulling into the driveway. Through the window, I could see the familiar silver Volvo and the red BMW. That meant the entire family had indeed come. "Showtime," Charlie said, straightening his shirt and moving toward the front door. I felt Jasper's hand slip into mine, and the warmth of his touch reminded me that whatever happened in the next hour, we were facing it together. We'd spent 2 weeks discovering who we were as a couple, and now we were about to defend that discovery to people who thought they knew better than we did what our lives should look like. "Ready?" Jasper asked quietly. "Ready," I said, squeezing his hand. Charlie opened the front door before the Cullens could knock, a power move that immediately established that this was his house and his rules. "Dr. Cullen," he said formally. "Please come in." They filed into our living room with the careful politeness of people who knew they were on uncertain ground. Carlisle and Esme took the couch. Edward chose the armchair closest to where I was sitting, and Alice, Emmett, and Rosalie arranged themselves around the room with the casual grace that came naturally to vampires. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us," Carlisle said once everyone was settled. "We appreciate your willingness to discuss this situation." "Before we discuss anything," Charlie said, remaining standing while the rest of us sat, "I want to establish some ground rules. This is my house, Bella is my daughter, and I've heard enough to know that this conversation is about her future. She gets to speak for herself, make her own decisions, and anyone who doesn't like those decisions can see themselves out. Are we clear?" The silence that followed was deafening. It was clear that none of them had expected Charlie to take such a direct, authoritative stance, especially knowing what they were. "Of course," Carlisle said finally. "We wouldn't want it any other way." "Good," Charlie said, settling into his own chair and looking directly at Edward. "Then, let's start with you explaining what you meant by transformation when you were on my porch last night." Edward's golden eyes flicked to Bella, then to me, then back to Charlie. I could practically see him calculating how much he could get away with not saying. "Charlie," he said carefully, "there are aspects of our family situation that are complicated to explain." "Try me," Charlie said flatly. "I'm a simple guy, but I'm not stupid." "What did you mean by transformation?" The moment of truth had arrived, and I could feel the tension in the room ratcheting up as everyone realized that Charlie Swan was not going to be intimidated, manipulated, or dismissed. This meeting was going to go very differently than the Cullens had planned. The confrontation. Edward's point of view. This was not going according to plan. Charlie Swan was supposed to be a simple, small-town police chief who could be managed with careful explanations and diplomatic reassurances. Instead, he was sitting in his chair like a judge presiding over a trial, demanding answers with the kind of authority that made even vampires uncomfortable. The transformation I mentioned, I began carefully, refers to Bella joining our family permanently. Becoming like us. Becoming a vampire, Charlie said bluntly. "Let's use the actual words here, Edward. You want to turn my daughter into a vampire." The directness of his statement sent a ripple of discomfort through the room. We were used to dancing around the truth with humans, using euphemisms and careful explanations. Charlie's insistence on plain speaking was throwing everyone off balance. "Yes," I said, seeing no point in further evasion. "Bella and I had discussed a timeline for her transformation after our wedding." "Had you?" Charlie asked, his tone dangerously quiet. "Bella, do you remember agreeing to this timeline?" "No," Bella said firmly from her position next to Jasper on the love seat. "Edward made those plans without consulting me. The first I heard about most of them was when he mentioned them yesterday." "I see," Charlie said, turning his attention back to me. "So you planned my daughter's engagement, wedding, and transformation into a vampire without actually asking her what she wanted." "I know what's best for Bella," I said, feeling my control of the situation slipping. "I know what will make her happy." "Do you?" Jasper interjected, his voice carrying an edge I'd rarely heard from him. "Because from where I'm sitting, Bella seems happiest when she's making her own choices." "This is exactly what I was afraid of," I said, turning to face my brother. You've filled her head with romantic notions about independence and adventure, but you're ignoring the practical realities of our world. What practical realities? Charlie asked before Jasper could respond. Explain to me, in simple terms, why my daughter needs to become a vampire on your schedule. The question was a trap, and I could see it coming but couldn't avoid it. Any answer I gave would reveal the fundamental flaw in my reasoning. Bella knows our secret, I said finally. The longer she remains human, the more dangerous it becomes for all of us. Dangerous how? Charlie pressed. The Volturi have strict rules about humans who know about vampires, I explained. They either join us or they die, Jasper finished when I hesitated. That's quite a sales pitch, Charlie said dryly. Join our family or we'll kill you. Really makes a father feel confident about his daughter's choices. Charlie's point of view. I could see why Bella had been so confused about her future. Edward was presenting her transformation not as a choice or even a desire, but as an inevitable consequence of knowing their secret. It was emotional manipulation disguised as logical necessity. Let me get this straight, I said, leaning forward in my chair. You're telling me that because Bella knows you're vampires, she either has to become one too or be killed by your vampire government. It's not that simple, Carlyle interjected, clearly uncomfortable with how the conversation was developing. Sounds pretty simple to me, I said. Sounds like a protection racket. Nice human daughter you've got there. Shame if something happened to her. That's not how we operate, Esme said gently. We would never let anything happen to Bella. But you're willing to pressure her into giving up her humanity to avoid the possibility, Jasper observed. That's not protection, that's coercion. I was beginning to like Jasper more by the minute. He had a way of cutting through the diplomatic language and getting to the heart of the matter. Edward, I said, turning my attention back to the young man who'd planned my daughter's entire future, let me ask you something. In all these plans you made for Bella's life, did you ever once ask her what she wanted? I know what she wants, Edward said with the kind of certainty that made my cop instincts scream. That's not what I asked, I said firmly. I asked if you ever asked her. The silence that followed was answer enough. Here's the thing about knowing what people want, I continued, settling back in my chair. In my line of work, I meet a lot of men who are absolutely certain they know what's best for the women in their lives. They know what their wives should wear, where they should go, and who they should talk to. They're always surprised when those women disagree. This is completely different, Edward protested. Is it? Jasper asked, and I could hear genuine curiosity in his voice. Because from the outside, it looks remarkably similar. You made decisions about Bella's future without consulting her, then expected her to be grateful for your planning. I was protecting her, Edward said, his voice rising slightly. From what? I asked. From making her own choices? From deciding her own future? That's not protection, son, that's control. Jasper's point of view. Watching Charlie dismantle Edward's arguments was both educational and deeply satisfying. Charlie Swan might not have supernatural abilities, but he had decades of experience dealing with people who thought they could manipulate situations through force or intimidation. Let me tell you what I see, Charlie continued, his voice taking on the tone of someone used to being listened to. I see a young woman who just returned from the best trip of her life, glowing with confidence and happiness. I see her with a man who clearly adores and supports her. And I see her ex-boyfriend demanding she abandon all of that to follow plans he made without her input. You don't understand the complexities of our world, Edward said desperately. Then explain them to me, Charlie challenged. Make me understand why my daughter has to give up her humanity on your timeline instead of making that choice for herself when she's ready. Because the longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes, Edward repeated. Dangerous for who? I asked, seeing an opening. For Bella or for you? Edward's golden eyes flashed to mine, and I could see I'd hit the mark. The Volturi aren't going to descend on Forks next week, I continued. Bella could live as a human for years, decades even, before anyone in the vampire world would consider her knowledge a problem. This urgency you're creating isn't about her safety, it's about your discomfort with uncertainty. That's not true, Edward protested, but I could feel his emotions betraying him. Isn't it? Charlie asked, clearly following the same line of reasoning. Seems to me like you want guarantees. You want Bella locked into a future that can't change, where she can't leave, where she can't choose someone else. I love her, Edward said, and for the first time since the conversation began, he sounded genuinely vulnerable instead of controlling. I'm sure you do, Charlie said, his voice softening slightly. But love doesn't give you the right to make someone else's choices for them. If you really love my daughter, you'll want her to be happy, even if that happiness doesn't include you. The silence that followed was thick with tension. I could feel the emotions of everyone in the room, Edward's desperation and growing realization that his arguments weren't working, Carlisle and Esme's discomfort with the direction of the conversation, Alice's frustration at not being able to see a clear future, Emmett's barely concealed amusement, and Rosalie's satisfaction at seeing Edward's plans crumble. And from Bella, I felt growing confidence and determination. Bella's point of view. Watching Charlie and Jasper systematically dismantle Edward's arguments was both amazing and liberating. For so long, Edward's certainty about what was best for me had seemed unshakable. But under the combined pressure of a protective father and a man who truly understood me, his entire worldview was revealed to be built on assumptions and control rather than love and respect. Edward, I said, speaking directly to him for the first time since the conversation began. I want you to listen to me very carefully. The room went quiet, and I could feel everyone's attention focusing on me. I am not going to marry you, I said clearly. I am not going to follow the timeline you created for my life. I am not going to become a vampire because you think it's time. And I am not going to apologize for choosing a different path than the one you planned for me. Bella, you're making a mistake, Edward said, leaning forward in his chair. You don't understand what you're giving up. I understand perfectly, I said, my voice growing stronger with each word. I'm giving up a life where someone else makes all my important decisions. I'm giving up the illusion that love means never having to think for myself. I'm giving up the idea that my value comes from being protected rather than being trusted. But the danger, Edward started. What danger? I interrupted. The danger that I might make choices you don't approve of? The danger that I might be happy without you? Or the actual danger from the Volturi that may or may not materialize at some point in the distant future? The Volturi are real, Alice said quietly, speaking for the first time since the meeting began. I'm sure they are, I said, turning to look at her. But I'm also sure that there are ways to handle that situation that don't involve me giving up my humanity on someone else's schedule. Bella's right, Jasper said, his voice calm and reasonable. The Volturi have better things to do than monitor every human who accidentally learns about vampires. As long as she's not spreading the secret or creating obvious problems, she's not on their radar. And even if she were, Charlie added, that's a problem to be solved, not a reason to panic and make permanent decisions under pressure. You're all being naive, Edward said, his composure finally cracking. You don't understand the stakes. No, I said firmly. You don't understand that the stakes are my life and my choices, not your peace of mind. You want me to become a vampire so you can stop worrying about losing me, but you never asked if that's what I want. Of course it's what you want, Edward said desperately. You love me. I did love you, I said, and I could see the words hit him like a physical blow. But I've learned the difference between love and dependence. What I felt for you stemmed from thinking I needed you to make my life meaningful. What I feel for Jasper is based on his helping me discover that my life was already meaningful. That's beautiful, sweetheart, Charlie said quietly, and I could see the pride in his eyes. Edward, Carlisle said gently, perhaps we should consider that Bella has made her position clear. No, Edward said, standing up abruptly. This is all wrong. Bella, you're not thinking clearly. This trip, this relationship with Jasper, it's all just a reaction to wedding stress. Once you've had time to think rationally about what you're giving up. That's enough, Charlie said, his voice taking on the unmistakable tone of authority. My daughter has been clear about her decision. She's explained her reasoning like the intelligent adult she is. If you can't respect that, then this conversation is over. You don't understand, Edward repeated, but now he sounded desperate rather than certain. I understand perfectly, Charlie said, standing up to face Edward directly. I understand that you're not used to being told no. I understand that you made plans without consulting the most important person involved. And I understand that you're trying to use fear and pressure to get my daughter to comply with your wishes. In my professional experience, that's called coercion. Are you threatening me? Edward asked, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. I'm explaining reality to you, Charlie said without backing down. You're in my house, talking to my daughter, and I don't like your tone or your tactics. You can adjust your approach, or you can leave. Charlie's point of view. The standoff that followed was tense enough to cut with a knife. Edward was clearly struggling with the realization that neither intimidation nor emotional manipulation would work in this situation. The rest of his family looked increasingly uncomfortable with his behavior. Perhaps, Esme said carefully, we should take some time to process what we've heard today. Good idea, I said, not taking my eyes off Edward. Give yourselves some time to think about whether you want to respect Bella's decisions or continue trying to override them. This isn't over, Edward said, looking directly at Bella. Yes, Bella said firmly, it is. Edward, we're done. We've been done since I realized that you were planning my entire life without asking what I wanted. Nothing you can say or do is going to change my mind about that. Bella, Carlyle said diplomatically, we hope you'll keep an open mind about remaining part of our family in some capacity. I will, Bella said graciously. But that's my choice to make on my timeline for my reasons. Not because of threats or ultimatums or someone else's idea of what's best for me. One by one, the Cullens began moving toward the door. Emmett caught my eye and gave me what looked like an approving nod. Rosalie seemed downright pleased with how the meeting had gone. Alice looked frustrated but resigned. Esme appeared sad but understanding. Edward was the last to leave, and he paused at the door to look back at Bella one more time. You're making the biggest mistake of your life, he said. No, Bella replied calmly. The biggest mistake of my life was almost letting someone else live it for me. After the door closed behind them, the three of us stood in the living room for a moment, processing what had just happened. Well, I said finally, that went better than I expected. Really? Bella asked with a laugh. That was better than you expected. I expected more supernatural drama, I admitted. Maybe some vampiric displays of power or attempts at mind control. Instead, we got a young man having a temper tantrum because someone told him no. He's not used to being challenged, Jasper observed. Especially not by humans who aren't intimidated by what he is. Well, he'd better get used to it, I said firmly. Because my daughter isn't going to be bullied or manipulated by anyone, supernatural or otherwise. Thanks, Dad, Bella said, giving me a hug that conveyed more gratitude than words ever could. Thank you, Charlie, Jasper said, extending his hand. For standing up for Bella and for treating this like the family matter it is. Son, I said, shaking his hand firmly, anyone who makes my daughter this happy is family as far as I'm concerned. And family protects each other. As we cleaned up the living room and talked about what would happen next, I felt a deep satisfaction at how the confrontation had ended. Bella had claimed her autonomy, Jasper had proven himself to be a good partner and ally, and Edward had learned that his presumptions about controlling the situation were exactly that, presumptions. So, I said as we settled back at the kitchen table, what's for dinner? Because after all that, I'm starving. I'll cook, Bella said with a grin. I learned some new recipes on the road that I want to try out. Perfect, I said. And tomorrow, you can tell me more about these travel plans you mentioned. Because if my daughter is going to see the world, I want to hear all about it. The future stretched ahead of us, full of possibilities and adventures that would be chosen rather than imposed. And for the first time in months, that felt exactly right. Epilogue, the resolution. Bella's point of view. 3 months later. I woke to the sound of rain pattering against the window and the familiar rumble of Jasper starting his motorcycle in the garage below. For a moment, I lay still, savoring the contentment that had become my normal state of being. The bed was warm, the house was quiet except for the gentle sounds of a Saturday morning, and somewhere downstairs I could smell coffee brewing and bacon sizzling. Life had settled into rhythms that felt both new and perfectly natural. Jasper moving in had been easier than any of us had expected, partly because Charlie genuinely liked him and partly because Jasper approached living with a human father-in-law with the same thoughtful consideration he brought to everything else. Morning, beautiful, Jasper's voice came from the doorway, and I turned to see him leaning against the frame with 2 cups of coffee and that soft smile that never failed to make my heart skip. Morning, I said, sitting up and accepting the coffee gratefully. Charlie's cooking again. He insisted, Jasper said, settling onto the edge of the bed. Something about wanting to make sure I eat properly on weekends. I laughed, thinking about how naturally Charlie had taken to having Jasper as part of the household. They'd bonded over motorcycle maintenance, fishing techniques, and a shared appreciation for straightforward conversation. Charlie treated Jasper like the son he'd never had, and Jasper treated Charlie with the respect and affection of someone who'd genuinely grown to love him. "What's the plan for today?" I asked, leaning into Jasper's shoulder and inhaling the scent that had become synonymous with home. "Charlie wants to show me some new fishing spots along the Bogachiel River," Jasper said. "And I think he's plotting to teach me to clean fish properly." "He's been threatening to do that for weeks," I said with amusement. Fair warning, Charlie takes fish cleaning very seriously. "It's like a sacred ritual. I'll treat it with the appropriate reverence," Jasper promised solemnly, then grinned. "What about you? Any exciting plans?" "I'm thinking about working on my college applications," I said, enjoying the fact that I could say that without any stress or pressure. The University of Washington has an interesting environmental science program, and I want to read more about their field study opportunities. It had taken me a few weeks after the confrontation with the Cullens to really embrace the idea that I could plan my own future without anyone else's input or approval. College applications, career considerations, even deciding what to have for lunch, they were all choices I got to make for myself, and the freedom of that was still thrilling. "That sounds perfect," Jasper said, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. "Want me to bring you anything from town?" "Charlie and I are planning to stop at Newton's for supplies. Maybe some of those chocolate croissants from the bakery?" I asked hopefully. "Consider it done," he said, standing up and heading toward the closet to get dressed for his fishing expedition. I watched him move around the room with the easy familiarity of someone who belonged here and felt that familiar surge of gratitude for how naturally our lives had woven together. There had been no dramatic adjustments or difficult transitions. Jasper had simply become part of our family, and our family had expanded to include him with the kind of organic ease that proved this was exactly how things were supposed to be. Charlie's point of view. "Pass the salt, would you?" I asked Jasper as we sat around the kitchen table an hour later, working our way through what had become our traditional Saturday morning breakfast. "Here you go," he said, handing over the shaker and reaching for another piece of bacon. "This is excellent, Charlie. You've got to teach me to make pancakes this fluffy." "Secret ingredient," I said with a grin. "Seltzer water instead of regular water. Makes them lighter." "I'll remember that," he said, and I could tell he actually would. Jasper had this way of paying attention to details that made him easy to teach and easier to like. "Dad's been collecting cooking tips from every diner we visit," Bella said from her spot across the table. "I think he's planning to write a cookbook someday." "Stranger things have happened," I said with a shrug. "Though I'd probably call it Cooking for People Who Don't Cook or something like that." "I'd buy a copy," Jasper said seriously. "Your approach to cooking is very logical and forgiving. Perfect for people who are still learning." The easy conversation continued as we finished breakfast, and I found myself marveling at how right this felt. When Bella had first told me about her decision to be with Jasper instead of Edward, I'd been concerned about the drama and complications that might follow. But 3 months later, the only drama had been Edward's initial tantrum, and the only complication was occasionally finding coffee mugs in unexpected places because Jasper tended to wander around the house while drinking his morning coffee. "So," I said as we cleared the table, "fishing expedition today, college applications for Bella, and I'm thinking maybe grilling steaks tonight. Sound good?" "Sounds perfect," Bella said, giving me a hug as she passed by with a stack of plates. "You two have fun catching dinner." "We will," Jasper said, and I could see he genuinely looked forward to our fishing trips. "Charlie's been teaching me to read the water better. I think I might actually catch something edible today." "Don't get overconfident," I warned with a grin. "The fish around here are smarter than they look." As we gathered our fishing gear and prepared to head out, I reflected on how much my life had changed since Bella's motorcycle trip. Not just because Jasper was living with us now, but because Bella herself was so much happier and more confident. She approached everything with a sense of purpose and joy that had been missing before, and that made everything else feel more positive, too. Charlie, Jasper said as we loaded the truck with our gear, I want you to know how much I appreciate everything you've done. Welcoming me into your home, treating me like family, and supporting Bella's decisions. It means more than I can express. Son, I said, settling behind the wheel and looking over at him seriously, you make my daughter happy. You treat her with respect and kindness, you support her dreams, and you've brought nothing but joy into this house. As far as I'm concerned, you're exactly where you belong. Thank you, he said simply, but I could see the emotion in his golden eyes. Besides, I added with a grin as I started the truck, someone needs to help me keep Bella from getting too independent. Next thing you know, she'll be planning trips to Antarctica or something equally crazy. Actually, Jasper said with a laugh, I think she's been reading about scientific expeditions to the Arctic. Something about studying climate change effects on polar ecosystems. See, I said with mock despair. This is what happens when you teach a girl she can do anything she sets her mind to. Next thing you know, she wants to save the world. Could be worse, Jasper observed as we headed toward the river. She could want to save the world and do it alone. True, I admitted. Much better that she wants to save the world with a partner who knows how to ride a motorcycle and clean fish. Our laughter followed us down the road toward what had become our favorite fishing spot, and I couldn't remember the last time life had felt this settled and right. Jasper's point of view. 2 weeks later. I got in, Bella announced, bursting through the front door with an envelope in her hand and excitement radiating from her in waves. Got in where? Charlie asked, looking up from his newspaper with immediate attention. University of Washington, Environmental Science Program, she said, practically bouncing with joy. Full acceptance, and they're interested in my essay about sustainable tourism and cultural preservation. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Charlie said, rising to give her a congratulatory hug. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations, I said, wrapping her in my arms and feeling her happiness like sunshine. This is exactly what you wanted. It is, she said, pulling back to look at me with sparkling eyes. And the best part is, their field study program includes options for international research. Travel that actually contributes to environmental protection and scientific understanding. Perfect combination, Charlie observed with satisfaction. Adventure and purpose. Exactly, Bella said, settling onto the couch with the acceptance letter still in her hand. I can study ecosystems around the world, contribute to conservation efforts, and see places I've only dreamed about. When does it start? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Fall semester, she said. Which gives us the whole summer to plan one more big adventure before I start classes. The way she said us sent warmth through my chest. There had never been any question that we'd continue traveling together, continue exploring the world, and building experiences that would inform both her studies and our relationship. Any ideas about where you want to go? Charlie asked, clearly already thinking about maps and routes. Actually, Bella said with a grin, I was thinking about that conversation we had with Frank about the windmill artist. Remember? He mentioned that there are similar folk art installations all over the western states. What if we planned a road trip specifically to find roadside art and meet the people who create it? A folk art tour, I said, immediately intrigued by the idea. We could document the artists and their work, maybe even write about the communities that support them. Exactly, Bella said with growing excitement. Real people creating beautiful things just because they want to, not for fame or money, but for the joy of making something meaningful. I love it, Charlie said with obvious approval. How long are you thinking? Maybe 6 weeks? Bella suggested. Through Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, maybe down into New Mexico and Arizona. We could follow the folk art trail and see where it leads us. Perfect timing, I said, already starting to envision the route. Late spring, early summer, good weather for riding and camping. You're planning to camp? Charlie asked with amusement. Some camping, some small-town motels, some stays with local artists if they're willing to put up traveling documentarians, Bella said. The whole experience of really connecting with the places and people we're visiting. As we spent the next hour discussing possible routes and logistics, I felt that familiar sense of anticipation that came with planning new adventures. But this time, it was tempered with the security of knowing that this wasn't an escape or a rebellion. This was simply how we lived now, choosing experiences that mattered, building a life around discovery and connection. I'll start researching routes and making some preliminary contacts, I offered. There are probably folk art organizations that could point us toward the most interesting installations. And I'll start putting together a proposal for documenting the trip, Bella said. Maybe I can turn it into an independent study project for my first semester. Look at you two, Charlie said with satisfaction, planning adventures that actually contribute to your education and goals. What a concept. We learn from the best, Bella said, giving him an affectionate look. You taught me that the best adventures are the ones that help you grow. I taught you that? Charlie asked with surprise. You taught me that doing things you love with people you care about is what makes life worth living, she clarified. Everything else just followed from there. Bella's point of view. 6 weeks later, departure day. You've got your maps, your camera, your emergency contact information, and enough cash to get home if something happens to the bike, Charlie said, running through his mental checklist as Jasper loaded our gear onto the Harley. We've got everything, Dad, I assured him, adjusting my riding jacket and checking my helmet one more time. And we'll call every couple of days to let you know where we are. I know, he said, but I could see the concern in his eyes. I just worry. It's what fathers do. Charlie, Jasper said, securing the last of our bags, I promise you I'll take good care of her. We'll be cautious, we'll avoid unnecessary risks, and we'll come home with stories you'll actually want to hear. I know you will, Charlie said, shaking Jasper's hand firmly. I trust you both completely. That doesn't stop me from worrying a little. Good, I said, giving him a hug that conveyed all my love and gratitude. I'd be worried if you weren't worried. But remember, this is what we do now. We explore, we learn, we grow, and we always come home to tell you about it. I know, he said again, his voice thick with emotion. I'm proud of you, Bells. Both of you. For building a life that fits who you really are. Thanks, Dad, I said, feeling tears prick at my eyes. For everything. For supporting us, for standing up for us, for making Jasper feel like family. He is family, Charlie said simply. You both are. Now get going before I change my mind and decide to keep you here forever. Jasper started the motorcycle, and the familiar rumble sent anticipation through my veins. 6 weeks of new roads, new places, new people, and new discoveries stretched ahead of us. But unlike our first trip, this one wasn't about escaping anything or avoiding difficult decisions. This was about embracing the life we'd chosen and the adventures that came with it. Ready? Jasper asked through the helmet comm as I settled onto the bike behind him. Ready, I said without hesitation, my arms wrapping around his waist with the easy familiarity of someone who'd found her perfect place in the world. We pulled out of the driveway with Charlie waving from the porch, and I turned for one last look at the house that had become more of a home than it had ever been before. Then I faced forward, toward the road that stretched ahead of us like a promise of everything we were yet to discover. Jasper's point of view. First stop, that metal sculpture in Missoula? I asked as we settled into the rhythm of highway riding. First stop, wherever looks interesting, Bella corrected with a laugh. We've got 6 weeks and a general direction. Let's see what we find. I love that answer, I said, taking us around a curve that revealed miles of Montana landscape rolling away toward distant mountains. The morning sun was warm on our backs, the road was smooth and clear, and the woman I loved was sharing the adventure with complete trust and enthusiasm. Life didn't get much better than this. Jasper, Bella said through the comm as we passed a sign welcoming us to Montana's open spaces. Yeah, thank you, she said simply, for asking me if I wanted to go for a ride that first day, for showing me that I could choose adventure, for helping me become someone who says yes to life. Thank you for saying yes, I replied, meaning it with every fiber of my being. For being brave enough to change everything. For choosing this journey with me. Here's to all the journeys still ahead, she said, echoing the toast we'd made on our first trip. All the roads we haven't taken yet, I agreed. The highway stretched before us, leading toward new experiences and unexpected discoveries. Behind us, forks held the people we loved and the home we'd built together. Around us, the world offered infinite possibilities for growth, adventure, and joy. Ready for another ride? Bella asked, though we were already riding, already committed to the journey ahead. With you, I said, feeling the truth of it settle into my bones like a promise. Always. The road rose ahead of us toward the mountains, carrying us toward whatever wonders waited beyond the next horizon. And for the first time in my very long life, the future felt not like something to be survived or endured, but like something to be embraced with open arms and an open heart. Together, we rode toward that future, two people who'd learned that the best adventures begin when you stop trying to control the destination and start trusting the journey to take you exactly where you need to go. The road was calling, and we were answering, ready for whatever came next. Thank you so much for listening. I hope this story stayed with you long after the last word. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe. It truly helps this channel grow. Until next time, stay curious, stay wild, and keep believing in a love worth fighting for.